Chapter 1, Flash Marriage? Master was afraid that I wouldn't be able to get a daughter-in-law, so he fixed a marriage for me in advance. On the day of the blind date, the other party slapped the table and asked me what breed of toad I was. Just as the other party was about to leave, I threw a marriage license onto the table. That's right, I'm married, and my wife is still a rich white woman. 1. Old man, I'm at the coffee shop. Okay, I know. I'll definitely get the marriage license today. Qin Chen hung up the phone with a helpless face. He was originally a Taoist priest on Qingcheng Mountain, and had grown up following his master's cultivation on the mountain. 3 days ago, but he was driven off the mountain by his master's old man. The old man said something about his dusty destiny not being fulfilled and asked him to come to Jiangcheng for a blind date. Knowing that he could not disobey the old man's order, Qin Chen could only force himself to come to Jiangcheng. However, he knew that the old man asked him to come to Jiangcheng, but there was another layer of thoughts. When he was first exterminated, it was in Jiangcheng. If it wasn't for the old man who happened to pass by and saved him, he would have been buried in the fire. Now that the old man arranged for himself to come to Jiangcheng for a blind date, I'm afraid that he also has the intention of letting himself avenge his parents' blood. However, at the moment, Qin Mu's trouble was the blind date. Thinking of this, he sighed. He was helpless to come on a blind date without even looking at the other person's picture. Qin Chen walked into the coffee shop and sat down at table number 6. Looking at the time, he was half an hour early. It was his habit to leave a surplus of time to do things. Just then, a woman with sunglasses breezed into the coffee shop. Even though Qin Chuan's Dao heart was solid, his gaze couldn't help but be drawn over at this moment. One could only see that the woman was wearing a short black dress and her long legs were white as jade and extremely straight. A head of long wavy hair was draped over her shoulders, and her temperament was revealed. Qin Chuan had seen quite a few international supermodels on the broken TV in the Taoist temple, and this woman in front of him had no less of a temperament compared to those models. In Qin Chuan's astonished gaze, the woman sat down opposite Qin Chuan. The woman hesitated for a split second, and eventually took off her sunglasses. After looking Qin Chen up and down, the woman nodded slightly, her complexion finally easing up a bit. This condition of yours, it's not too bad, but I'm in a hurry to go to a meeting, so if you have any questions grab them. The woman spoke faintly. Qin Chen was shocked beyond belief at this time. This was the blind date that the old man had picked for himself? Isn't it legendary that those who come for blind dates are all oddball older leftover women? In front of this woman, what's the point of having a blind date? I'm afraid that her suitors can line up from Qingcheng Mountain to Jiangcheng. Just as Qin Chen was thinking wildly, Gu Yaming was frowning slightly. What are you thinking about? Gu Yaming asked in a cold voice. Cough cough. Qin Chen hurriedly coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. There's nothing wrong with me, except, alright. Before Qin Chen could finish his words, he was interrupted by Gu Yaming. She raised her wrist and looked at her delicate watch. The Civil Affairs Bureau still has half an hour to get off work. It's still not too late. You've brought your account book, right? Gu Yaming said indifferently. Brought it, Qin Chen replied with a somewhat overwhelmed voice. Who knows? Just as he finished speaking, Gu Yaming stood up. That's good. Now go get the license. Gu Yaming put on her sunglasses and said indifferently. Now. Qin Chen was even more dumbfounded. Get a license? Qin Chen asked in disbelief as his eyes widened. He and this woman in front of him had only met for 3 minutes before and after, and he didn't even know each other's names yet, and he wanted to get a license? Can't it be that this woman was from some fraudulent gang, aiming to karma her own waste? But then, he negated this idea. From the temperament of this woman's body, the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. Looking at the startled man in front of her, Gu Yaming was a little dissatisfied. The two people had long ago negotiated the terms online. How come they were so inky when it came to getting a license? Still lead or not? If not, I'll leave, Gu Yaming said in a cold voice. Seeing this, Qin Chen violently stood up, slammed the table and said, Caller, who's afraid of who? Even if my waist gets karma today, I'll admit it. Although that old man is usually not very reliable, but such a big event as a blind date should not lie to himself. I'll take a chance and turn my bike into a motorcycle. Seeing Qin Chuan's like death look, Gu Yaming's frosty face was like a spring breeze, and she snorted and laughed out loud. Qin Chen looked at this scene in front of him and instantly froze. This woman, smiling, is really pretty. No wonder the old man always said that the prettier a woman is, the more dangerous she is. If this woman in front of him were to go and cheat someone, I'm afraid she would be able to cheat them out of all their bone scum. Knowing that she had lost her temper, Gu Yaming instantly regained her cold expression and turned around to leave. Qin Chen hurriedly chased after her. 20 minutes later, from the Civil Affairs Bureau out, holding a red marriage license in his hand, Qin Chen still feels like he is dreaming. Before and after only half an hour, he stepped into the grave of marriage. Gu Yaming has a good name. Qin Chen looked at the name on the marriage license and muttered, knowing his daughter-in-law's name only after getting married. I'm afraid he's the only one in the whole world. Alright, I have a meeting to attend, so I'll leave first. Gu Yaming casually threw the marriage license into her bag before getting into the white sports car on the street. Qin Chen couldn't help but be secretly staggered. On his way here, he secretly checked the price of this car, $5 million. Together, the woman in front of him was not only a stunning beauty, but also a rich woman. Gu Yaming had just started the sports car when she suddenly remembered something, then took out a key from her bag and threw it to Qin Chen. Move into the villa before dinner. The address is written on the key, leaving behind a sentence. The sports car roared and scurried out directly. Villa. Qin Chen looked at the key in his hand and couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of water. Drive a sports car, live in a villa. Hopefully, he's flash married to a rich white woman? And just then, his phone rang. Hey, old man, what's the rush? Little master, I've already gotten a license. Qin Chen looked at the marriage license in his hand and said smugly. The other end of the phone was silent for several seconds before a lion's roar suddenly rang out. Little bastard, are you lying to ghosts? The person I introduced you to just called me and said that you didn't show up for half an hour late. No matter where you've been hiding, within 10 minutes, you must show up at the cafe. Otherwise, I'll waste you. After saying that, the old man directly hung up the phone, leaving Qin Chen alone in the wind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is this situation? Qin Chen's head was filled with fog, and then he could only rush back to the cafe first. Sure enough, at this moment, at table number 6, there was a beautiful woman sitting. Compared to Gu Yaming, although this woman was quite a bit worse in terms of temperament, her face value was still not too low, and she attracted a lot of people's attention when she raised her hand. It was just that this woman seemed to be a bit anxious right now. Her eyebrows were locked, her red lips were pursed, and a hint of coldness flickered in her eyes. Cough cough. Sorry, Qin Chen was just about to explain himself, but was interrupted by the woman. You are Qin Chen? The woman looked Qin Chen up and down, her eyes filled with disdain. I am. Qin Dust replied. He, with this poor look of yours, you're also worthy of a blind date with me? It's simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat. I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup you filled my family with, to force me to come on a blind date with you. It's really disgusting. Alright, now that the blind date is over, I'm very dissatisfied with you. Goodbye. Oh no, never again. The woman sneered, picked up her own bag and turned around. Chapter 2: The Evil Construction Site. Qin Chen was a bit confused by the woman's succession of bullet-like statements. It wasn't until the other party got up that he reacted. Hey, wait, Qin Dust shouted. The woman turned around, looked at Qin Duan with disdain, and said, What? Still have something to say? My time is precious. I don't have time to listen to your compliments. If you think that 3 words can bring me back, then you're sadly mistaken. I'm not a student longing for love who can be tricked with a few sweet words. With this poor look of yours, even one more word with you would be torture for me. Hearing the woman's words, Qin Chen frowned slightly. This woman, who was good-looking, was so snarky, especially the condescending attitude was sickening. Thinking of this, Qin Chen directly pulled out his marriage license and threw it on the table. Sorry, I'm already married. What I'm trying to say is that I can't even look at a woman like you. Ha! Qin Chen looked at the woman with a smirk, his face filled with mockery. His meaning was obvious. You can't look at me. I still can't look at you. Who are you showing your face to when you just met? He originally had a bit of guilt in his heart for missing the blind date, but when he saw the woman's attitude, that bit of guilt suddenly disappeared. Seeing the marriage license on the table, the woman's face immediately sank. You tricked me? The woman's voice was cold and incomparable, and her face was somewhat ugly. The man in front of her had already received a marriage license, and even came to the blind date. Was this deliberately humiliating himself? Qin Chen laughed and shook his head to himself. If a person does not offend me, I do not offend him. If a person commits a crime against me, I smack his big mouth. This was his style of doing things. I have nothing more to say to you, but I kindly advise you. Your seal hole is black and your eyes are lost. I'm afraid there's a bloodbath today. Now have someone send you a peachwood talisman that can still crack it. Qin Dust said indifferently. Who knows? When she heard Qin Chen's words, the woman sneered with a leathery smile. Who are you bluffing? Still really think you can fool me? I had only thought that you were a loser, but I didn't realize that you were still a charlatan. A bloodbath? I pooh. Coming to the blind date today is my biggest bad luck. The woman snorted coldly, her face filled with disgust as she left the cafe without looking back. Qin Chen smiled helplessly. This was the first time he had told someone's fortune after coming down from the mountain, and he didn't expect to be mocked. Just as well. It's hard to persuade a damn ghost with good words. And the next moment, the woman had just gone out when a car whizzed past her. Ah! The woman let out a cry of surprise. Her feet stepped on the ground, and she directly fell to the ground. At the same time, Her arm was cut by the glass slag on the ground with a wound of more than 10 centimeters, and blood immediately flowed out. Help! When the woman saw the blood, her eyes rolled up and she actually fainted directly. Quite a few kind-hearted people immediately carried the woman to the hospital. Qin Chen, on the other hand, sighed. If he had believed in himself earlier, wouldn't he have avoided this undeserved disaster? He put away the marriage license and left the cafe. Looking at the villa key in his hand, Qin Chen had a headache. It was now certain that he and Gu Yaming had gotten their blind date wrong, and then received the marriage license in confusion. He didn't know when the other party would find out, so he could return the villa key to them. But now there was a problem in front of him. He and Gu Yaming didn't leave each other's contact information, so I'm afraid that he still needs to go to the villa before he can make it clear to the other party. On the other side, Gu Yaming was sitting in the office with the phone in her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. What did you say? A mistake? After chatting with the other party for a couple of sentences, she then hung up the phone with a bit of disorientedness. She had originally hired someone from the internet, preparing for a fake marriage to cope with the pressure from her family. Who would have thought that after she had received the marriage license and had just returned to the office, that person had called herself and asked why she hadn't gone to the cafe yet. Only then did she realize that she had actually made a mistake with her blind date. Gu Yaming's pretty face was instantly covered in frost. Could it be that the man knew about her plan and deliberately came to trick her? At this moment, a ringing sound interrupted her thoughts. Chairman, it's bad. Our company's new headquarters building. There's a problem. It can't be explained in a sentence or two. You'd better come to the scene and take a look. The tone on the phone was full of anxiety, as if something big had happened. Gu Yaming was currently the chairman of the Gu Group. This year, Gu's Group funded and built a mansion as the company's new headquarters. According to the time, the building should be in the process of being topped out right now, so how could something go wrong? After hanging up the phone, she hurriedly drove to the construction site. At the same time, Qin Chen happened to run into two laborer-like Hans on the side of the road. What the two were chatting about instantly piqued his interest. Have you heard? Gu Group's construction site, there's a death today. Humph. A feng shui master had long ago calculated that the area was too heavy with yin qi, not suitable for building. It's a good thing I didn't work at that site, or my life would have been in danger. I heard that the foreman is contacting a feng shui master to see if he can solve the feng shui problem there. TSK, a building can't suppress the evil spirits there. I see. It's hopeless. After the two left, Qin Chen's eyes twitched. Feng shui problem. A bit interesting. After asking a passerby about the location of the Gu Group's new headquarters building, he hurried over. Qin Chen? Gu Yaming? No one had expected that the two would meet again at the entrance of the construction site. How did you find your way here? I'm warning you, I have something going on right now. I don't have time for you. Just wait here honestly. If there's anything, wait until I'm done with my work in a while. After saying that, Gu Yaming didn't give Qin Chen a chance to speak at all and went straight into the construction site. This woman, not even giving herself a chance to speak, was too overbearing, right? Qin Chen shook his head helplessly. With that, he went to the supermarket not far away and bought 2 packs of cigarettes, came to the guard room, and stuffed them to the security guard. Dude, this construction site, is something wrong? Qin Chen asked with a smile. The security guard looked at the cigarettes in his hand, 2 packs of soft Chinese, so he didn't move and stuffed the cigarettes into his pocket, and replied with a smile. I'm just saying, you just listen, but don't go outside to spread the word, or my job can't be kept. The security guard of the construction site is usually the role of being bullied. In addition to the workers, the passing dog even dared to bark twice. Therefore, when he met Qin Chen and stuffed cigarettes and called him a buddy, he immediately felt that he had met a confidant. Don't worry, I understand, I'm just casually asking, Qin Dust said with a smile. The security guard looked around and saw that there were no other people, so he came to Qin Dust's side and whispered, you don't say, this construction site is really a bit evil. When the foundation was being laid, a lot of human bones were dug out, densely stacked on top of each other, which made my scalp numb and gave me nightmares for a few days in a row. Later, it was said that some experts came over to study it, and eventually determined that it was an ancient martyrdom pit, with no archaeological value, so they withdrew. Then later, the Gu Group funded and gave a large cemetery in the suburbs, moved the bones over there, and even got a big monk to do the rituals. But according to the workers, once at night, even if the construction site turned on the headlights, they all felt eerie, and there were several accidents, after which the site was not constructed at night. Chapter 3 The old man owes a favor. Saying this, the security guard looked around again, his voice lowered once again, and his face was filled with a mysterious expression. There is something that outsiders don't know. A few days ago when the roof was sealed, it was fine, but as soon as the night came, the roof collapsed. No one was hurt that time, The foreman didn't believe in evil and sealed the roof again yesterday. Coincidentally, a worker went to relieve himself in the middle of the night, and ended up smashing to death. After listening to the security guard's description, Qin Chen pondered. He turned around and stared at the building for a while, frowning slightly. A place of great evil. It's a bit difficult to get into. Qin Chen muttered. What? The land of the great foul? Dude, what do you do? The security guard asked with some astonishment. Passing by to hit the sauce. Qin Chen laughed and walked towards the construction site. The security guard was just about to stop him, when Qin Dust suddenly said, Dude, you've had fortune lately. I suggest you go buy some lottery tickets. After saying that, he walked into the construction site without looking back, leaving the security guard to froze in place. The roof of the building. Gu Yaming looked at the empty hole left by the collapse in front of her, her face ugly to the extreme. What the hell is going on here? Gu Yaming asked in an icy tone to the contractor at her side. Gu Dong. Me. I'm not sure. All the processes are in line with the regulations, and in order to ensure the quality, I was watching the scene all the time. It's really evil. The roof of the building suddenly collapsed in the middle of the night, and even the technical chief engineer couldn't find a problem. Speaking of this, the contractor gulped and said carefully, Gu Dong, you say, the feng shui of this place, is it? Gu Yaming glared at the foreman and said in a cold voice, Gu's group is in the construction industry, and after so many years of doing this, how come we haven't run into this kind of thing before? First pay the dead workers, then continue capping the roof. I'll personally supervise this time. As soon as the words fell, a voice sounded behind her. Continue capping the roof. It will collapse again. I advise you not to rush. Gu Yaming was startled, and when she saw that it was Qin Chen, a flash of anger appeared on her face. Who told you to come here? Do you understand engineering? If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Someone come, kick this person out. Gu Yaming said angrily. She had already felt that she had been cheated by Qin Chen into marriage, and now that she had met him again, her heart was even more disgusted with him. If it wasn't for the fact that the construction site was more important, she was afraid that she would have dragged Qin Chen to go through the divorce procedure by now. I don't know much about engineering, but I do know a little about feng shui, Qin Chen said while his gaze was not looking at Gu Yaming in the slightest. Instead, he kept sizing up the collapsed floorboards. 1,000 years of grievances. It's indeed difficult to get hold of, Qin Dust muttered. Hearing Qin Dust's words, the contractor hastily said to Gu Yaming, Dong Gu, I think this little brother has a point. Last time, the big monk I hired said that this place is heavy with grievances and suggested that we give up building the building and develop it into a cemetery. Gu Yaming frowned slightly and said, This is all nonsense from them. Can they prove whether there's any grievances or not? Or are they just touching their mouths up and down and opening their mouths? This construction site is owned by the Gu Group, and when I say seal the roof, I seal it immediately. Also, I said get rid of this person. Didn't you hear me? Seeing this, the contractor could only sigh helplessly. It was reasonable to say that those who did engineering would rather believe in this kind of thing than not, but the chairman of the board was not the least bit reverent about this kind of thing, making it difficult for them as well. Little brother, you see, the foreman of the contractor looked at Qin Dust, a trace of a difficult look on his face. Qin Dust laughed and said, It's fine, it's understandable to be a little short-tempered when you're on your period. Hearing these words, Gu Yaming immediately froze. She had gotten her period this morning. How did the other party know? At this moment, Qin Chen waved his hand and said to the contractor, I'll leave first. If you want to solve the trouble at the construction site, you just have this Gu Dong contact me. After saying that, Qin Chen turned around and left in a dashing manner. He could already tell that the one who could make the decision here was his own cheap wife, Gu Yaming. Since Gu Yaming didn't believe in herself, there was no need to continue wasting time. When she suffered a loss, she would naturally remember herself. Just after walking out of the construction site, his cell phone rang again. Old man, are you done? 8 calls a day. My phone bill is almost used up. Qin Chen cursed and roared. Get lost, calling you brat. It's old man's phone bill that's being deducted. Daoist Dustless roared angrily. Seeing Daoist Dustless get angry, Qin Chen immediately wilted. It wasn't because of anything else. It was only because he really wasn't someone's opponent. Daoist Dustless had once said that with Qin Chen's strength, it was hard to find an opponent in the world. Then, just after saying those words, he used only one hand to knock Qin Duan to the ground. After so many years of cultivation and countless sparring matches, Qin Chen still hadn't been able to force Daoist Dustless to use his second hand. After a pause, Daoist Dustless slowly said, You kid, are you sure you don't want to go on a blind date with that girl from the Wu family? What Wu family's girl? Qin Chen asked doubtfully. With these words, he immediately angered Daoist Dustless again. You don't even know the name of the person you were just matched with? Daoist Dustless roared angrily. Qin Chen scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "Ahem, indeed I don't know." Taoist dustless sighed and said, "Alas, 20 years ago when I was traveling in Jiangcheng, I fought with an enemy and was seriously injured. It was the chairman of Wu Group who saved my life. I originally made an appointment with him to form a baby marriage with his newly born daughter if he had a disciple or offspring of the right age. But who knows? Alas, forget it, this kind of thing can't be forced. Since you can't tie the knot with the Wu family's girl, then make a trip to the Wu clan and help me return this favor." Hearing Taoist dustless words, Qin Chen's expression also became serious. No wonder the old man was so angry after hearing that he had gotten a license with someone else. It turns out that there was this kind of hidden agenda in there. "Alright, I'll take care of this matter," Qin Chen assured. After asking around a little bit, Qin Dust learned the location of the Wu Group's headquarters and took a taxi to rush over. Along the way, he chatted with the cab driver, and in passing, he learned about the background of the Wu Group. This Wu's Group is a family business. A few decades ago was one of the largest companies in Jiangcheng. Only in recent years, Wu's Group do not know why, business gradually deteriorated, slowly reduced to second-tier enterprises. After letting the company's receptionist inform him, it didn't take long for a woman who claimed to be the chairman's secretary to come to the receptionist and lead Qin Dust to the chairman's office. "You are Master Dustless closed disciple, Qin Dust? I am the chairman of Wu Group, Wu Dong. Hello." Saying that, Wu Dong stood up and shook hands with Qin Chen to greet him. Chapter 4 Inexplicable Love Enemy. Qin Chen shook hands while sizing up the Hanyu in front of him. By all rights, Wu Dong should be in his 40s by now. However, his face was full of wrinkles and his hair had all turned gray, looking no different from an old man in his 60s or 70s. "Hello Uncle Wu, old man. My master asked me to pay you a visit, and by the way, ask you if you need any help." Qin Chen's attitude was respectful. After all, Wu Dong had saved the old man's life back then. Wu Dong sighed and said, "Alas, I just heard about you and Xiao Min as well. I can only say that the two of you are not destined for each other." Wu Dong was truly sorry about this matter. After all, 20 years ago, he had personally seen Taoist Dustless manifest his divine abilities. Even the splendor of the Wu clan group was inextricably linked to the Dustless Taoist. Even if this young man in front of him could learn 1/10 of Taoist Dustless's methods, it would still be extremely terrifying. It was just a pity that on one hand, his own daughter was very resistant to this marriage, and on the other hand, this young man was already married. "Actually, I really do have one thing to trouble little brother with. 20 years ago, Master Dustless once said that something had gone wrong with my Wu family's ancestral tomb, and that the Wu Group would gradually decline. I didn't believe it at that time, but after a few years, the Wu Group started to go downhill, and by now, it has been completely reduced to a second-rate company." Speaking of this, Wu Dong's face revealed a look of despondency. When Taoist Dustless said that there was a problem with the Wu family's ancestral tomb, he even took the initiative to say that he would help the Wu family solve the problem. However, at that time, the Wu clan was in full swing, so Wu Dong did not take this matter to heart. Soon after Taoist Dustless left, the Wu clan group began to go downhill, when by then he had already regretted it too late. Over the years, he had also looked for quite a few people who knew feng shui to come and see, but without exception, they were all liars. At this moment, when he saw Qin Chen, he couldn't wait to bring up this matter. "No problem, when are we leaving?" Qin Dust did not hesitate and directly agreed. The old man had once said that his ability to tell fortunes and read feng shui was already no less than his. The matter of feng shui for the ancestral tomb should not be difficult. "I have some things to take care of at the company in the past 2 days, so why don't we leave 3 days later?" Wu Dong's face revealed a touch of joy. Qin Chen nodded and exchanged contact information with Wu Dong. The Wu family's favor was something that had to be returned. The old man had brought himself up with great difficulty, and it was only right for him to return the favor for him. However, Qin Dust had just said goodbye to Wu Dong and came to the hall when he happened to run into two people head-on. Qin Dust? How did you find your way here?" Wu Min stared at Qin Duan, her eyes wide as a trace of panic flashed across her face. After saying that, she hurriedly looked at the man beside her and explained in a panic, "My dear, don't misunderstand. I don't have anything to do with him at all. It's him who's been stalking me." The man beside her, tall and thin, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a suit, at first glance was a bit of a Sven scum. However, in Qin Chen's eyes, this man had a gloomy look. His eyelids were slightly drooping, and he looked at people as if he was scrutinizing them, so he wasn't a good person at first glance. "I heard Xiao Min say that you have a baby marriage with her. Pestering her to get married? What era is this? Still engage in the doll's marriage thing. I'm warning you, in the future, if you dare to harass Xiao Min again, I promise I'll break your legs myself. If you don't believe me, you can try." The man sneered and mockingly threatened. When Wu Min heard this, a look of adoration appeared on her face. "Darling, you're so domineering. That's my favorite thing about you. Saying this, she tightly hugged the man's arm, rather like a little bird-like feeling. The man seemed to enjoy it very much and looked at Qin Chen with even more disdain. Right, I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself. I am the only son of Qian Sanjin, chairman of the Qian Group, Qian Feiyang. After saying that, he proudly looked at Qin Chen, only for him to be somewhat disappointed. Qin Chen's face remained unchanged. One should know that the scale of Qian's group could be ranked in the top 3 among all the enterprises in Jiangcheng. Even Wu Dong, the chairman of Wu Clan Group, had to be polite in front of him. Unexpectedly, this kid in front of him was indifferent after knowing his identity. Arrogant, looking for death. Qian Feiyang's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face instantly turned cold. Those who were familiar with him knew that this was the precursor to his anger. Anyone who offended Qian Feiyang would only end up with one thing, either death or mutilation. But just then, Qin Chen finally spoke. It doesn't matter if you're Qian Feiyang or Qian Fatpig. As for Wu Min, I have nothing to do with her. Saying this, Qin Dust paused, looked at Qian Feiyang with a smirk, and said, but I advise you, there are some things you should abstain from abstaining from. You always take pills. It will have an effect on that aspect of function. You can't even last 5 seconds. Don't you have low self-esteem? Hearing this, Qian Feiyang's pupils shrunk violently and his sweat hairs stood up. How do you know? Qian Feiyang subconsciously wanted to ask, but halfway through his words, he instantly swallowed the latter half of his sentence. You fart. Who are you talking about for 5 seconds? Qian Feiyang directly cursed as if he had been poked in the sore spot. On the side, Wu Min's face was a bit complicated. She was in a relationship with Qian Feiyang only because of Qian Feiyang's background. So when Qian Feiyang repeatedly proposed that the two of them go out and get a room, she politely refused. She knew that what she couldn't get was the most expensive. If Qian Feiyang really got his way, it might not be long before the other party got tired of playing with her and dumped her. So she wanted to wait until the two of them had an open relationship, or even an engagement, before considering that kind of thing. But, looking at Qian Feiyang's reaction just now, it seemed that he had been hit by Qin Chen. 5 seconds, that was too short, right? However, thinking of the tens of billions of assets of the Qian Group, she gritted her teeth and made an instant decision. Play dumb, even if she couldn't do it in that area. So what? As long as there was money, she could endure it all. The big deal was that she would just secretly raise a little white boy outside. Qin Chen, shut up. You're publicly slandering Mr. Qian. Are you tired of living? Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, there won't be a place for you in the entire Jiang city. Wu Min pointed at Qin Chen and threatened loudly. Ha, slander? If you don't believe me, just ask him yourself. I don't have time to bull asterisk with you guys here. Goodbye. After saying that, Qin Chen turned around and left. Young Qian, you're letting him leave like this? Seeing that Qian Feiyang did not stop Qin Chen from leaving in the slightest, Wu Min asked suspiciously. In her impression, Qian Feiyang was a vindictive person. No one who offended him had a good ending. At the very least, they had to have their arms and legs broken. Qian Feiyang looked gloomy and said in a cold voice, I will make him regret his words today. After saying that, he waved his hand. The bodyguard behind him nodded and walked out after Qin Chen. Chapter 5 Sleeping in the Wrong Bedroom. After leaving the building and walking out not too far, Qin Chen smiled helplessly. He made 7 turns to an alleyway, and his figure instantly disappeared. The bodyguard who had been following him was stunned when he saw this. He had undergone professional training and his strength was comparable to that of a special forces soldier. So how could he possibly lose his target? What's more, the target was merely an ordinary person. Just then, he suddenly felt a strong wind flash behind him. Bang! The bodyguard only felt a huge force coming from his neck, and in the next moment, he was pressed against his head, and his entire body was pressed against the wall. Even because of the excessive force, his head was cracked and blood flowed down his face. Qian Feiyang asked you to follow me? Qin Chen said indifferently. A look of pain flashed across the bodyguard's face, but he still clenched his teeth and did not say a word. Quite the backbone. As soon as the words fell, Qin Chen stomped on the bodyguard's ankle. Ka-ching! A crisp bone-cracking sound rang out. The bodyguard could no longer hold back and cried out in pain. Even though he had undergone professional training, a trace of awe flashed in his heart at this moment when his foot was stepped on and broken by a human being. Himself this time. I'm afraid that he had kicked the iron plate. I'll ask you one more time. Did Qian Feiyang send you here? A harmless smile appeared on Qin Chen's face. Seeing that Qin Chen raised his foot again, the bodyguard couldn't hold back any longer and hurriedly shouted. Don't step on it. I'll say it. If both feet were stepped on and broken, even if they could be connected, their strength would be reduced by a large portion, and I'm afraid that they would never be able to work as a bodyguard again for the rest of their lives. Xian Xiao asked me to follow you, and after figuring out your bottom, I will clean you up. the bodyguard said with some trepidation. Qin Chen smiled disdainfully and then threw the bodyguard aside. Go back and tell him to forget about it this time. If he dares to come and mess with me again, it's best to be prepared to be crippled by me in advance. As soon as the words fell, Qin Chen's figure flickered and instantly disappeared. The bodyguard hurriedly looked around, only to realize that he was the only one left in the alley. He immediately lost his color in horror. This young man, his strength had gone beyond his imagination. Thinking of this, he hurriedly climbed up and limped towards the outside of the alley. On the other hand, Qin Chen didn't even put this little episode to heart and directly took a taxi to Gu Yaming's villa. It wasn't that he wanted to take advantage of Gu Yaming, but he was really broke. When he went down the mountain, the old man had only slipped him $300, and he had spent almost all of it on the taxi. Old man, you miser, can it kill you to give little master a little more money? Qin Chen grumbled as he used the key to open the door of the villa. The villa was decorated in a very stylish manner, with a cozy feeling of coming home. By the looks of it, it was most likely designed by that Gu Yaming woman herself. Qin Chen nodded in satisfaction and then took a turn around the villa. After running around for a day, even though he practiced martial arts, he was a bit sleepy at the moment. After taking a shower, he chose a bedroom at random, got under the covers, and fell asleep. Not knowing how long he had slept, Qin Chen was awakened by an ear-piercing ringtone. Hey, who are you looking for? Qin Dust searched for his cell phone for half a day before he answered the call in a daze. Why are you so inked up to answer a call? Where are you now? I have something urgent to find you. On the other end of the phone, came Gu Yaming's somewhat impatient voice. I am now in your villa. How? The words were only halfway spoken when the phone suddenly blacked out. Only then did Qin Chen realize that he had forgotten to charge his cell phone before going to bed. And at such a critical moment, the phone had automatically shut down without power. After charging his cell phone, he pulled open the curtains, only to realize that the sky had already dawned. The time now is estimated to be around 5 o'clock in the morning. Could it be that Gu Yaming woman hadn't returned to the villa all night? And so early to call himself? And in what crazy? While Qin Chen was preparing to take a nap, the bedroom door was violently pushed open, and Gu Yaming slowly walked in. Gu Yaming was still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, and her delicate face still couldn't hide the fatigue on her face. It looked like she had actually stayed up all night. Thinking of what Gu Yaming said at the construction site, Qin Chen was a bit curious. It couldn't be that this woman really supervised the construction site overnight? Are all the big bosses nowadays so desperate? Just then, Gu Yaming yelled with a face full of anger. Qin Chen, who let you sleep in my bed? Qin Chen was stunned. He hadn't paid attention to the decorations in the house yesterday, and now that he took a look, sure enough, the decorations in the house were simple but extremely exquisite. The quilt on the bed and the curtains were all a soft pink color. On the nightstand, there was a bouquet of flowers in full bloom. Directly opposite the bed, a fine dresser was placed. At a glance, a discerning person would know that this was a woman's bedroom. Qin Chen had a mouthful to say. In this situation, to say that it wasn't intentional, he himself wouldn't believe it. You rascal, how dare you sleep in my bed? I'm going to call the police to arrest you. Gu Yaming gritted her teeth and roared angrily. This man in front of her was simply bold and daring to secretly sleep in her room. Moreover, her own personal clothes were in the closet of her room, so maybe Qin Chen had done something out of the ordinary last night. A wave of nausea ran through her at the thought of this, but just at this moment, she suddenly felt an instant pain in her belly as if she had been hit by a speeding car. She couldn't help but cry out in shock, the intense pain causing her to lose the strength to even stand. Instantly squatting on the ground, seeing Gu Yaming's forehead oozing a layer of cold sweat and her face turning pale, Qin Chen frowned. He stepped forward and grabbed Gu Yaming's wrist, and Gu Yaming wanted to break free, but felt unable to use a single ounce of strength. You rascal, what do you want to do to me? Gu Yaming was terrified. If this man in front of her took the opportunity to do something to her, she was afraid that she wouldn't have the slightest chance to resist. Qin Chen said helplessly, what's going on in your head when it's already time? You should be having menstrual cramps. Can't you feel it yourself? Gu Yaming froze. She did have menstrual cramps. She had her period yesterday morning, and after running around all day and staying up all night at the construction site, she didn't expect that the menstrual cramps would be stronger than any other time before. Now she felt a fiery pain throughout her belly, like someone was holding a hammer all the time. In the drawer of the nightstand, there are painkillers. Bring them to me. Gu Yaming even had almost no strength to speak. In just a few minutes, the clothes on her body were already soaked with sweat. Alas, forget it, who let me need it? Qin Chen helplessly squatted down, then picked Gu Yaming up horizontally. Gu Yaming's eyes immediately widened, and her face was filled with a look of horror. What are you doing? I'm warning you. Before he could finish his words, Qin Chen placed her on the bed. What's the warning? Be honest. Qin Chen said fiercely with a stern face. Gu Yaming hurriedly closed her mouth, but the trembling of her body still revealed her inner fear. Taking painkillers won't solve what's wrong with you, and you'll still be in pain after the strength of the medicine. Do you want to completely cure this problem? Qin Chen looked at Gu Yaming and said indifferently. Chapter 6, Get your filthy hands off me. How to cure it? Gu Yaming blurted out. But then, she regretted it. She had been to quite a few hospitals to see this disease, and the doctors, without exception, said that they would let her treat it conservatively and eat some Chinese medicine to nourish her body. But she had eaten a lot of Chinese medicine, and there was no effect at all. So many doctors were unable to do anything. Could this man be able to cure himself? How could it be? The other party must be trying to take advantage of herself. Can't let this pervert have his way. I feel better now. You go out first. I'll rest myself for a while, Gu Yaming said as she endured the pain. She quietly gripped her cell phone, ready to call for help as soon as the other party left the bedroom. Qin Chen shook his head helplessly. In practicing medicine, there was an unwritten rule. Those who avoided treatment would not be treated. In other words, a patient who did not trust the doctor would not be treated. Since this woman didn't believe that she could cure her illness, then forget it. Thinking of this, Qin Chen headed out of the bedroom. Seeing this scene, Gu Yaming let out a sigh of relief. But just then, another sharp pain came from her belly. She let out a muffled grunt, and a layer of cold sweat seeped out all over her body. Even the cell phone in her hand didn't have the strength to hold on to it. Qin Chen sighed slightly as he heard Gu Yaming's agonized voice. The old man once said that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. If this woman isn't saved, there's a real possibility that she'll die alive from the pain. I'm not exactly breaking the rules here. After murmuring a few times, he turned back to the bedside. Seeing Qin Chen return, Gu Yaming was startled. Why don't you leave? Gu Yaming said weakly. After she finished her sentence, she actually didn't have the strength to continue, as if she was going to faint at any moment. Someone had once described the feeling of menstrual cramps. It felt as if someone was holding a dull knife and cutting flesh from their body one by one. Some people could pass out from the pain. Right now, Gu Yaming was feeling this way. Life was worse than death. Qin Chen did not speak, but lifted Gu Yaming's blouse, revealing her belly. Gu Yaming's eyes were filled with terror, as if she had already thought of what would happen next, but she didn't have the strength to resist at all. 2 lines of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. She had even thought about the fact that after this incident, she would kill this man and then commit suicide. The next moment, a palm pressed down on the small of her back. Gu Yaming closed her eyes in despair. Helplessness and humiliation spread, but after a few seconds passed, she was shocked and opened her eyes. Looking at Qin Chen, not only did that palm not move anywhere else, it even gave off a warmth that eased her pain. How was this possible? But the warmth coming from her belly made her believe it. Qin Chen couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he stroked Gu Yaming's jade-like smooth skin. Although his purpose was to heal and save people, his gaze inevitably saw some places he shouldn't have looked at. This woman's figure was just too perfect. There wasn't a single ounce of fat around her waist, and there were even 2 vestigial lines because of her long-term exercise. And further up, although it was covered by the clothes, one could still vaguely see that proud figure. This body proportion, too heavenly. If I look any further, I'm afraid I'm going to make a fool of myself. Qin Chen hurriedly turned his head and calmed his mind, which forced that fire in his body to be suppressed. Move up a little. Gu Yaming twisted her head, biting her lips and whispering. Although she didn't know what tactics the other party had used, her menstrual cramps were indeed lessening. However, it seemed that only the area covered by Qin Chen's palm could relieve the pain, and the part that was leaning upwards was still currently in immense pain. But after saying this, Gu Yaming instantly regretted it. What was she doing? She had never said such words to a man in her life. Qin Chen did not say anything, but his palm moved upwards slightly. A moment later, Gu Yaming took a deep breath and finally felt the unbearable pain disappear. I'm better. Remove your dirty hands. Gu Yaming resumed the cold demeanor she had at the beginning of the meeting and said in an indifferent tone. Qin Chen withdrew his palm, but his tone was a bit puzzled as he asked, You woman, you're too ungrateful, aren't you? I cured your illness. It's just as well if you don't say thank you. Why is your attitude still so bad? Gu Yaming pulled her clothes down while sitting up from the bed. She let out a cold snort and said indifferently, Tell me, what exactly is your purpose in approaching me? Did my family send you here, or is it my competitor? I can double the amount of money they pay you. Qin Chen smiled helplessly. This woman turned out to be treating herself as a commercial spy. If I say that I got the wrong blind date and married you by mistake, would you believe me? Qin Chen said with a bitter smile. You got the wrong blind date? Gu Yaming instantly widened her eyes filled with an unbelievable look. She looked Qin Chuan up and down, and seeing that Qin Chuan's expression did not look like a fake, she could not say anything at once. Could it be that after half a day's mess, this marriage thing was a big oops? Himself and the other person at the same time recognized the wrong blind date, and then also received a license to get married? If not for the fact that this thing happened to her, she would not have believed it. Alright, you should be able to recover after resting for a while. When you recover better, we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to do the divorce formalities. After Qin Chen finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait, Gu Yaming hurriedly spoke out to stop it. Although she didn't want to cross paths with this man in front of her, there was something that she had to confirm with the other party. How do you know that the capping of our Gu Group's building will fail? Gu Yaming's eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression became serious. She had called Qin Chen early in the morning just to ask about this matter. Last night, Qin Chen had said that the building would continue to collapse if it continued to be capped. At that time, she hadn't taken Qin Chen's words to heart. Until this morning, the roof of the building, which had just been sealed, collapsed without warning. It was important to realize that she had been at the site to keep an eye on the roof this time. Whether it was the labor or the materials used, it was the topmost configuration, but the roofing still failed. Only then did she remember that Qin Chen had once said that there was 1,000 years of grievances in this building, and that no matter how the roof was sealed, it would never succeed. That's why she called Qin Chen. She just didn't expect that Qin Chen had sneaked into her villa and even slept in her bedroom. It was simply audacious. Hearing Gu Yaming's words, Qin Chen shook his head helplessly. I knew it. Did you cap it again? And failed again? Qin Chen asked. Chapter 7 Impersonating a Wife. Gu Yaming snorted coldly. So what if I am? Looking at Gu Yaming's cold and arrogant appearance, Qin Chen could not help but feel a pang of amusement. Ever since the first meeting with her, he had felt that this woman was incredibly high and cold. When talking to others, she had always had a condescending attitude, and now that she had come to ask for her help, she was still this cold. Could it be that this woman couldn't beg? Ms. Gu, if you trust me, it's better to give up on that building. As you're well aware, underneath that construction site used to be a martyrdom pit, and I'm afraid that hundreds of abused slaves are buried inside. After 1,000 years, the land here has long since been eroded by resentment, Qin Chen said in a deep voice. Gu Yaming frowned slightly, but I've already gotten someone to change the design, and they said. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Chen waved his hand, interrupting Gu Yaming. They said that the current building is shaped like a coffin, and it can suppress that resentment, right? Seeing Gu Yaming's shocked expression, Qin Chen continued with a smile. Unfortunately, they're not up to par and didn't see that the resentment has accumulated for at least 1,000 years. Merely changing the design plans is useless. It didn't have any effect in the beginning, but now that the building is ready to be capped, to the grievances, it's preparing to seal the coffin, and the grievances will never sit back and wait for death. If you continue to try to seal the roof, it will definitely fail again, and it might even kill people, Qin Chen explained seriously. 1,000 years of grievances. A flash of shock passed through Gu Yaming's beautiful eyes, and her face turned ugly. It looked like Qin Chen's words had touched her greatly. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at Qin Chen. Since you can tell about this 1,000-year grievance, is there a way to solve it? As long as you can solve it, you can ask for as much money as you want, Gu Yaming said in a deep voice. Money? Money has no meaning to me, Qin Chen said to himself. Then what do you want? Gu Yaming's eyes changed as she continued to ask. Qin Chen's gaze turned and sized up Gu Yaming's body. Gu Yaming was instantly startled and said in a cold voice, Don't even think about it. It's impossible. Qin Chen said helplessly. What are you thinking? I just want you to impersonate my wife and talk to my master on the phone. Gu Yaming froze. Impersonate? Your wife? Qin Chen said with a straight face. Of course. The blind date my master arranged for me was spoiled by you. You have to be responsible for this matter, right? Gu Yaming's face was like frost, and her entire aura went cold. She was at least the chairman of the Gu Group, managing a business empire with tens of thousands of employees under her command, and the company's daily water flow amounted to hundreds of millions. To let herself go and pretend to be someone else's wife? How could that be possible? It was simply whimsical. Impossible. I will never agree to you. Gu Yaming's tone of refusal was extremely firm, her complexion icy cold. Qin Chen laughed and said, That's right. How could a big shot like you agree to pretend to be my wife? If you're free, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with me now to get a divorce. By the way, I see that you still don't die, so I kindly advise you, that building, you'd better give up. I dare say, except for me and my master, no one can solve that resentment. After saying that, Qin Chen directly left the bedroom. However, after he waited in the villa's living room for half a day, Gu Yaming didn't follow him out. Just as he was puzzled, the bedroom door was pushed open and a figure slowly walked out. Seeing Gu Yaming's outfit at this moment, Qin Chen directly looked dumbfounded. In just a few minutes, Gu Yaming had actually changed her clothes. Now she had black high heels on her feet, and a black slim-fit suit that showed off her slender figure. And she didn't need to see it to know that it was a haute couture style. On the white shirt lined inside, a brooch in the shape of a flying bird could be seen vaguely. Other than that, there was no more jewelry on her body. As the saying goes, people rely on their clothes. But in Gu Yaming's case, it was just the opposite. Such a dress that didn't look special was instantly upgraded by several notches when worn on Gu Yaming's body. In Qin Chen's eyes, there were only two words that could describe Gu Yaming at this moment. Elegant. It was really elegant. Even with a cold face, she still couldn't hide that unique charm. Are you sure that you can resolve that 1,000-year-old grudge? Gu Yaming stared at Qin Chen, her eyes fluctuating without any fluctuation. Qin Dust felt that in just a few minutes, Gu Yaming looked like a different person, and the aura on her body had become extremely powerful. That's fine, but, Qin Chuan's words were only halfway through when Gu Yaming forcefully interrupted. I don't want to hear the reason. I only look at the result. If you remove the grievances, I'll agree to your conditions. Qin Chen froze. Conditions? What conditions? Just as he finished speaking, he instantly reacted. You promised to pretend to be my wife to deal with my master? Qin Chen was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that Gu Yaming, who had just firmly rejected himself, would change her mind again so quickly. Gu Yaming gritted her teeth and said in an icy tone, in the future, you are not allowed to mention those two words again. Although she had agreed to Qin Chen's conditions, she still couldn't accept the man in front of her who she hadn't known for a long time to call her wife. I'll give you 3 days. If you can't solve the matter of the construction site, then the agreement between us will be null and void. After saying that, Gu Yaming did not even look at Qin Chen and walked towards the gate. Wait! Qin Chen hurriedly blocked the way. Anything else? Gu Yaming's tone was icy cold, seemingly a bit impatient. Give me $100 million. Qin Chen straightened his hand out. What did you say? Do you know how big a sum of money $100 million is? Gu Yaming's brows furrowed in disbelief as she asked. Was this man crazy? As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked for $100 million with himself. Did he really think that his money came from the wind? One must know that $100 million in cash was not something that even many large companies were able to take out immediately. You don't think that you can solve the 1,000 years of grievances without spending a single penny, do you? I'm taking this money, but I'm prepared to solve the problem for you, so forget it if I don't. Qin Chen said arrogantly. You'd better not have lied to me, or I'll make you regret it. After saying that, Gu Yaming took out a black bank card from her bag and flung it into Qin Chen's hand. There's more than $100 million in here. Take it. Gu Yaming snorted coldly. With the strength of the Gu group, if Qin Chen dared to run, within 10 minutes, he would be able to get him back. After giving the bank card, Gu Yaming turned around and left. But who knew? Before she could take a few steps, Qin Chen's voice came from behind her again. Wait! Qin Chen shouted. If eyes could kill, I'm afraid Qin Chen would have already died 800 times. What's the matter? Can't you finish at once? Gu Yaming said coldly. Aren't we going to go through the divorce procedure? Pretend to be my wife. There's no need to show my master the marriage certificate. Qin Chen took out the marriage certificate and asked carefully. Chapter 8, you don't have what I want. Just, let it be for now. Gu Yaming put down a sentence and hurriedly left, leaving Qin Chen alone and depressed. This woman, what does she think? Obviously got the marriage wrong, and as a result, she's not willing to divorce anymore. It wouldn't rely on me, right? Qin Chen muttered, then shook his head. Unlikely. Then the woman who can take out $100 million in cash. I'm afraid that both eyes are blind and can't see me. Forget it, don't think about it. Anyway, just find a wife and deal with the old man. Qin Chen played with the exquisite bank card in his hand for a while and then put it away. He took a cab and asked the driver to send him to the biggest jewelry store in Jiangcheng. Radiant Dream. The name is quite good. Qin Chen looked at the name of the jewelry store and walked into the store with big strides. Sir, may I ask what you are going to buy? Do you need me to introduce you? As soon as he entered, a shopper greeted him. Qin Chen could not help but secretly nod his head. It was worthy of being the largest jewelry store in Jiangcheng. His own clothes looked like cheap goods at first glance, but the guide in front of him did not look contemptuous at all. Instead, he even went forward to actively receive himself. Call your boss out. I'll talk business with him, Qin Chen said. The shopper was just about to speak when a woman in an OL uniform frowned and walked over. Looking for our boss? Sorry, our boss only receives customers who spend more than $1 million in a single transaction, the woman said indifferently. This woman had a badge hanging on her chest with the word manager written on it, which seemed to be the leader of these shoppers. The business I'm looking for him to talk about is more than $1 million. Qin Chen's words had not finished. The opposite female manager suddenly like a face change. A smile was instantly put on her just now indifferent face, then ignored Qin Chuan and walked towards the pair of men and women who had just walked through the door. Young Qian, what kind of wind has blown you over today? That Xiao Zhang, What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and bring out my treasured big red robe to make tea for young Master Qin and Miss Wu. And little Li, you hurry to the boss's office. Just say that Mr. Qin is here. Let him put whatever urgent matters he has on the back burner and come to see Mr. Qin first. The female manager was respectful and incomparable. A 180-degree reversal from her attitude when she had just spoken to Qin Chen. Seeing these two people, Qin Chen smiled helplessly. The world was really small. He had actually bumped into Chen Fei Yang and Wu Min again. Wu Min, on the other hand, obviously saw Qin Chen as well. She approached Chen Fei Yang's ear and gently said 2 words. Immediately afterward, Chen Fei Yang looked up at Qin Chen with a hint of a smile, if any, at the corner of his mouth. What does that person do? Looking like a beggar, affecting our mood to buy things? Chen Fei Yang asked, pointing at Qin Duan. The female manager was stunned, then explained, Young Qian, that person is probably having brain problems. As soon as he entered the door, this person was clamoring for our boss, saying that he wanted to talk business. He also didn't look in the mirror to see what kind of demeanor he has. How does he deserve to see our boss? Don't worry, I'll kick him out right away and not let him get in your way. The female manager had worked in the jewelry store for so many years, and she still had the ability to read people. She could tell at a glance that the two sides knew each other and seemed to have a bit of a beef, and which side to stand on. There was no need to consider at all. This person in front of her is the only son of the chairman of the Qin Group. Every time he came to the jewelry store to buy jewelry for a woman, it was at least 100,000 to start with. In the past 2 years, the commission she earned on Chen Fei Yang was almost enough to lift a car. It's not too much to offer such a big god of wealth. Thinking of this, the female manager walked up to Qin Chen and said indifferently, Sorry sir, please leave now. Qin Chen frowned slightly. What do you mean? Are you kicking me out? If I remember correctly, blatant discrimination against guests. I can go to the officials to complain against you. The female manager laughed, seemingly not taking Qin Chen's words to heart at all. It's our store's freedom to receive what kind of guests. If you're not satisfied, we welcome you to complain. But before that, please hurry up and leave, or I'll call security. The female manager warned with a cold face. After saying that, she also looked at the 2 security guards at the door. The threatening implication was very obvious. Woman stepped on her high-heeled shoes and walked over proudly. With a bottom feeder like you, you're also worthy of coming here to spend money? Woman's face was full of disdain and her mocking expression was not hidden at all. Chen Fei Yang said indifferently, Xiao Min, don't bother with him. Talking to this kind of person is degrading yourself. Just have the manager blow him out. Yesterday, he had wanted the bodyguard to tail Qin Chen, find out where he landed, and then clean up Qin Chen's mess. It was just that the bodyguard came back and actually told him that there were too many cars on the road and that he had lost his target. He was just looking for a place to vent his anger, but he didn't expect to run into Qin Dan again. This time, he wanted to let Qin Duan know that the other party was no different from the trash on the ground in his eyes. What if I just don't leave? Qin Dus looked at the female manager and said in a deep voice, Think about it, I'm here to talk business with your boss. If you spoil this business, I'm afraid you can't afford the responsibility. Hearing this, Wu Min raised his eyebrows and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin Chen, I found out that you're quite good at lying, telling lies without a draft, just opening your mouth. You also don't take a look in the mirror to see what kind of virtue you have. And you're still talking big about talking business with the boss of someone else's radiant dream? The clothes on Qin Chen's body appeared to be ground floor goods. Even if a rich person was low-key, they wouldn't wear such trashy goods. Therefore, Wu Min would never believe that Qin Chen had the strength to talk business with a jewelry store. Seeing that Qin Dus didn't want to leave, the female manager beckoned to the 2 security guards outside the door and pointed at Qin Dus. The 2 security guards entered the door and immediately surrounded Qin Duan in the center with one on the left and one on the right. Qin Dus snorted coldly. Forget it, you guys probably don't have anything I want to buy here. No need to send them off, I'll leave on my own. Saying that, Qin Dus turned around and walked towards the front door. Woman disdainfully skimmed her mouth and mocked, Poor stickman who wants to save face and live to suffer. All the money he earns in this life can't afford to buy a ring on my hand. He deserves to be poor for the rest of his life. And at this time, a stern voice suddenly came from the stairs. Stop right there. The crowd followed the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged man slowly walking down the stairs. This person was short and fat, and his appearance was unimpressive. One could even say that he was a bit ugly. However, this person had the aura of a superior person who was not angry. What did you just say? I don't have anything you want to buy in my store? Tell me instead, what do you want to buy? If I don't have it here, I'll personally apologize and respectfully send you out the door. But if I have it here, humph, I'll personally break your legs and let you know what is meant by rules. The middle-aged man stared at Qin Chen and said in a cold voice. Chapter 9 Dragon Turtle. Seeing this person, Chen Fei Yang hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Jean, Why bother affecting your mood for such a loser? In this case, I'll have my bodyguards take him out and break both his legs, so as not to get in your way. Chen Feiyang's voice carried a few hints of respect and currying favor, and then he gave a look to the bodyguard under his hand. But the middle-aged man who was called Mr. Qin was waving his hand, stopping it. No need. I'm a person with this temper. It's fine for you to talk about me, but not about my store. I'd like to see what this kid wants to buy that he dares to blabber in front of me. Qin Chen could not help but laugh at the situation. However, he did not answer Mr. Jin's question, but pointed to a pendant on the counter and asked, Mr. Qin has a study on the doctrine of feng shui? This dragon turtle is really good. Wu Min interjected from the side. Qin Chen, what are you babbling about here? Hurry up and answer General Manager Jin's question. However, Mr. Qin waved his hand to stop Wu Min, then said smugly, not bad. You are considered to have some vision. This dragon turtle of mine is a high person who has opened the light, auspicious and attracts wealth. Some people have offered a high price of $30 million, and I didn't sell it. Hearing this price, the crowd couldn't help but be taken aback. How could they not expect that the ornaments that were usually placed on the counter in an inconspicuous manner would be worth so much money? Qin Chen shook his head and said indifferently, the dragon turtle is not bad, but unfortunately, it was placed in the wrong place. Hearing this, Qian Feiyang immediately grunted coldly, kid, who do you think you are? Dare to tell Mr. Qin what to do? Besides, Radiant Dream is the largest jewelry store in Jiangchang. A day's turnover tops your work for a lifetime. If the dragon turtle is placed in the wrong place, like you said, how can Mr. Qin make money every day? For Qian Feiyang's compliments, Mr. Qin was obviously very flattered. He nodded his head with a smile and said, not bad. I've had someone look at this location, and it couldn't be more appropriate to put the dragon turtle. Qin Chen shook his head and said, this tall man, his level is indeed high, but he seems to have no good intentions towards Mr. Qin. In the past few years, has Mr. Qin had many dreams at night and was depressed, always feeling like you don't have enough energy? Mr. Qin snorted coldly, nonsense, I'm not an immortal. I've been overworked these past few years, so it's normal that I don't have enough energy. Qin Chen was not amused, and came over to Mr. Jin's side, whispering, when Mr. Qin dreams at night, does he often dream of snakes wrapping around his body, and then being swallowed by a large turtle in one gulp? Hearing these words, General Manager Qin was like being hit by 5 thunderbolts, and instantly stared wide-eyed in frozen place. How did you know that? General Manager Jin's voice trembled, and a trace of fear even appeared on his face. Wu Min and Chen Feiyang didn't know what had happened and were puzzled. Mr. Qin, can we talk about business now? Qin Chen changed his words and shifted the topic back to business matters. Seeing this, Wu Min hurriedly said, Mr. Qin, don't let him fool you. This person is good at flowery language. He is definitely a liar. General Manager Qin glared at Wu Min and said in a low voice, it's not your turn to meddle in what I do. After saying that, he looked at Chen Feiyang again and said indifferently, Feiyang, at least you are the successor of the Qian group. You can't even manage a woman? Chen Feiyang's face was a shade of green and white, extremely unsightly. Wu Min knew that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly shrank back. This gentleman, let's go to my office to discuss in detail. Saying this, General Manager Qin made a motion of invitation and his tone became respectful. Qin Chen was ungracious and swaggered away after General Manager Qin. Before going upstairs, he also gave Qian Feiyang and Wu Min a disdainful look, causing the duo to clench their teeth in anger. Young Qian, Mr. Qin must have been tricked by that punk. Shall we? Before Wu Min could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by Qian Feiyang. Shut the hell up, you punk. Do you know how important Mr. Qin is to our Qian group? Mr. Jin's jewelry group is already not weaker than our Qian group. Yesterday, he also announced that he had taken out $8 billion for investment. Do you know how much the Qian group needs this money? It was not easy for me to use the excuse of buying jewelry to come and talk business with Mr. Qin, and now it's all spoiled by you. Qian Feiyang's face was hostile and hideous, frightening Wu Min so much that she turned pale and didn't dare to say a word. Wu Min had grown up as a pampered child. Where had she ever been yelled at like this? She just wanted to turn around and leave. But then she remembered Qian Feiyang's identity. Chen Feiyang was the sole heir of the Qian group. If he got another $8 billion of investment from Mr. Qin, I'm afraid that Qian's group would become one of the largest groups in Jiangchang. At that time, as Qian Feiyang's girlfriend or even wife, she would also be able to enjoy the scenery and become the chairman's wife of the Qian group. Thinking of this, she held back her aggression and hurriedly took Qian Feiyang's arm. Honey, I was wrong. I also didn't expect Mr. Qin to be fooled by that loser so easily. Don't worry, when I see Mr. Qin in a while, I will definitely fight for you to get the investment. Wu Min clipped her voice and pouted. Chen Fei Yang snorted coldly and paid no attention to Wu Min at all. On the other side, coming to Qin Dust followed General Manager Jin to the office. However, Mr. Jin's office was different from the average person's office. In his office, all the furniture was made of yellow pear and looked ancient. The painting hanging on the wall was of Tong Pak Fu. The teapot on the table was of alabaster, and even the burning incense could be smelled with a flavor of ambergris. Low-key, yet luxurious. Mr. Jin's office is nice, Qin Chen complimented, then sat down on the chair with a big grin. General Manager Jin hurriedly smiled and said, Mr. Qin, don't call me General Manager Jin, just call me by my first name, Jin Huan. In the future, I'm not going to hide it from you. I did have frequent nightmares in the past 2 years, and the contents of my dreams were exactly the same as what you said. I've also tried taking sleeping pills, going to the temple to offer incense, and even seeing a psychiatrist, but it didn't help at all. Since you can tell, is there a way to break it? Jin Huan had already recognized the other party as a master. Although Qin Chen was not very old, the fact that he could accurately tell what he had dreamed meant that he must have 2 skills. It was better to believe it than not. He hadn't slept a single good night in the past 2 years tormented by this dream, and his energy was drained as if he had been drained. It was also because he didn't have the energy to continue running the company that he was prepared to take out the money on his books and invest it. And hearing Jin Huan's words, Qin Chen nodded. I just said that the person who set up the dragon turtle for you wants to harm you. As the saying goes, if you want to get rich quickly, fight the 3 deadlies. This dragon turtle was supposed to suppress the 3 deadlies' position in the jewelry store, but it ended up suppressing your destiny. In other words, this jewelry store, now, is using your lifespan, in exchange for fortune. If it continues, within a year, you will die a violent death. Qin Chen explained indifferently. Jin Huan sniffed and was completely dumbfounded. Trading my lifespan, for fortune? Jin Huan's voice trembled, and a look of fear filled his face. Chapter 10 Tarzan Stone Essence. Suddenly, he gave Qin Chen a serious bow and said, Master Qin, please still save my life. No matter what conditions you have, I will agree. Just as well. Eradicating harmful things is also the rule of my master's sect, Qin Chen said indifferently. With that, he stretched out his right hand, pinched up his fingers, and mouthed the words. Seeing this, Jin Huan hurriedly held his breath, not even daring to breathe. A few moments later, Qin Chen took a long breath and looked up. I've already calculated the position of the 3 evils of this store of yours. In a moment, you can dissolve it by pointing the tail of the dragon turtle at the fish tank in the southwest direction. Jin Huan froze. So simple? Qin Chen rolled his eyes and said disdainfully. The dragon turtle has a spirit. It's still more than enough to suppress this small store of yours. Just make good offerings in the future. Jin Huan hurriedly said respectfully, Master Qin, I'll remember. Qin Chen nodded slightly, then asked, I came here because I want to talk to you about a business deal. You deal in jewelry and jade. I wonder if you have any Tarzan stone essence? Jin Huan pointed to the ink stone on the table with some doubt and said, Are you talking about this kind of Taishan stone essence? This thing, it doesn't seem to be very valuable, right? Tarzan stone essence was a special stone produced in Tarzan. Although it was expensive, it was not rare. Even many big families would use the Taishan stone essence to make a stone daredevil, standing outside the door of the house to ward off evil spirits. How could a feng shui master like Qin Chen not find a Taishan stone essence? Qin Chen smiled and said, What I want is not a side piece. I'm going to make 2 stone lions out of Taishan stone essence. I wonder if Mr. Jin has any in stock? Hearing this, Jin Huan finally realized why Qin Chen said at the beginning that he couldn't buy what he wanted from himself. The stone material that could be made into stone lions needed to be at least 2 meters tall. It was important to know that the larger the Tarzan stone essence, the more valuable it was. A 2-meter tall stone could be said to be sky high. What's more, even if one wanted to buy it, such a large Tarzan stone essence could be encountered but not sought. Master Qin, a trace of difficulty appeared on Jin Huan's face. Qin Dust said, Don't worry about the money. I can call the deposit over to you right now. With that, Qin Chen placed the bank card on the table. Seeing the bank card, Jin Huan was startled. This kind of bank card, which was black in color with a gold border, was not more than 10 in all of Jiangcheng. Only those who had deposits of at least $100 million were qualified to apply for this kind of bank card. The young man in front of him had taken out $100 million in one shot, and was by no means an ordinary person. Jin Huan gritted his teeth and pushed the bank card back. This money, Master Qin had better take it back. Tonight, I'll send the Tarzan stone essence over to you as a friend. Jin Huan had just seen Qin Chen's strength. If one could befriend this kind of person, the benefits it would bring could not be measured in terms of money. Qin Chen also didn't expect Jin Huan to be so generous, giving away the Tarzan stone essence worth hundreds of millions of dollars when he said so. Mr. Jin, I'm a person who is not used to owing favors. Since you won't accept money, I'll give you one more piece of advice. Your heavenly court is red and your eyebrows are glowing. You should have a not so small fortune lately, except that the tips of your eyebrows are black. And during that time, there will be a villainous person. Remember that. After saying that, Qin Chen stood straight up. Mr. Jean, there's no need to send it off. Just contact me when the item arrives. Without waiting for Jean Huan to react, Qin Chen had already left his office. Seeing Qin Dust hurriedly coming down from upstairs, Qianfei Yang and Wu Min both immediately revealed a disdainful look. From the time Qin Duan went up to the time he left, it was less than 10 minutes combined. He had definitely been kicked out by General Manager Jean, who had dismantled the deception, so quickly revealed by Chief Jin's true colors? Oh, a waste is a waste, and will never make it to the stage in your life. Saying that, she raised the diamond ring in her hand and mocked. See, this is the diamond ring that Qian Shao just bought for me. It cost $800,000. You, a dirtbag, can't afford it in your lifetime, right? Qin Chen was naturally too lazy to pay attention to Wu Min. A diamond was just a diamond. $800,000 to buy it. The store would directly depreciate to less than $100,000 without leaving the store. This thing, proper IQ tax. What's more, he now has a bank card with hundreds of millions of dollars in his pocket. As long as he wanted to, he could buy all the diamonds in this store. Ignoring Wu Min's provocation, Qin Chen directly left the jewelry store. Qianfei Yan wanted to ask his bodyguard to teach Qin Chen a lesson, but just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw Jean Huan hurriedly running down from upstairs. Where is that young man just now? Jean Huan asked eagerly. Qianfei Yang and Wu Min thought that Qin Duan had cheated Jean Huan and Jean Huan was ready to retaliate. Wu Min hurriedly said, Mr. Jean, don't be angry. It's not worth it to be angry because of a liar. Don't worry, leave this crook to us. We will definitely clean him up and take the heat for you. Wu Min wanted to curry favor with Jean Huan, but who would have thought that as soon as the words left her mouth, Jean Huan slapped her in the face. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap rang out, and everyone was stunned, especially the clerks of the Radiant Dream Jewelry Store, who had worked for so many years. It was the first time they had seen Jean Huan so angry. Mr. Jean, what are you? Wu Min covered her face, her eyes full of a grieved look. Asshole, when was I cheated? If you can't speak, you can keep your mouth shut. Jean Huan rebuked with a cold face. After saying that, he simply ignored the duo and turned towards the cashier. He carefully moved the dragon turtle on the cash register and aimed his tail at the fish tank. Instantly, Jean Huan felt a refreshing coolness all over his body, and his spirit cleared up quite a bit. It really works. Jean Huan was overjoyed. If just now in the office, he only believed Qin Chen's words by 70 to 8%, now it was 10%. On the side, Wu Min looked at Qianfei Yang in aggravation, but Qianfei Yang's face was extremely ugly. Do you have a brain problem? Even if Mr. Jean was cheated, you can't just say it outright? Isn't this slapping him in the face? Shut up for a while, or else I won't spare you if you delay the investment, Qianfei Yang reprimanded. Wu Min's face turned white with fear and nodded repeatedly. Qianfei Yang snorted coldly and walked towards Jean Huan. Mr. Jean, I'm sorry, just now it was Wu Min who said something wrong. I've already taught her a lesson. I came over today because I wanted to find Mr. Jean to discuss about the investment. As you know, Xian Group's position in Jiangcheng. If our two families join forces, we can definitely make a big profit, Qianfei Yang said sincerely. Jean Huan nodded and was about to speak when his eyes changed violently. He thought of what Qin Chen had said to him when he was leaving. He was about to have a fortune, talking about what should be an investment, and there would be a villain in the meantime. Could it be that? Jean Huan suddenly raised his head and sized up Qianfei Yang and the two of them. Go away. My money will not be invested in Xian Group. With that, he made a gesture of sending off. Chapter 11 Carving. These words directly froze Qianfei Yang. No matter which way you looked at it, the Qian Group was an excellent investment target. How could Jean Huan directly reject himself without even chatting? Could it be that Jean Huan had a better investment target? Just as he was wondering, Jean Huan had already gone upstairs. Young Qian, should we go talk again? Wu Min said as he carefully glanced at Qianfei Yang. Talk my ass off. They've said it all, so why should I go up there and put a hot face on a cold ass? I can't afford to lose that person. Qianfei Yang gasped for air and walked towards the door of the jewelry store in anger. Seeing this, Wu Min hurriedly followed. At this time, the female manager stopped in front of the two of them and said with some difficulty, Young Qian, the money for the ring. Qianfei Yang snorted coldly. Go ask for it with that woman. After saying that, he left without looking back. Wu Min held the diamond ring worth $800,000 in her hand. Her face was unsightly. She loved this ring, but if Qianfei Yang didn't pay for it, she simply couldn't afford it. Although no one from the jewelry store's clerk said anything, she felt that all these people's gazes were mocking her. Qin Chen, it's all because of you that I've lost face. Just you wait, I'll make you pay 100 times over. Woman gritted her teeth and cursed Qin Chen in her heart. She felt that the culprit for her being so humiliated today was Qin Chen. Qin Chen, who had left the jewelry store, didn't look back at Yiming's villa, but arrived at a busy street. This street was lined with rows of tall office buildings, and the road was filled with urban white-collar workers in a hurry. Qin Chen looked at a brand new building and suddenly quieted down. Things are different, so that's what it means. Qin Dus let out a self-deprecating laugh. The expression on his face could not be said to be crying or laughing. 20 years ago, the Qin family was considered one of the top entrepreneurs in Zhengcheng. It was only a fire that caused the Qin couple to be buried in flames. If it wasn't for the fact that the old man was passing by and happened to save the young Qin Chen from the fire, the Qin family would have been annihilated. Of course, Qin Chuan was too young at that time, and his memory of that period was very vague. He only remembered that the Qin family seemed to have offended someone at that time, and not long after that, the Qin family's company building caught fire. This time, Qin Chen returned to Jiangcheng. On the one hand, he came to meet a blind date. On the other hand, he was investigating the real culprit who killed his parents back then. The vengeance of his parents was not shared. Qin Chen was radiating a terrifying fluctuation, and passers-by cast astonished gazes before carefully circling around. He investigated the surrounding area, but did not have much to show for it. Time had passed and many people no longer had much of an impression of what happened back then. While Qin Chen was thinking, Gu Yaming called him. Hey, you won't run away with my money, right? I've already asked the construction side, and they said you didn't even go to the construction site today. I'm warning you, if you can't solve the problems at the construction site within 3 days, there will be consequences. Gu Yaming threatened in a cold voice. After saying that, without even giving Qin Chen a chance to speak, Gu Yaming directly hung up the phone. Qin Chen held the phone with a helpless face. This woman, she didn't know where she got her anger from, and she threw it all on herself. He was just about to dial the phone back to explain about the stone lion when the phone rang again. Master Qin, are you free now? I've already sent someone to get the Tarzan stone essence over, and the location will be sent to your cell phone right away. Jin Huan said respectfully, prepare the carving tools for me. I'll be there in a moment. Qin Chen looked at the time after hanging up the phone. Only a few hours had passed since he left the jewelry store. In such a short period of time, Jin Huan had gotten 2 pieces of Tarzan stone essence of this size, living up to his reputation as the owner of the largest jewelry store in Zhengcheng. A few seconds later, his phone received an address, a large warehouse, not very far from where he was. Taking a cab, Qin Chen went straight to the warehouse. Since his parents' blood feud was now clueless, he would first settle the matter at the construction site. After arriving at the warehouse, Jin Huan was already waiting at the door. As soon as Qin Chuan entered, he saw 2 huge Tarzan stone essences in the middle of the warehouse. Good stuff. Qin Dust couldn't help but praise them. Being praised by Qin Chuan, a hint of smugness flashed across Jin Huan's face. Master Qin is flattered. In fact, these 2 pieces of Tarzan stone essence, I was originally going to wait until I died to build them into tomb-suppressing beasts to avoid good fortune and misfortune. But now since Master Qin has a use for them, I'll have to bear the pain. Jin Huan said boldly. Qin Dust looked Jin Huan up and down and smiled. Mr. Jin has plenty of blood chi and still has at least 40 to 50 years of life left, so I'm afraid it would be a waste if these 2 stones continue to be put away. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Jin Huan's eyes lit up. The strength Qin Dust had shown was definitely the strongest among so many masters he had seen. When he said that he could still live for another 40 to 50 years, it was 100% true. Thinking of this, he laughed out loud and said, then I'll take advantage of Grandmaster Qin's auspicious words. By the way, I've also found the carving tools that Master Qin asked for, so take a look. Saying that, Jin Huan carried out a large box and placed it on the ground. After opening it, he only saw that the box was filled with various hammers and chisels of different sizes and shapes. Qin Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, Mr. Jin took the trouble. It was also fortunate that Jin Huan was in the jewelry business, so he was able to find a set of carving tools in such a short period of time. Qin Chen picked up a set of hammer and chisel and walked straight towards the Tarzan stone essence. Jin Huan was stunned and was about to stop, but he hastily shut his mouth. As the saying goes, send the Buddha to the west. He had originally contacted 2 carving masters and was prepared to carve the stone lion for Qin Chen. He just didn't expect that Qin Chen was going to do it himself. Could it be that he knew how to carve? But the Tarzan stone essence was too precious, so if he made a mistake in carving it, it would all be ruined. Just as Jin Huan was worried, Qin Chen had already slammed his hammer down. The hammer made of alloy was immensely powerful, and a loud sound resounded in the warehouse. And as if this loud sound was a battle cry, the next moment, loud sounds as dense as rain resounded throughout the warehouse. 2 hours later, Dang Lang, Qin Chen threw the tool in his hand to the side and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. And during these 2 hours, Jin Huan's eyes were round and his mouth never closed from start to finish. Looking at the 2 stone lions molding in front of him, Jin Huan swallowed hard, and in the next moment, he only saw Qin Chen swing his arm across his body, and a strong wind blew across the 2 stone lions, and the crumbs on the 2 stone lions were instantly blown away. How is this possible? Jin Huan muttered, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was because the 2 stone lions in front of him had already finished carving. Not only that, the hairs on the stone lions' bodies were lifelike, and even the expression of unruffled authority on their faces was clearly visible. Just by looking at these 2 stone lions, Jin Huan had the feeling of being stared at by a wild beast. Chapter 12, Sheep into Wolves. Mr. Jin, I still need to trouble you to find a truck to help me transport the stone lion to a place, Qin Chen said. Jin Huan nodded repeatedly and immediately called for 2 vans. In Jin Huan's eyes, Qin Chen's identity became more and more mysterious. Not only was he so knowledgeable about feng shui at such a young age, he was even proficient in carving. You have to know that even if a master teacher with decades of experience wanted to carve these 2 stone lions, I'm afraid that he would have to fight for days on end, and even if they were carved out, they would certainly not be as good as the 2 in front of them. He did so many years of jewelry business, or the first time to see such a high-skill carver. After the truck drove over, a dozen workers came down from above. Tarzan stone essence is far heavier than the average stone. Want to lift the stone lion to the truck. Half a dozen people together. But right at this moment, Qin Chen waved his hand and said, Mr. Jin, no need. I can do it myself. Saying this, he bent down, clasped the base of the stone lion with both hands, and then lifted the stone lion up with ease. Everyone was directly dumbfounded. There were even people who rubbed their eyes as if they felt like they were dreaming. Lifting a stone weighing over 10 tons with his bare hands, was this still a human being? However, Qin Chen acted as if nothing was wrong and lifted the second stone lion onto the van. Mr. Jin, I have to borrow this van for a while. I'll send it back to you after use. Qin Chen sat down on the driver's seat and started the van. Master Qin, this van is for you. Feel free to use it. If there's anything I can help you with, just order. Jin Huan said hurriedly, although he was also a bit curious about where Qin Dust was sending the stone lion. He knew better than to keep his mouth shut about things he shouldn't ask. Qin Dust waved his hand and drove the truck away from the warehouse. When he arrived at the construction site, he realized that a large group of people had already surrounded the entrance of the construction site. This group of people were almost all holding shovels, hoes, and other farming tools in their hands, and their mouths were constantly shouting. Just the momentum alone completely overwhelmed the few security guards that were left inside the construction site. It was just that there were quite a few workers on this side of the construction site, and the other side didn't dare to act rashly. At this time, Qin Chen spotted a familiar figure behind the security guards. It was his wife, Gu Yaming, with whom he had received a license. Gu Yaming took a loudspeaker handed over by the bodyguard, came to the front of the crowd, and shouted loudly, Folks, if there are any problems, we can discuss them. Don't get excited. Before she finished speaking, someone in the crowd shouted, ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** excited? It's true that those who run companies are all black-hearted. Quite a few people followed suit and chimed in. If you don't pay for taking our land, we'll tear down your building. Hurry up and pay, or you'll stop work. If we don't pay today, we'll fight them. The crowd held their weapons high and were furious. Although there was an electronic sliding door blocking the center, the security guards were still scared and backed up, their faces pale. Several bodyguards protected Gu Yaming tightly in the center, their expressions grim. There were too many people on the other side, and they were all armed. So in case of a conflict, Gu Yaming's safety could not be guaranteed. As Gu Yaming was squeezed to the ground, she hurriedly picked up the loudspeaker and continued to shout, Folks, you've definitely been cheated. I've already paid all the compensation for this piece of land into Mr. Chen's account. A big man at the head of the group immediately pointed at Gu Yaming and shouted, Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. We are all members of the Chen clan. Counting. Mr. Chen is still my second uncle. Can we not know whether Mr. Chen took the money or not? This money is what you've coveted. It seems that if I don't show you some color today, you don't know the power of our Chen family. With that, he raised the iron pick in his hand and directly smashed it down. The electronic door was immediately smashed and cut off, emitting a current sound. Seeing this, the crowd followed suit and started to move, and in just a few seconds the electronic door was smashed. Dozens of people shouting and killing rushed into the construction site. The security guards and workers immediately scattered and fled. After all, the boss of the construction sites, life is their own, and the other side have weapons in their hands, in case they are smashed, if they are lightly injured, if they are heavy, they are directly lifeless. Even Gu Yaming, who was used to seeing big scenes, couldn't help but turn pale in the face of the situation in front of her. But before she could retreat, the troublemakers surrounded her. Hurry up and get the money. If you don't pay, don't even think about leaving. This kind of black-hearted woman will be honest after a beating. Yes, this woman needs to be beaten, the crowd shouted in a chorus. Although the bodyguards that Gu Yaming had hired all knew kung fu, after all, it was hard to beat them with 2 fists, and the other party had weapons in their hands. They didn't even have time to resist before they were directly knocked out with shovels. Gu Yaming was surrounded by dozens of people, like a lamb falling into a pack of wolves. If it really got chaotic in a moment, she, as a woman, would definitely suffer a big loss. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret. She only received news from the construction site that someone was causing trouble, so she hurriedly rushed over with 2 bodyguards, and didn't have time to understand the situation at all. In case something happened, what would she do? Suddenly, Gu Yaming let out a shriek. She only felt that someone had wrapped their arms around her from behind, and even pressed their entire body against hers. She raised her high heels and viciously kicked behind her, but the next moment, she felt her ankles being grabbed by someone, unable to move in the slightest. Wife, you're too ruthless, aren't you? Planning to cut off my children and grandchildren? A familiar voice came from Gu Yaming's ears. At the same time, however, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. I'm afraid that the only one who called herself his wife was that man. Sure enough, Gu Yaming slightly tilted her head sideways and got a good look at the man beside her. The man, who usually looked a bit hangdog, was surprisingly a lot smoother at the moment. Surrounded by so many people, she finally found a trace of security. You let go of me first. Gu Yaming gritted her teeth and whispered. Only then did Qin Chen release his grip on Gu Yaming's ankle and cough twice in embarrassment. Ahem, my hands felt so good that I almost forgot. After saying that, Qin Chuan sized up Gu Yaming with interest and said curiously, I thought you always had that ice cube face, so you're scared too? Gu Yaming's face chilled as she glared at Qin Chen. What was going through this man's mind? He didn't even take a look at what kind of situation was around him right now, but he still had the heart to joke with himself. At this moment, the big man in the lead pointed at Qin Chen and threatened viciously. Kid, who are you? Hurry up and get out of the way, or I'll even clean you up. These days, there are those who rush to pick up money, but I've never seen those who rush to get beaten up. With that, he raised the sickle in his hand and gestured twice towards Qin Chen. The sky was dark, but the sickle still flashed a cold aura under the illumination of the site's headlights. Gu Yaming was so shocked that she retreated backward, but she didn't expect to run right into Qin Chen's arms. Qin Chen wrapped one arm around Gu Yaming's shoulders, while his other hand shook in front of the crowd. The crowd only felt a black shadow flash before their eyes, and before they could react, they saw a scythe in Qin Chen's hand. Chapter 13, The Chen Clan. The big man at the head of the group looked down, and his eyes instantly went as wide as they could go. The scythe in his hand had unexpectedly been snatched away by the other party at some point. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dare to snatch my scythe? Brothers, give me a beating. The big man pointed at Qin Chen and roared angrily. But right at this moment, Qin Dust smiled faintly and broke the scythe directly in front of the shocked gazes of the crowd. Almost everyone swallowed hard and stopped hard. Broken steel with his bare hands? Is this still a human being? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Whoever dares to make a move will end up no better than this scythe, Qin Chen said indifferently. Seeing that the crowd was subdued by Qin Dust, the big man at the head of the group hurriedly said, Don't be afraid. He's just one person. What waves can he make? Everyone together. He's definitely no match for us. Qin Chen laughed and said in a cold voice, You're quite good at inciting people's hearts, but how can you be afraid of yourself when you're letting others come to their deaths? The crowd took a look and it was true. At first, this person stood at the front of the crowd, but now he had secretly retreated 3 or 4 steps back. At this time, Gu Yaming suddenly pointed at this person and said, I remember. Your name is Chen Wentao. You are Chen Dong's henchman. At that time, when Chen Dong collected the money, you were right next to him. Do you dare to swear that I didn't pay him? When the crowd heard Gu Yaming's words, they immediately looked at Chen Wentao. A flash of panic flashed across Chen Wentao's face, but he calmed down again in an instant. Humph. I'm not even sure what you're talking about. Mr. Chen has never received any money from you. You're just trying to renege on the debt. As soon as Chen Wentao's words fell, Gu Yaming raised her cell phone and loudly retorted. Everyone, look carefully. This is the record of the money transfer I gave to Chen Dong. Chen Dong took my money and didn't give it to you guys. Even if you guys wanted to make a scene, you should have gone to Chen Dong to make a scene. Now that you have destroyed the property of the construction site, seriously affecting the construction progress of the site, if you continue to mess around, I will use all means to recover the loss. These powerful words directly froze the crowd. They were just a group of ordinary people who had come over to cause trouble after hearing Chen Wentao say that the Gu group had used the Chen clan's land without paying compensation. But only now did they realize that things didn't seem to be that simple. What's more, now because of them, such a big construction site had stopped working, and the loss would be hundreds of thousands of dollars at least. If they were really asked to compensate for the losses, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to do so even if they lost all their money. Thinking of this, the group's momentum immediately weakened. Anyway, this money didn't reach us. Someone must be responsible for it. That's right, this is our Chen family's ancestral land. All Chen family members are qualified to share the money. If we don't get this matter straightened out, it's not over. Although the crowd was still speaking harsh words, no one dared to continue to make a move. Seeing the bad situation, Chen Wentao hurriedly pointed at Gu Yaming and said, "This matter is not over. Let's wait for Mr. Chen to find you guys for a confrontation." After saying that, he turned around and walked away, leaving the rest of the Chen family hanging out to dry. Without a leader, the crowd was suddenly out of steam, and hooted and hollered as they all left. Only after seeing the figure of the last Chen family member disappear at the gate of the construction site did Gu Yaming let out a long sigh of relief, her entire body finally relaxing a bit. "What's going on? What's the situation?" Qin Chen asked suspiciously. Gu Yaming's pretty face went cold as she said indifferently, "Does this have anything to do with you?" Qin Chen didn't spoil Gu Yaming's temper in the slightest and said, "It seems like you don't want to solve the feng shui problem of the construction site. In that case, I'll leave." He knew that Gu Yaming was extremely attached to this project and would definitely not let himself leave easily. Sure enough, before he could turn around, Gu Yaming clenched her silver teeth and said in a cold voice, "Stop." A smug smile hung on the corner of Qin Chen's mouth as he looked at Gu Yaming with his arms wrapped around him. Gu Yaming stared at Qin Chen in silence for several seconds, finally losing the battle. Facing an opponent in the business world, even if the other party was strong, she had an indomitable aura, but in front of Qin Chen, she had a sense of powerlessness. This man was simply his own nemesis. She took a deep breath, then said, "The plot of land used for our construction site is the ancestral land of the Chen family clan." At first, the Chen family elected an agent, Chen Dong, or General Manager Chen as they call him, to discuss the compensation payment with me. After negotiating the price, I transferred the money to Chen Dong. I just didn't expect that the Chen family's people would come and cause trouble again now. Speaking of this, Gu Yaming's face looked like a layer of frost had hung on it, and a hint of murderous aura flashed in her eyes. Looking at those Chen family members, it seems that they didn't come back to blackmail again after getting the compensation money without knowing what to do. In other words, that money was swallowed by Chen Dong and was not given to the Chen family members. This Chen Dong, not only did he receive the money, he also dumped the pot on the Gu group. Thinking of this, Gu Yaming took out her cell phone and dialed out a call. "Hey, go and investigate. The compensation money we gave to the Chen family, did Chen Dong send it down or not? Tell me immediately if you have any news." After hanging up the phone, Gu Yaming looked at Qin Chen and said indifferently, "If it's alright, you can leave. I still have to direct the workers to restore the construction site." Qin Chen, however, smiled and pointed at the van at the entrance, saying, "Just in time, have the workers lift the stone lions off the van and place them at the entrance of the building. After tonight, the construction site will be ready for normal construction." Gu Yaming froze, then a flash of joy appeared on her face. "You're telling the truth? 2 stone lions will be able to resolve the 1,000-year-old grievances you said?" Gu Yaming stared tightly at Qin Chen and asked in a deep voice. "Don't worry, I can't explain it clearly to you in a sentence or two. Anyway, this stone lion is definitely useful is all. If the capping fails again, you'll throw me off the roof." Qin Chen smiled and assured, "By the way, you'd better find 2 people to specifically protect these 2 stone lions. 1,000 years of resentment is not that good to suppress. For at least a month, these 2 stone lions cannot be moved." Qin Chen seriously instructed again. Gu Yaming nodded, and then called a dozen workers to carefully move the stone lions to the entrance of the building. Sure enough, after placing the stone lions according to the directions specified by Qin Chen, the crowd instantly felt that the gloomy and cold aura on their bodies was swept away. It's really effective. So magical. Now the building will finally be capped. I don't know what these 2 stone lions are made of. They're much heavier than ordinary stones. Be careful with the sound. This thing must be a treasure that the boss spent a lot of money on. Don't touch it and break it. The workers surrounded the stone lion and whispered, "Yang energy is at its peak at midday. We can start capping it at noon tomorrow." Qin Chen left a suggestion, then drove the van and left the construction site. At this time, it was already completely dark. Qin Dust didn't rush to return the van, but drove directly to Gu Yaming's villa. Picking a room at random, Qin Chen collapsed and fell asleep. The Taishan stone essence was far harder than normal stones. He had spent a lot of energy carving 2 stone lions in such a short period of time. After he was done, he couldn't think of anything else but a good night's sleep. He didn't know how long it took, but Qin Chen was woken up by a sound of talking. Chapter 14, Looking for Dong Chen. What did you say? He didn't pay back the money and even beat up our people? Alright, you guys leave this matter alone. I'll handle it. Outside the door, Gu Yaming's angry voice came. Qin Chen climbed up from the bed and just opened the door, when he saw Gu Yaming hanging up the phone angrily. At this moment, Gu Yaming's face was frosty and her eyes seemed to be able to spit out fire. Seeing Qin Chen, Gu Yaming was startled. Why are you sleeping in my house again? Gu Yaming said in a cold voice. Last night, when Qin Chen came back and slept in a random guest bedroom, Gu Yaming didn't realize it. It wasn't until she saw Qin Chen that she realized that Qin Chen had slept in her villa for another night. Hey, we're at least a licensed legal couple. It's just a matter of not sleeping in the same bed. Can't we even sleep in the same villa? You have at least a dozen bedrooms in this villa, and you can't even give me one? Besides, I helped you solve the trouble at the construction site. You can't break the bridge, right? Qin Chen complained. He didn't know anyone else in Jiangcheng except the Wu family and this wife in front of him. Instead of staying in a hotel, it would be better to continue to stay at Gu Yaming's place. More importantly, the old man was always urging him to meet his disciple's daughter-in-law, and he was already annoyed by the urging. Must be able to get through to get this done as soon as possible. No, I can't accept a man in my life. You go and stay in a hotel. I'll just reimburse you for the room fee then. Gu Yaming said coldly. She was already used to living on her own. A man, especially a strange man staying in the villa, she always felt unsettled. The hotel bed isn't as comfortable as your bed, Qin Chen said. Seeing that Gu Yaming looked like she was about to get angry, Qin Chen's eyes rolled and he jumped the gun. How about this? Let's make another deal. Last time, when I said I would help you resolve the 1,000-year grudge at the construction site, you promised to pretend to be my wife to cope with my master. This time, I'll help you solve the troublesome matter you just talked about on the phone, in exchange for my right to live in the villa. And you'll do one more thing for me that you can. How about it? Gu Yaming coldly said. An ordinary person can't solve this trouble. I sent someone to find Qindong to ask about the compensation money for the land. I didn't expect Qindong to not only admit to embezzling that money, but also beat up my people. Now he's threatening that the $10 million he gave at the time wasn't enough, and that he wants me to give another $100 million, or else he'll let people go to my construction site and cause trouble. Speaking of this, Gu Yaming was furious. No wonder it was so easy to negotiate in the first place. It turned out that Qindong still had this in mind. Did he really think that she was a good bully? However, she had also heard a bit of gossip. Not only does Dongchen keep a group of fighters, but he also has an unusual relationship with a certain big brother in Jiangcheng. If they really clashed head-on with Qindong, Gu Group would not necessarily be in an advantageous position. More importantly, in case the construction site schedule was delayed, Gu's group would lose even more. Thinking of this, Gu Yaming sized up Qin Chen. If someone stepped in for the Gu Group, they might be able to avoid a lot of trouble. Are you sure you can help me with Qindong's matter? I have to remind you that Qindong is not to be messed with. In case something happens to you, I can't protect you, Gu Yaming said seriously. Although she didn't have any good feelings for the man in front of her, she was not so bad that she would watch him go to his death. Moreover, after the past 2 days together, especially Qin Chen's protection of her last night when the Chen family stormed the construction site, it made her feel an inexplicable affection for this man with whom she had received a license. Don't worry, isn't it just getting the money back and warning the Qindong to stay away from the construction site? I'm best at this kind of thing, but if I get it done, you have to remember our agreement. Qin Chen waved his hand and then left the villa. Gu Yaming also hurriedly washed up and rushed to the construction site. According to what Qin Chen had said, 12 noon was the best time to seal the roof. She was going to the site to personally keep an eye on it. This time, there must not be any problems. Qin Chen, on the other hand, took a taxi with a big grin and rushed straight to the nocturnal city bar. According to the only intelligence Gu Yaming had, he only knew that Qindong was the behind-the-scenes boss of the City of Night bar, and the chances of finding Qindong by coming here were the greatest. As for Qin Chen, he stood on the street, looking at the huge building in front of him, slightly dazed. The Night City bar, said to be a bar, but in reality, it was a complex of bars, KTVs, billiard halls and even gambling houses. Qin Chen didn't expect this Night City bar to take up an entire half of the street, so where could he find someone? At this time, a car drove to the side of the road and a few young men walked down. After checking around, a few people sneakily walked towards a small door. Qin Chen immediately followed. Just after entering the unassuming small door in front of him, a big man in a burly suit immediately blocked in front of Qin Chen. Please show your membership card, the big man said indifferently. This man was at least 1 meter 9 tall. His body was covered in muscles, and just standing there was oppressive. Membership card? Qin Dust frowned. The big man glanced at Qin Duan and said in a cold voice, "What's the point of messing around without a membership card? Get lost. Slap. Only a crisp slap sounded. In the next moment, a red slap mark immediately appeared on the big man's face. You dare to hit me? Seek death. The big man stared at Qin Chen incredulously, his face livid as he clenched his right hand into a fist and prepared to strike towards Qin Chen. But Qin Dust stood still with a calm face and said indifferently, "An eye-catching trash. Don't even recognize me? Even when Dongchen sees me, he has to call out to Mr. Qin and then respectfully invite me in. Ask me for a membership card? Go ask Dong and see if he dares to ask me for a membership card." Hearing Qin Chen's words, the big man stiffly stopped his attack. Dong was their big boss? How dare this young man in front of him call him by his name? Looking at the other party's calm demeanor, he couldn't make up his mind for a moment. Just then, a bank card was thrown in his face. "If you still don't believe me, go make a call and ask Dong about it. Then get me a membership card. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't finish it in 3 minutes, you'll suffer the consequences." Qin Chen said disdainfully. The big man took the bank card, gritted his teeth, and eventually turned away. This kind of thing, it was better to believe it than not. In case it was really the boss's friend, could he still end up in a good place if he offended them? Coming to a window, he handed the bank card to a young man inside and said in a deep voice, "Shaoli, check how much money is in this card." Shaoli took the bank card, and while operating it, he asked curiously, "Brother Zhou, how did you get on your face?" The big man's face sank, and he said in a cold voice, "Cut the crap, hurry up and check." He picked up his cell phone and found out Dong's phone number. While hesitating to ask Dong, Shaoli inside the window let out a cry of alarm. Chapter 15 Dusty Memories. 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. Holy, how much money is this? Shaoli stared at the computer screen and swallowed hard. The big man hurriedly poked his head in through the window. When he saw the large series of numbers on the bank balance on the screen, he was also dumbfounded. The two people counted 3 whole times before they could count exactly how many digits there were. 100 million in cash. The two looked at each other, too shocked to even speak. "I'm afraid there are only a handful of people with this kind of financial power in Jiangqing City." Thinking of this, the big man hurriedly put his cell phone away. Since people dared to come to the boss's venue with $100 million, could they not recognize the boss? He was still stupid enough to go to the boss and ask him, "Isn't this a brain problem?" In case he annoyed the guest, he wouldn't know how he would die at that time. "I drop a good boy. I can't earn a fraction of this money in my whole life," Shaoli exclaimed. The big man urged, "Don't dream. Hurry up and make a membership card." "What level do you want?" Little Li asked. The big man slapped the back of Shaoli's head and angrily scolded, "You're blind. A customer with $100 million in cash in his hand. What level can it be?" "The highest level." Little Li covered his head and gave an operation, then handed the big man a golden membership card. The big man didn't dare to stop for a second and took the 2 cards and ran all the way back to the entrance. He was relieved to see Qin Chen still in place. "Sir, this is your bank card and membership card. The grading of our members, from high to low, is gold, silver, and bronze, and since you're a friend of the boss, I took the liberty of getting you a membership card of the highest level," the big man said carefully. As he spoke, he slightly bowed his body, his posture extremely low. Qin Chen snorted coldly and took the 2 cards without saying a word, walking in on his own. Only then did the big man breathe a long sigh of relief, his hanging heart finally letting go. It was only normal that people didn't put little people like themselves in their eyes. After walking through the long corridor and arriving at the hall, Qin Chen finally understood what this place was for. Surprisingly, it was a gambling house. No wonder there were people coming over early in the morning. In the eyes of a gambler, I'm afraid there was only winning and losing. There was no concept of time at all. After exchanging 1 million chips, Qin Chen sat down at the gambling table with a big grin. He hadn't been to a gambling house before and didn't understand many of the rules. Therefore, he played the color toss with the simplest and crudest rules. After the dealer threw 3 dice, the points were added up, with less than 10 being small and greater than or equal to 10 being large. The gamblers just bet on the size. Qin Chen directly threw out 100,000 chips and bet on small. This hand made the crowd slightly stunned. Gamblers who play the color game usually bet hundreds or thousands of dollars, not to mention 100,000. Even $10,000 in chips are rare. After all, in a game of gambling, the time it took to shake the dice and settle the bill was less than 3 minutes. The unlucky ones could lose tens of thousands of dollars in an hour. Many people's eyes were red and depressed, and it looked like they had lost a lot of money. After the crowd placed their bets, the banker picked up the compote cup and shook it. A few seconds later, the compote cup thud sound, heavy landing on the table. Big, big, big. It's big 3 times in a row. This time it must be small. Hurry up and open it. What's the holdup? The gamblers immediately cursed and grinned. The big man laughed and unveiled the lid. The 3 colors were 4, 5, and 6 points. A total of 15 points. Big. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's evil. 4 times in a row it's big. I'll bet all small next time. I don't believe I can go big 5 times in a row. Hurry up and settle. Next hand. The crowd shouted. The corner of the big man's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Don't be in a hurry. The next hand right away. But right at this moment, a few 100,000 large chips were thrown directly onto the gambling table. 900,000? Seeing this amount, many people were dumbfounded. Where was this rash young man from? However, when the crowd saw the number of points Qin Chen bet on, they were even more dumbfounded. Qin Chen had actually bet on the 666 leopard. In color tossing, besides betting on the size, you can also bet on other combinations. Among them, if the 3 colors have the same number of points, it is called a leopard, and the odds are 3 times. And if one bets on a leopard with a specified number of points, the odds will be a staggering 36 times. Only, the chances of this happening were too low. This gambling house, from the time it opened until now, the number of times it had won the leopard was just a handful of times. This guy is in over his head, isn't he? $900,000. Even if it's a hit, there's still a ring. Sick in the head. I thought it was some rich kid who came to play, but it turned out to be a little cutie. Let's see what he does when he loses all his money in a while. The crowd mocked as they threw their chips onto the table. Since there were already 4 consecutive big bets, there were especially many people betting on small this time. The big man with the compote cup looked at the table with disdain, and then shook the compote cup. Thud! The compote cup fell onto the table. Quite a few people stuck their heads on the table, just to be the first to see the number of points of the color. There were also quite a few people whose mouths were whispering in silence, and the looks on their faces were even more pious than those who went to the temple to offer incense. But the moment the lid was lifted, everyone turned their eyes to the calm-faced Qin Chen. 666. Leopard. The gambling house was instantly abuzz. No one had expected that it would really let Qin Chen bet on it. 36 times. What's more, Qin Chen had bet a full $900,000. After doing this math, the gambling house had to pay him out more than $30 million. What kind of luck is this? With this amount of money, the rest of his life would be straight-up wealth freedom. Hey, let's settle the score, Qin Chen said indifferently. Only then did the big man wake up from his dream. He glanced deeply at Qin Dust and whispered a few words to the waiter beside him, who changed his face slightly before quickly leaving. This, sir, I've arranged for someone to fetch the chips for you, so wait for a moment, the big man said respectfully. Sure enough, 2 to 3 minutes later, a waiter pushed a trolley over. On top of the trolley, there were all red chips. Many people subconsciously gulped. Red chips. One represented $10,000. More than 3,000 red chips put together. Densely packed. It was too shocking. All in on the 666 leopard. Qin Chen's simple sentence silenced the entire gambling house. Over $30 million. All in? That would be $11 billion if he really bet on it. But betting on it once is already a stroke of luck. 2666 leopards in a row. How can that be? I'm afraid this person has already gambled himself silly. At this time, several bodyguards flanked a middle-aged man and walked out. When the staff of the gambling house saw this person, they bowed and saluted. It's really a young man, very energetic. Black Tiger, go, you shake this color, the middle-aged man said indifferently. As soon as the words fell, a man with a thin figure stood out, replacing the big man who had shaken the colors before. This man called Black Tiger did not say a single word from the beginning to the end, giving off a gloomy and cold feeling. His right arm was a full circle thicker than his left arm, and he looked to be an expert color shaker. However, Qin Chen didn't pay any attention to Black Tiger, but instead stared at the middle-aged man, frozen in place. That dusty memory was uncovered. He had seen this person before, 20 years ago, in the sea of fire at the Qin Group building. The sardonic smile on this man's face, he could never forget it in his life. Black Tiger picked up the compulsion cup and shook it. His face was incredibly grave, and a layer of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Thud! The compote cup fell onto the table. Everyone held their breath and looked nervously at the compulsion cup. But just at this moment, Qin Chen's cell phone rang at an inopportune moment. Qin Chen looked at the caller ID and frowned slightly. Hello? What's wrong? Under everyone's shocked gazes, Qin Chen answered the call. Qin Dust, you come and save me. Chen Wentao brought a group of gangsters over and smashed a lot of things, and now he's threatening to smash the stone lions as well. Gu Yaming's voice broke, her tone full of panic. I know, I'll go over right away. Qin Chen finished speaking and hung up the phone. With that, he raised his head and looked at Black Tiger. Uncover it. Qin Dust narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. Chapter 16, Chendong's Pride. A trace of nervousness unexpectedly appeared on Black Tiger's face in a rare manner. He let out a deep breath and uncovered the lid of the compulsion cup. In the next moment, a chorus of voices sucking in cold air resounded in the gambling house. 666. The leopard. Surprisingly, Qin Chen had bet on it again. The crowd's eyes changed as they looked at Qin Chen. They were basically gamblers who had been hanging out in gambling houses for years, so of course, they understood how high the probability of 2666 leopards in a row was. It was something that was almost impossible to occur. Qin Chen, on the other hand, had bet all his money as if he had already known the outcome. Then there was only one explanation. Qin Chen had cheated. At this moment, everyone looked at Chen Dong. As the owner of the gambling house, they did not believe that Chen Dong would tolerate the act of cheating under his nose. Thinking about this, many people showed sympathetic glances towards Qin Chen. This rash young man didn't even inquire about what kind of person Chen Dong was before he dared to come and cheat. I'm afraid that he wouldn't even know how he died when the time came. Previously, there was a person who was caught cheating in a gambling house, and was thrown out of the gambling house with his limbs broken by Chen Dong's minions in front of everyone. At that time, no one even dared to call the hospital emergency number for him. By the time he was sent to the hospital, the broken limbs could not be attached. I heard that until now is still lying at home paralyzed. Life is worse than death. However, what the crowd did not expect was that Chen Dong ignored Qin Chen and instead walked over to Black Tiger. Slap! Chen Dong raised a slap and struck Black Tiger's face. Black Tiger lowered his head as a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Waste! I spent so much money to raise you and this is how you work, Chen Dong said coldly. Then, he pointed at Qin Chen and commanded, take this kid to the darkroom and ask him properly how he cheated under Black Tiger's nose. Several fighters stepped forward and surrounded Qin Chen. The gamblers around Qin Chen hurriedly hid far away for fear of being affected. In the dark room, many people trembled in fear just from hearing the name. Many gamblers with unclean hands and feet in the gambling house would be brought to the darkroom for interrogation by the gambling house's thugs. Those who have been inside said that in the darkroom, the thugs would torture by any means necessary, and would even use torture devices, which was incredibly bloody. Even the strongest-willed person would not be able to hold on. Qin Chen, on the other hand, only glanced at the several people indifferently, and a cold snort came out of his mouth. It seems that you gambling houses are very unruly. When a guest wins money, he says that he is cheating and wants to resort to lynching. Who will dare to come to your place to gamble in the future? Qin Chen said indifferently. Chen Dong took out a cigar and slowly lit it, laughing coldly. Lynching? Oh, when I enter the gambling house, I am the sky. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. These words were like a signal, and as soon as the words fell, several beaters moved in unison. But suddenly, the crowd felt a blur before their eyes, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Chen's figure disappeared. Before a few people could react, a sharp pain came from their stomachs and they flew backwards. Dang! 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 Several people knocked over several tables and chairs one after another, only stopping when they hit the wall. Many people rubbed their eyes, only to realize that Qin Chen did not seem to have moved at all and was still standing in the same place. I'll leave the money here with you guys for now. I'll come back to pick it up. After saying that, Qin Dus looked towards Chen Dong, a smear of killing intent appearing in his eyes. As for you, I will take my time to settle the grudges between us. Until then, you have to live well. Qin Dus left behind a cold snort. Then his figure hurriedly disappeared into the gambling house. Chen Dong looked at Qin Chen's back and his face was cloudy. This person had simply eaten the guts of a bear and dared to threaten himself. More importantly, this person ran away from his own territory without even hurting a single hair. Today's disgrace was huge. Check. Go check for me. I want to know who gave him the backbone to dare to clamor with me. Within 3 days. No. 1 day. Within a day. I want to see him kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Chen Dong gritted his teeth and ruthlessly slammed his cigar on the ground. On the other hand, Qin Chen took a taxi and went straight to the Gu Group's construction site. The extermination of the Qin family back then was by no means as simple as it appeared to be, and it was definitely not something that could be done by just one Chen Dong. Since the clues have been discovered, none of these people can escape. The first priority now was to save Gu Yaming. Just after arriving at the entrance of the construction site, Qin Chen saw the smashed gate, and shouts were still faintly coming from within the construction site. 2 gangsters with steel pipes in their hands were squatting at the door, and when they saw Qin Chen, they immediately stood up. What are you doing? Get out of the way. The 2 punks pointed at Qin Duan and threatened disdainfully. Qin Dus, however, acted as if he didn't hear the 2 men's words as he slowly walked towards them. You're looking for death. The punk cursed while raising the steel pipe in his hand. But at that moment, Qin Chen took the lead. Bang! Bang! With 2 kicks, the 2 punks flew out directly as if they had been hit by a truck. The 2 hit the wall, their eyes rolled over, and they fainted. Qin Chen stepped over the 2 men and entered the construction site. At this moment, many workers were holding various tools in their hands, blocking the front of the building that had just been topped off. As for Chen Wentao, who he had just met yesterday, He was leading a group of punks and surrounded the workers. The gangsters were holding metal baseball bats and steel pipes, and there was even someone with a machete. I say, Mr. Gu, are you going to pay or not? $100 million. We'll take the money and leave. Absolutely no more entanglements. Otherwise, we'll tear this building down today. Saying that, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked towards the two stone lions behind the workers. I've heard that these two stone lions are capable of avoiding evil. If I smash them, hey, Gu Yaming immediately blanched. Just an hour ago, it was true that the building had successfully topped out just as Qin Chen had said, but before she could be happy, Chen Wentao rushed in with a group of gangsters. In the blink of an eye, all the equipment at the construction site was smashed. At the critical moment, Gu Yaming promised the workers that as long as they kept the two stone lions, they would each be given a bonus of $10,000. Under the heavy reward, the workers risked their lives to protect the stone lions. However, this group of gangsters are very ruthless, plus they are armed. I'm afraid that after a while the workers will not be able to hold on. Could it be that the Gu Group's building was just ruined? Gu Yaming was in despair when she suddenly saw a familiar figure appear behind this group of punks. Qin Chen, don't you come over, Gu Yaming shouted anxiously. There were so many people on the other side, and Qin Chen was still walking forward. Wasn't this looking for death? Sure enough, after seeing Qin Chen Wentao, the corner of his mouth immediately revealed a cold smile. Mr. Gu, it seems like you care about this kid. Is it possible that he is a gigolo that you raised? Someone come, arrest him and break both legs in front of General Manager Gu, Chen Wentao said playfully. Chapter 17, Wash your neck and wait for death. Qin Dust's face did not change at all when he faced so many punks, and he let out a light laugh. It's still not too late for you guys to roll if you roll now. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Chen Wentao couldn't help but burst out laughing. The rest of the gangsters followed suit and laughed, as if they had heard some joke. Kid, do you know who I am? Dare to say such words in front of me? Are you tired of living? Chen Wentao said with a mocking face. You? Aren't you just one of Chen Dong's dogs? What? Want to bite? I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost. And by the way, go back and tell Chen Dong to wash his neck and wait for me to take his dog's life. Qin Chen said indifferently. The entire room was in an uproar when these words came out. Even Gu Yaming could not help but worry for Qin Chen. Chen Dong was a vindictive villain. Qin Chen insulting him in front of so many people would be big trouble. Something that doesn't know how to die. Dare to insult the boss? Someone come. Within 3 minutes. I want to see him kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Chen Wentao ordered in a cold voice. This person was so rampant. He himself must let him see what happens when he provokes his boss's majesty. As soon as the words fell, 2 fighters walked out from the crowd. These 2 people were holding metal baseball bats that looked like they weighed more than 10 pounds. If this thing was wielded and smashed into a person, I'm afraid the bones would immediately break. Kid, it's not too late for you to kneel down and beg for forgiveness, a gangster said with a cold smile. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? I can't wait to clean him up. The other punk didn't hesitate and picked up a baseball bat and smashed it down towards Qin Chen's head. When Gu Yaming saw this, she let out a shriek and covered her eyes in fear. But just when everyone thought Qin Chen was going to be hit, unexpectedly, it suddenly happened. Qin Chen flickered to the side, so fast that he actually pulled out a residual shadow. At the same time, he threw 2 punches. Only 2 muffled sounds were heard on the field, and the 2 punks, like lightning strikes, fell straight down. When the crowd looked, they realized that the 2 had already rolled their eyes and fainted. All of this happened so quickly that the crowd only reacted when the 2 gangsters had already fallen to the ground. Qin Chen remained standing calmly in place, looking at Chen Wentao with a look that was 3 parts sneer and 7 parts disdain. You, what did you just do? Chen Wentao pointed at Qin Duan and roared in color. The 2 punks who had just been knocked down by Qin Duan were usually experts who could fight 3 or even 5 times a day. As a result, they were knocked out without even touching Qin Chen's clothes. The speed was so fast that even he didn't see how Qin Chen struck. There was definitely something odd. Why don't you get lost and stay here to die? Qin Chen said indifferently. Chen Wentao gritted his teeth. It was difficult to ride the tiger at this moment. There were so many of them. How could they just run away in disgrace? If it was spread out, his Chen Wentao's face would be disgraced. I'm rolling your mom. You really think you're invincible? Brothers, listen up. Let's go together. Whoever injures him will be rewarded $500,000. Chen Wentao waved his hand and spread his blood. As the saying goes, when there is a heavy reward, there will be a brave man. When many punks heard $500,000, their eyes instantly filled with blood and became red. With so many of them, how could they not beat one person? If they went on late, I'm afraid they wouldn't get a penny. Kill him. Kill him. Don't grab it from me. Watch me smash him to death with a stick. The gangsters scrambled to raise their weapons and rushed towards Qin Chen. In just a few seconds, Qin Chen's figure disappeared into the crowd. Gu Yaming covered her red lips, her eyes filled with guilt. If she hadn't called Qin Chen over, Qin Chen wouldn't have been under siege. If Qin Chen had suffered an accident, she would have been the biggest sinner. But at that moment, a series of muffled sounds suddenly rang out from the crowd. Immediately afterward, miserable screams followed as the gangsters flew out one after another. When the last one fell to the ground, the entire room fell silent. Chen Wentao stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of him, so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Was this still a human being? A person unarmed against dozens of gangsters with weapons, and he actually won in a complete victory? By the looks of it, the gangsters hadn't even touched his clothes. Qin Dust didn't even have a speck of dust on his body until now. Terrifying. Just too terrifying. Seeing Qin Dust walking slowly towards him, Chen Wentao stumbled in fear and directly fell to the ground. He rolled over and suddenly knelt on the ground. Bang! 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 Big brother! No! Grandpa! I'm wrong! I know I'm wrong! You are magnanimous! Let me live! I will never dare to go against you again. I will lead the people to roll now. Chen Wentao kowtowed while begging for mercy in terror. Qin Chen shook his head and said, I gave you a chance a long time ago, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Chen Wentao's pupils suddenly shrunk as he violently raised his head. But before his words fell, Qin Chen's foot stepped down. Ka-ching! A crisp bone-cracking sound rang out, and Chen Wentao's right arm instantly snapped from the center, bending into a bizarre arc. Ah! My hand! My hand! Chen Wentao's face was filled with pain as he rolled on the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, Qin Chen put his foot on Chen Wentao's chest. Scream again and I'll waste your other arm as well. When Qin Chen said this, there was a hint of a smile on his face. It was as if he was not threatening Chen Wentao, but rather stating a fact. The smile on Qin Chen's face was like a devil's smile in Chen Wentao's eyes. He clenched his teeth until they creaked. Bean-sized cold sweat seeped out from his forehead, and the expression on his face was hideous, forcing him to swallow back his miserable screams. He had no doubt that if he screamed again, he would definitely not be able to keep his left arm. Go back and remember to tell Chen Dong to wash his neck and wait for me. I will find him to collect the debt. Qin Chen laughed and kicked Chen Wentao off. Chen Wentao struggled to get up from the ground, and without even daring to put in a harsh word, he grayly ran away with a group of men limping. The workers let out a cheer when they saw this. Gu Yaming also finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her taut nerves were relaxed, and a hint of exhaustion appeared on her face. She looked Qin Chen up and down with some curiosity. It was the same as the first time they met, looking a bit cynical, yet with a sense of security that kept people grounded. Perhaps it was because of this that she had so decisively dragged Qin Chen to get a license at that time. Thinking of this, Gu Yaming froze. She had almost forgotten that she and the man in front of her were legally married. Not hurt, right? Qin Chen asked. No, I'm tired, and since the matter is settled, I'll go back to rest first, Gu Yaming said coldly. With that, she took a few bodyguards and left the construction site without looking back. Qin Chen looked at Gu Yaming's departing back with a puzzled expression. He had at least helped her so much, and he didn't even say thank you? What Qin Chen didn't see was that Gu Yaming's face had a rare blush. If someone who was familiar with Gu Yaming saw this scene, I'm afraid their jaws would drop. Gu Yaming, who is known for her high spirits, is also shy. Chapter 18 Master Withered Vine. Evening. Gu Yaming took a careful bath. Her mind had been on the construction site for the past few days, and she hadn't had time to take a proper bath at all. The roofing of the building had finally come to an end, and she was relieved. She had already contacted the renovation team and would start decorating the building tomorrow, striving to move the Gu Group into its new headquarters within half a month. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh. If it wasn't for the family pushing her hard, she wouldn't be under so much pressure. Hopefully, these next half a month, there wouldn't be any more accidents. Gu Yaming walked out of the bathroom while thinking about things. When she arrived at the living room, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. Qin Dust? Why are you here? Gu Yaming shrieked in shock and covered her chest. Qin Chen's eyes straightened as he looked at the woman in front of him who was wearing only a bath towel all over her body. What exactly did this woman grow up eating? Thin in the places that should be thin, big in the places that should be big, and not a single ounce of flab. This body proportion was truly heaven-defying. However, when he saw Gu Yaming casting a gaze that looked like she wanted to kill, Qin Chen finally came to his senses. Didn't we agree that I'll help you settle Chendong, so I can live in the villa in the future? You're the chairman of the Gu Group. You won't keep your word, right? Qin Chen coughed twice and said with a straight face. For a moment, Gu Yaming unexpectedly did not know how to refute Qin Chen and froze. Immediately afterward, she said coldly with a face like frost, you don't need to provoke me. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise. However, I only promised to let you live in the villa at that time. Before that, we made an appointment. Qin Chen waved his hand and said casually, I know, Isn't it just that I can't enter your bedroom at will? I have to lock the door when I go to the restroom, and I have to dress up in the villa. All these requirements? Don't worry, even if you strip naked in front of me, I won't even take a second glance. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Gu Yaming's face chilled, pointing at Qin Chen and just about to reprimand him when the bathrobe instantly slipped off as a hand left. Gu Yaming let out a cry of shock and hurriedly pulled the bathrobe up. Fortunately, her reaction was quick enough that the bathrobe did not fall to the ground. However, Gu Yaming jerked her head up and looked at Qin Chen. She only saw Qin Chen's eyes unblinking, staring at herself. Gu Dong! A gulping sound suddenly resounded in the quiet space. Qin Chen, you bastard! Gu Yaming was so enraged that dirty words were actually spat out of her mouth. Cough cough, it's getting late. I'm a bit sleepy. I'll go to bed first. Good night ha. Leaving only one sentence behind, Qin Chen fled as if rushing towards the stairs. Gu Yaming gripped her bathrobe vigorously, staring at Qin Chen's back with anger in her eyes. If eyes could kill, Qin Chen was afraid that he had already died 800 times. Early the next morning, Wu Dong, the chairman of Wu Group, called Qin Chen. Within the past 3 days, he had briefly dealt with the company's affairs before coming to Qin Duan to deal with the matter of the ancestral tomb. This matter had become a thorn in Wu Dong's heart, and after so many years, he had finally found someone who could pull out this thorn. So on the phone, his tone was a bit agitated. Qin Chen had wanted to say hello to Gu Yaming before leaving. He just didn't realize that Gu Yaming, the workaholic, had gone to the company long ago and didn't give him a chance at all. So Qin Chen wrote a note saying that there was something he needed to do and that he would be back the same day if he was quick. After throwing the note onto the coffee table, Qin Chen left the villa and headed to the Wu Group. Master Qin, this time, it's really hard for you. Wu Dong had long been waiting at the entrance of the company, and as soon as he saw Qin Duan, he immediately greeted him with a smile. I should, helping Mr. Wu to solve the problem of his ancestral tomb is also a way of repaying the favor you did to my master back then. Qin Dust replied. Hearing Qin Dust's words, Wu Dong secretly sighed. This young man in front of him, whether it was his ability or the confidence he displayed during his treatment of others, could be said to be the best among his peers. At the age of more than 20, not being the least bit intimidated in front of himself, the chairman of a listed company, he had already surpassed the vast majority of people, and he had also received the true transmission from Dustless Taoist. If this matter was publicized, I'm afraid that those who came to solicit Qin Chen would be able to break through the threshold. But his daughter didn't know what to think. She didn't have a good impression of Qin Duan. He also knows that his daughter has recently gotten very close to that kid from the Qian family, but she doesn't think about it either. Besides being a bit rich, what other advantages does Qin Feiyang have? He's not even 30 yet, and I've heard that he's had 5 or 6 women give him abortions. Although Qin Chen was not as rich as Qin Feiyang, there were many things in this world that were much more important than money. Qin Chen's ability was one of them. Mr. Wu, besides Wu Min, do you have any other children? Qin Dust suddenly opened his mouth and asked. No, I only have this one daughter. Wu Dong was a bit puzzled, not knowing why Qin Duan asked this. Then call her as well. If the Wu family's ancestral grave wants to be relocated, all of the Wu family's direct bloodline must be present, Qin Duan said. Wu Dong was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a statement. However, he had no doubts about Qin Dust's words and hurriedly called Wu Min. A few minutes later, a luxury car slowly stopped at the side of the road. The driver ran out of the car and respectfully opened the door. Immediately afterward, 3 people stepped out of the car. In addition to Wu Min, there was also a familiar face to Qin Chen, Qin Feiyang. In addition, the dry and thin old man behind the 2 people also made Qin Chen unable to resist looking at him twice more. Although this person's presence was extremely low, he had a special aura about him. The old man raised his head and his gaze met Qin Chen's. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Right at this moment, Qin Feiyang stepped forward and bowed slightly. Uncle Wu, I heard from many that you are preparing to move your ancestral tomb, so as a junior, I would like to contribute. This is Master Kudo. His best skill is the feng shui talk. I'm sure you've heard of Master Kudo's great name. Hearing Qin Feiyang's introduction, Wu Dong was stunned. He was originally a bit dissatisfied with Qin Feiyang's uninvited behavior, but he did not expect that he had invited Master Kudo. Master Kudo was one of the most famous few feng shui masters in Zhangchang. For important matters such as property openings, company locations, and feng shui of mansions, rich people would invite Master Kudo to give them some guidance. However, ordinary people who wanted to invite Master Kudo could not do so. When the Wu Group wanted to ask Master Kudo to calculate the company's location, Master Kudo refused. Unless a person of top status personally came out, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to meet Master Kudo. Hearing Qin Feiyang introduce himself, Master Kudo nodded slightly and said lightly, moving an ancestral grave is not a trivial matter. A well-chosen location for an ancestral grave can keep your family wealthy for generations. But if the location is poorly chosen, within 3 generations, the family will be exterminated. Chapter 19, Corpse Vine. Master Withered Vine's words were like a thunderbolt that shocked Wudong beyond measure. The consequences of choosing the wrong location for an ancestral grave were so serious? He suddenly froze and understood why Qian Fei Yang had paid such a large price to invite Master Kudo over. If something really went wrong with the Wu clan's ancestral tomb, 3 generations would be exterminated, and he was afraid that he would be extinct if he married his own daughter. No wonder Qian Fei Yang, an outsider, was so attached to the Wu clan's relocation of their ancestral graves. It turned out that he was still afraid that the Chen clan would be affected. At this time, Wu Min hugged Wu Dong's arm and pouted. Dad, Mr. Qian has already invited Master Kudo to come over. Are you still not assured? Even if this kid is a bit strong, is it possible that he can still be more powerful than Master Kudo? He's just a crook. If he talks nonsense and moves our ancestral graves to the wrong place, then our Wu family will be finished. Let him go wherever he came from. The few of us will just accompany Master Kudo to take a look at the ancestral tomb. Wu Dong's face was a little hesitant. In theory, Qin Chen was Master Kudo's only disciple, and his strength was definitely not bad. However, Master Kudo had been famous for a long time, and he was afraid that his strength was still above Qin Chen. For a moment, it was actually difficult for him to make a decision. At this time, Qian Fei Yang, however, suddenly said, since this kid has to go, then go. At that time, Master Kudo can also instruct him. Hearing Qian Fei Yang's words, Wu Min was a bit surprised. Qin Chen had already embarrassed Qian Fei Yang several times, and not only did Qian Fei Yang not clean up Qin Chen, but instead, he wanted Master Kudo to instruct him? What kind of situation was this? Qin Chen, however, smiled faintly. He was more than clear about Qian Fei Yang's thoughts. He just wanted to use Grandmaster Kudo to make a fool out of himself. However, it wasn't certain who would make a fool of himself and who would be humiliated at that time. The crowd got into the car and drove towards Wu Dong's old home. Wu Dong's old home was in a small village on the outskirts of Jiangqing City. In just an hour's drive, the crowd arrived at their destination. Good place. Just as soon as they got off the bus, Master Kudo exclaimed, I didn't realize that in Jiangchang, there was such a heavenly place. It's really rare. Master Kudo surveyed the surroundings and muttered as if he had discovered some treasure. Subsequently, under Wu Dong's leadership, the few people walked for another 10 minutes or so before finally arriving in front of the Wu clan's ancestral tomb. In the graveyard of the Wu clan's ancestral tomb, there were dozens of large and small tombs. For each tomb, there was a monument in front of it. Tributes were constantly being paid, and it looked like it was cleaned regularly, so there were no weeds to be seen. Master Kudo nodded, not bad. There should be a high person who has instructed. The position chosen for this cemetery is the dragon's eye of this place, gathering the spiritual chi of the mountains, rivers and streams. It is an excellent piece of blessed land. Wu Dong hurriedly complimented. Master Kudo has good eyesight. It is said that more than 100 years ago, the ancestor of the Wu family met a Taoist master, and after his guidance, he selected this place as his ancestral grave, which has continued until now. Every half a month, I personally come over to clean it and change the tribute. Unfortunately, the Wu family, however, is losing its population and its business is getting worse and worse. Speaking of this, Wu Dong sighed with a gloomy expression. With the tradition of the Wu family, the family property was passed down to the male and not the female. Unfortunately, in Wu Dong's generation, only a daughter was born. After his wife passed away due to illness, he had also found quite a few mistresses outside, but without exception, none of them got pregnant. He also once went to the hospital for a checkup, and there was nothing wrong with his body. Thinking about it, I'm afraid it's because of the ancestral tomb. As long as the problem of the ancestral tomb is solved, it will only be a matter of time before the Wu family turns back into a top-tier consortium and spreads its branches. While Wu Dong was talking, Master Kudo had already walked around the graveyard. He took out a compass from somewhere in his hand and looked at it while reciting words in his mouth at the same time. Suddenly, he stood still under an acacia tree and let out a cold hum from his mouth. This is it, Master Kutu said indifferently. Master Kutu, is there something wrong with this tree? But this acacia tree has been growing here for a full 100 years. Before Wu Dong could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Master Withered Vine. What? Do you doubt my level? Wu Dong hurriedly said. I don't dare. I don't dare. Master Withered Vine coldly grunted. The acacia tree, also known as the ghost acacia, the yin qi is extremely heavy. This tree is so close to the graveyard that the yin qi has long since converged and formed a corpse vine at the roots. If not removed, I'm afraid that all of your Wu family's fortune will be sucked out by this corpse vine. Upon hearing the words of Master Dead Vine, Wu Dong's face immediately changed drastically. It turned out that the reason why the Wu family's fortune has been so poor in the past few years, and even almost cut off their children and grandchildren, was because of an acacia tree? He immediately found a shovel and dug down towards the location pointed out by Master Kutu, until he dug more than half a meter deep. A red vine-like tree root appeared in front of everyone. Although this root was connected to the acacia tree, it was extraordinarily abnormal. Not only did it have a bizarre bright red color all over, but it was also thicker than the normal acacia tree root by a whole circle, and it even emitted a faint corpse stench. This is the item. Wrap it in sun-dried lotus leaves, and after burning it to ashes, sprinkle the ashes into the river in front of you, and the Wu family's bad luck will dissolve itself, Master Kudo said. Wu Dong nodded gratefully and was just about to act when Qin Chen stepped forward and pressed him. Uncle Wu, this thing, you can't move it yet. Qin Dust frowned and said. Wu Dong was puzzled, but Wu Min did not give Qin Dust a chance to explain at all, and opened his mouth to mock. Qin Dust, with Master Kudo sitting here, is there a place for you to speak? We brought you here to see the world. It's already a heavenly favor. Do you think just anyone can observe and learn beside Master Kutu? Not only are you ungrateful, you even dare to talk nonsense. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Master Kutu? Wu Min had a disdainful face in her eyes. At this moment, Qin Chen was a jumping clown. Qian Feiyan laughed. Qin Dust. Ah, Qin Dust. You are really bold. How dare you doubt Master Kudo's judgment? Could it be that you have some high opinion? You can say it out for everyone to hear. Although he said that he supported Qin Chen, everyone understood that Qian Feiyan was trying to make Qin Chen continue to lose face. Qin Dust ignored the duo's provocations and taunts, and instead squatted down, pointing at the corpse vine in the pit and said, You guys, look, on this corpse vine, white patterns have already appeared, which is a characteristic of a 1,000-year corpse vine. Wu Dong took a closer look and froze violently. He had dug out this corpse vine, but had not noticed this detail. Now after Qin Chen said it, he really saw circles after circles of white patterns on this corpse vine. Humph, you mean to say that this corpse vine has 1,000 years of history? I now suspect that you have a brain problem. You can't even do such simple addition and subtraction? My Wu family's ancestral grave is only a few hundred years old. Where did I get a 1,000-year-old corpse vine? Come on, lie. You have to be able to justify yourself as well. Wu Min mocked with a disdainful face. Chapter 20 Corpse Gas. I've already said what should be said, believe it or not. However, this 1,000-year corpse vine is already bound to the Wu family's fortune. If the corpse vine is chopped off, the Wu family's last shred of hope will also be chopped off. Uncle Wu, the words have been spoken, so you can see to it, Qin Chen said indifferently. At this moment, Qian Feiyan suddenly laughed out loud. Qin Dust. Ah, Qin Dust. Who on earth gave you the courage to spout nonsense in front of Grandmaster Kudo? You weren't even born yet when Master Kudo was giving feng shui readings. If you were a bit more humble, maybe Master Kudo would be in a good mood and could even give you a few pointers. But you're so arrogant. It seems like you don't put Master Kutu in your eyes at all. Qian Feiyan's words were implied, deliberately pointing the conflict at Master Kutu. However, when he looked at Grandmaster Kudo, he realized that Grandmaster Kudo was staring at the 1,000-year-old corpse vine out of his mind. That's not right. How is this possible? Grandmaster Kudo muttered something under his breath. His eyebrows knitted together. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Qin Chen. This little brother, can I borrow a step to speak? Hearing this, Qian Feiyan thought that Grandmaster Kutu wanted to instruct Qin Chen alone, and hurriedly said, Grandmaster Kutu, you don't have to save face for him. This person is most adept at tricking and deceiving. If there is anything he says that is incorrect, you can just point it out directly. Qian Feiyan was determined to make Qin Chen make a fool of himself in front of the Wu family, but Grandmaster Kutu's face sank as he said in a cold voice, Qian Feiyan, pay attention to your identity. Even if your father was here, he wouldn't dare to yell at me. The next time, have your father personally come and apologize to me. Master Kudo's words caused Qian Feiyan to be startled, and he quickly bowed. Master Kudo, don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you, I'm actually. Before he could finish his words, he realized that Grandmaster Kutu and Qin Chen had already walked away, not listening to him at all. Qin Dust, you deserve to die. Qian Feiyan gritted his teeth and muttered. In the face of Grandmaster Kutu's disregard, he did not dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction and could only take his anger out on Qin Chen. In his eyes, Qin Dust was the one to blame for making himself suffer yet another defeat. On the other side, Grandmaster Withered Vine was the first to speak and asked, Little brother, can you be sure that that is the 1,000-year corpse vine? Without hesitation, Qin Dust replied with a decisive voice. Of course, I once saw this in an ancient book. He was not lying. When he was on Qingcheng Mountain, the old man didn't let him play with his cell phone or watch TV, and the only entertainment he had was reading books in that dilapidated bookstore. According to his estimation, there were at least thousands of books in the bookstore, which contained some strange and weird things. Fortunately, his memory was far beyond normal, and he could not forget the books he had read. In one of the books, there was a detailed account about the corpse vine. Ancient book? Master Withered Vine's eyes whitened violently, and his voice rose a few degrees. He grabbed Qin Chen's shoulder with some excitement and hurriedly asked, "Where is the ancient book you mentioned? Can you let me take a look?" Qin Chen said helplessly, "Those books are all in my master's library, not for others to see. There was once someone who wanted to come and steal the books. All of them were beaten to death by my master." Hearing these words, Master Kudo's complexion darkened. If what Qin Chen said was true, then that ancient book was most likely an orphan book, the only one of its kind in the world. This was because after living for so many years and collecting countless ancient books, he had only seen mere words about the corpse vine, and there was simply no book detailing the corpse vine. Right at this moment, Qin Chen suddenly asked, "Master Kutu, have you been down to the tomb recently?" Master Kudo was first startled, then relieved. Since the other party could recognize the 1,000-year corpse vine, it must be easy to tell such a thing. "Not bad. I went down to the tomb once the other day in order to search for an elixir to cure a disease. Unfortunately, I almost lost my life and didn't find that legendary spirit medicine." Master Kudo sighed, his face filled with a forlorn look. Qin Chen, however, shook his head and said, "Perhaps Master Kutu doesn't know that when you went down to the tomb, you were inadvertently tainted with corpse qi, and I'm afraid that if you don't take care of it, you'll be dead in 3 days." Qin Chen's meaning was obvious. Within 3 days, Master Kutu would surely die. Master Kutu was violently startled. A layer of fine cold sweat seeping out from his forehead, stained with corpse qi, and he hadn't even realized it himself? Qin Chen pointed at the pit that Wu Dong had just dug out and said, "However, Master Kutu does not need to worry. There is a life-saving medicine right in front of him. All you need to do is to take vermilion sand and dissolve it in water. Then pour it on this 1,000-year-old corpse vine. Wait for the white pattern to subside. Remove the corpse vine and burn it. The resulting smoke will drive away the corpse gas." Master Kudo was excited. "Mr. Qin, what you said is true." Unconsciously, Master Kutu's address to Qin Chen changed from little brother to Mr. Qin. "The method has been told to you. As for whether you believe it or not, it's only up to you," Qin Chen said with a smile. Master Kudo hesitated. Then his eyes became firm, as if he had made some difficult decision. With that, he turned around and walked back to Wu Dong and the others, saying in a deep voice, "Mr. Wu, let me handle the matter of the ancestral tomb. You guys can go back first." Wu Dong froze, and a look of difficulty immediately appeared on his face. This was the Wu family's ancestral tomb, leaving it to someone else to dispose of? "What? You are unwilling?" Grandmaster Kudo said indifferently. Wu Dong hurriedly nodded his head and said, "No, willing. Then it will be a hard day's work for Master Kutu." After saying that, he fetched the ancestor offering and knelt down with Wu Min to burn 3 incense sticks before reluctantly leaving. Seeing Master Kutu's attitude, Chen Feiyang did not dare to interrupt and speak from the beginning to the end. However, the moment he turned his head to leave, his lips moved slightly and he spoke a wordless sentence to Qin Chen. "You're dead." Qin Dust laughed, seemingly not putting Chen Feiyang in his eyes at all. Master Withered Vine burned the corpse vine in the way Qin Dust said. When he inhaled the first wisp of smoke, his face suddenly changed and an abnormal red color emerged. Put! The corpse vine master violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. A fishy odor immediately filled the air. "This is..." Master Kutu was filled with shock. In this fishy odor, there was actually a faint smell of corpse stench. "Alright, the corpse stench has been removed. Recuperating for a few days will not be a big problem," Qin Chen said. Hearing these words, Master Kudo solemnly bowed to Qin Dust. "Many thanks to Mr. Qin for saving my life." At this moment, Grandmaster Kutu's heart had turned over in shocking waves. At such a young age, Qin Chuan was so proficient in the art of feng shui and pharmacology, and he didn't know which hermit or high person's disciple he was. I'm afraid that this person's entry into Jiangcheng will set off a storm. Chapter 21 Gu Family Clan. After resting for a while, Master Kuta personally drove Qin Chen back to Gu Yaming's villa after he recovered. As soon as he entered the door of the villa, Qin Chen saw several people sitting on the sofa in the living room. Seeing Qin Duan, a girl was the first to speak. "Cousin, is this your husband? Looks pretty average." Gu Yaming coldly dragged Qin Chen over. Just as Qin Chen was wondering, Gu Yaming suddenly took the initiative to take his arm and said to the few people on the sofa, "Grandpa, and the 2 uncles, this is the Qin Chen I told you about. The 2 of us are in a free love relationship, and in the past, for fear of our family's objections, we never made it public. A few days ago, he proposed to me, so we got married as a matter of course." While saying that, Gu Yaming also raised her hand and showed off the big sparkling diamond ring on her hand. At this time, Gu Yaming poked Qin Chen and said, "Honey, where's the marriage license? Take it out and show it to Grandpa." Qin Chen pulled out his marriage license. Gu Yaming took it and handed it, along with her own, to an old man sitting in the main seat. "Grandpa, look, this is a real marriage license. It has the force of law," Gu Yaming said with a smile. Qin Chen couldn't help but give Gu Yaming a thumbs up in his heart. This woman, ruthless enough, lying in front of so many people, she didn't change her face. That sentence just now, "dear," almost crisped his own bones, and I don't know how this woman faked it. Gu Jingde took the marriage license, didn't even look at it, and directly threw it on the coffee table in front of him. With his understanding of this granddaughter, it was impossible to fake this kind of thing. He looked Qin Chen up and down and asked indifferently, "You are Qin Chen?" Qin Chen nodded. "Yes." Gu Zhengde was just about to continue his questioning, but Gu Yaming suddenly stood out and said to Qin Chen, "Just now, I was so focused on talking that I forgot to introduce you to my family. This is my grandfather, Gu Zhengde. That's my great-uncle Gu Guahai, great-uncle Yang Rongmei. My cousin Gu Ming is studying abroad and won't be able to come back until a few days later. And this is my third uncle Gu Guazhang, my third uncle's mother Zhang Ruishui and my cousin Gu Yu." After the introduction, Gu Yaming came to Qin Chen's ear and threatened in a low voice, "I'm warning you, don't reveal anything, or else all the things I promised you before will be null and void." Qin Chen was instantly startled. If Gu Yaming broke her promise, what about Master's side? He had sent the photos over, and was waiting for a chance to get the two of them on the phone. You can't say you just got married and divorced, right? I'm afraid that the old man could just fly over and beat himself up at that time. Don't worry, but in order not to reveal yourself, you'll have to cooperate with me as well, Qin Chen said. Before Gu Yaming could react, a hand wrapped around her waist. She just wanted to resist, but then remembered the current occasion. If she made a scene with Qin Chen now, wouldn't all her efforts be wasted? She held back her anger and pinched the flesh around Qin Chen's waist with 2 fingers. "I told you to move your hands carelessly and strangle you to death." Qin Chen, however, looked at the several people sitting on the sofa as if nothing had happened, smiling as he greeted them one by one. "It's my fault that I got married a bit hastily before and didn't have time to visit everyone." Qin Chen lowered his stance and sincerely admitted his mistake. He had thought that he could muddle through with this, but he didn't expect that these few people from the Gu family didn't seem to appreciate it, and they still looked at him with a hostile expression. At this time, Gu Yu spoke again. "Brother-in-law, are you two really married? As far as I know, my cousin hasn't been very interested in men for so many years, so why did she suddenly announce her marriage?" Zhang Ruishui, the third uncle's mother, also chimed in. "That's right. How come we didn't know anything about Yaming and you getting married? Yaming, you didn't just pull a random man off the street and get married, did you?" First Aunt Yang Yangmei's mouth turned away as she said disdainfully, "That won't do. The Gu family is at least a little famous in Jiangcheng. Not just any cat or dog can get in. This guy looks like he's a rascal. He can't be a punk, right?" Hearing the words of a few people, Qin Chen looked puzzled. As the saying goes, 3 women make a show. And it's true. These 3 women in front of them were saying one thing to each other, not giving others a chance to speak at all. Chattering, noisy, and there's something wrong with this family, isn't there? What kind of elder speaks to the younger generation like this? Isn't this bullying? What's more, Gu Zhengde, who had the most say in the family, didn't say anything from the beginning to the end, as if he had acquiesced to this behavior. "I said long ago, the two of us started to fall in love a long time ago, and getting married is something that happens when the water is right. As for what you guys are saying," Gu Yaming's words were just halfway through when she suddenly felt a warmth coming from her face. "Boo." Satisfied, Qin Chen withdrew his lips and said with a smile, "Everyone should believe it now, right? The two of us still have a strong bond. Don't look at Yaming as a strong woman outside, but at home she has to kiss me every day." Feeling the residual warmth on her cheek, Gu Yaming froze, even forgetting to wipe the drool from her face. This man actually kissed himself in front of so many people? Did he want to die? At this time, Qin Chen came to her ear and whispered, "Don't reveal your footsteps, or else you'll lose all your efforts. If you feel that you're losing out, the big deal is that I'll let you kiss back." Gu Yaming gritted her teeth and forced herself not to curse out. Not only did this man take advantage of himself, he even wanted to let himself kiss him? It was impossible to die. The Gu family members also froze slightly as they watched this scene. In their impression, Gu Yaming was repulsed by men. Not only had she never been in love, she didn't even have friends of the opposite sex. Now that Qin Chen had kissed her, she hadn't even resisted? "Humph. It seems like you're determined to take control of the Gu group in your own hands?" Eldest uncle Gu Guahai asked with a cold face. Gu Yaming raised her head and said firmly, "Eldest uncle, it's clearly written in my father's will that as long as I can get married before the end of this month, all the shares of the Gu group will be transferred to me. As for the company, don't worry. In the past, my father could make the group amongst the top-notch companies in Jiangcheng, so naturally I can too." Gu Yaming's voice wasn't subdued, and her look was incomparably confident. Good, good. Good. Hearing Gu Yaming's words, Gu Guojiang on the side gritted his teeth and said 3 good words in a row, then slammed the coffee table, his face full of anger. Gu Yaming, don't forget, you're just a woman. How can you fight with those old foxes who have been fighting for decades in the business world? When Gu Group goes bankrupt, don't come begging to us. Also, there are 20% of my big brother and I's shares in the Gu Group, and the building's property rights aren't yours. Now, we're asking for a divestment, and at the same time, we're asking for the Gu Group to move out of the current building. Gu Guojiang's face was ugly to the extreme, his voice cold and threatening. Gu Yu hurriedly poured Gu Guojiang a cup of water and advised, Dad, don't be anxious, my cousin. She was also confused for a moment. Saying this, she looked up at Gu Yaming. Cousin, look at how angry you've made my dad? Why don't you hurry up and apologize? Also, you've already gotten married and married someone. Why are you still always holding on to that crappy company? Transfer the company to my dad and uncle. Let them give you a large sum of money. Why don't you and my brother-in-law go and enjoy life? Think about it. We're doing this for your own good. Chapter 22 Competition for the Family Fortune. Gu Yaming's face sank, and she said in a cold voice, Gu Clan Group is something that my father has created with great effort, and I will never hand it over. As for what you said about the shares and the building, third uncle, I have no opinion. For the money, I'll transfer it to your card within 3 days. The Gu Group's new office building is being renovated. In less than a month, the space will be vacated, and someone will contact you to hand it over at that time. Hearing Gu Yaming's words, several people's faces were a bit ugly. The Gu Group, although it had the word Gu in it, was indeed founded by Gu Yaming's father, Gu Guotao. Only at that time, taking into account the brotherhood, Gu Guotao gave each brother a gift of 10% of the shares. The company's office building was settled in the name of his father, Gu Zhengde, but God did not want. Gu's group has just grown up. Gu Guotao husband and wife in a car accident, both killed, and Gu Yaming was completely dumbfounded when she saw the will forwarded by her lawyer. In Gu Guotao's will, all the property was left to Gu Yaming, but there was one condition. From the day of his death, if within 3 months, Gu Yaming was still unmarried, she would gift all her assets to the 2 Gu family brothers. Gu Yaming couldn't understand why her father would give his inheritance to those 2 vampires. These 2 people could not run a company at all, except to spend their days drinking. She was extremely resistant to the marriage at first, but as the 3-month deadline approached, she had no choice but to compromise. She found someone from the internet and was prepared to sign a contract privately, fake a marriage, and then inherit the Gu Group under the will. But on the day of the blind date, she recognized the wrong person and got a license with Qin Chen in confusion. But now that she thought about it, marrying Qin Chen was considered a crooked marriage. If it wasn't for Qin Chen, I'm afraid the new building wouldn't have been topped out by now. By then, the Gu Group would have been kicked out of the current office building and wouldn't even have a place to work. That's right, she had long predicted that the 2 brothers, Gu Guohai and Gu Guojiang, would come to compete for her family fortune. So she had started preparing for the new office building since Gu Guotao's death. After all, when her father Gu Guotao was alive, these 2 had managed to get a lot of money from the company and spent it outside, and after they saw the will, they definitely wouldn't let go of such a large sum of money. Only by dealing with these 2 people would the Gu Group be considered truly in her hands. Gu Yaming looked towards Gu Zhengde and said with some disappointment, Grandpa, do you have the same attitude? I'm your own granddaughter. Are you going to take the Gu Clan Group out of my hands and give it to someone else as well? During the period when the 2 Gu brothers were fighting over her family fortune, Gu Zhengde had never stopped it. Not stopping it was also an attitude. Yaming, they are your eldest and third uncles, not the so-called others. Besides, although your surname is Gu, what about your children? In a few decades, Gu's assets, I'm afraid, will have to change their surnames. Gu Zhengde said indifferently. Gu Yaming froze when she heard this. It turned out that the real reason why Grandpa didn't stop the Gu brothers from competing for the family assets was actually this. At this moment, Qin Chen suddenly interjected. Grandpa, you're worrying too much. Don't worry, when Yaming gives birth, you can take her surname. I don't care. Qin Chen smiled, looking harmless as a human animal. You, Gu Zhengde pointed at Qin Chen, a trace of anger flashing across his face. Was there a place for him to speak here? How dare he go against himself? It was simply looking for death. He said in a cold voice, Yaming, I won't stop you if you want to get married, but it must not be him. This kind of arrogant brat with no upbringing and no strength can never enter my Gu family's home. You should have also heard that Jin Huan, the chairman of the Radiant Jewelry Group, is preparing to make an $8 billion investment and has arranged a banquet to exchange projects along the way. Speaking of this, Gu Zhengde took out a black invitation with a gold border and threw it onto the table. This is the invitation to the banquet. As a matter of fact, with the scale of the Gu Group, it's not qualified to participate in this banquet. but the Qin family took the initiative to send over an invitation. Your task is to attend the banquet as the female companion of Qian Fei Yang, the sole heir of the Qin family, to get to know a few more bigwigs from the upper echelons, and by the way, cultivate a relationship with Qian Fei Yang. As far as I know, if the initial $8 billion works out well, Mr. Jin will most likely invest an additional $20 billion or more, and it's very likely that the Chen clan will get that money. If you can get together with Qian Fei Yang, the Gu family can follow suit. Gu Zhengde said expressionlessly. Gu Yaming looked at the invitation on the table and asked incredulously, Grandpa, do you know what you're talking about? I'm already married now, and you even want me to go and join forces with Qian Fei Yang? And you must have heard of Qian Fei Yang's reputation, right? He's already ruined several girls. How can you spare me to be with such scum? Gu Zhengde said indifferently. People change. It's understandable that Qian Fei Yang was young and reckless and made a little mistake. He's much more composed now. This matter is not negotiable. If you don't go, tomorrow I will send someone to the company building to evict people. Don't you forget, the property right of the company building is still under my name. After saying that, Gu Zhengde didn't give Gu Yaming a chance to speak at all, stood up and left. The remaining few people saw this and hurriedly chased after him. Gu Yu stayed at the end, looking at Gu Yaming's expression, revealing a touch of indignation. In the beginning, the Gu family had wanted her to go and marry Qian Fei Yang, but Qian Fei Yang let out the word that he only had eyes for Gu Yaming. All other women were exempt. After learning this news, she was so angry that she almost gnashed her teeth. What's so good about that Gu Yaming woman? In front of everyone, she was always so high and mighty, like an ice cube, and she didn't know how to please a man as well as she did. Gu Yaming, everything you have now, I'll snatch it bit by bit. Gu Yu secretly swore in her heart. When all of the Gu family had left the villa, Gu Yaming collapsed onto the sofa as if she had lost her strength. She looked ahead with lifeless eyes, her heart filled with 100 feelings that were hard to describe. Suddenly, a finger waved in front of her eyes. Is it all right? Qin Chen asked with concern. Looking at Qin Chen, Gu Yaming's face turned cold, suddenly remembering that kiss just now. Bastard, who let you kiss me just now? Gu Yaming gritted her teeth and questioned. Qin Chen replied with an innocent face. Wasn't it you who told me to cooperate with you? Besides, if I didn't kiss them, I'm afraid they'd still suspect that I'm helping you without any selfishness. Hearing Qin Chen's sophistry, Gu Yaming's chest rose and fell in anger, to the point where she wanted to hurl profanities. Qin Chen subconsciously gulped as he looked at the scenery in front of him. However, in the next moment, he immediately felt Gu Yaming's gaze that looked like it wanted to kill. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran. Chapter 23, Investment Banquet. Early the next morning, Qin Chen had just come down from upstairs when he saw Gu Yaming, who was meticulously putting on her makeup. He was a bit surprised and asked, "What's the situation today? Did the sun come out of the west?" In the past 2 days, he had stayed in Gu Yaming's villa and had never met up with Gu Yaming in the morning. When he woke up, people had long since arrived at the company to start working. Today, he didn't know what was going on, but Gu Yaming hadn't gone to the company and had put on makeup. "Shut up if you can't talk," Gu Yaming said in a cold voice while applying lipstick. Seeing the banquet invitation in Gu Yaming's hand, Qin Chen froze and asked, "You don't really want to go and fall in love with that Qian Fei Yang kid, do you? As far as I know, that kid isn't a good person, and he's also a 3-second man." Gu Yaming couldn't help but giggle when she heard this. "I'm afraid that the fact that he's a scummy guy has long been spread throughout the entire Jiangqing city, so it's not surprising that you know about it. But how did you know about him being a 3-second man?" Qin Chen said blandly, "Don't forget that I know medical arts. Medical arts emphasize on looking, hearing and questioning. The first step is looking. That little problem on his body, just take a look and you can see it. By the way, your menstrual cramps have not yet been eradicated. In 2 days I will prescribe medicine for you. After eating it, you will never have menstrual cramps again." Hearing Qin Chen's words, Gu Yaming suddenly remembered the night before. She had suffered from menstrual cramps and almost fainted from the pain. At the critical moment, Qin Chen lifted up her skirt and placed his hand on her belly, and in just a short while, the menstrual cramps disappeared. Although he cured his menstrual cramps, he looked at his underwear and touched his body. Thinking of this, a hint of redness flashed across Gu Yaming's delicate face. Gu Yaming was already stunningly beautiful, and with a layer of light makeup, along with this shy blush, she was even more seductive. Coupled with her cool and arrogant temperament, there was even more of a sense of contrast, directly causing Qin Chen to look dumbfounded. Seeing Qin Chen's appearance, Gu Yaming immediately reacted and coldly said, "What are you looking at? Turn your head away. Besides, when did I say I want to fall in love with Qian Fei Yang?" Saying that, she picked up the invitation and said, "Gu's group is also having a very difficult time with its funds right now. If my eldest uncle and third uncle withdraw their shares, I'll have to take out at least $5 billion to repurchase the shares they're holding. But the company's account simply doesn't have that much liquidity left. If Gu Group can get the Radiant Jewelry Group to invest, it will be able to survive the current crisis. Speaking of this, a look of determination surfaced in Gu Yaming's beautiful eyes. Gu's Group was the only asset left to her by her parents, and she would never let Gu's Group collapse. Qin Chen couldn't help but admire this strong woman in his heart as he listened to Gu Yaming's words. As far as he knew, Gu's Group, in the thousands of enterprises in the entire Jiangqing city, the overall strength could not even enter the top 50, barely a second-tier enterprise. Wanting to get the investment from Radiant Jewelry Group was almost impossible, but she was still willing to try for the sake of this slim hope, and she didn't know how much pressure her thin body had endured. If there's a chance, I'll find a way to help you, Qin Chen suddenly said. Gu Yaming froze, then smiled and said, you can't even get into the banquet, so I'm afraid you won't be able to do much to help in this matter. After saying that, she picked up her exquisite handbag and turned around to walk towards the villa's front door. As she was about to leave the door, Gu Yaming suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Chen and said, still, thank you. Qin Chen looked at Gu Yaming's distant back and smiled faintly. This woman. I'm afraid that she had to develop a cold and strong character because her parents were both dead and her only remaining relatives were still thinking about her family fortune. But this was just a shell she used to protect herself. In the face of other people's goodwill, she was still able to show her soft and kind side once in a while. This woman is becoming more and more fascinating. Just at this moment, his cell phone rang. Seeing the caller, he smiled slightly and then picked up the phone. Mr. Jean, have you been sleeping well lately? Qin Chen asked with a smile. As soon as the words fell, Jean Huan's excited voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Master Qin, you are truly divine. These past few days, my sleep has gotten better and better. And this sleep last night was the most comfortable sleep I've had in the past few months. I slept from 9 o'clock last night. Until now. Jean Huan's mouth could barely close as he smiled. 2 days ago, he had turned the dragon turtle on the cash register as Qin Chen had instructed. That night, he started to stop dreaming. Yesterday, this night, he even slept incomparably well and woke up refreshed. However, when he thought of Qin Chen's words, he also had a moment of fear. If he hadn't happened to meet Qin Chen, I'm afraid that within a few months, he would have to die. By the way, Master Qin, I'm organizing a banquet today. Do you have time to attend? It just so happens that I also have something I want to ask you. Please do appreciate your presence. Jean Huan said sincerely. The matter that he was prepared to take out $8 billion to invest had long spread throughout Jiangcheng. In the past few days, at least hundreds of companies had submitted plans requesting him to invest. But doing business like this was all risky. In case of a loss, the money would be equivalent to a broken heart for Radiant Jewelry Group. So he wanted Qin Duan to help do the math and find a profitable project to invest in. Qin Dust originally wanted to refuse. With his character, he didn't like to show his face, but he suddenly remembered Gu Yaming. He might be able to help her if he went over there. Alright, you tell me the location. I'll go over there in a while, Qin Chen replied. Jean Huan was delighted and quickly said, it's at the Radiance International Hotel, which is also my property. When the time comes, I'll have someone wait for you at the entrance and lead you directly to my office. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chen called a car. Master, go to the Radiance International Hotel, Qin Dust said. Young man, why don't we change the place? The Radiance International Hotel has been chartered today, saying that it's going to hold some kind of banquet. It's futile for you to go. They won't be open for normal business until tomorrow, the driver master kindly advised. Qin Chen laughed. I know, I'm attending that banquet. Drive. The driver master was surprised and glanced at Qin Chen sitting in the back row. As a cab driver, he had a wide range of sources. He had long heard that the big boss of the Radiant Jewelry Group was going to hold a banquet, saying that he was going to make some kind of investment, several billions of dollars. The guests attending the banquet were all the chairmen of major corporations, and ordinary people were not qualified to attend at all. This young man, dressed in casual clothes, which has the appearance of a boss. Besides, what boss would take a cab? They all have full-time drivers. He has seen this kind of young man a lot. He is definitely engaged in live broadcasting. When the time comes to start a live broadcast in front of the hotel, and then take a picture, you can go out and brag about it later. Thinking of this, the driver master immediately snorted coldly. Sit tight. I'm going to drive. Chapter 24 VIP Passage. After arriving at the entrance of the Radiance International Hotel, the driver master was not in a hurry to leave. This young man, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to stay here for long before he had to be driven away. At that time, he would still be able to earn another sum of money. Just as he was thinking this, he saw in the rearview mirror a man in a suit quickly run out of the hotel and bowed to the young man who had just taken his car. Master Qin, How are you? I'm Mr. Jin's secretary, He Jun. You can just call me Xiao He. He Jun, who was wearing a suit, said respectfully, although he looked like he was several years older than Qin Chen. There was no trace of disdain when he spoke these words. Mr. Jin had already specially explained that this was an honored guest that he had invited. If the hospitality was not good, one would not have a chance to explain at all. Just resign directly. Well, okay, take me to General Manager Jin first. Right, I don't have an invitation to the banquet. Will I be in trouble? Qin Chen asked. He Jun smiled and hurriedly said, Master Qin, you're joking. You coming to the banquet is giving our boss face. Talking about invitations is slapping us in the face. Right now, Mr. Jin is in a meeting. Otherwise he would have come to pick you up in person. The main entrance is a bit crowded right now. I'll take you in through the VIP-only channel. He Jun sidestepped, made a pleased gesture, and led Qin Chen towards the hotel. When the driver master saw this scene, he was directly dumbfounded, hoping that what that young man said was true. He really came to attend the banquet? What were rich people thinking nowadays? Taking a taxi to attend a top banquet? And at the same time, a luxury car slowly stopped at the entrance of the hotel and Qian Fei Yang walked down from the car. Many people threw envious gazes at him, because on both sides of him, there were two top beauties. Woman glared at Gu Yaming on the other side, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. With the size of Wu's group, she was not qualified to come to this banquet. Her invitation, given by Qian Fei Yang, said that he was bringing her here to see the world. But what she hadn't expected was that Qian Fei Yang had brought another woman, Gu Yaming. She had long heard of Gu Yaming's name, rumored to be the first beautiful chairman of Zhongchang. She didn't know what this woman had done to seduce Qian Fei Yang. She immediately felt a sense of crisis. So as soon as she got off the bus, she took the initiative to take Qian Fei Yang's arm and even gave Gu Yaming a provocative look. Gu Yaming shook her head and didn't pay any attention to her at all. She just wanted to use Qian Fei Yang's invitation to blend into the banquet, and never paid any attention to Qian Fei Yang from the beginning to the end. If it wasn't for the fact that the invitation in her hand belonged to the Qian family and she had to enter with Qian Fei Yang, she wouldn't even want to see Qian Fei Yang's face. Just then, woman suddenly pointed at a back in the distance and said in surprise, Young Qian, look, how come the more I look at that person, the more I feel like that punk Qin Chen? When Qian Fei Yang looked in the direction of woman's finger, Qin Chen had already disappeared. You're looking at it wrong, aren't you? You don't even look at what kind of occasion this is. Is he qualified to come? I'm afraid he can't even be the security guard for this banquet. Besides, can't you see that's the VIP passage? Even I'm not qualified to enter through there. Do you think he is? Qian Fei Yang said disdainfully. Woman nodded her head repeatedly. That's right, that should be me looking at it wrong. Gu Yaming on the side smiled to herself. She almost thought that person was Qin Chen as well, but thinking back, it was indeed impossible. That smelly man didn't even have the money to stay in a hotel or take a taxi, so how could he come to such a high-end banquet? Yaming, let's go. It's time to enter, Qian Fei Yang said as he looked at Gu Yaming with a smile. Gu Yaming nodded indifferently and took the lead towards the front door of the hotel. Seeing Gu Yaming's cold attitude, Qian Fei Yang's eyes narrowed slightly and a cold snort escaped his mouth. There hasn't been a single woman that I, Qian Fei Yang, have set my eyes on that has missed, Qian Fei Yang said in a cold voice. After entering the hotel, Gu Yaming found a corner and quickly separated from Qian Fei Yang. Being together with this kind of scum would be even more disgusting for one more second. Qian Fei Yang did not rush to launch an attack on Gu Yaming. Although he was a playboy rich second generation, he could still tell what was more important. This banquet was a rare opportunity, and if utilized well, Qian's group could develop a lot of business. He brought Wu Min and climbed into conversation with the other bosses. On the other hand, Qin Duan arrived at Jin Huan's office under the leadership of He Jun. As soon as he entered, Qin Chen saw a room full of jewelry. The huge office was like a small exhibition hall, with hundreds of pieces of jewelry being placed in bulletproof glass cabinets, glittering with an attractive light under the sunlight. Master Qin, you're here. When Jin Huan saw Qin Chen, he hurriedly rose to greet him. With that, he instructed He Jun, who was at the side. I want to have a private chat with Master Qin, so go and announce that the banquet is delayed by an hour to start. He Jun froze and said with some difficulty, Boss, the guests have almost all arrived. If we announce the banquet to be postponed now, I'm afraid that many people will be dissatisfied. Jin Huan snorted coldly. Dissatisfaction? Then hold it in for me. This group of people together are not as important as Master Qin's little finger. Understand? Anyone who dares to cause trouble, just blast them out and tell them to get lost. A superior aura erupted from Jin Huan's body, causing He Jun to shiver. Yes, boss, I know. After saying that, He Jun hurriedly left the office, bringing the door with him in the process. Blown by the wind in the corridor, he felt a sudden chill on his body. It was only then that he realized that in those short seconds just now, the shirt on his body had already been soaked in cold sweat. It seems that Master Qin's identity is more important than I thought. He Jun hurriedly walked towards the hall, ready to announce Jin Huan's notice. In the office, Qin Chuan surveyed the jewelry in the glass cabinet with interest, and couldn't help but sigh. General Manager Jin has very strong financial resources. This room of jewelry of yours is worth at least a few $1 billion, right? Jin Huan proudly introduced. Master Qin has good eyesight. I usually don't have any other hobbies. I just like to collect these things. If Master Qin likes it, feel free to pick. Qin Chen smiled and was just about to refuse when his gaze was attracted by a pair of earrings, only to see that this pair of earrings was made of 2 diamonds, one blue and one pink, with an extremely beautiful shape. Not only that, as Qin Chuan moved, no matter from which angle he looked at it, he could see the flickering light on the diamond's facets. Seeing that Qin Chen seemed to be interested in this pair of earrings, Jin Huan hurriedly opened the safety and took the earrings out. Master Qin, these 2 diamonds, one is the Apollo blue diamond and one is the Artemis pink diamond. The production is extremely low, and what's even more precious is that these 2 diamonds are all natural and unadulterated diamonds. Extremely rare. Since Master Qin likes it, I'll bear the pain and give it to Master Qin. I don't know which beautiful young lady is so lucky to receive a gift from Master Qin, Jin Huan said with a smile. Chapter 25. Guess who I'm going to give these earrings to? Kim Huan wasn't lying. These 2 diamonds, even if they were put into the world, they would still be a one-of-a-kind existence. A few years ago, there was a similar diamond auction that fetched $300 million. This pair of earrings in Jin Huan's hand was not only bigger than that diamond, but also matched as a pair, and its value could be at least 5 or 6 times higher. Qin Chen was not polite and directly put the earrings away. Seeing this scene, Jin Huan immediately smiled with joy. As long as he received the gift, then there was hope for his own affairs. Master Qin, there's something else I want to trouble you with. As you know, I'm organizing this banquet because I want to find suitable investment targets, but after all, it involves such a large sum of money, and I'm afraid that with the initial plus later investments, it would have to be close to $50 billion. Can you read my fortune and see which project would be more appropriate to invest in? Saying that, Jin Huan took out a form. There were at least dozens of project names on it, all of which were planning proposals submitted up by major groups. Qin Chen did not look at the project table, but smiled and said, since I received a gift from Mr. Jin, this is something I can't afford to refuse. Only, there's no need to look at the project list. If Mr. Jin trusts me, then just invest in Gu Group directly. Jin Huan frowned and said, Gu Group? I seem to have heard of it. It seems like the chairman of the Gu Group died in a car accident some time ago, and his daughter took over the company. Master Qin, I'm not doubting you, but can a girl with no management experience run the company well? Qin Chen laughed and took out the pair of earrings and waved them in front of Jin Huan, saying, Mr. Jin, guess who I'm going to give these earrings to? After saying that, he waved his hand and walked towards the office door. I shouldn't be needed for the rest, right? It just so happens that it's time for lunch, so I'll go down and have something to eat first. Qin Chen left the office, leaving behind only a confused Jin Huan. It was only when Qin Chen left that Jin Huan reacted, a look of sudden realization appearing on his face. No wonder Master Qin had just chosen a woman's earring, so it was meant to be given to that girl from the Gu family. Then what are you waiting for? If he didn't invest now, I'm afraid he wouldn't have the chance to invest even if he wanted to in the future. With Master Qin sitting on the Gu Group, the rise of the Gu Group was only a matter of time. Thinking of this, he hurriedly picked up his cell phone and called He Jun. Hey, He Jun, you now immediately go and print an investment contract. The content will be written as before, but the amount of the first investment, change it from 8 billion to 20 billion. Right, the name of the investing company should also be added directly. It's the Gu Group, Jin Huan commanded. Hearing Jin Huan's words, He Jun directly froze. The banquet hadn't even started yet, and the investment target was finalized, and the amount of the first investment had gone up by so much. Obviously, this matter wasn't finalized half an hour ago. Thinking of this, He Jun suddenly remembered someone. Master Qin. After he finished his secret talks with his boss, the boss immediately finalized the investment in the business. Could it be that this is all related to Master Qin? However, as a secretary, He Jun naturally knew what to ask and what not to ask. He didn't say anything and hung up the phone before rushing off to print the contract. On the other side, after Qin Chen went downstairs to the banquet hall, he went straight to the dining area. However, he had just picked up a piece of cake, and before he had the chance to eat it, he heard a shriek from not far away. This voice, it seems a bit familiar. He turned his head to look, only to see that in the corner, Gu Yaming was covering her neck with an angry face. In front of her, Qin Chen saw another familiar figure, Wu Min. The two women were facing each other with swords drawn for some unknown reason, and Wu Min seemed to have the upper hand as she raised her palm, seemingly about to make a move on Gu Yaming in public. Gu Yaming was startled and subconsciously blocked her face with her hand, but the next moment, the expected slap did not fall. She slowly lowered her palm, just in time to meet Qin Chen at eye level. Qin Chen laughed, a sunny smile on his face. How could Gu Yaming not expect that the one who appeared at the critical moment to save her was actually Qin Chen? Right at this moment, Wu Min also recognized Qin Chen and immediately cursed. Bastard! Let go of me! You punk even dared to make a move on me! Are you tired of living? Wu Min gritted her teeth and threatened fiercely. At this moment, her wrist was grasped in Qin Chen's hand, and she could not break free in the slightest, as if it was clamped by an iron vice. I'll let you go if you apologize to her first. Not only did Qin Chen not let go of his hand, he even used a bit of force. Wu Min immediately screamed in pain, her face filled with agony. Sorry to you, okay? Wu Min said indignantly. Apologize alone and it's gone ah? People's necklaces were ripped off by you. You have to compensate for the damage. Qin Chen had just noticed that there was a string of necklaces scattered on the ground, and a ring of strangulation marks appeared on Gu Yaming's neck. It was obvious that Wu Min had just forcefully yanked Gu Yaming's necklace off in the course of the argument. This woman, her hands were really vicious. At this time, Qian Fei Yang finally noticed what was happening here and walked over. As soon as she saw Qian Fei Yang, Wu Min instantly came to her senses. Honey, you have to save me. This punk is trying to beat me up. Wu Min put on a pitiful look and begged for help. Qian Fei Yang frowned, looked at Qin Chen and said in a cold voice, I'll give you 3 seconds to let her go. Otherwise I'll make you regret what you did today for the rest of your life. Don't worry, I'll do what I say. The corner of Qin Chen's mouth hooked up in an arc as he mocked. 3 seconds man, you're the one who should regret it, right? If it wasn't for the fact that you took too many pills in the past, how could it be only 3 seconds? As soon as the words fell, Qin Chen's hand suddenly fired. Ka-chow! An inaudible bone-cracking sound rang out. Wu Min's hand was actually directly broken. Only after doing this did he let go of his hand. Wu Min looked at her hand, and her eyes widened. The whole person was in pain and unexpectedly couldn't even make a sound. Crouching on the ground in pain. Consider this as compensation for the necklace you broke. If you want to blame, go blame this Qin Dishao. After all, I'm a person who dislikes being threatened the most. Qin Chen said smilingly. Qian Fei Yang looked at the scene in front of him, and anger surged to his heart. His fists clenched tightly, and his gaze towards Qin Chen took on a few points of killing intent. This kid, how dare he break his woman's wrist in front of him, looking for death. Even if the Heavenly King came today, he would not be able to save him. Good, very good, daring to go against me, Qian Fei Yang. You're really tired of living. Qian Fei Yang smiled back in anger and threatened through clenched teeth. He had once inquired about Qin Chen's identity with Wu Min. He had thought that Qin Chen was some ungrateful rich second generation from a company that dared to provoke himself 3 times. But what he did not expect was that the information Wu Min got from Wu Dong said that Qin Chen was just an ordinary Taoist priest on Qingqing Mountain. A stinking Taoist priest? Who gave him the courage to offend himself? It was simply outrageous. Chapter 26, Kneeling and Apologizing. Qian Fei Yang just wanted to call out to someone, but Gu Yaming suddenly stood up and blocked in front of Qin Chen. Qian Fei Yang, wait! Gu Yaming hurriedly blocked. The hotel's lobby was huge, and the few of them were in the corner, so not many people noticed what was happening here at the moment. But if Qian Fei Yang shouted and alerted the people from the Radiant Jewelry Group, it would be troublesome. At that time, not only would Qin Chen be in danger, but I'm afraid that my own plan to find an investment would also have to fall through. Qian Fei Yang, haven't you always wanted to ask me out for dinner? As long as you promise not to pursue this matter, I'll promise to have a meal with you at night, Gu Yaming said through gritted teeth. Although she was incredibly disgusted with Qian Fei Yang, she could only do so in order to keep Qin Chen. After all, Qin Chen had offended Qian Fei Yang by standing up for himself, so she couldn't abandon Qin Chen unattended. Hearing Gu Yaming's words, Qian Fei Yang was first stunned, then his gaze flicked over the two of them, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Gu Yaming, this kid isn't a gigolo you've raised, is he? Otherwise, why would you defend him so much? Only, do you think you can get rid of me by having a meal with me? This is the room card for the room upstairs. If you don't come at night, I assure you that I will personally kill him. Qian Fei Yang took out a room card and flung it on the table in front of Gu Yaming. Qian Fei Yang, what do you mean? Gu Yaming coldly stared at Qian Fei Yang with a tight gaze. Isn't my meaning obvious enough? Qian Fei Yang smiled smugly. Gu Group's funds are very tight right now. If they can't get investment, I'm afraid they won't make it to the end of this month. Am I right? Tonight, as long as you serve me well, after I get the investment from Mr. Jean, I might even be able to share some of it with you. Otherwise, you can leave the banquet now and go back to wait for the company to go bankrupt. He knew that a lot of things had happened to the Gu group recently, and money was very tight. Even the Gu family had fallen out over the family fortune. The reason why Gu Yaming had agreed to accompany himself to the banquet was also because he wanted to pull in investments so that the Gu group could tide over the immediate crisis. As long as he threatened Gu Yaming with this matter, he wasn't afraid that she wouldn't agree. Gu Yaming looked at the room card on the table. Her heart was sad. The Gu group's capital situation was kept secret from the public. Why would Qian Fei Yang know so clearly? There was only one explanation, and that was that someone in the Gu family had told Qian Fei Yang about the Gu group's funds. He would rather bankrupt the company than let himself inherit it. Although the same bloodline flowed in their veins, for the sake of profit, they treated themselves as enemies. Gu Yaming trembled as she reached for the room card on the table. She knew that as long as she took this step, she was afraid that she would never be able to turn back. Qian Fei Yang looked at the scene in front of him, the corner of his mouth raising a smug smile. What kind of cold female president? In the end, she still had to obediently climb into her bed to serve herself? But at this critical moment, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Yaming's hand. Qin Chen? Several people were startled in unison, not expecting Qin Chen to dare to intervene at this time. Qin Chen held Gu Yaming's hand, and his heart was very unfavorable. He could feel that Gu Yaming's hand was still trembling slightly right now, and it was incredibly cold. If it weren't for herself, she wouldn't have been forced to this point. Don't worry, you can get the investment without relying on Qian Fei Yang. Qin Chen stared at Gu Yaming and said with firm eyes, Qin Chen, who do you think you are? Where did you get the courage to say that she can get the investment? Our Qian group, which ranks among the top in terms of strength in Jiangcheng, doesn't even dare to say that it's 100% getting investment, so where does she get the nerve to look for investment in a small, broken company that's about to close down? I put my words here today, if she can get the investment without relying on me, I'll eat in front of everyone. Qian Feiyan was raging, speaking in a tone full of confidence. Gu Yaming sighed. She knew that Qian Fei Yang's words were rough. Even if she stood in front of Jin Huan, I'm afraid they wouldn't even recognize who she was. So how could they invest in themselves? Don't worry, we'll know in a moment if we can get the investment or not. But before that, it's better to let Wu Min lose the necklace money first. Qin Chen said indifferently. Wu Min laughed as if she had heard some funny joke. Let me pay for the money? Are you dreaming? Yes, I admit that I intentionally ripped off her necklace. So what? A woman who doesn't know the heights of heaven needs to be cleaned up before she can recognize her position. Wu Min said disdainfully. She had indeed come to pick a fight on purpose just now, in order to give Gu Yaming a hard time. It was not easy for her to make progress in her relationship with Qian Fei Yang, and then Gu Yaming showed up and attracted all of Qian Fei Yang's thoughts. This Gu Yaming dared to rob something that belonged to her. Beating her up would be light. Thinking of this, Wu Min revealed a pitiful look, took Qian Fei Yang's arm and cried, "My dear, this woman is really too rampant. She just took advantage of your absence and not only scolded me, but also insulted me. You have to help me take revenge and clean up this woman properly." You, Gu Yaming looked at Wu Min, so angry that she couldn't even speak. It was clear that the other party came to provoke herself first, and even made a move to try to hit herself, but she turned black and white and said it was her fault. Qian Fei Yang snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Gu Yaming, apologize to Wu Min, and this matter will be over." Gu Yaming's face turned cold and said, "Let me apologize to her? Impossible." Hearing this, Qian Fei Yang surprisingly didn't get angry and instead laughed. He didn't need to look. He knew that it was Wu Min who provoked Gu Yaming first. But so what? In his eyes, Gu Yaming would become his woman sooner or later. If she was her own woman, she would have to obey her orders unconditionally. Right now, he was going to let Gu Yaming know this. "I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, I will make your Gu group declare bankruptcy within 3 days. Qian Fei Yang already knew Gu Yaming's soft underbelly. As long as he threatened her with the Gu group, she wouldn't dare to resist his orders. Gu Yaming's face stiffened. "What? Kneel?" Gu Yaming looked at Qian Fei Yang in disbelief and snapped. "I'll only give you 5 seconds. I'm a man who always keeps his word," Qian Fei Yang said smugly. Wu Min on the side also came to her feet and chimed in. "Young Qian is giving you a chance. Why don't you hurry up and grab it? Hurry up and kneel down for me. Otherwise, with Qian Group's strength, not to mention 3 days, it only takes 1 day to bankrupt Gu Group." She clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked at Gu Yaming in a lofty manner. She even wanted to take out her cell phone and record the image of Gu Yaming kneeling to herself. After all, Gu Yaming was also a little known, high-strung female president, and if such a person knelt down and apologized to herself, she could take it out later and use it as a talking point. Chapter 27. Even a fairy can't save you when it comes to you. Gu Yaming's face turned pale, obviously frightened by Qian Fei Yang's words. 5, 4, 3, 2. Qian Fei Yang smiled and counted down, but just as he was about to count the last number, Qin Chen suddenly stepped forward and slapped Qian Feiyang's face. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap rang out, knocking Qian Feiyang directly dumbfounded. Not only that, the sound of the slap was just too loud, and quite a few people were attracted over. Isn't this Qian Feiyang, the son of Qian Daqiang, chairman of the Qian Group? How did he get beaten up? Who's the young man who hit him? He dared to hit Qian Feiyang. He should be a rich second generation too. Why haven't I seen him before? Oh, I've long heard that this kid from the Qian family doesn't do anything serious every day. He just knows to mess with women. And I guess this time there was a conflict because of the women. Well, not bad. The girl over there is Wu's group Wu Dong's daughter. On the other side is Gu's group's just appointed chairman of the board of directors, Gu Yaming. Both women are first-class good-looking. Just in time. The banquet has been postponed. It's boring. Look at the youngsters fighting to relieve their boredom. Ha ha. This group of people, the lowest position is also the vice chairman of the major groups. The youngest is over 40 years old. But watching the fun is human nature. Even this group of executives cannot be exempted from it. Qian Feiyang's face became even hotter when he saw so many bigwigs surrounding him. He had actually been slapped by a punk. It's a disgrace to the grandma's house. Kid, you're going to die today. I told you, even the gods can't save you when they come. Qian Feiyang pointed at Qin Chen and said through clenched teeth, I'd like to see how you're going to get me killed. Qin Chen stuck his hands in his pockets as if he didn't put Qian Feiyang in his eyes at all. Gu Yaming hurriedly pulled Qin Chen back and anxiously whispered, Qin Chen, are you crazy? Do you know Qian Feiyang's identity? If he wants to retaliate against you, he won't be able to stop you with my status. Before he strikes now, you should hurry up and run. Immediately go to the airport, buy a ticket and fly overseas. Don't come back for a few years. Leave the rest to me. Gu Yaming sighed in her heart. Qin Chen had also offended Qian Feiyang because he had stood up for himself. If she didn't bail him out, she would have a bad conscience for the rest of her life. However, there was no way she would cheapen Qian Feiyang. Even if she sold the Gu group, she wouldn't accompany Qian Feiyang to bed. Qin Chen smiled and looked at Gu Yaming, patting her head comfortingly. I'm not in the habit of letting women stand in front of me. You'd better stand behind me and watch the show. This next play is called Clown Breaking Defense. When the crowd heard Qin Chen's words, they couldn't help but laugh. The clown, naturally, was referring to Qian Feiyang. I didn't expect this young man to swear quite amusingly. However, the crowd immediately turned their attention to Qian Feiyang. This kind of rich second generation would definitely not tolerate the other party cursing them like that. Sure enough, as soon as Qin Chen's words fell, Qian Feiyang became enraged, and with his hand, he picked up a vase on the table and smashed it down towards Qin Chen's head. The distance between the two was very close, and with Qian Feiyang's sudden strike, everyone did not react. Be careful, dodge! Gu Yaming shrieked in shock and hurriedly pushed Qin Chen, but it was too late. The vase was already less than 2 centimeters from Qin Chen's head, and in this instant, Qin Chen's arm cut a residual shadow in the air, and in the next moment, the vase in Qian Feiyang's hand suddenly disappeared. Bang! After a muffled sound, the sound of glass shattering rang out. Wow! Glass fragments fell all over the place. However, the crowd was shocked to realize that the person who was beaten was not Qin Chen, but Qian Feiyang. A stream of bright red blood slowly flowed down from Qian Feiyang's head, obviously having his head broken by the vase. Qian Feiyang did not even see when the other party took the vase away. Before he could react, he was hit by the vase. Qin, dust, you're dead. Before Qian Feiyang could finish his sentence, Qin Duan couldn't help but laugh out. Are you going to say next that even the gods and immortals can't save me? I say, did you not go to school? You're just going to say these 2 sentences over and over again. I'm tired of hearing them. Hearing Qin Chen's mockery, quite a few people directly laughed out. It really let Qin Chen guess correctly. Qian Feiyang had knocked up a girl in high school. At that time, the strength of Qian's group was far less than now. Plus the girl's family was also a bit powerful. And this matter ended up with Qian Feiyang being expelled from school. Jiancheng so many rich second generation. Qian Feiyang is the only one even did not finish high school, was expelled from school. Qin Chen's words stung Qian Feiyang, and his eyes were filled with anger, as if he wanted to tear Qin Chen directly to pieces. And right at this moment, 2 security guards trotted over. They had long since discovered the situation here, but those who could enter the banquet were not ordinary people, and they were just small security guards who could not afford to mess with anyone, so they could only pretend not to see it. However, now that there was a bloody conflict, they didn't dare to continue pretending not to see it. In case there were more serious consequences, they would have to follow suit. Mr. Qian, are you alright? Do you want us to call an ambulance for you? The security guard asked cautiously. Qian Feiyang had obviously lost his mind from the beating. He kicked away the security guard in front of him and cursed angrily. Are you guys blind? How did you let in this kind of trash who doesn't even have an invitation? This person even dared to commit an assault in public. Why don't you guys hurry up and arrest him for me? I'll personally clean him up and break his limbs. Qian Fei Yang grimaced in pain. He could even smell the blood on his body. Those who dared to offend himself would never have a good ending. He had to step on Qin Chen and break the other party's limbs amidst his pleas in order to give this bad breath away. No invitation? The two security guards glanced at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. If they really let someone without an invitation letter mix into the banquet and beat someone up, then the two of them would be finished. Sir, please show us your invitation. We need to check your information, a security guard said with a serious look. Invitation letter? No. Qin Chen spread his hands and said indifferently. Hearing this, the crowd was all dumbfounded. Without an invitation, how did this person enter? Gu Yaming swallowed a mouthful of water with difficulty and asked, You mixed your way in? You don't have an invitation in your hand? Just after asking, she regretted it. She knew Qin Chen's situation best. Qin Dust didn't have any background at all, and it was said that he had previously been a Taoist priest on what was known as Qingqing Mountain. Now, he didn't even have the money to stay in a hotel, and was still shamelessly living in his villa. How could such a person have an invitation? Thinking of this, Gu Yaming instantly panicked. Now Qin Chen. Not only did he beat up Qian Fei Yang and offended the Chen group, he also offended the Radiant Jewelry Group because he didn't have an invitation to mix into the banquet. Qin Chen. There was no way to live at all. Chapter 28. The earrings were stolen, right? Looking at the flustered Gu Yaming, Qin Chen smiled and comforted. Don't worry, I didn't blend in. Jin Huan invited me. Hearing this, many people laughed out loud. This young man is quite bold. He dares to brag about this kind of bull in front of so many people. To attend the banquet, the proof of qualification was submitted 3 days ago, and only after passing the verification will the invitation be issued. It seems that this lad is really mixed up. He doesn't even know about this kind of thing. Let's see how Mr. Jin will clean up this kid in a while. He dares to take Mr. Jin's name to pull the tiger's skin. He is really not afraid of death. The crowd all looked like they were watching, and at this moment, the two security guards took out their rubber sticks and carefully surrounded Qin Chen in the center. The two just wanted to make a move, but Qin Chen laughed and pulled out an invitation, waving it in front of the two. I was just teasing you guys, but you're still serious? I came to attend the banquet. Of course I came in with the invitation. The two security guards were instantly relieved. However, Gu Yaming's eyes were wide open, and an unbelievable look filled her eyes. She was closest to Qin Chen and saw the name on top of the invitation. Surprisingly, it was Qian Fei Yang. When did Qian Fei Yang's invitation reach Qin Chen's hands? But Qin Chen only held the invitation and shook it before putting it back into his pocket. There's no more business for you guys here. We'll just take care of it ourselves, Qin Chen said as he waved his hand at the two security guards. The two security guards looked at each other, then turned around and left. Nonsense. People had already given a step down. If they didn't hurry up and get lost, I'm afraid they would even clean up after themselves. After all, those who could get the invitation, with their status, it would be effortless to pack up a small security guard like themselves. After the two left, Qin Chen took out the invitation and threw it at Qian Fei Yang's face. Just now, I picked up an invitation from the ground, and when I looked at it, it even had a clown's name on it. Just in time. It's for you, Qin Chen said with a teasing face. Qian Fei Yang picked up the invitation and his eyes widened. On this invitation, it was surprisingly written with his own name. He hurriedly touched his pocket, and sure enough, the invitation was gone. When did you steal my invitation? Qian Fei Yang asked incredulously. What do you mean steal? I picked this up from the ground. Don't slander me. I kindly returned your things to you, and you're even backtracking. You're really a clown. Qin Chen mocked. This invitation. He had just taken it in passing when he was beating up Qian Fei Yang. As expected, it came in handy. Qian Fei Yang had already suffered a bit of a concussion from that vase, and now that he was angry with Qin Duan, his qi and blood surged, and his eyes went dark. Young Qian, what's wrong with you? Wu Min hurriedly supported Qian Fei Yang and asked with a concerned face. Kill him for me. Qian Fei Yang pointed at Qin Chen and said in a weak tone. Wu Min hurriedly helped Qian Fei Yang to a chair on the side. Qin Chen, you've caused a big trouble today. Offending young Qian is offending the entire Qian clan. I'll see how many lives you have that can withstand the Qian clan's pursuit. Wu Min threatened in a colorful manner, but Qin Chen didn't care about her threat at all, but said indifferently, Wu Min, don't forget that you took the initiative to start this matter. Also, Gu Yaming's necklace, you pay for it first. Wu Min snorted coldly. So what if I started it? She doesn't look in the mirror to see what she looks like, and she's worthy of coming to rob Qiansha with me? Just her necklace. It's only worth $30,000 to $50,000. Even a bracelet of mine is not as good as that. She also has the nerve to wear it out. Saying that, she took out a check from her bag, directly wrote a figure of 100,000. signed it and threw it at Gu Yaming's feet. Here's $100,000. Hurry up and take it and get out. Next time if you show up in front of me again, be careful I'll disfigure your face. Wu Min said disdainfully. If it was the Gu group in its heyday, she might still be a bit apprehensive. But according to Qian Fei Yang's information, the Gu group was now on the verge of closing down. A tiny Gu Yaming could step on it all she wanted. Gu Yaming looked at the check at her feet, and a look of sadness emerged on her face. How had she ever been so insulted? But now, in the face of Wu Min's insults, she had a sense of powerlessness. One simply did not have the strength to fight back. She looked around the circle, and there were a few partners who used to have a good relationship with the Gu group who lowered their heads after feeling Gu Yaming's gaze. No one was willing to offend the Qian group for a business that was about to close down. Gu Yaming smiled sadly. Was this the death of a man? But just as she was despairing, suddenly, a hand pressed on her shoulder. Don't move, it'll be over soon. Qin Chen was holding 2 earrings and was clumsily putting them on Gu Yaming's ears. It was his first time to put on earrings for a woman, and it took him a long time to put them on Gu Yaming's ears. Not bad. I knew this thing goes well with you, Qin Chen said with satisfaction. From the first moment he saw this pair of earrings, he felt that it went well with Gu Yaming, which was why he opened his mouth and asked Jin Huan for this pair of earrings. Now that he took a look, his vision was indeed correct. What is this? Gu Yaming asked in shock. It's nothing, a pair of earrings that I casually brought. It fits you quite well. I'm giving it to you, Qin Chen said with satisfaction. Qin Chen, I knew that a dog can't change its ways. You're a liar who can't do anything but cheat people. If I'm not mistaken, these 2 earrings of yours, they're both made of diamonds, right? How can there be such a big diamond in the world? And even if there are, it's not something a waste like you can afford. I'm afraid you don't even have the qualifications to take a look at it. Wu Min mocked disdainfully, and right at this moment, the crowd suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Isn't this those 2 earrings from Mr. Jin's collection? I said why the more I look at them, the more familiar they look. When you say that, I also remembered. Mr. Jin once said that these 2 diamonds are worth several $100 million. Hundreds of millions of dollars. Mr. Jin really is a very generous man. 2 tiny earrings are worth so much. I can guarantee that these 2 on Gu Yaming's ears are definitely not fake. Counterfeit earrings would never have such a texture. The crowd murmured. Good Qin Chen, you've really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. You even dared to steal something from Mr. Jin. And you, Gu Yaming, it looks like you're Qin Duan's accomplice. The 2 of you blended into the banquet just to steal Mr. Jin's things. You too, wait for the rest of your lives to pass in jail, Wu Min said with a cold smile. Hearing these people's words, Gu Yaming was instantly startled. Qin Chen, what they said can't be true, right? Gu Yaming asked with a trembling voice. Chapter 29 Announcing Investment. Don't worry, although the item is real, it was given to me personally by Mr. Jin, Qin Duan explained with a smile. Wu Min didn't budge at all as if she had caught Qin Duan's pigtails. How dare you sophistry? Who do you think you are that Mr. Jin would send you such an expensive thing? I see you. You've just cheated people too much, and in the end, you've cheated yourself. I want to see how you will die. Wu Min was in a very good mood. This matter could simply be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The loser who had a marriage contract with herself had offended the Qian clan and the Radiant Jewelry Group, and would never be able to live. And Gu Yaming, who is a threat to her position, will also be affected. Maybe the company won't last more than a few days and will have to close down. Right at this moment, He Jun hurriedly ran down from upstairs. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all been waiting for a long time. Mr. Jin will be here soon. He Jun's words caused the crowd to all shift their attention over. Although it was fun to watch, they had all come here for Jin Huan's investment. Whoever got Jin Huan's investment would be able to soar into the sky and become one of the top 3 groups in Zhengcheng in a short period of time, which was not impossible. In the crowd's eager gazes, Jin Huan walked down the stairs with a red face. I'm sorry, there was just an unforeseen situation that delayed the time. In a moment, I'll punish myself with 3 cups and apologize to everyone, Jin Huan said with a smile. Hearing Kim Huan's words, the crowd couldn't help but think of what had just happened. Unexpected circumstances. Perhaps that pair of earrings was really stolen. Just then, Chen Feiyang squeezed through the crowd and came to Jin Huan. Mr. Jin, I've been beaten up in your territory. You have to do something for me. Chen Feiyang covered his head and cried out with snot and tears. The crowd couldn't help but skim their lips. Everyone was ready to talk business with Mr. Jin, but you grabbed the opportunity to talk about you being beaten? Being beaten by a thief and bleeding your head is such a shameful thing that you have to say it in public. Qian's group, what kind of trash have you raised? Jin Huan said with a serious look on his face. Fei Young, your father and I are old friends. Beating you on my turf would be a slap in my face. Tell me who hit you and I'll take it out for you. Hearing Jin Huan's words, Xian Fei Yang hurriedly pointed in Qin Chen's direction. The few people who were pointed at immediately panicked and dodged aside, revealing Qin Chen, who was standing behind the crowd. Seeing Qin Chen with a smile at the corner of his mouth, Jin Huan froze violently. The one who beat people up was Master Qin? Wu Men added hastily. Mr. Jin, you just said something unexpected. Was your treasure stolen? You see, this is the person who did it. And even the stolen loot was openly worn by that woman Gu Yaming. Mr. Jin, this is a provocation to you. You can't. Snap. Before Wu Men could finish his words, he received a slap from Jin Huan on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who are you? Did I tell you to speak? What stole? That was my initiative to give it away. Where's the security? Where are they all dead? Drag this woman out. Now. Immediately. Jin Huan cursed, furious. Is this woman out of her mind? How dare she call Master Qin a thief? How dare she call Master Qin a thief? It was so hard for her to give away an item that Master Qin could barely look at. When did it become Master Qin's stolen item? He was just looking for death, but also dared to let himself clean up Master Qin. Really sick. As soon as Jin Huan's words fell, 7 or 8 security guards instantly ran over. These people grabbed Wu Men's arm and dragged her towards the door. Wu Men was dumbfounded. What's going on here? Not only did Jin Huan not clean up the thief, but he also wanted to throw himself out of the banquet? Young Qian explained to Mr. Jin, I'm innocent. That one called Qin Chen is the thief. Even if you want to throw him, you should throw him out. Wu Men yelled as she struggled. Shut her up. Jin Huan yelled with a gloomy face. A security guard picked up a smelly rag from somewhere and hurriedly stuffed it into Wu Men's mouth. Xian Fei Yang looked at Wu Men, who was dragged away inside, not daring to plead for her. He could see that Jin Huan was in a rage right now. If he pleaded for Wu Men, he was afraid that he would be thrown out of the banquet hall as well. More importantly, he didn't even know why Jin Huan was losing his temper. So how could he plead for mercy? Seeing this scene, many people had cold smiles at the corners of their mouths. This Wu family's girl is not at all emotionally intelligent. This girl, it looks like she was spoiled from a young age. She can't even speak. Even if Mr. Jin really had something stolen, can this kind of thing be said in public? Isn't this slapping Mr. Jin's face? That's right. Radiant Jewelry Group's security system is notorious to make General Manager Jin admit to having something stolen. Isn't this slapping his own face? It was at this moment that Jin Huan walked towards Qin Chen, and the two of them in the eyes of the crowd. Xian Fei Yang's eyes immediately revealed a look of anticipation. As long as Mr. Jin made a move, that punk Qin Chen would definitely not survive. But the next moment, a scene that shocked the crowd appeared. Seeing Jin Huan walk over, Gu Yaming's face turned pale as she wanted to remove the earrings from her ears. But Jin Huan waved his hand and stopped her. Ms. Gu, what's the point of removing something that looks so good? I don't think anyone in the room, other than you, is better suited for them, Jin Huan said with a smile. After seeing Gu Yaming, he was amazed in his heart. Worthy of being the woman that Master Qin had his eye on. She was really pretty, and since Jin Huan was able to make his business so big, he naturally knew that on this current occasion, instead of complimenting Master Qin, it would be better to praise his woman. As long as he complimented Gu Yaming happily, everything would be fine with Master Qin. When Gu Yaming heard Jin Huan's words, her eyes were filled with stagnation. She could hear that Jin Huan's words were not sarcastic, but a sincere compliment. Can't it be that this earring was really what Qin Chen said, that it was given to him by Mr. Jin? But how was this possible? While she was wondering, Jin Huan beckoned to He Jun. He Jun jogged 2 steps and came in front of Jin Huan, then respectfully handed out 2 contracts. Ms. Gu, I've examined the Gu Group and feel that your group has a lot of potential for development. This is the investment contract. I've already signed it. As long as you write your name on it, the contract will take effect. Within 3 days, I will pay the first batch of investment of $20 billion to your company's account. What do you think? Jin Huan smiled and placed the contract in front of Gu Yaming before handing out the pen in his hand. Investment? $20 billion? Even though Gu Yaming had always been calm and collected, she couldn't help but breathe heavily at this moment. The investment company chosen by Jin Huan was actually the Gu Group? This is not a joke, right? And the legend says that the initial investment is not $8 billion. When did it become $20 billion? Chapter 30, I became a robber? Everyone present was frozen in place at the moment. Jin Huan had chosen the Gu Group to invest in? Wasn't the Gu Group about to close down? What's going on here? At this moment, Xian Fei Yang hurriedly stepped forward and said, Mr. Jin, you may have made a mistake. Gu's group's old chairman just died in a car accident a few days ago, and now the group is in a precarious position, so it might close down within 3 to 5 days. Moreover, Gu's group's entire group is worth only $2 to $3 billion combined, and the assets will have to shrink after the bankruptcy. If you invest $20 billion at once, you can buy Gu's group directly. Qian Feiyang spoke bitterly, his face full of consideration for Jin Huan. But just as he finished speaking, Jin Huan let out a cold snort and said, "Did I make a mistake? Do I need you to remind me? Don't say you're just a trashy rich second generation. Even if you're the chairman of the Qian group, it's not your turn to speak here. Say another word and don't blame me for not giving your father face and throwing you out as well." Hearing Jin Huan's words, Qian Feiyang instantly turned pale with fear and hurriedly closed his mouth. However, he had already cursed Jin Huan in his heart. "I was kind enough to remind you, and you're scolding me? $200 billion. Throwing it in the river can still have a splash. I'm afraid I won't even be able to get my money back if I invest in the Gu Group. I'll see how you'll regret it when the Gu Group closes down." Jin Huan didn't bother to pay attention to Qian Feiyang. He looked at Gu Yaming and said with a smile, "How about it? Has Mr. Gu thought about it?" Gu Yaming bit her lip and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Jin, I've thought it over. I'll accept your investment. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll be responsible for your money. I'll take all the responsibility for any problems with this investment." After saying that, Gu Yaming picked up a pen and firmly signed her name on the contract. Although she still felt like she was dreaming even now, she couldn't believe that she had gotten an investment of $20 billion. But this was the only chance to save the Gu Group. Even if there was a trap, one couldn't just give it up. Then I'm looking forward to our next cooperation. Actually, just now, when I came downstairs so late, I was convincing the company's investment think tank. After all, none of them are optimistic about Gu Group, but I'm sure that Gu Group will definitely surprise me, Jin Huan said with a smile. In fact, he didn't have much confidence in Gu Yamin. After all, before today, he didn't even know who Gu Yamin was, and when he told the company about his investment decision, he got a unanimous vote against it from the think tank. However, he trusted his own vision, or in other words, he trusted Qin Chen's vision. He had already seen Qin Chen's strength, and although he was young, he was definitely called a feng shui master. If he said that the Gu Group was worth investing in, then he would never lose money. As soon as Jin Huan left, everyone swarmed around Gu Yaming. Since they couldn't get Jin Huan's investment, cooperating with the Gu Group was also a good choice. After all, Gu's group was not big enough to eat such a large investment alone, so they definitely needed to find a partner. If Gu's group ate meat, it was fine for them to have a mouthful of soup. "Mr. Gu, we have a project in our hands that is very suitable for cooperation with you. This is the plan. Would you like to take a look at it?" "Mr. Gu, I have a deep friendship with old Mr. Gu, do you still remember? I even hugged you when you were a child. This cooperation must be given to us. Don't listen to them. Mr. Gu, our company has the highest sincerity. This is our lowest offer. Take a look." A group of company bosses, like grandparents in a supermarket grabbing specially priced eggs, were desperately squeezing forward to introduce their company's projects. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chen Feiyang's face was gloomy as he turned around and directly left the banquet hall. With the way he had just treated Gu Yaming, there was no need to think that the Gu Group would never cooperate with the Chen Group. Continuing to stay would only be even more humiliating. As soon as he left the hotel's front door, a figure greeted him. "Young Qian, you finally come out. How was it? Did you get Mr. Jin's investment?" Wu Min held Qian Feiyang's arm and asked with a compensating smile. Qian Feiyang, however, directly shook off Wu Min and growled with a cold face. "You still have the face to ask? Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Is it your turn to say that Mr. Jin lost something? You said in front of so many people that he had something stolen. Aren't you slapping his face? If it wasn't for you, I would have gotten the investment long ago, and it would still be Gu Yaming's turn." "That little?" Hearing Qian Feiyang's words, Wu Min froze. "Gu Yaming, she got the investment? How is this possible?" Wu Min's face was filled with disbelief. "Humph, if you ask me, who am I going to ask? But, daring to rob me of my bag, Gu Yaming is tired of living. I'll go back now and tell my father about this, so he can step in and clean up the Gu clan." Chen Feiyang threw Wu Min to the side of the road and drove straight away. Wu Min's face was ugly to the extreme. She stomped her foot fiercely in anger and cursed. "Qin Chen, Gu Yaming, you pair of dogs, I can't spare you." Only after cursing did she take a taxi and leave in a huff. Inside the banquet hall, there were more and more people around Gu Yaming, and even Qin Chen was pushed aside by the excited crowd. He smiled helplessly before turning around and leaving the banquet hall. The purpose of this visit had been achieved. Not only did he let Gu Yaming get the investment, but he also rubbed a meal on his way. The task was considered to be overfulfilled. After leaving the house, Qin Chen first looked for a pharmacy, grabbed some herbs, and bought a casserole along the way, before taking a taxi back to the villa. As soon as he pushed open the door of the villa, An aroma of shower gel immediately hit his face. Gu Yaming arrived home so quickly and even took a shower? Qin Chen was puzzled when a girl walked out from inside. Sis, why are you back so early today? This person said while wiping her wet hair. And the next moment, she met Qin Chen's eyes and both of them froze in place. Ah, the girl had just shouted out, when Qin Chen rushed up with an arrow step and directly covered her mouth. Don't shout, Qin Chen said subconsciously. But then, he reacted. He wasn't a bad person. Why would he cover someone's mouth? Cough cough, don't misunderstand me, I actually live here. You are. While saying this, Qin Chen loosened his hand. The girl's entire body was only wearing a bath towel, and after such a toss just now, it almost slid right down her body. The girl hurriedly pulled the bath towel and begged for forgiveness with a horrified face. Big brother robber, I didn't see anything. Feel free to take anything of value. I promise I won't tell. Saying that, she also pointed to a painting on the wall and said, there is a safe behind that painting. The password is 48. Hurry up and leave after you take it. Xiao Ningyue was really frightened, speaking shiveringly, afraid that the next moment this man in front of her would kill and exterminate her. However, when she saw the other party's gaze roaming over her body, she remembered that she was only wearing a bath towel over her entire body. You, don't mess around. I'm warning you, this is a villa area. If you stay a little longer, you'll be in more danger. I advise you to take your things and run. Xiao Ningyue threatened with a forced composure. She silently prayed in her heart, expecting this man in front of her not to see color. Otherwise, she would not be able to let the other party have his way even if she had to fight for her life. But she also knew that with her looks, she was afraid that not many men would be able to resist the temptation. You really misunderstood. Actually, Qin Chen was just about to explain when the door behind him was pushed open. Seeing the person who opened the door, Xiao Ningyue instantly panicked. Cousin, run, Xiao Ningyue shouted. Chapter 31, Xiao Ningyue's shame. But Gu Yaming not only didn't run, instead she frowned at the two people in front of her. The two of them were sticking so close to each other, and Xiao Ningyue was wearing so little. Ningyue, why are you here? What are you two doing here? After sizing up the two, Gu Yaming looked at Qin Chen and said in a cold voice, are you bullying Ningyu? Qin Chen pointed to the herbs and casserole that had just been thrown on the ground and helplessly explained, I was wrongly accused. Look, these are the herbs I bought for you. I was going to boil medicine for you, but as soon as I arrived home, I ran into this crazy woman, calling me some kind of robber. I was just about to explain this when you came back. Who is the crazy woman? Dog man, say that again, Xiao Ningyue shouted angrily. However, just as she finished speaking, she froze and looked at Gu Yaming with wide eyes. You two, know each other? Gu Yaming was just about to speak, but Qin Chen jumped ahead and said, cough cough, hello, not only do the two of us know each other, but we've just received a marriage license. Gu Yaming is your cousin, right? You can just call me cousin-in-law from now on. Alright, since the misunderstanding has been explained clearly, you two continue chatting. I'll go to the kitchen to boil the medicine first. After saying that, he didn't even give the two of them a chance to speak and ran into the kitchen in a flash. Looking at Qin Chen's back, Xiao Ningyue incredulously asked Gu Yaming, cousin, when did you get married? When I came over last month, you were still single, and in less than a month's time, you got flash married? Gu Yaming let out a bitter smile and explained both the will and the flash marriage. After listening to Gu Yaming's explanation, Xiao Ningyue swallowed hard. In other words, if you don't get married, you won't be able to get the inheritance? After saying that, she glanced in the direction of the kitchen and lowered her voice to continue. Then you can't just find a random guy and get married. If you want to get married, I have quite a few quality young men around me that I can introduce to you. Gu Yaming said helplessly. The man I found from the internet before was a homosexual and got married to cope with my family. Who would have thought that I was in too much of a hurry and recognized the wrong person? And as a result, I got a license with Qin Chen in a blur. But marrying him is also considered a wrong move by mistake. When the Gu Group's new office building was topped out before, it kept failing to be topped out, and he was the one who helped fix it. And then when the Chen family came to cause trouble, he was the one who drove them away. Xiao Ningyue carefully looked at Gu Yaming's face and said with a smile, Sister, you don't like people, do you? Why do I remember? You don't have much of a good face for men, and you haven't even been in love for so many years. Now that you got the inheritance, not only did you not divorce him, you even let him live inside the villa. Speaking of this, Xiao Ningyue's face changed. Sister, you two wouldn't be living together already, would you? Gu Yaming knocked on Xiao Ningyue's head and said, at a young age, what are you thinking? I still sleep in my bedroom, and he sleeps in the guest bedroom. Xiao Ningyue rubbed her head and complained. What's small about being small? I'm already 20, okay. Besides, in some ways, I'm almost older than you. Gu Yaming froze before understanding what Xiao Ningyue meant. she suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiao Ningyue's bath towel and yanked it downwards. Xiao Ningyue instantly let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly pulled the bath towel. But it was too late. Gu Yaming glanced at her and said smugly, "You still have to work hard if you want to catch up to me. Sis, you're a bully. I'll have to see how old yours is too." Saying that, Xiao Ningyue turned her defense into an attack and grabbed towards Gu Yaming's chest. And while the two were fighting, they inadvertently saw a figure not far away. Qin Chen had walked out of the kitchen at an unknown time, with a bowl in his hand. With a gulp, Qin dust gulped and broke the silence between the three. If I say I didn't see anything, do you guys believe me?" Qin Dust said cautiously. Xiao Ningyue let out a shriek and pulled up her bath towel in a panic, not even being able to put on her shoes as she ran upstairs barefoot. Gu Yaming blushed slightly and sidestepped her head, not daring to meet Qin Chen's eyes. Since Xiao Ningyue was a child, every summer and winter vacation, she would come and stay here to be a companion to Gu Yaming. Although the two were cousins, they were more like sisters. The usually cold Gu Yaming would only remove her mask in front of Xiao Ningyue, becoming the older sister who loved to play around with Xiao Ningyue. Usually the two were used to joking and fooling around, but today they forgot that there was a man present in the room. I didn't mean to. Saying this, Qin Chen handed out the bowl of medicine and hastily changed the topic. "Last time I said that your menstrual cramps must be eradicated with medicine. This is the medicine I mixed for you." Gu Yaming skeptically sized up Qin Chen and said doubtfully, "You really know how to make medicine? This medicine is black. It won't be dangerous after drinking it, right?" Qin Chuan smiled. "I'm my master's close disciple. His medical skills can bring life to the dead and flesh to the bones. I'm barely worse, but as long as there's a breath of air, I'll be able to bring them back." With a thud, Qin Chen directly placed the bowl on the table and said, "Medicine, I'll put it here. If you can't trust it, then pour it." After saying that, he turned around and left. However, when he walked to the position at the corner of the stairs, through the reflection of the glass on the wall, he saw that Gu Yaming still picked up the bowl of medicine and drank it all in one go. Qin Chen smiled and went up the stairs in satisfaction. After Gu Yaming returned to her bedroom, she found that Xiao Ningyue had long since burrowed under the covers. "It's only noon. Why are you lying down?" Gu Yaming said helplessly. "Sis, you're so heartless. You just got married and forgot about your sister." "But I sat in the car all morning, rushing all the way from Imperial City to Zhangchang. I didn't even rest when I got off the car, and came directly to find you. Who would have thought? I just took a shower, and I ran into. Xiao Ningyue blushed, embarrassed to continue. "Just now, when she and Gu Yaming were fooling around, I'm afraid she was seen by that hateful man, dead man, stinky man, dog man." Xiao Ningyue grabbed a pillow and wrestled on the bed. Only after Xiao Ningyue had vented for a while did Gu Yaming say helplessly, "Who told you not to tell me in advance before you came?" Xiao Ningyue said in dissatisfaction, "Sister, how long have you only been licensed, and you're starting to turn your elbow outward? How dare you speak for that man? Besides, I didn't tell you because I wanted to give you a surprise." Gu Yaming doted on Xiao Ningyue's head and comforted her. Okay, I'm to blame, okay? By the way, how did you think of coming over to Zhangcheng now? Shouldn't you be in school?" Xiao Ningyue's small mouth pouted and shouted with a puff of air. "Gu Ming, you wouldn't even know that I graduated this year, right? I've graduated from college now. I don't need to go to school." After saying that, she took out a card and threw it onto the bed. "Look, this is the card I stole from my family. It has $300 million in it. I've heard that the Gu group has encountered a bit of trouble, so take this amount of money for emergencies first," Xiao Ningyue said. Chapter 32 Rich Miss and Cold Young Man. Gu Yaming couldn't help but slap her head. This girl, stealing $300 million from her family? Although to Xiao Ningyue's family, this $300 million was nothing, but for Xiao Ningyue to be able to bring this money out, it should have gone through her uncle's acquiescence as well. Gu Yaming's mother, Xiao Lihua, was actually the daughter of Xiao Hanyuan, the head of the Qiao family in the imperial capital. At first, Xiao Lihua and Gu Guotao fell in love at first sight, but suffered strong opposition from Qiao Hanyuan. After all, the Qiao family was one of the four great families of the imperial capital and was very powerful, and the Gu family was just a small, unimpressive family in Zhangchang. The gap between the two families could simply be described as a world of difference. But back then, Xiao Lihua did not marry Gu Guotao and eloped with him to Jiangchang and gave birth to a daughter, Gu Yaming. Eventually, Qiao Hanyuan and Xiao Lihua severed their father-daughter relationship. However, over the years, Xiao Lihua's elder brother, Gu Yaming's great-uncle, Xiao Guanqing, had been secretly funding the Gu family. This time, when Xiao Ningyue stole money from the family to help, I'm afraid that Uncle Xiao Guanqing was clear in his mind. When I'm done with this for the next 2 days, I'll personally give my uncle a call to thank him, Gu Yaming said seriously. Xiao Ningyue pouted and said, What's the point of thanking him? It's obviously the money I stole. Gu Yaming laughed, stroking Xiao Ningyue's head and said, then thank you too. However, I just went to an investment banquet. Gu's group got $20 billion of investment. The money will arrive within 3 days, so you don't have to worry about it. Speaking of this matter, the corner of Gu Yaming's mouth lifted up, obviously in a very good mood. $20 billion? Sis, you're not lying to me, are you? Or are you being tricked? Xiao Ningyue opened her mouth wide in shock. Although she was young, her family's business was not small. After so many years of learning by ear, she naturally knew what a concept $20 billion was. The Qiao family, as one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, basically would not invest more than $50 billion. Jiangcheng, such a small place, even can appear $20 billion investment, and still invested in the immediate closure of the Gu group? Her first thought was that Gu Yaming had been tricked. Don't worry, the person who can cheat me hasn't been born yet, Gu Yaming said confidently. Only then did Xiao Ningyue breathe a sigh of relief. But the next moment, she hugged Gu Yaming's arm again and pampered herself. Sister, your company has gotten such a large investment, so it must be especially short of talent. I'm a financial management major from a prestigious university in Imperial City, and I usually work at my dad's company regularly, so I have work experience. Why don't you arrange a job for me? Gu Yaming was instantly puzzled. Arranging a job for you is easy, but can your family agree to you coming to Jiangcheng to work? Xiao Ningyue laughed out loud. Sister, the leg is on me. They can't control me. Besides, when my aunt eloped to Jiangcheng with my aunt for true love, the family couldn't do anything about it. I'm just coming to Jiangcheng to work a shift. Can they still remove me from the family tree? Gu Yaming said helplessly. Fine, then hang on to a job with me first. But I'm going to the company right now. You'll have to come with me. And by the way, I'll give you an induction. Xiao Ningyue immediately jumped off the bed and dressed in 3 tries before waving her small hand and saying, Depart. Qin Chen heard the two leave the villa before he dared to come out of the house. However, right at this moment, he remembered something else. The crisis of the Gu group had been resolved for the time being, and the matter of revenge should also be on the agenda. He took out his cell phone and just wanted to take a taxi to Chen Dong's gambling house, but realized that he had no money left. Asterisk. Qin Chen cursed angrily. Last time, he left from the gambling house in too much of a hurry, and he didn't have time to take away the more than 11 billion he won. In the past 2 days, he had spent a lot of money on taking a taxi and eating, and without paying attention, his balance was surprisingly only 68 cents left. He looked around, and his eyes suddenly landed on a van not far from the door. Last time, he pulled the stone lion from Jin Huan's warehouse to the construction site, and later forgot to return it after parking the car in front of the villa, and kept throwing it away until now. The corner of Qin Dust's mouth lifted as he took out the key and directly started the van. A few minutes later, many drivers on the road saw a scene that they would never forget. A medium-sized van, constantly weaving in and out of traffic to overtake cars, all the way to the dust. Asterisk. This car is rushing to its death. This also dares to overtake? This car skill. It's not a professional racer, is it? Damn. I just bought a sports car today, and it was overtaken by a broken truck? Are you kidding me? Many people were overwhelmed by the humiliation and directly chased after them, but whether it was a modified car with superior skills or a sports car with unrivaled acceleration, they all ended up losing in the exhaust fumes of the van in front of them. 10 minutes later, Qin Chen blocked the van at the front door of the gambling house, and with one pull of the key, he jumped down directly from the car. But before he could walk out a few steps, 2 gangsters called out to him, Hey, who told you to park here? Know whose turf this is? No eyes. I'll give you 1 minute to move your car, or I'll beat you to death. The 2 gangsters threatened with disdain. This kid in front of him didn't even look at where this was. He dared to block the door. Tired of living? Looking at these 2 people, the corner of Qin Chen's mouth suddenly revealed a smile. Then he threw the key in his hand over. The gangster standing in front subconsciously caught the key, and before he could react, a foot kicked him in the chest, like being hit head-on by a large truck. The punk directly flew out for about 10 meters and fell to the ground with a thud. Help! Help! The punk was lying on the ground and didn't even have the strength to get up. He only felt that all the bones in his body felt like they had been shattered by the fall. Drilling pain. The key is for you. If you want to move the car, move it yourself. Qin Dust put down a sentence and directly entered the gambling house. The other gangster saw Qin Dust leave, and only then did he muster up the courage to help the injured gangster up and asked, Brother, what should we do? The injured gangster cursed angrily. What else can we do? Didn't you see him do it? Asterisk. Go call out for people. Wait for this kid to come out and kill him. If I don't break his legs today, I'll take his surname. Gu. It hurts me to death. I broke my ribs. The gangster was too excited and involved the wounds on his body. baring his teeth again. Qin dust just from walking into the small door of the gambling house. The figure of a big man suddenly appeared in front of him. "Excuse me, please show your membership card," the big man said in a deep voice. Seeing this big man, Qin Chen could not help but smile. "What? Forgot about me? My membership card was still issued by you personally. By the way, what's going on with this head of yours? Getting hit?" Qin Dust said with a smile. Chapter 33, Gambling Again. At this moment, the big man's head was wrapped in a layer of gauze, and the color of blood could still be seen vaguely. Hearing Qin Chen's words, the big man's eyes widened violently, obviously recognizing Qin Chen as well. He gritted his teeth and crunched his fingers, looking at Qin Chen with a gaze filled with anger. Last time, Qin Dust had left peacefully after making a scene in the gambling house, causing many of the security guards in the gambling house to be cleaned up. As the person who had taken it upon himself to let Qin Chen in and had also given him a membership card, the big man had been cleaned up the most, and had almost been hit with a concussion. "Kid, how dare you still come? I think you're really tired of living. Today, I'll let you see the consequences of fooling me." Saying that, the big man clenched his fist and swung out violently. If this punch hit, he was confident that the other party would directly lose the ability to resist. But the man in front of him looked as if he didn't even put himself in his eyes. He just extended a palm and didn't even dodge. "Seek death." The big man gritted his teeth and roared angrily, adding a few more points of strength to his fist. Thud! A muffled sound suddenly rang out. The two men were fixed in place, as if time had stood still. But in the next moment, the big man's eyes widened and the smile on his face gradually began to distort. "My hand! Ah, my hand!" The big man cried out in pain, covering his hand and slowly falling to his knees. He felt as if his punch had struck a concrete wall, and the tremendous recoil caused his finger bones to break directly. In just one punch, all 5 of his fingers were fractured. "Yo, hitting so hard? Not a small amount of strength. But unfortunately, the brain doesn't work." Qin Chen shook his head and laughed. After saying that, he directly walked past the big man. The big man wanted to sneak attack, but when he felt the drilling pain in his hand, he immediately wimped out again. He hurriedly picked up his walkie-talkie and shouted, "Attention, attention! The kid who came to cause trouble last time is here again. Hurry up and inform the boss. Also, this kid knows Kung Fu. My hand was fractured by him. You guys be careful." Every security guard was equipped with a walkie-talkie. Hearing the big man's words, all the security guards immediately surged towards the entrance of the gambling house. As soon as Qin Chen entered the hall of the gambling house, a dozen security guards surrounded him. "Brother Chen." A few security guards made way for a pathway and a figure slowly walked out. Qin Chen laughed. This was still an old acquaintance. "Chen Wentao, kid, I still wanted to go look for you. I didn't expect you to send yourself to the door." "What? Knowing the strength of our boss, you've come to beg for forgiveness and apologize? Unfortunately, it's too late. You cheated in our gambling house. Winning a few 100,000 is just fine. We'll take it as alms for beggars. But you even dared to win more than 1 billion. Isn't this looking for death yourself? Come on people, chop off both of his hands. I want to see. Without hands, how can he still cheat?" Chen Wentao said with a cold smile. In the last battle at the construction site, he had his hand broken by Qin Chen, and had been holding a grudge about it, wanting to find a chance to take revenge. He didn't expect that before he had the chance to go for revenge, the other party sent him to his door. What was this if it wasn't seeking death on its own? The commotion here attracted the attention of many gamblers, who looked over. Chen Wentao hurriedly smiled and explained, "Everyone, don't be afraid. We caught a cheater in the gambling house and we're about to clean him up. In a moment, according to the rules of the gambling house, those who cheat, chop off their hands." Many people were shocked. They were just ordinary gamblers. Where had they seen such a bloody scene as chopping off hands? But right at this moment, many people also recognized Qin Chen. "That's him, I remember. 2 days ago, this kid won 2666 leopards in a row here, and ended up winning $11 billion. He stunned me." "Holy, $11 billion? That much? What did you expect? That's 2 consecutive leopards. The capital doubled more than 1,000 times. It's just that I didn't expect this kid to be a hustler. The skill is just too high." The crowd murmured. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Chen smiled blandly. "Cheating? Do you have proof? You can pull up the surveillance and show everyone how I cheated. Otherwise, it means that the gambling house slandered me and tried to embezzle my winnings." Qin Chen sat down on the sofa as if no one else was there, leaning comfortably on the backrest with an emboldened expression. Hearing this, many of the gamblers were also suspicious. "That's right, he cheats. Does the gambling house have evidence? This kid is betting on color. The whole time is the people in the gambling house shaking the color. Even if he is a cheater, there is no way for him to cheat, right? Oh, $1,100 million. If I were the boss of the gambling house, there is no way I would let him take the money away." surely find a reason to kill him, the gamblers whispered. Chen Wentao's face instantly became gloomy. Qin Chen was right. They really had no evidence. After Qin Chen left that day, they had scrutinized the video. Even under the high-definition video, they had not found any traces of Qin Chen's cheating. After all, Qin Chen had left his hands exposed the entire time, and hadn't even touched the gambling table. But they were certain that Qin Chen had definitely cheated, because on the second time he shook the dice, it was Black Tiger who shook it himself. With Black Tiger's skill, if he wanted a few points, he could shake out a few points, but that time the Black Tiger failed. Even in front of the crowd, shook a 666 leopard. That is to say, Qin Chen is not only a Taza, the skill is even above the Black Tiger. This kind of person, if we don't find a reason to abolish him, I'm afraid he can win all the money in the gambling house. Seeing that Chen Wentao didn't say anything, Qin Chen laughed. You also know that you guys don't have any evidence, right? Since that's the case, then why don't I bet with you guys again? If I lose, I'll be at your disposal, but if I win, I only need to ask Shindong one question. When Chen Wentao heard Qin Chen's words, he gritted his teeth and said, Kid, you really don't know the heights of heaven. You're almost finished and you still dare to talk about betting? No one who dares to cause trouble in our nocturnal city can walk out in one piece. Come on people, give him to me. Wait. Before the words were finished, a voice suddenly interrupted Chen Wentao's words. The crowd looked towards the source of the voice, and Shindong happened to slowly walk over with a few people. Boss. Chen Wentao and the security guards bowed and made way. Shindong sneered as he looked towards Qin Chen, then faintly beckoned. A middle-aged man with a thin figure stood out from behind him. As soon as this person appeared, he stared at Qin Chen tightly, his eyes filled with hatred. Your proposal is a bit interesting. I agree. Chen Wentao just wanted to go forward to persuade him, but when he saw Shindong's cold eyes, he hurriedly held his words back. Shindong pointed to the middle-aged man beside him and smiled at Qin Chen. The black tiger that was placed in your hands last time is Master Lu's close disciple. He came this time because he wants to fight you. If you win against him, not only will I agree to your conditions, I will also let you take away the money you won last time. But if you lose, this little life will stay. Chapter 34, Lost? Shendong's voice suddenly became incredibly cold and his face sank. If one dared to come to his gambling house to cause trouble, they had to be prepared to leave their lives behind. Last time when Black Tiger lost, he immediately contacted Black Tiger's master, Lu Quan. Lu Quan is not an ordinary person. He has been learning the 1,000 arts since he was a child, and he has almost never met any opponent in the world. Later, he created his own school and took in many disciples, and Black Tiger was one of them. This time, his disciple was hit in the face. He also got up the heart of victory and wanted to see the level of the other side. However, when he saw Qin Chen's age, he laughed coldly in his heart. A brat, who had learned a bit of kung fu, and was learning from others to kick the field, really don't know how to die. Boss Chen, don't worry, I can make him kneel and admit defeat in one round, Lu Quan said confidently. Chen Dong looked at Qin Chen and asked indifferently, Kid, Master Lu has already given his word. Do you dare to bet? Qin Chen smiled and stood up. Since I've already come to the gambling house, why don't I bet? After saying that, he looked Lu Quan up and down and said lightly, You have done a lot of sins. Your lifespan has been greatly reduced. I'm afraid you don't have a few years to live. I won't bully you. Let's bet on the simplest color toss. The one with the biggest number of points wins. Lu Quan snorted coldly. Want to interfere with my mind? Are you worthy of that? I've looked for a high-level person to calculate. Living a long life is never a problem. Winning an ignorant junior like you is just a matter of convenience. The two men went toe-to-toe, and many gamblers gathered around when they saw this. These two people were definitely both experts. It was an extremely rare event for a master to face off against a master, and it was much more exciting than betting money. Many people even started to call their friends to come over to watch the fight. A few minutes later, the security guards cleared out a gambling table, with Qin Chen and Lu Quan each standing on one side, and next to them was a dense crowd of spectating gamblers. Not only did the gamblers want to see the results, they also wanted to see how the masters of the art of millimetry cheated, and they all stared at the hands of the two men with wide eyes. Chen Wentao temporarily acted as the referee and with a wave of his hand, directly announced the start. As soon as Chen Wentao's words fell, Lu Quan picked up the compote cup, closed his eyes and started shaking it. Everyone held their breath, staring tightly at the compulsion cup in Lu Quan's hand, not even daring to blink. After a full minute, Lu Quan violently opened his eyes. With a thud, the compulsion cup fell onto the table. However, when he saw that Qin Chen was standing still and hadn't started rolling the colors, he froze. This kid, could it be that he had given up? The corner of Lu Quan's mouth lifted into a smug smile. Ignorant youngster, and his own than the 1,000 arts? Do not weigh their own a few kilograms. At this time, Chen Wentao on the side frowned and urged, Kid, What are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and roll the dice? If you dawdle any longer, I'll directly rule that you've lost. Qin Chen smiled faintly and said, rolling the dice? Oh, no need. I won't roll in this game. The room erupted in an uproar at these words. Did I hear it right? He said he's not going to roll the dice? Is this considered admitting defeat? How can you win if you don't throw the dice? I guess that kid knew he couldn't win when he saw Master Lu's maneuver, so he simply didn't roll to save face. What a stiff upper lip. The crowd mockingly looked at Qin Chen. Many people still thought that Qin Chen and Master Lu had the power to fight. As a result, they didn't expect that the bet would already be over before it even started. Right at this moment, Chen Wentao directly stepped forward and uncovered the lid of the compulsion cup in front of Qin Chen. 1 point, 1 point, 2 points, 4 points in total. Chen Wentao was stunned when he saw the number of points in the compulsion cup. This was followed by bursts of laughter from the entire room. Did I read it right? 3 colors rolled out 4 points? I told him to pretend. Now he's flipped, right? Even if he rolled with his eyes closed, it couldn't have been a 4. Ha ha, people still have a chance to win. What if Master Lu's 3 colors are all 1 point? The crowd scoffed. Right at this moment, Lu Quan suddenly felt a wave of abnormality. The other party rolled 4 dots. And surprisingly, his face didn't change, and he even looked at himself with a smile in his eyes. Could it be that there was really something wrong with the color he rolled? But he clearly rolled a 666. Can't it be that the other party used some means to change all his colors to 1 point? Chen Wentao was obviously also a little nervous. There must be a demon when things go wrong. His face was nervous as he slowly opened the lid of Lu Quan's compulsion cup, revealing the colors inside. 6 points, 6 points, 6 points, a total of 18 points. Chen Wentao took a long breath and announced loudly. Lu Quan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his expression finally relaxing. Kid, I gave you the chance to admit defeat a long time ago, but you didn't grasp it. You humiliated my disciple. That's slapping my face. Today's battle is considered even. As for how Boss Chen is going to clean you up, that's none of my business, Lu Quan said coldly. Chen Wentao said smilingly from the side. Master Lu, don't worry, the person who makes trouble in our gambling house, we have ways to make him regret. Next, leave it to us. Men, bring this kid to the dark room and treat him well, especially this mouth of his. Pull out his teeth first. I'd like to see if he can still talk tough without his teeth. Hearing Chen Wentao's words, the crowd was so frightened that they hastily took a few steps back. Chen Wentao smiled coldly and pushed the 2 people's compulsion cups to the center of the table, and was ready to announce the winner. But just then, Qin Chen pointed at Lu Quan and said indifferently, he cheated. Hearing Qin Chen's words, the crowd couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Isn't this nonsense? Both of you are cheats. What else can you do if you don't cheat when you're comparing your strength? Do you spell luck? Chen Wentao was like looking at a little cutie. Generally looking at Qin Chen, coldly said, kid, you've already lost. Don't think you can escape by messing around, saying that Master Lu cheated. Do you have proof? As soon as the words fell, Qin Chen immediately pulled out a cell phone and placed it on the table. A video was playing on the phone, and it was clearly the video of Lu Quan shaking the color just now. Suddenly, Lu Quan's face changed drastically as if he had thought of something. When did you videotape this? Lu Quan asked with an ugly face. Qin Chen, however, ignored Lu Quan and dragged the progress bar, then paused the picture. He picked up his cell phone, zoomed in on the picture, and showed it to the people around him. Everyone, please look. It was at this time that the other party secretly switched the colors. That is to say, the real color seeds are now in the hidden pockets of his clothes, and the color seeds in the compulsion cup are now filled with lead. Qin Chen said indifferently. On the screen, it was exactly the action of Lu Quan sticking his fingers into the compulsion cup during the high-speed tossing of the color and secretly changing the color. It wasn't known how Qin Chen did it, but he actually aimed his cell phone at this position in advance, and captured all of Lu Quan's cheating movements. Whether it's cheating or not, it's easy to verify. Saying this, Qin Chen took out the 3 colors of Lu Quan's compulsion cup, placed them on the table, and slapped them down. Lead grains the size of grains of rice suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Lu Quan's face instantly turned pale. Master Lu, the color in your clothes, do you still need me to take it out for you? Qin Chen faintly laughed. Lu Quan's eyes were lifeless and his lips began to tremble. How could he not understand how the other party had recorded his cheating maneuver? The angle at which he cheated was extremely tricky, and if he hadn't been prepared in advance, it would be impossible to record his own cheating. I lost. Lu Quan laughed miserably, took out 3 grains of color from the dark pocket of his clothes and threw them onto the table. Chapter 35, The Truth of 20 Years Ago. Lu Quan's actions were clearly an admission of cheating and admitting defeat. Cheating in a gambling game would be fine if it wasn't caught, but when one was caught in the act like this, and there was even a video of the cheating, then the winner would be obvious. Who the hell are you? Who told you to come? Luquan snapped his head up and stared at Qin Chen as he asked. He couldn't believe that a brat with 1,000 techniques was even above himself. The other party must have come for himself. But Qin Chen just snorted disdainfully and said indifferently, Master Lu, you don't think I'm here to target you specifically, do you? Sorry, you're not worthy yet. Hearing these words, Luquan was instantly enraged. A mere junior. How dare he taunt himself? Die for me. Luquan had already been embarrassed to the core when he lost to Qin Chen in the 1,000 techniques, and now that he was being taunted by Qin Chen, he actually lost his mind, and with a slap of one hand on the gambling table, he directly jumped up and attacked towards Qin Chen. A cold light flashed in his hand, and a silver needle came out of his hand, shooting towards Qin Chen. Seek death. Qin Chuan's eyes were glazed over, and he caught the silver needle with a swift momentum and threw it back with his backhand. Luquan was in the air at this moment, not expecting his sneak attack to be neutralized so easily. His face instantly changed. This silver needle was unavoidable. Puff! In the next moment, Luquan directly fell to the ground. Ah! Luquan let out a hiss of pain, grabbing his wrist as if he was experiencing great pain. Just because you are not as skilled as others, you are still annoyed and want to sneak attack. Shame on you. If I waste one of your hands today, you won't be able to cheat in the future. Qin Chen said indifferently. That needle just now had pierced the meridians of Luquan's right hand. Unless he found a physician of his level, he wouldn't be able to use his right hand for the rest of his life. Not only that, Luquan's 1,000 arts were all in his right hand. This needle not only wasted the other party's hand, but also wasted the other party's entire 1,000 techniques. Luquan looked up at Qin Chen, his eyes filled with fear. Only after exchanging hands did he understand the other party's terror. With the other party's strength, he was afraid that he could crush himself to death with just one finger. You wait for me. I, Luquan, will avenge this. After saying that, Luquan kicked the table in front of him and took advantage of the chaos to drill into the crowd. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into the gambling house. Qin Chen shook his head disdainfully. This kind of person, if he dared to provoke himself again, it wouldn't be as simple as scrapping one of his hands. When Qin Chen returned to his senses, he was noticing that several bodyguards had protected Qindong in the middle and were quietly walking towards the main door. He laughed, rushed into the crowd with an arrow step, picked up Qindong's back collar and lifted him up. Boss Chen, you're a little bit untrustworthy. You're in such a hurry to leave. Do you want me to give you a ride? Qin Chen said indifferently. Qindong was considered to have seen quite a few big scenes, but listening to Qin Dust's words, he felt a chill run down his back. Mr. Qin, there is something to discuss. Qindong hurriedly showed his weakness. Qin Dust threw Qindong to the ground and said, Let your men disperse. If I want to kill you, they can't stop me. There is something, I will talk to you alone. Qindong hurriedly waved his hand at the people around him and yelled, Didn't you hear Mr. Qin's words? All hurry up and get the hell out of here. The people looked at each other in disbelief and eventually retreated to the side. Mr. Qin, there are many people here. Why don't we go upstairs to the office to talk? Qindong bent his waist and said with a pleasing face. Qin Chen nodded and followed Qindong to the office. As soon as he entered, Qindong attentively poured a cup of tea for Qin Duan and said with a compensating smile, Mr. Qin, it was my people who offended you before. I apologize to you. What conditions do you have? Feel free to mention them. If I say the word no, my surname will not be Chen. Qindong knew that he was afraid that he had underestimated the strength of the young man in front of him before. At this moment, in order to save his life, he could only make promises haphazardly. Since Boss Chen is so atmospheric, I'll get right to the point. Saying this, the aura on Qin Chen's body changed violently, and his eyes also became sharp. Qindong was so frightened by the change in Qin Chen's body that he immediately held his breath, and his calves even began to tremble vaguely. 20 years ago, you set a fire in the Qin Group's building and burned many people to death, didn't you? Qin Dust stared at Qindong's eyes and asked word by word. Qindong's pupils shrunk violently, and he subconsciously asked, How did you know that? After asking this, he regretted it. Wasn't this a disguised admission? I didn't let go of the fire. I'm not clear about that matter. You must be mistaken. Qindong hurriedly denied. Qin Chen sneered, picked up an antique vase on the table and smashed it on the ground with a bang. The vase was instantly split into pieces. He slowly picked up a piece of porcelain and pressed it against Qindong's throat. The sharp section directly cut a shallow wound on Qindong's neck, and Qindong could even feel the warm blood already flowing down his neck. Flop! Qindong directly knelt on the ground and cried out, Mr. Qin, don't kill me. I'll say it all. He had no doubt that Qin Chen would not hesitate to kill himself if he did not give a satisfactory answer. 20 years ago, I did go to the Qin Group's building, but I didn't set the fire. Back then, I was still a punk, and on that day, my boss drove me to the entrance of the Qin Group's building. which was already on fire at the time, but my boss asked me to go in and confirm if any of the Qin family was alive. I was scared to death at the time, but I still rushed into the building, and finally found the bodies of the Qins in the chairman's office. Mr. Qin, it really wasn't me who set the fire, nor did I kill anyone. I can swear. Saying this, Chen Dong suddenly froze in place. A horrifying thought slowly surfaced in his mind. Mr. Qin, Qin's group, all surnamed Qin. Qin Chen slowly said, "You are right in thinking that I was the only survivor of the Qin family back then. Tell me everything you know. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep this life." Chen Dong was instantly paralyzed with fear. The only survivor of the Qin family had now appeared in Jiangchang, and one could think with one's toes as to why he was here. Saying a wrong word, "I'm afraid that I would have to die here today." Mr. Qin, I'll tell you everything I know. I only beg you to spare my life. According to my guess, there were two groups of people involved in this incident back then. One of the groups is the Su group that has a rivalry with the Qin group. They have the biggest motive for committing the crime, and based on my speculation, the ones who asked my boss to confirm whether your parents were alive or not, were the people from the Su family. The other set of Chen Dong looked up at Qin Duan, then carefully said, the other set should be people within the Qin group. This person should have reached some kind of agreement with the Su family. The condition is to kill your parents. Otherwise, if it was the Su family who killed them, there's no way they would still have to find someone to confirm the scene. Chapter 36, The Only Clue. After listening to Chen Dong's words, Qin Chen fell into deep thought. He had just been staring at Chen Dong's eyes from the beginning to the end, and he could be certain that Chen Dong was not lying. Come to think of it, back then, Chen Dong was only in his 20s, a young punk who had just started his career. How could the Su family let him do such a big job? Moreover, back then, in the Sea of Fire, when he met Chen Dong was obviously very flustered as well, and did not lay his hands on his young self. Therefore, Chen Dong's words were very believable. Up to this point, the course of events had gradually become clearer. The Su family had colluded with the Qin group's mole, had the mole kill his parents, and then set fire to the Qin group's building. However, the Su family members were not 100% trusting of the mole, and had asked Chen Dong's boss to go to the scene to confirm it. But as a result, Chen Dong's boss was afraid of death, and ended up letting Chen Dong into the building. However, as far as he knew, all of the Qin group's top executives died in that fire. In other words, after the mole completed his mission, he was either exterminated by the Su family's people, or he left the country afterward, and the trail was temporarily broken. And after the Su family group annexed the Qin family group's business, it became the industry's leading boss, and now it has already traveled to the imperial capital to develop. The business in Jiangchang was handed over to the old chairman's youngest son to take over the operation. This clue also can't be investigated for the time being. It seemed that the only clue left was Chen Dong's boss. When he was in direct contact with the Su family's people, the inside information he knew was definitely much more than Chen Dong. A small minion. Who is your boss? Qin Chen asked with a frown. My boss is Zhou Hao. After that incident, he washed his hands of the business, and after handing over the forces in his hands to me, he went to the harbor himself and opened a shipping company called Speed Shipping. Mr. Qin, that's really all I know. Please, give me a way out. Chen Dong was completely frightened by Qin Chen's appearance. This was someone who bore the blood feud of his parents. Although he himself was not involved in the overthrow of the Qin family back then, he had after all dabbled in the relationship. In case Qin Chen looked at himself with displeasure, he was afraid that he would directly take his own life. But just at this moment, Qin Dus let go of his hand and threw the porcelain piece to the side. Chen Dong hurriedly covered his neck, and after confirming that there was only a small wound, he immediately gasped for air. Luckily, the other party did not lay a hand on him and left him alive. Chen Dong was like an amnesty, as if he had regained his life. His entire body was paralyzed on the ground. I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. If you do it well, you'll still be able to save your little life. Next, you use all your connections to find out about the Qin group fire back then, and once you have news, tell me at the first opportunity. But if you dare to ventilate, I guarantee that you will die a miserable death. Qin Chen said with a smirk. Chen Dong hurriedly said, don't dare, don't worry, Mr. Qin, I definitely won't tell anyone about this matter. He had already made up his mind that even if this matter rotted in his stomach, he would not go and ventilate the Su family. After all, tipping off the Su family will not do him any good. And in case something unexpected happens in this link, I'm afraid that Qin Chen will be the first to suspect himself. Still, his own life is the most important. Thinking of this, Chen Dong hurriedly took out a bank card from the nearby safe and respectfully handed it over to Qin Chen. Mr. Qin, don't worry, I will immediately arrange for my men to investigate this matter back then. There are 20 billion in cash in this card. Last time you won 11 billion in the gambling house. The rest is considered my compensation and apology to you. Chen Dong carefully said. Well, I'll be polite then. Qin Chen took the bank card and said indifferently. He happened to be out of money himself, and this money should be enough for him to spend in a short period of time. Chen Dong was instantly relieved. As long as the other party took the money, it meant that his life was completely saved. As the saying goes, spending money eliminates disasters. It was more than appropriate for one to lose a bit of money and be able to exchange a small life. However, just as Qin Chen was about to leave, he suddenly turned around again. Chen Dong was so frightened that he almost directly knelt on the ground. Mr. Qin, you have something else? Chen Dong shivered and asked. In the future, tell the people under you to go to the Gu group less often to cause trouble, especially that Chen Wentao. The next time I see him, I will directly waste him. After saying that, Qin Chen directly turned around and left Chen Dong's office. In the corridor, Chen Wentao was blocking the door with a group of gambling house thugs. Seeing Qin Duan come out, the crowd was just about to make a move when Chen Dong's roar came from inside the office. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Stop it all. Chen Dong hurriedly ran out from within the house and made a lowly gesture of invitation to Qin Chen. Mr. Qin, my men don't know any better. Don't bother with them, please, Chen Dong said with a compensatory smile. At this moment, in his heart, he had already cursed at this group of men. He had managed to save a small life with great difficulty, and he was almost dragged down by this group of losers. If this group of thugs made a move against Qin Chen, I'm afraid that the first one to die would be himself. Qin Dus laughed and walked through the crowd, leaving the corridor. Boss, what are you doing? Chen Wentao asked with a puzzled expression. There were at least 20 to 30 fighters present, and they were all armed, so it wasn't easy to clean up a Qin Chen? What kind of wind had the boss drawn, that he had let Qin Dus go? Snap! Chen Dong directly swung his arm and slapped Chen Wentao on the face. This slap almost made Chen Dong use his entire body's strength, hitting Chen Wentao's eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do you know that you almost got me killed? In the future, you remember, this person, never mess with. This is an outlaw. Understand? Also, from now on, none of you should go to the Gu Group's construction site to cause trouble. If anyone goes there again, I'll break his legs. Chen Dong yelled loudly at the crowd. Qin Chen was alone and had his parents' blood feud on him. Who would dare to mess with this kind of person? If one messed with such a person, he or she was afraid that he or she would not even know how to die. At this time, Chen Wentao raised his head violently and said in panic, Bad, boss, I'm afraid that he will escape from other exits, and I've arranged someone at the door to squat him. Chen Dong froze and a big mouth directly smacked Chen Wentao's face. What the are you still babbling about? Hurry up and stop it. If you offend Xinduan, you'll wait for death. Chen Dong angrily cursed. Seeing this, Chen Wentao rolled and ran towards the stairs. On the other side, Qin Chen had just walked out of the door of the gambling house when a dozen of punks carrying baseball bats surrounded him. At the head of the group, it was clearly the gangster who had come up to stop Qin Chuan when he drove the van and blocked the door, only to be kicked away by Qin Chuan. Kid, you finally came out. Brother Wen Tao said that you've caused trouble. You kid is not small in guts. You don't even look at whose territory this is and come to cause trouble? I've already checked. 3 ribs were broken by your kick. If I don't break 6 of your ribs today, I'll take your name. The gangster was holding a watermelon knife in his hand, throwing it around in his hand, looking at Qin Chen with a gaze full of disdain. Chapter 37 Video Phone Call. Qin Chen looked at the punks in front of him, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. A bunch of dirtbags were just a bunch of dogs. Give him 5 seconds and he would be able to make all of them lie on the ground. But just at this moment, the door of the gambling house was violently pushed open, and Chen Wentao ran out in a panic. Seeing that the two sides did not fight, Chen Wentao was relieved. Brother Wentao, this is the kid you asked us to block, right? Don't worry, we'll waste him right away. The gangster in the lead laughed out loud. Chen Wentao was the big boss's beloved, and if he got the job done, he might be promoted. The gangster was just getting complacent when he realized that Chen Wentao had thrown a flying kick towards himself. Thud! The punk was sent flying by Chen Wentao's kick and lay on the ground wailing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who told you to do it? Don't you talk nonsense. Hurry up. All disperse. After 3 seconds, whoever stays here again, I'll kill them. Chen Wentao threatened loudly. When the gangsters heard this, how could they dare to stay? The weapons in their hands were thrown all over the place, and with all their strength, they turned around and ran. The gangster in the lead slumped to the ground and tried several times, but he couldn't even stand up. At the beginning, he had 3 ribs broken by Qin Chen's kick, and now that he had been kicked by Chen Wentao, his injuries were even more serious. Chen Wentao ignored him, but carefully came in front of Qin Chen and respectfully said, Mr. Qin, this is all a misunderstanding. This group of people is due to my poor discipline. Don't worry, I'll clean them up properly in a moment. Qin Chen smiled faintly, pointed at the punk on the ground and said, when I left, I gave him the car keys for safekeeping, so get them back for me. Chen Wentao froze, then turned around and kicked at the punk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Didn't you hear what Mr. Qin said? Hurry up and bring out Mr. Qin's car keys, Chen Wentao roared. The punk's face was full of aggression as he pulled out the keys to a large van from his coat pocket. Chen Wentao immediately cursed angrily and threw another set of combinations at the punk. I told you to take Mr. Qin's car. What did you take? The van key? What kind of person is Mr. Qin? Can he drive that kind of junk car? Chen Wentao cursed as he punched. The punk was on the verge of tears, and said in an aggravated manner, Brother Wentao, these are the gentleman's car keys. He just drove the van. After saying that, the punk even pointed to the big truck parked aside. Chen Wentao looked at the truck in front of him and was directly dumbfounded. Mr. Qin, this car is yours? Chen Wentao asked tentatively. Can't it? Qin Dust said indifferently. Yes, of course it does. Worthy of being Mr. Qin. His taste is advanced. Driving this kind of car is much more stylish than any sports car. I'll get one to drive in the future. Chen Wentao tried hard to squeeze a smile on his face and said with a compensatory smile. With that, he grabbed the car keys from the gangster's hand and then carefully handed it to Qin Chen. Qin Dust patted Chen Wentao's shoulder and said with a smile, don't mess with the Goo Group in the future, or you'll be the one lying on the ground next time. After saying that, he jumped onto the van and left in a roar. Seeing Qin Chen leaving, Chen Wentao finally couldn't help himself and bared his teeth in pain. He lifted his clothes and actually saw a clear red palm print on his shoulder. So ruthless. Chen Wentao had a moment of fear. A light slap could leave a red palm print on one's shoulder. If this was a punch on his own body, I'm afraid this little life of his would be gone. Fortunately, he had just held his tongue and did not offend the other party. Afterwards, he took out $10,000 from his pocket and threw it onto the punk's body. Take the money to treat your injuries. And also, in the future, when you see that person just now again, remember to hide far away, or else being beaten to death by others will be a wasted death. Got it? Chen Wentao said in a cold voice. The punk gripped the money tightly in his hand and nodded repeatedly. Brother Wentao, I know. After saying that, he climbed up from the ground and hurriedly ran towards the distance. After Chen Wentao returned to Chen Dong's office, he saw Chen Dong sitting in his boss chair in deep thought and said in a low voice, Boss, the people have been sent away. Do you want me to contact a few outlaws and, saying this, he made a neck-wiping motion. Chen Dong snapped his eyes open and said in a cold voice, Wentao, I have long said that although you have a small amount of intelligence, you do not have the vigor to achieve great things. He and I don't have any enmity. This time he came to the gambling house to cause trouble, but also to track down the murderer of his parents. His real opponent is Zhou Hao, the Su family, not me. If I want to buy a murderer just because I lost someone once, this style of doing things, I definitely won't be able to mix in today's position. Don't forget, I am also from the lowest level of the gangster, crawling and fighting for so many years, only to reach today's position. Remember, in our line of work, face is the most worthless thing. Chen Wentao bowed deeply and said in a deep voice, Yes, boss, I know. I will restrain my men and definitely not go after him. Chen Dong snorted coldly and said indifferently, Let him seek revenge on Zhou Hao and the Su family. A dog bites a dog with a mouthful of hair. All we need to do is to watch the show from the sidelines. On the other side, Qin Chen drove the van and was about to return to the villa when he received a call from his master. Daoist Dustless. Hey, old man, what is it that you're looking for me so late? Qin Dust asked suspiciously. You little bastard. Did you forget your master when you have a daughter-in-law? Last time, you promised me that you would let me make a video call with my disciple daughter-in-law, and you forgot about it so quickly? I'm telling you, if you kid dares to stand me up again, I'll personally go to Jiancheng to take your life. Daoist Dustless roared angrily. Qin Chen instantly stiffened his face. Bad. He had actually forgotten about this matter. Old man, what's your hurry? It's not like the person can't run away. Besides, she just got a $20 billion investment. She's not busy at all. How would she have the time to call a dead old man like you? Qin Dust defended. However, Daoist Dustless did not give him a chance to argue and directly threatened. You kid dare to disobey your master's order, right? Do you believe that I will cast a spell through the air and waste all your skills? After saying that, he didn't give Qin Chen a chance to answer and directly hung up the phone. However, after hanging up the phone, a smug smile appeared at the corner of Daoist Dustless's mouth. Casting spells in the air? I haven't reached that realm yet, but it's enough to use it to scare that stupid kid. Qin Chen froze as he listened to the disconnection sound coming from his cell phone. This old man can't be messed with. In case he really pisses him off, He doesn't have the strength to resist at all. Originally prepared to return to the villa, Qin Chen directly turned the car, opened the navigation, straight to the Gu Group building. Today, he had to let Gu Yaming talk to the old man on the phone. However, after he arrived at the Gu Group mansion, he was told by the receptionist that he couldn't see Gu Yaming at all without an appointment. Not a big company, but quite a few rules. Qin Chen spat as he took out his cell phone and dialed Gu Yaming. It was his first time coming to the Gu Group, plus Gu Yaming hadn't announced her marriage at all, so there wasn't a single person in the Gu Group who knew him. Chapter 38, Recording. I'm in a meeting right now. Is there something wrong? On the other end of the phone, came Gu Yaming's cold voice. There's indeed something. I'm currently at Gu's. Before the words were finished, the phone buzzed and vibrated. Blacking out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When is it not possible to run out of power? Now there is no power? Garbage cell phone. I'll replace you sooner or later. Qin Chen looked at the cell phone that had been turned off with an angry face. Meanwhile, Gu Yaming in the conference room held her cell phone with a look of doubt on her face. Why did Qin Chen hang up in the middle of his speech? Alright, the meeting continues. Gu Yaming shook her head, putting the matter behind her and continuing the meeting. Beauty, you heard it just now, right? The one who spoke to me was the chairman of your company. Gu Yaming, truth be told, I'm actually your chairman's husband. Why don't you give her a call and ask? Qin Chen had no choice but to reveal his identity to the receptionist. But as soon as his words fell, the receptionist lady at the front desk waved at the security guard at the door. Xiao Zhao, hurry over, there's a psycho here, claiming to be the chairman's husband. Quickly get this person out of here, and by the way, make a call to the mental hospital to arrest this person. Hearing the words of the receptionist lady, Qin Chen was stunned. Mental illness? This was talking about himself? Hey, I'm not a mental illness. I have the marriage license with Gu Yaming in my hand, Qin Chen said in a hurry. But the security guards didn't listen to his explanation and grabbed Qin Chen's arm to drag him out. With a disdainful look on her face, the receptionist spat from the side. Bah, you think you can be Mr. Gu's husband just because you have a fake license? You also don't look in the mirror to see if you're worthy. Qin Mu let out a helpless, bitter laugh and was about to break free from the security guard when a woman appeared in front of the several people. She looked Qin Chen up and down and said with a smile, Yo, you bastard also have today. You deserve it. Xiao Ningyue, why are you here? Quick, help me explain. I'm looking for Gu Yaming for something, Qin Chen said with some surprise. Xiao Ningyue, however, pouted her small mouth and said coldly and arrogantly, This gentleman, who are you? Am I familiar with you? Qin Chen immediately widened his eyes and said, Xiao Ningyue, you dare to say we're not familiar? Don't forget, in the morning I also saw you without clothes. Before Qin Chen could finish his words, Xiao Ningyue rushed up and covered his mouth with her small hand. Qin Chen, you asshole, shut up. Xiao Ningyue's face turned red. Then she looked at the receptionist lady and the security guard and threatened. I know this person. I'll take him up. Remember, if what he said just now gets out, the two of you will be waiting to be fired. After saying that, she pinched Qin Chen's ear with one hand and led him all the way to the reception room. My sister is in a meeting. She doesn't have time to pay attention to you, so wait here. Xiao Ningyue said in a cold voice. After thinking about it, she stared at Qin Mu again and threatened through clenched teeth. Qin Chuan, I'm warning you, if you ever dare to mention this morning's incident again in the future, I'll die with you. Qin Dust raised his head, his eyes looking towards the ceiling as he muttered. It's bad, I've lost my memory, I've forgotten all about today's events. Xiao Ningyue was amused by Qin Chuan's appearance and snorted, but when she saw Qin Chuan's smug look of triumph, she hastily covered her mouth again. Hey, big asshole. Tell me honestly, how far have you and my sister progressed? Xiao Ningyue asked with feigned seriousness. Qin Chen hurriedly explained. Don't misunderstand. Your sister and I are innocent. The two of us are sort of a partnership where we each get what we need. She needs to use me to get the inheritance, and I need her to help me cope with Master's urging to get married. Upon hearing Qin Chen's explanation, Xiao Ningyue was smiling wistfully as she asked. My sister is so beautiful, so you don't have any thoughts about her? Qin Chen sardonically replied. Your sister is indeed beautiful, but in my condition, even if I have an idea, I can't realize it. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Xiao Ningyue laughed out loud, then took out her cell phone in front of Qin Chuan. The screen of the cell phone was lit up, and it showed that it was recording. Qin Chuan, you looked at my body. I definitely won't be able to spare you. Just wait, I'm going to give this recording to my sister to let her know how much of an asshole you are. Humph, dare to have thoughts about my sister. You're dead, Xiao Ningyue said triumphantly. Just now, when she said those words to Qin Chen, it was all just to trap him. Now this recording in her hand could definitely make Gu Yaming kick Qin Chen out of the villa. Xiao Ningyue, I knew it, you girl definitely aren't holding back any good thoughts. hurry up and delete the recording, or I'll grab it, Qin Chen said as he stretched out his hand to grab the cell phone in Xiao Ningyue's hand. Seeing this, Xiao Ningyue hurriedly shoved the phone from her chest and shoved her close. She was just a woman, and in terms of strength, she was definitely no match for Qin Chen. But as long as she put the cell phone in her clothes, Qin Chen would definitely not dare to grab it. After all, she was Gu Yaming's cousin, and if Qin Chen dared to make a move on herself, she would let him add to his crime when the time came. But what she didn't expect was that Qin Chen was so anxious that his hand subconsciously grabbed towards the phone. Inside the reception room, a shriek was emitted, and the next moment, the door to the reception room was violently pushed open, and Gu Yaming appeared in the doorway, only to see Xiao Ningyue being escorted by Qin Chen on the table. One hand was grasped by Qin Chen, while the other hand was struggling fiercely. Looking at the posture of the two, Gu Yaming immediately closed the door. What are you two doing? Gu Yaming frowned, her face filled with disbelief. Seeing Gu Yaming, the two of them reacted. Qin Chen hurriedly let go of Xiao Ningyue, coughed twice in embarrassment, and explained, "Don't misunderstand, the two of us didn't do anything. Just now, she was the one who slandered me and recorded the audio. I just wanted to snatch the phone over to prove my innocence." Xiao Ningyue's pretty face slightly reddened as she gritted her teeth and said, "Big asshole, your bull ting me. Just now you clearly touched my." Only halfway through her sentence, she was so enraged that she could no longer speak. However, she immediately pulled out her cell phone from her chest and said to Gu Yaming, "Cousin, this person has bad intentions towards you. He just admitted it. I've already recorded all the evidence. You must see this big asshole's true colors and hurry to drive him out of the villa." Saying that, she directly pressed the play button. But the next moment, the sound of her and Qin Chen scuffling came from the cell phone. "Bastard, let go of me." "I won't let go. You hurry up and give me the phone. Big asshole. If you move again, I'll tell my sister that you're cheating on me. Stinky girl, go ahead and say it. Who's afraid of who?" The conversation between the two was crystal clear, instantly causing Xiao Ningyue and Gu Yaming to freeze in place. The recording played for several sentences before Xiao Ningyue reacted, hastily pausing the recording and then deleting it with a red face. "Sis, it's not this paragraph." Xiao Ningyue looked at the smug Qin Chen beside her and her teeth were about to be clenched. This bastard must have just taken advantage of his inattention and deleted the original recording. But doesn't that mean that he put his hand into his? Xiao Ningyue's gaze was like a sword, and she couldn't wait to kill Qin Chen right now to vent her anger. Chapter 39, Renovation Problems. Alright, you two stop messing around for now. I have to continue the meeting in a while. Ningyu, you called me to the reception room. What exactly is the matter? Gu Yaming said in a cold voice. Xiao Ningyue's small mouth turned away, pointed at Qin Chen, and said, "This bastard said that his cell phone was dead and he couldn't contact you, and the receptionist didn't believe him, so I just happened to run into him, so I brought him to the reception room." Gu Yaming turned her head to look at Qin Chen and said coldly, "What's so urgent that you can't talk about it at home? I have a meeting soon. I'll give you a minute. Hurry up and say it." In the Gu group, Gu Yaming had resumed her status as the high and cold, decisive chairman of the board. Qin Chen smiled helplessly and explained, "My master just called, saying that he wants to make a video call with you and meet you on the way." "Who knows?" Gu Yaming didn't even think about it and directly rebuffed, "No time. I still have 4 or 5 meetings today, so I don't have time to accompany you in a play. But don't worry, since I've promised you, I won't go back on my word. After 3 to 5 days, when I'm done with this bout, I'll talk to your master on the phone." After saying that, she didn't even give Qin Chen a chance to speak as she turned around and left the reception room. Qin Chen was frozen in place like a wooden chicken. Xiao Ningyue on the side suddenly laughed, and in the end, she even laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. "Big asshole, let you bully me. Now it's your turn to be unlucky." Xiao Ningyue gloated and scoffed. Qin Chen sighed helplessly. This woman, at least she had gotten a license with herself, but as a result, she didn't even give a chance to discuss. She was too desperate. Just at this moment, the door of the reception room was violently pushed open again. "Chairman, it's not good. Something has happened." The construction site. A woman walked inside while speaking anxiously. However, when she saw that there was only Qin Chen and Xiao Ningyue in the room, she froze. "Mr. Xiao, isn't General Manager Gu here? I clearly saw her come in just now," the woman asked with some anxiety. "Secretary Li, Mr. Gu has gone to a meeting. I'm afraid he doesn't have time to see you right now. If there's anything, you can talk to me first," Xiao Ningyue said. Secretary Li thought for a moment, but finally made up his mind and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Xiao, it's actually something over at the construction site. The new building is being renovated right now, but the renovation company suddenly demanded a contract price increase or else they would stop work immediately. Just now they even threatened that if they don't get the money in place today, All of the previously renovated parts will be demolished. The task given by Mr. Gu is that the renovation must be completed by the end of this month. But with them doing this, I'm afraid the work period will be extended by many days. Hearing Secretary Li's words, Xiao Ningyue obviously also realized the seriousness of the matter. Gu Yaming had once said to her that if the renovation of this building wasn't finished by the end of the month, Gu Group was afraid that they wouldn't even have an office space by then. Even if they wanted to rent a room, they simply wouldn't be able to rent an office building that could accommodate several thousand people for a while. Right now, General Manager Gu probably doesn't have the time to deal with this matter. The investment matter has already made her burnt out. $20 billion will be hitting the company's account in the next 2 days. The company's senior management is meeting to decide on the direction of the use of the funds. Secretary Li, you go back first. Leave this matter to me. I'll handle it. Xiao Ningyue said with a serious look. Secretary Li had a worried look on his face. Mr. Xiao, the people from the renovation team have explosive tempers and bad attitudes. If you're a little girl going over there, I'm afraid you'll suffer. In case something happens, how am I going to explain to Mr. Gu? Xiao Ningyue thought about it and suddenly grabbed Qin Chen's arm and said, don't worry, with him accompanying me, nothing will happen. He's the one who solved the matter of the building's roofing last time, so just let him step in this time as well. Seeing that Secretary Li was still trying to persuade himself, Xiao Ningyue continued, Secretary Li, don't look at me as not very old, but I'm very experienced in dealing with this kind of thing. Just don't worry, right? Don't tell General Manager Gu about this beforehand. I'm afraid she'll be distracted. After saying that, she directly pulled up Qin Chen and hurriedly walked out. Only after arriving at the company's entrance did Xiao Ningyue stop. Where is your car? Let's drive your car over, Xiao Ningyue said. Qin Chen glanced at Xiao Ningyue suspiciously and said, little girl, I didn't say I was going to accompany you, did I? You just set me up, and you expect me to return the favor with kindness? Hearing Qin Chen's words, Xiao Ningyue stomped her foot fiercely in anger. You big asshole, I'm warning you, if you don't accompany me, I'll tell my cousin at night that you touched my. Before Xiao Ningyue could finish her sentence, Qin Chen immediately raised his hands in surrender. Get. Don't say it. I'll accompany you, okay? But you have to promise that this matter will not be mentioned again in the future. I just accidentally touched it. If you slander me again, the big deal is that the fish is dead. Qin Chen coldly snorted. He didn't expect that he, who knew astronomy from above and geography from below, could fight and tell fortunes, would be threatened by a 20-year-old little girl. Fine, deal, Xiao Ningyue said arrogantly. Seeing this scene, Qin Chen laughed. This girl really grew up with Gu Yaming. Even in her expression when she spoke, there was Gu Yaming's shadow. With that, Qin Chen took out his keys, pointed to the van parked on the side of the road, and said, go, get in. Looking at the van in front of her, Xiao Ningyue instantly widened her eyes. This is your car? You usually drive this? Xiao Ningyue asked incredulously. What's wrong? Discrimination van. Ha, otherwise it's fine to drive your car, Qin Chen said indifferently. Xiao Ningyue snorted coldly and threw her head away. She usually didn't live in Jiangcheng, so where did she get a car? Cousin Gu Yaming did have a car there, but it was obviously too late if she went to get the keys now. Qin Chen, after today, you hurry up and get a new car. This broken car? I never want to see it again. After saying that, she huffed and puffed and got into the car. Qin Chen laughed, jumped into the driver's seat, and drove the van to the construction site. After not going to the construction site for a few days, a big change had already happened inside. The overall framework of the building had been completed, and the surrounding road surface had been hardened. As long as the doors and windows were installed, decorated once more, and the office desks and chairs were put in, all of Gu's group could be moved over. The security guard at the gate was also an old acquaintance of Qin Chuan. When Qin Chuan first came, he bought cigarettes for the security guard and inquired about a lot of information. Seeing Qin Chen, he immediately opened the gate. Brother, close the door. Don't let anyone get away. I'll go clean up those ungrateful ones. Qin Chen pulled out a good cigarette from his car and directly threw it over. The security guard took the cigarette with a smile and said loudly, don't worry, our group of brothers do things. This is even if it's for the door to be smashed. I'll stop them. Xiao Ningyue, who was on the side, immediately said in dissatisfaction, Qin Chen, what are you doing with the security guard shushing them if you don't hurry to go inside the building? Qin Dus started the van while saying with a smile, saying you're a little girl. You're still unconvinced. At a glance, you're fresh out of school and don't know anything. People like security guards, drivers, and nurses don't look at their positions, but the power in their hands is not small. A little help will allow you to avoid a lot of trouble. This construction site is so big. In a moment of fighting, if that group of decorators run away, It's all up to the security guards to stop them. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Xiao Ningyue's face suddenly changed. Qin Chen, what do you want to do? We're here to solve the problem this time, not to fight, Xiao Ningyue said anxiously, but Qin Chen just smiled faintly and did not say anything. If this group of people were sensible and renovated honestly, naturally, there was no need to do anything. But if this group of people were to mess around, I'm afraid that they would only be able to continue the construction if they were scared of them. Chapter 40, Triple the contract amount. In the building, dozens of renovation workers were gathered. This group of people were casually sitting on the ground and were talking about the weather. None of them were working on the construction. As soon as they saw Qin Chen and Xiao Ningyue, this group of people immediately surrounded them. You guys are from the Gu group, right? Oh, for something as important as negotiating a contract, you two pawns are sent here? A big man at the head said in a cold voice. This person was at least 2 meters tall and robust. Standing in front of Xiao Ningyue was like a gorilla and a beautiful woman in the movie Beauty and the Beast. The contrast was extremely strong. Xiao Ningyue held back the fear in her heart, pulling out her employee card from her pocket and holding it up. She said loudly, I'm not some pawn. Watch this, I'm the executive vice chairman of the Gu group. Xiao Ningyue, I'm solely responsible for the construction site. I hope you resume the renovation as soon as possible in accordance with the contract, or else the Gu group's legal department will sue you within 3 days. Hearing Xiao Ningyue's words, the crowd of big men laughed. Little girl, you haven't even grown your hair yet, right? And you dare to come and threaten us? Still talking about the contract, do you really think we're afraid of you? If you're capable, go ahead and sue. Anyway, I've heard that Gu Group will lose a lot of money if they don't move over by the end of the month, so let's see who loses more then. The big man in the lead sneered. The onlookers of the renovation workers also chimed in. That's right, the barefoot ones aren't afraid of the shoe wearers. Sue us if you're capable. Gu's group even hired a little girl to be the vice chairman. It seems like this company isn't very good either. I think this little girl is quite pretty. She'd be a good daughter-in-law for me. I'll be damned. You're old enough to be her father. Don't you want to lose face? Listening to the words of the crowd, Xiao Ningyue was so angry that she was close to crying. Previously, she has been living in the imperial capital to go to school. Surrounded by students and teachers are courteous. Where has she encountered this kind of people who open and shut their mouths with non-vegetarian jokes? For a moment, she actually didn't know how to retaliate. Seeing Xiao Ningyue's appearance, the big man at the head became even more pleased. Little girl, we won't make things difficult for you either. Didn't you say you could take full responsibility for the construction site? In fact, what we want is not much, as long as the amount of the renovation contract is tripled. The first time the money arrives, we'll start work immediately, and we'll guarantee that we'll do the job beautifully. But if you don't pay the money, then don't blame me for not informing you in advance. The part that was previously renovated, we'll be able to dismantle it all in one night. At that time, don't regret it. The big man threatened with a cold smile. Xiao Ningyue froze, then pointed at the big man and shouted angrily. You don't have the spirit of contract. The contract amount and work period are clearly written on the contract. If you guys don't carry out the renovation according to the contract, I'll go and sue you. At that time, you not only have to lose money, but also have to go to jail. The big man, however, laughed and took out a piece of paper, placing it in front of Xiao Ningyue's eyes. Little girl, look at what this is. I've been an old scoundrel for a long time. You can't get compensation even if you sue me. Just sue me, but I can warn you, when we tear down the renovated part, it'll be too late for you to regret it if you want to. Xiao Ningyue looked at the defaulter enforcement notice in front of her and was directly dumbfounded. It seems that the person who signed the renovation contract was prepared in advance, but he was an old scoundrel. At that time, I'm afraid that if I win the lawsuit, I won't be able to get the compensation. What's more, even if you get the compensation, compared to the loss of Gu Group, I'm afraid it's just a drop in the bucket. You scoundrel! Xiao Ningyue cursed angrily. The big man laughed loudly. You're right to curse. I'm a scoundrel. What can you do with me? Ha ha. Seeing this, the crowd followed suit and laughed. But right at this moment, a hand suddenly reached out and snatched the execution notice from the big man's hand. Wang Chao, right? Speak up. Who instructed you to come over and cause trouble? Qin Chen looked at the name on the notice, then directly tore the piece of paper into pieces and threw it at the big man's feet. The crowd did not react until then. In the face of provocation, this group of workers took a step forward in unison. This sense of oppression caused Xiao Ningyue to turn pale with fear, and she immediately pulled Qin Chen's arm. Instructing? I don't know what you mean. All I know is that you'll end up miserable if you piss me off, Wang Chao said with a cold smile. Qin Chen, however, looked as if he didn't even put Wang Chao's threat in his eyes as he said to himself, according to the contract, you guys have been renovating for 3 days. During these 3 days, You guys have done a great job with the renovation, which means that before today, you didn't intend to blackmail the Goo Group for money. If no one was making trouble out of it, you guys wouldn't have suddenly turned against each other, am I right? Hearing Qin Chen's words, Xiaoning Yue also suddenly reacted. If this group of people wanted to blackmail money, I'm afraid that they would have started making trouble after signing the contract. How could they have worked diligently for 3 days before suddenly saying that they wanted to raise prices? It must be that someone found them today and instructed them to make trouble. To go so far as to deal with the Goo Group through such underhanded means, it was truly detestable. Xiaoning Yue clenched her fists tightly, her heart incomparably angry. If she knew who was secretly tripping up the Goo Group, she would definitely not be able to spare them. However, right at this moment, Wang Chao suddenly laughed. This laughter caused goosebumps to rise all over Xiaoning Yue's body. What do you want? Xiaoning Yue shouted. Wang Chao said in a cold voice. I don't know what you guys are talking about. We only have one request, and that's for the contract amount to go up. Since you guys are already here today, let's sign the contract by the way. Otherwise you guys can just think about it here and wait until you figure it out. As soon as his words fell, a few workers locked the wooden door behind Qin Chen and his duo. Xiaoning Yue was instantly startled, so frightened that her lips began to tremble. You guys are illegally detaining. This is a crime. I'm warning you, hurry up and get out of the way, or I'll call the patrol bureau. Xiaoning Yue threatened loudly. Wang Chao, however, made a casual gesture and had no intention of stopping. Xiaoning Yue hurriedly took out her cell phone from her pocket, but just as she wanted to dial the phone, her complexion suddenly changed. Signal. How can there be no signal? As if she thought of something, she jerked her head up and asked with wide eyes, you guys installed a signal shielding device in the building? Wang Chao laughed and said, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? But these are not important. You guys should still think about the contract. With that, he took out a contract and placed it in front of Xiaoning Yue's duo. Chapter 41, Twisting Steel Bars with Her Hands. Xiaoning Yue's face was pale and her heart was overwhelmed with fear. She had thought that this was just an ordinary negotiation, but she didn't expect to be kidnapped by this group of people. Looking at so many gawking workers in front of her, she regretted it immensely. She had brought Qin Chen to the construction site without telling anyone. I'm afraid that it was her cousin, Gu Yaming, who wouldn't be able to notice the abnormality until the night. Little girl, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and sign it. As long as you sign it, I'll let you guys go. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word, Wang Chao said with a smile. He could already tell that the little girl in front of him hadn't experienced much, so he might scare her and sign the words. Xiaoning Yue picked up the pen and looked at the contract in front of her with complicated eyes. But right at this moment, Qin Chen, who was on the side, picked up the contract on his own and read it carefully. This turn of events caused everyone to freeze, and in the next moment, Qin Dust pointed at the clauses on the contract and asked with a smile, didn't you say that the contract amount goes up 3 times? Why is it written here that it's 300 times? Did you make a typo? 3 times the contract amount is hundreds of thousands of dollars. 300 times, that's billions of dollars. Hearing this, Xiaoning Yue hurriedly looked at the place where Qin Chen was pointing his finger. Sure enough, a line of small print on it clearly read, due to the difficulty of the construction becoming greater, Party A will add an additional payment for the project, which is 300 times the original contract, and will be paid in full on the date of the end of the project. Seeing this clause, Xiaoning Yue instantly threw her pen to the ground. You guys are scamming. I will never sign this. Xiaoning Yue gritted her teeth and said loudly. Wang Chao's face instantly turned gloomy. He had wanted to take advantage of this little girl's six-headedness to even bluff her into signing the contract. Unexpectedly, this brat dared to make trouble out of it. Bang! Wang Chao slapped his hand on the table, immediately shaking the dust. Xiaoning Yue followed her body with a shiver. Frightened. Little. Just because I give you a good face doesn't mean I have a good temper. If you don't sign, I can't guarantee what my group of brothers will do to you. Seeing Xiaoning Yue's terrified expression, Wang Chao smiled smugly, then pointed at Qin Chen and continued, brothers, tie him up for me, give him some color. If it wasn't for this kid in front of him interfering, he would have tricked that little girl into signing the contract. The 2 renovation workers immediately stepped forward, ready to hold Qin Chen down. Xiaoning Yue was so frightened that she tightly grabbed Qin Chen's arm and shouted, don't come over, you guys are committing a crime. But the 2 workers didn't take her words to heart at all, sneering as they continued to walk forward. Right at this moment, Qin Chen suddenly took a step forward, protecting Xiaoning Yue behind him, and spoke, didn't you guys hear her words? You guys are committing a crime. Bang! Bang! As soon as the words fell, before the 2 decoration workers could react, they were kicked in the chest by Qin Chen and flew out directly. Since you guys are insistent on committing a crime, is it alright if I stop you? Qin Chen laughed. Watching this scene, Wang Chao was stunned. He had learned a little bit of boxing and kung fu in the past, and he was considered to have a little bit of eyesight. At his own level, there was no problem with 1-on-2 without a weapon, but it definitely wouldn't be so easy to settle 2 opponents with just 2 kicks. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This kid can still do some kung fu. Together, I don't believe it. He can fight so many people. Wang Chao roared with a cold face. The crowd immediately surrounded towards Qin Chen, and some people even held weapons such as steel pipes and wrenches in their hands. Kid, it's not too late for you to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Wang Chao snorted coldly. Qin Dust, however, shook his head and said indifferently, "You're wrong. It should be that it's still not too late for you to hang back now." Hearing Qin Chuan's words, Wang Chao's face flushed with anger, and he copied the steel bar beside him in his hand and directly smashed it down towards Qin Chuan. Shoo! The force of swinging the steel bar was so great that it even brought up a sharp ringing sound in the air. Xiao Ningyue shrieked in fear and suddenly lost her color. Qin Chen sighed, then wrapped his arms around Xiao Ningyue's luxuriant waist and stepped back. At the same time, one of his hands stretched out, actually catching the steel bar with his empty hand. The whole place was silent. Everyone was staring at the scene in front of them, frozen in place. One must know that this kind of steel bar, thicker than a human finger, could break a person's bones directly when it hit them. And Qin Chen actually caught it so easily? In theory, shouldn't all 5 of his fingers be broken at this moment? Is he still human? Wang Chao subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of water, and he could even hear his heart thumping. In the next moment, Qin Chen snatched the steel bar from Wang Chao's hand and with a snap, hit Wang Chao's back. Ow! Wang Chao let out an agonizing cry and flopped down and directly knelt on the ground. What are you guys still waiting for? Get on! Wang Chao looked towards the workers and shouted. But as soon as his words fell, the steel bar in Qin Chen's hand struck his shoulder. After a muffled sound, a bloodstain appeared on Wang Chao's clothes. Although Qin Chen hadn't used his full strength, this blow was enough for the other party to suffer. At the sight of the blood, the crowd was so frightened that they took several steps back in unison, and none of them even dared to make a move. Dead to the world, still struggling here in death? Do you believe that if they dare to make a move, I'll explode your head first? Qin Chen took the steel bar and gently knocked Wang Chao's head. Wang Chao was immediately shaken. His muscles tensed, and he didn't dare to move a muscle. Don't! Big brother, I'm wrong, don't hit! Wang Chao trembled and begged for mercy. This kid in front of him looks like a life-threatening master. If really a steel bar hit in his head, light is a plant person, heavy is directly small life play finished. Xiao Ningyue on the side had long been stunned by the scene in front of her. She didn't expect that Qin Chen had spent only a few short seconds to completely reverse the situation. Qin Chen, why don't we just leave? Xiao Ningyue hurriedly advised. So many people on the other side were eyeing them intently, and she was afraid that Qin Chen wouldn't be able to control the situation and make things worse. However, at a moment when the atmosphere was so tense, Qin Chen smiled and said, "What's the point of leaving? Aren't we here to solve the problem?" With that, he slowly picked up the contract in front of him and directly tore it into a pile of pieces in front of everyone, flinging it into Wang Chao's face. "Oh, I'll give you one last chance. If you continue to renovate according to the previous contract, everyone will be fine, and you will continue to earn your money. But if you still think about making trouble, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Wang Chao was just about to speak when he looked up and saw a scene that shocked him. He only saw Qin Chen smiling as he slowly broke and bent the steel bar in his hand, and the whole process was like magic. When the steel bar was finally twisted into a twist-like shape and thrown in front of Wang Chao. Gulp! Wang Chao gulped in fear and trembled. "Big brother, I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. Don't worry, we'll start work right away. 24-hour shifts for renovation. If the renovation isn't finished within 7 days, you can just get me killed," Wang Chao said in a hurry. Chapter 42, The Pampered Xiao Ningyue. Xiao Ningyue looked at the scene in front of her, her mouth opened so wide that she could almost stuff her fist into it. Qin Chen had cleaned up the other party in just a few words? However, when she looked at the rebar that was twisted into a twist on the ground, she instantly understood the other party. This was rebar for construction. Even if you smashed it with a hammer, it would be difficult to bend it, and only by using a specialized machine could it be bent and cut off. And Qin Chen twisted this rebar into a twist with his bare hands, so it could be seen how much strength he had. I'm afraid that this group of people together wouldn't be able to stop one of Qin Chen's fists. Tell me, who told you to make trouble at this point in time? Saying this, Qin Chen smiled and continued, think clearly before you speak. If you lie to me, you will die a miserable death. Wang Chao was instantly shaken and hurriedly begged for mercy. Big brother, I definitely won't lie. It was my cousin who told me to change the contract amount, and secretly changing it to 300 times was also something he taught me. Qin Chen frowned. Your cousin? Wang Chao nodded repeatedly and said, yes, it's my cousin Guohong. He's now the hall master of the Wild Wolf Gang. He's very powerful. He's the one who told me that as long as I make trouble at this point in time, the Gu group will definitely obediently pay up, or else the Gu group will lose even more. I moved to greed, and that's why I organized the workers to start causing trouble. Wang Chao intentionally stated the identity of his cousin Guahong, just to make Qin Chen jealous. Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Chen stomped down. Ow! Wang Chao's eyes glazed over in pain. His body bowed and shrunk, like a prawn that had its threads picked off. His hand, which had been broken by Qin Chen's foot, bent into a bizarre arc. When the crowd saw this, they retreated a few more steps in fear. Although this group of people had just shouted fiercely, they were just ordinary workers. Where had they seen such a bloody scene? This is a lesson for you to remember. Construct honestly next. If the renovation isn't finished within the stipulated period, spend the rest of your life in bed, Qin Chen said indifferently. Wang Chao's head was covered in cold sweat as he nodded with difficulty. Don't worry, big brother. I'll definitely finish the renovation on schedule. Qin Dus squatted in front of Wang Chao, took out his cell phone from Wang Chao's pocket and threw it in front of the other party. Call your cousin and say that the contract has been signed and you want to meet him. You should know the consequences if you dare to ventilate. The corner of Qin Chen's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Wang Chao subconsciously looked at the steel bars that were twisted into twists around him, and immediately winced. Big brother, I'll call right away. You mustn't hit me. Wang Chao cried out and hurriedly picked up his cell phone, dialed Guahong's number and pressed the speakerphone. Hey, cousin, where are you? I forced the Gu group to sign the contract. Now I'm going to find you? Wang Chao tried hard to put on an excited tone and said into the phone. Ha ha, it's worthy of being my man. Work is sharp. Finished so quickly? I'm now at the Nocturnal City Bar. Private room 603. You bring the contract and come over directly. You did such an important thing for me. Cousin can't treat you badly. Today the bar came with a batch of student girls. I'll pay for you to find two. Don't go back tonight. Right at this moment, a few women's delicate voices came from the other end of the phone. Good evening, boss. Ha ha, the girls are already here. You hurry over. Guahong didn't wait for Wang Chao to speak and directly hung up his cell phone. Wang Chao looked up at Qin Chen. His eyes filled with a pleading look. Big brother, you've heard it all right, Wang Chao said with a cowering voice. Qin Chen patted Wang Chao's shoulder, which instantly scared Wang Chao into shivering. Don't worry, I'll let you off today. Of course, if you dare to ventilate while I'm gone, I'll come back and twist you into twists as well. After saying that, he pulled up Xiao Ning Yue, kicked open the wooden door, and walked out. After Qin Chen and the two of them left, another several seconds passed before Wang Chao continued to cry out in pain. His wrist had been stiffly stepped on and broken, and if it wasn't for the fact that he usually loved to exercise and his physical fitness was quite good, I'm afraid that he would have fainted from the pain. What the are you waiting for? Hurry up and call the emergency number. Wang Chao cursed angrily at the workers behind him. Only then did the workers react, scrambling to help Wang Chao up from the ground, and called the emergency phone in the meantime. On the other side, Qin Chen brought Xiao Ning Yue to the side of the van and said indifferently, all right, for the sake of Gu Yaming's face, I've saved you and helped you find out who's behind this, so you can see to the rest. I'm sleepy. I'm going back to bed. I can give you a ride if you hitchhike. Xiao Ning Yue didn't realize that Qin Chen was planning to let himself handle this matter, and immediately grabbed Qin Chen's arm and said, you're letting me, a woman, go to a bar to settle the score with the Coyote gang? Isn't this letting me go to my death? Why don't you help a man to the end? Send Buddha to the west, and go to the bar by the way, and clean up what's her name Guahong. Xiao Ning Yue blinked her big eyes and said with an expectant face, she had just seen Qin Chen's strength with her own eyes, so how could she let go of such a powerful helper? Xiao Ning Yue, you still know that you're a woman. Ha? Then how dare you come to the construction site by yourself to find a group of workers to argue with? I didn't want to get involved in this matter in the first place. If it wasn't for the fact that you're Gu Yaming's cousin, I wouldn't bother with you, Qin Chen said in a cold voice. Who knew that Xiao Ning Yue not only didn't get angry in the face of Qin Chen's cold attitude, but instead pouted. She grabbed Qin Chen's arm and pressed it tightly, shaking it constantly. Brother-in-law, I know I'm wrong. I'll never call you a big asshole again, okay? In the future, I'll be your undercover agent by my sister's side, specializing in setting up the two of you. That's always fine, right? Xiao Ning Yue clamped her voice and sold her cute. Qin Chen gulped and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This girl, not very old, was surprisingly better developed than Gu Yaming. Just for a moment, he actually couldn't stand it a bit. He quickly broke away from Xiao Ning Yue's hand, coughed twice to hide his embarrassment, and then said, for me to help you solve this matter, you have to promise me a few conditions. Firstly, I'm going to go over there by myself. On one hand, it's inconvenient for me to go out with you as a drag. On the other hand, it's because I'm afraid that Gu Yaming will fight with me if she knows that I'm taking you to the bar. Xiao Ning Yue quickly nodded and said, no problem. I won't follow you is all. If she had gone to a bar to play, she would have considered it. But this time, she was going to the bar to settle the score with the Coyote gang, so she'd better not go and drag Qin Chen's leg. Second, you can't tell Gu Yaming about this matter. When the time comes, you can just find a random reason and say that you solved it. Qin Chen continued, Big mix. Brother-in-law, this is a great opportunity for you to perform in front of my sister. Why are you still low-key? Xiaoning Yue asked suspiciously. If this matter was done well, it would definitely be solving a big problem for Gu Yaming. Even if the two were married under false pretenses, I'm afraid that my cousin would feel quite a bit more favorable towards this man. Qin Chen shook his head and said, I don't want to get involved in the Gu group's troubles because of this matter. I still have my own things to do. The matter of him avenging his parents' death was the first secret and could not be told to anyone. And before that, he absolutely couldn't be exposed to his enemies. Chapter 43, The Night City Bar. Xiaoning Yue nodded with seeming understanding and agreed to this condition as well. Afterward, Qin Chen drove the van and sent Xiaoning Yue back to the villa. Looking at the van that was far away, Xiaoning Yue let out a sigh of relief before barely squeezing out a smile on her face as she walked into the villa. Why are you back so late? Where did you go to fool around? As soon as she entered, Gu Yaming, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, grilled Xiaoning Yue. Sis, I'm not a kid anymore. I can't go out and play for a while. You don't want to be like my mom, checking the account book every day like that. Xiaoning Yue spat out her tongue and made a face. Play? Humph. Why did I hear Secretary Li say that there was a problem with the renovation contract for the construction site? And you dragged Qin Chen to the construction site? Gu Yaming continued to ask. Xiaoning Yue instantly tensed up, but she still forced a smile and said, Oh, you're talking about this matter I remembered. It's just that the people from the decoration team misread the contract. It's just a small matter. I explained the contract to them and it's over. Not only that, they also guaranteed to work overtime on the renovation and finish the overall renovation ahead of schedule. If you don't believe me, you can make a phone call and ask. Gu Yaming snorted coldly. There's no need for you to remind me. I've already asked. Half an hour ago, the construction site had already resumed its renovation. Xiaoning Yue was instantly relieved. Luckily, the decoration team had resumed their work in time. Otherwise this matter would have been troublesome to explain. Right sis, brother-in-law. He's got something going on. He'll be back later tonight. I'll say something to you on his behalf. Xiaoning Yue looked like she remembered something and said in a hurry. Gu Yaming, on the other hand, suspiciously looked Xiaoning Yue up and down and asked in a puzzled tone. Haven't you always called Qin Chen a big asshole? When did you change your tone and call him brother-in-law? Besides, there's no need to report to me if he's coming back or not. Xiaoning Yue smiled cheekily, hugged Gu Yaming, and pampered herself. In the past, I didn't have a little misunderstanding about my brother-in-law, but today it's all been explained clearly, so of course I can't call him a big asshole in the future. Gu Yaming coldly said, I'll tell you once more, the two of us are just fake married. You don't need to call him brother-in-law. Xiaoning Yue's eyes turned, and she asked tentatively, then you two don't have any feelings at all? Anyway, the two of you have received a license. Why don't you give it a try? Hearing Xiaoning Yue's words, Gu Yaming froze, her mind instantly recalling the experiences of the past few days. For more than 20 years, this was the first time a man had intruded into her life. Although she didn't have any feelings for this man, she didn't loathe him either. She even had an indescribable feeling for Qin Chen after he had solved her troubles for her these few times. What's there to try? If you want to try, go try it yourself. Gu Group just got such a large amount of investment. It's not easy to breathe a sigh of relief. But there are wolves in front of us and tigers at our back. A wrong step could lead to falling into the abyss. I don't have time to think about anything else right now. I just want to run the company left to me by my parents. Gu Yaming's eyes changed and she said firmly. Xiaoning Yue added with a cheeky smile. Sister, this is what you said. I can really go and try it out. Gu Yaming froze, then suddenly tickled Xiaoning Yue. Xiaoning Yue laughed so hard that tears were coming out, and managed to break free, running towards the bathroom in a hurry. I've been running outside all day. I'll take a shower first. After saying that, Xiaoning Yue slipped away and ran out of sight. Gu Yaming stood in place, her gaze in a bit of a trance. Qin Chen, Gu Yaming muttered, then shook her head, pushing this man out of her mind. On the other side, Qin Chen, who was being discussed behind the backs of the two women, had already driven his car to the entrance of the bar. The Nocturnal City Bar, which was also on a street in Nocturnal City, was the property of Chendong. This bar, in the entire Jiangcheng, was considered one of the best. At this time, the sky had already darkened, and the nightlife of Jiangcheng had just begun. The entrance of the Night City Bar had already been filled with various luxury cars. To be able to come to this bar to consume, at least must also be rich second-generation level. After all, The minimum consumption of the card seat is also $8,888, which is the salary of many laborers for 1 or 2 months. However, there was a group of people who probably didn't even have an income, yet they were still able to enter this bar. That was the beautiful women. In this bar, women's cardholder fees were completely free. Not only that, but even the bar would give some pretty women fees to come to the bar every day. This was the legendary Atmosphere group. With this group of women with quite a high value, there was no worry that there would be no wrongdoers coming to the bar to spend money. Qin Chen had just gotten off the bus when he saw quite a few beautiful women in short skirts, carrying exquisite small bags, walking in groups of 3 or 2 towards the bar. Qin Chen was speechless for a while. I'm afraid that all the fabrics on this group of women together are not as big as their own shorts, so it's really hard for them. Just as he was about to enter the bar, 2 security guards in suits walked over. Nocturnal City Bar was worthy of being one of the biggest bars in Jiangcheng. Even the security guards were carefully selected. The 2 men looked like they had practiced bodybuilding, with just enough muscle on their bodies to hold up a suit and look competent. I'm sorry, we don't allow trucks to be parked in the parking spaces here. I'll give you 1 minute to drive the car away, the security guard said indifferently. The guests that the bar received were all rich people. None of the cars they drove were under $500,000. Not to mention the fact that this broken truck will lower the bar's grade. In case this broken car cuts the guests' luxury cars, who will be looking for compensation at that time? I'm afraid to sell this broken car. Can't afford to pay for a piece of paint of other people's luxury cars. Drive away? Qin Chen smiled. I'm also a guest of your bar. Is your attitude that bad? This is also Chen Dong's property, right? You guys go ask him if he'll let me in the door of the bar. The security guards froze for a moment before reacting to the fact that this kid in front of them was actually saying the name of their big boss. However, after the 2 men looked Qin Chen up and down, their faces sank. Kid, are you tired of living? With your appearance, you're also worthy of knowing Boss Chen? If you don't get lost, don't blame us for smashing your car, the security guard threatened in a cold voice. Right at this moment, a gangster suddenly ran over in a panic. Seeing this person, the 2 security guards immediately stood up straight and greeted him loudly. Brother Bin. The punk who was called Brother Bin had a bruise on his face, obviously having been beaten up not long ago. Not only that, through his collar, the bandages wrapped around his body could also be seen, obviously not lightly injured. After Brother Bin saw Qin Chen, he immediately trembled. You, guys, what are you doing? Brother Bin asked in a deep voice towards the 2 security guards. Brother Bin, this kid drove a Thai car to occupy a parking space and threatened to know Boss Chen. He's really brain dead. Don't worry, within 3 minutes, we'll let him get lost right away, the 2 security guards loudly assured. Chapter 44, Battle in the Private Room. But unexpectedly, as soon as the 2 security guards' words fell, they both received a slap on their faces. Slap, slap. After the 2 crunching sounds, the 2 security guards covered their faces and stared in disbelief. They didn't even react before receiving a slap. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You 2 have eyes on a dog. Ha, look carefully for me. This is Big Boss's VIP. Mr. Qin. When you see Mr. Qin in the future, bow and greet him. Got it? Brother Bin pointed at the 2 men and cursed angrily, then bowed towards Qin Duan. Mr. Qin, bad business. Big water washed over the Dragon King Temple. These 2 losers still don't know you. I'll teach them a good lesson for you. Saying this, then kicked another one at the 2 men. At this moment, Brother Bin had the heart to kill these 2 security guards. Who is it wrong to offend? But to offend this Qin Chen, who even the big boss is afraid of. Isn't this a death wish? Qin Chen laughed. This Bin in front of him is the same punk who didn't allow himself to park at the entrance of the gambling house yesterday, and was later kicked by himself and broke 3 ribs. I didn't expect this kid to be quite dedicated, coming back to work after not resting for a day. Alright, the car keys will be put here with you first. If you need to move the car you can move it for me. Saying that, Qin Chen threw the keys in his hand to Brother Bin. Brother Bin carefully caught the keys and hurriedly said, Mr. Qin is joking. Whoever dares to let you move the car, I'll directly tell him to get lost. Don't worry, I'll stand guard next to your car today. Whoever dares to touch your car, I'll fight him to the death. Qin Chen smiled and walked towards the bar. Behind him, Brother Bin was still lecturing the 2 security guards. You 2 turds, you don't understand trends, do you? What's an ordinary luxury car? It's not domineering at all. Driving a big truck is what's known as being trendy. When I get rich, I'll buy a van to drive too. Qin Chen smiled helplessly. He also wanted to buy a sports car, but there is no time. Can only drive this broken van run. He didn't realize that in the eyes of the punks, he was a maverick who deliberately drove a van. Sure enough, after you have money and power, you do everything right. After entering the bar, Qin Chen was a bit surprised when he looked at the scene in front of him. Although he had seen bar scenes on TV before, it was by no means as shocking as the scene. Hundreds of fashionably dressed men and women were swaying to the ear-splitting music on the dance floor, as if they were a bunch of walking corpses. The dim lighting with the strong smell of alcohol greatly stimulated the human senses. Many men and women were plastered together and were releasing their bodies' lust. However, Qin Chen did not stay, but went straight up to the second floor from the passageway. Just after reaching the second floor, the surrounding clamor suddenly quieted down. The entire second floor of the bar was all private rooms with excellent soundproofing. Even if the sound was turned up to the maximum in the private room, not a sound could be heard outside. After Qin Chen found room 603, he directly pushed the door and walked in. Inside the private room, a few men were sitting on the sofa, holding beer bottles in one hand and embracing beautiful women with the other, having a great time. Even because of the dim lighting, no one even noticed Qin Chen. Qin Chen laughed and directly turned on the lights of the private room and turned off the music. Upon seeing Qin Duan, a few men immediately froze and pulled their hands out of the clothes of the women around them. The few young women, on the other hand, blushed and hurriedly straightened their clothes. "Kid, who are you?" a man asked with a frown. Who knew that as soon as his words fell, Qin Chen copied the bottle on the table with his hand and blew his head off. Bang! After a muffled sound, the wine bottle directly shattered into slag and fell all over the place. The man, on the other hand, directly fainted and fell straight to the ground. A few women were so frightened by this scene that they immediately screamed and hid in the corner. The men immediately sobered up and looked at Qin Chen with a hint of killing intent, to strike at the drop of a hat. This kid was crazy? Which one of you is Guahong? Qin Chen picked up another bottle from the table and asked with a smile. Kid, you're looking for death, right? Do you know who we are? A few men stood up violently and copied their bottles. Their momentum was quite strong. This group of people were all from the Wild Wolf gang. Usually only they bullied people. How have they ever seen others dare to kick their field? Really tired of living? Qin Chen laughed. Bang! Before the crowd could react, the man who had just spoken had his head blown off again by the bottle in Qin Chen's hand. I'll ask again. Who is called Guahong? Qin Chen stomped the man under his feet and slowly picked up another wine bottle. A few people glanced at each other, a look of scorn appearing in their eyes. They usually fought a lot, so it was reasonable to say that their reaction speed was much faster than the average person. But just now, they didn't even see Qin Chen's movements when he struck. This kid, there was something wrong. Together, the man in the lead let out a low roar, and immediately swung the bottle in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it down towards Qin Chen's head. Die for me! The remaining few people also roared angrily and simultaneously moved towards Qin Chen. A few of the women accompanying the drinks were cowering in the corners, and when they saw the scene, they were so frightened that they covered their eyes. The next moment, a series of glass bottles bursting sounds rang out. The few women carefully lowered their hands that were blocking their eyes, and were then stunned by the sight before them, only to see Qin Chen still standing in place, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, all the people from the Wild Wolf gang had their heads blown off and were lying all over the place. Qin Chen picked up a man and pressed his head onto the table, saying indifferently, "Now, can you answer that question I just asked?" That man's face was covered in blood at this moment, and his eyes were filled with confusion. With their strength, they hadn't even reacted before being taken down to the ground. Terror! The opponent's strength was too terrifying. He didn't even dare to have the thought of resisting. He suspected that if he didn't answer the other party's questions honestly, he was afraid that he would continue to get his head blown off by the bottle. Big brother, Wu went out to find a girl. Not in the private room. The man shivered and said, "Go out to find a girl? Isn't this there?" Qin dust froze and looked at the shrunken few women in the corner. Seeing Qin Duan's eyes, the man's body trembled and hurriedly explained, "Big brother, this group of women are all students from the nearby schools who come to accompany the drinks, and can only spend money privately to smash them if they want to develop further. Just now, Brother Gua tried to make a move on one of the women, but that woman even pretended to be pure, slapped Brother Gua and ran away. Brother Gua is now out chasing that girl." Slap! The man had just finished speaking when he was slapped to the ground by Qin Chen. "You bunch of losers, you can only bully women," Qin Dust said indifferently. With that, he sat down on the sofa, poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it. The group of people lying on the ground didn't dare to move in the slightest, and didn't have the slightest courage to resist. A few minutes later, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open. A 5 big and thick man walked in with a slender woman on his frame. "Ha ha, this little still dares to run." Old man filled her with a bottle of white wine and fed her some good stuff. "Have a good time tonight." This Han Yu was obviously drunk. His footsteps were weak and his face was filled with the red color of drunkenness. Seeing this Han, the crowd instantly climbed up from the ground. Chapter 45, Want to live, or want to die? Brother Gua, wake up, someone's coming to cause trouble. Brother, we've been beaten up, you have to avenge us. It's this kid, he hit us really hard. We all got our heads blown off by bottles. The crowd pointed at Qin Chen with spiteful eyes and loudly accused. Hearing the words of his juniors, the Hanyu threw the woman in his arms onto the sofa aside and shook his head fiercely, which slightly sobered him up. Kid, daring to mess with our wild Wolfgang's people, you're quite bold. Say it, who asked you to come? The Hanyu said disdainfully. Qin Chen slowly poured out the last bit of wine and drank it in one gulp, then picked up the empty bottle. Are you Guohong? Qin Chen said indifferently. That's me. What? You know my name. Why don't you quickly kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Guohong said with a cold smile. With that, he flipped his wrist and a dagger actually appeared in his hand. This person was worthy of being the Wild Wolfgang's hallmaster. Even when he came to the bar to play, he carried a sharp weapon with him. Seeing this, a few juniors immediately pointed at Qin Chen and taunted him. Kid, why don't you hurry up and kneel down and apologize to us? Just kneeling down is too cheap. We should let him pick up all the glass slags on the ground and eat them. Kid, our brother Gua has practiced Muay Thai. Muay Thai, understand? An elbow strike can directly kill you. Such a waste. The crowd looked like they had a bottom, changing their previous cowardice. Even their voices were louder. Noisy. Qin Chen snorted coldly and slowly stood up. You're pretty crazy. Guohong cursed as he stabbed towards Qin Chen. The blade of the knife flashed with the cold light of metal, and at first glance, it was incomparably sharp. Seeing this scene, the escort girls immediately shrieked and lost their colors. They just wanted to accompany the drinks to earn some money, but they didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing. But the next moment, the bloody scene that the crowd expected did not appear. This was because Guohong's wrist was being firmly grasped by Qin Chen, unable to move in the slightest. When Guohong saw this, he was stunned. The other party's reaction was so fast? No, it must be due to the alcohol he had drunk. Guohong exerted a forceful jerk, but was shocked to find that his hand felt like it was caught in an iron vise, and he could not break free at all. Damn! Looking for death, Guohong cursed angrily and gave up struggling. Instead, he backhanded and slammed the elbow of his left arm towards Qin Chen's chin. The two people were so close, and with his level of actual combat, the other party was definitely not his opponent. With this strike, he made the other party lose the ability to resist. But at that moment, a cold humming sound rang in his ears. In the next moment, he only felt like he was hit head-on by a truck. A sharp pain came from his stomach, and then he flew out. Thud! Guohong's body ruthlessly hit the wall of the private room with a loud thud. The crowd could even feel the private room shuddering along with it. Seeing this scene in front of them, the crowd was petrified and stayed in place. Even Hall Master Guo was no match for that kid? This person, he's also too strong, right? Qin Chen slowly walked up to Guohong in front of the crowd's fearful eyes. Guohong was worthy of being a practitioner. Suffering such a heavy blow, he even struggled to get up. But just then, a foot heavily stepped on his back. Thud! With another muffled sound, Guohong was trampled down by Qin Chen, his face pressed tightly against the floor. Want to live, or want to die? Qin Chen flipped one hand, and a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. The crowd froze, and only then did they realize that the dagger that Guohong had just been knocked out of his hand had arrived in Qin Chen's hand at an unknown time. Qin Chen took the dagger and lightly slashed at Guohong's neck. Although the dagger only cut through the most superficial layer of skin, there were numerous blood vessels on his neck, and blood immediately flowed all over Guohong's face. Smelling the strong odor of blood coming from his body, Guohong trembled and his face turned pale. Big brother, I'm convinced. I want to live. Please don't kill me. Guohong's voice trembled as he begged for mercy. Wouldn't it have saved you trouble if you had answered the question so honestly? Qin Chen faintly laughed. Guohong cursed angrily in his heart. If I had known about your strength, I would have knelt down and surrendered long ago. The disturbance at the decoration company at the Gu Group's construction site was directed by you, right? Qin Chen asked indifferently. Guohong was just about to deny it when he saw the tip of a knife swing in front of his eyes. His pupils shrunk violently and he was so scared that he hurriedly replied, Big brother, I was wrong. I did it. I'll call right away and tell them to stop. Guohong didn't dare to lie. Since the other party was able to find this place, it meant that the other party knew something that was definitely much more than what he had imagined. In case the other party recognized the lie, he was afraid that he would die a miserable death. Qin Chen did not pay any attention to him, but continued to ask, You're just a small hall master of the Wild Wolf Gang, and you dare to offend the Gu clan? Say it, who told you to find trouble? Guohong let out a bitter smile. The Wild Wolf Gang was at least one of the biggest gangs in Jiangchang, and each hall master had dozens or hundreds of minions under him, and was very honorable. As a result, in this person's mouth, the hall masters even looked like some kind of trash. It's true that someone found me and asked me to make trouble. Guohong didn't dare to hide it and said, Qian Fei Yang of the Qian Group. He gave me $2 million and told me to use all means to delay the progress of the renovation of the Gu Group's construction site. Big brother, I know I'm wrong, I won't dare anymore. I'll give you all of these 2 million. Please spare me once. Qin Chen laughed and threw the dagger in his hand to the side. Guohong finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. But the next moment, Qin Chen's voice rang in his ears again. Call Chen Fei Yang and keep asking for money. Guohong was instantly stunned. However, when he saw Qin Chen's expression, he hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed Chen Fei Yang. Why are you calling me so late? Chen Fei Yang's tone was a bit unkind, and on the other end of the phone, the sound of a woman panting sharply could be faintly heard. Guohong let out a bitter smile. He was also a man. How could he not hear what the other party was doing? At times like this, it was most annoying to be disturbed by others. However, Qin Chen was right beside him, and he did not dare to hang up the phone. Xiao Qian, excuse me, I've finished the things you explained. The renovation of the Gu Group's new building has been completely halted, and in the short term, they definitely won't be able to move there. Guohong's lies came out of his mouth. Chen Fei Yang sneered. Humph, that Gu Yaming woman still dares to go against me. I'll let her die without even knowing how. At this time, Qin Chen gave a wink to Guohong. Guohong understood and hurriedly said, Young Qian, there's still something I need to tell you. Our people got into a bit of a conflict with the Gu Group, and were crippled by two, and quite a few people were injured. This medical bill. Chen Fei Yang's voice suddenly became cold. Not just want money? Oh, want how much? Guohong looked at Qin Chen, while Qin Chen raised a finger. Guohong nodded, then said into his cell phone, Young Qian, I don't want much, just 10 million. Hearing this, not only did Chen Fei Yang freeze, Qin Duan also revealed a puzzled expression. He held up a finger. Originally he wanted 1 million, but he didn't expect this Guohong to have quite a big appetite, directly asking for 10 million. Chapter 46, Pit Money Fei Yang 7 million. $10 million? Are you crazy? After a pause, Chen Fei Yang continued, up to 5 million. Call your card now. This matter will rot in your stomach in the future. If it gets out, you know the consequences. Guohong helplessly looked around the private room. Inside the private room, counting his own juniors and escort girls, together there were almost 20 people who had heard Chen Fei Yang's words. How could this still rot in his stomach? But right now it was still important to save his own life. Nothing else mattered. Don't worry, young Qian. Are you still not assured of my work? I have the tightest mouth. Guohong hurriedly assured. After a few seconds passed, a beep came from Guohong's cell phone, and $5 million was transferred to the bank card. Money received, right? He, if you follow me in the future, there will be no shortage of benefits for you, Chen Fei Yang said indifferently. Just then, Qin Chen took the cell phone from Guohong. Young Qian, as expected of the future heir of the Qian clan, it's just generous. I'll reluctantly accept this $5 million. Qin Duan laughed. Upon hearing Qin Dust's voice, Chen Fei Yang suddenly froze. A few seconds passed before he asked in a deep voice, Qin Chen? You're Qin Chen? Guohong, what's the situation? Why is he with you? Qin Chen returned. No need to shout. We're all in the same gang, putting on a show for you in order to cheat some money from you. I just didn't expect you to have such a simple brain, moving your lips to cheat so much money from you. Let me do the math. The 2 million in the early stage plus the 5 million just now. You gave me a total of 7 million. Pretty good. I'll take your money to buy a luxury car in a while. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Guohong was on the verge of crying. When did he become a partner with this kid? If the Qin group retaliated against him, I'm afraid he wouldn't even know how he died. Wasn't this harming himself? But he didn't even dare to speak out in defense. After all, Qin Chen was still by his side. Speaking at this time was no different from seeking death. At this time, Chen Fei Yang's furious roar rang out from the other end of the phone. Qin Chen, good, very good, you've completely pissed me off. Just wait, I'll personally come to take this dog's life of yours. Qin Chen laughed. Chen Fei Yang, you'd better care about your own body first. After all, there are some things you can only do for 3 seconds. It's too weak. Don't die of emptiness before you can seek revenge on me. After saying that, he didn't even give Chen Fei Yang a chance to speak and directly hung up the phone. This time, he had pitched Chen Fei Yang a sum of money with only one purpose, and that was to disgust the other party. After all, he still had $2 billion on his card given by Qin Dong, and was not at all short of these few $1,000,000, but as long as he could disgust Chen Fei Yang, then his purpose was achieved. On the other side, listening to the disconnection sound coming from his cell phone, Chen Fei Yang immediately slammed his cell phone out fiercely. With a snap, the cell phone fell into pieces. The woman under Chen Fei Yang shivered in fear and stopped moving. What are you waiting for? Continue. Chen Fei Yang gritted his teeth, his face filled with a scowl. He needed to vent the anger inside him now, but the woman trembled and said in a small voice, Young Qian, you're not in a good state right now. Chen Fei Yang froze and almost went crazy after feeling his state at the moment. This time, Although it surpassed 3 seconds, it ended in less than a minute. Could it be that he was really weak? Damn it, Qin Duan, I swear not to be a man until I get you killed, Qian Feiyang roared. Qin Chen, who was hated by Qian Feiyang, was in the bar's private room at that moment, slowly sitting down in the sofa. There's no more business for you guys here. Get lost. Right, keep an eye on the Qian group in the future. See if they have any small moves. If you tip me off in time, that's 7 million. Consider it as my labor fee for you. But if you hide it and don't report it, that 7 million will buy yourself a more luxurious coffin. Qin Chen looked at Guohong and said indifferently, although this group of gangsters could not get on the stage, their sources of information were wide-ranging. Having them as eyes and ears could avoid a lot of trouble. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Guohong was stunned. He didn't expect that Qin Chen would be prepared to give himself the money he had swindled from Chen Feiyang. That was $7 million. Why are you still frozen? What? You want to have a drink with me? Qin Chen asked with a smile. Guohong was shaken and hurriedly waved his hand. No, I'll leave you alone. I'll get lost. With that, he hurriedly climbed up and ran out of the private room. Seeing this, the rest of the people all ran out in a rush. Just as Qin Chen was about to leave, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was actually a video invitation from Xiaoning Yue. Hello? What is it? Qin Chen answered the call and asked suspiciously. The light on Xiaoning Yue's side was very dim, and it looked as if she was squatting in the bathroom, not even daring to turn on the lights. Shoo, keep your voice down. Xiaoning Yue put her index finger in front of her lips and said in panic. She cautiously probed outside, and only after noticing no movement, did she whisper to Qin Chen, my sister just fell asleep. I'm worried about you, afraid you'll get hurt, and wanted to ask what's going on over there. Qin Chen laughed. Afraid I'll get hurt? I'll believe the hell out of you. I think you're only concerned about the progress of things, right? Don't worry. I didn't go back on my word on what I promised. I've already inquired. This matter was directed by Qian Feiyang of the Qian clan. I poked him for $5 million in passing. I'm afraid he's in a fit of anger right now. He might lay his hands on the Gu clan. So remember to think of a way to remind your sister so she can get ready. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Xiaoning Yue immediately widened her eyes. The person behind the scenes who had sent people to the construction site to cause trouble was actually Chen Feiyang. She had also heard Gu Yaming say about the strength of the Chen group, and with the current strength of the Gu group, she was afraid that there was no way to fight against the other party. Moreover, Qin Chen had even pitted the other party for $5 million. Wasn't this a slap in the face of the other party? Bad. This is troublesome. Right at this moment, Xiaoning Yue stared at the screen and suddenly froze, only to see a white tender arm, tightly wrapped around Qin Chen's neck. In the next moment, a woman with a flushed face and mesmerized expression hugged Qin Chen's body like a snake. You, Qin Chuan, what are you doing? Xiaoning Yue covered her small mouth, her eyes shocked. Qin Chen was also stunned by the scene before him. Seeing the woman's appearance, he then remembered that just now, when Guohong entered the door, he threw a drunken woman onto the sofa. Just now when the others left, they ran faster than one another. Who had the time to care about this woman? One had actually forgotten about this. Boo! The woman suddenly kissed Qin Chen on the face, leaving a reddish lip print. At this time, Qin Chen suddenly smelled the odor of the woman's body. There was a special aroma mixed in with the smell of perfume and alcohol. What kind of underhanded tactics did the Coyote gang use to give women this kind of medicine? Qin Chen frowned and muttered. Guohong definitely did not give this woman something as simple as simply pouring a bottle of white wine on her. He must have also given her some special drugs. Otherwise, there was no way that this woman could have taken such initiative to stick up to her now. Chapter 47, Living Room Interrogation. Qin Chen, you big asshole, what are you doing? After saying that, Xiaoning Yue angrily hung up the video call directly, and right at this moment, the bathroom door was pushed open, and Gu Yaming rubbed her eyes, frowning as she asked, Ning Yue, who are you calling at this late hour? Xiaoning Yue's heart thumped in fear and said, no, nothing. Gu Yaming stared at Xiaoning Yue's eyes, and after half a day, she suddenly laughed. Little girl, are you in love? Calling with your boyfriend and still carrying me behind my back. What? Shy. Hearing Gu Yaming's words, Xiaoning Yue was instantly relieved. By the looks of it, her cousin should not have heard what she had just called. She pretended to be relaxed and said, sis, don't forget, I'm an adult. Falling in love isn't a crime. However, although Xiaoning Yue said this on her lips, she had a strange feeling in her heart. The one who had just talked to herself on the phone was Qin Chen. What she meant was, could it be that she was falling in love with that big asshole Qin Chen? How would that work? She immediately remembered the image of Qin Chen and that woman making out just now again, and her face suddenly turned red. Qin Chen, that big bastard. Having a sister wasn't enough, but he even kept such a beautiful woman outside. Even if she couldn't find a boyfriend for the rest of her life, She wouldn't fall in love with this kind of person. Gu Yaming stepped forward, pulling Xiao Ningyue's arm and leading her towards the bedroom. If you're free, let me meet your boyfriend, and keep an eye out for you in the meantime. It's too late today. No calling him, go to bed first, Gu Yaming instructed. Xiao Ningyue skimmed her mouth and said, why are you like my mom? You're still nagging. Gu Yaming gave Xiao Ningyue's head a light knock and said, in Zhangchang, you only have me as a relative. If I don't care about you, who cares about you? This matter is settled. When I'm free, I'll meet the man who called with you. Xiao Ningyue muttered in her heart, you and Qin Chen meet every day. You still need me to introduce you? However, she didn't dare to say this out loud in the end, and honestly followed Gu Yaming back to her bedroom. On the other side, Qin Chen had already broken free from the woman's embrace and placed the woman on the sofa. Only the woman's eyes were mesmerized at this moment, and she was staring straight at Qin Chen. Not only that, the clothes on her body were also torn and messy by herself, causing Qin Chen's qi and blood to surge as he watched. Brother, help me. The woman made an enchanting pose and opened her mouth. The woman's voice was very nice, and coupled with her current state, it made Qin Chen instantly understand what it felt like to be etched in the bone. Alas, I can only be offended. Qin Chen sighed and said. After saying that, he stepped forward and pressed his hand on the woman's belly, and a warm current immediately traveled down his arm. The woman tilted her neck and let out a long breath, followed by a cozy look on her face. A moment later, Qin Chen withdrew his hand and took a deep breath. As for the woman in front of him, it was as if she had taken a bath, and her clothes were actually soaked with sweat. The woman slowly opened her eyes, her complexion returning to normal. However, when she felt the situation on her body, she immediately screamed, who are you? The woman covered her chest and shouted in horror. Qin Chen smiled helplessly. You don't remember? You were drugged by Guahong, and I removed the drug for you. Alas, forget it, it can't be said in a sentence or two. You'll understand in a moment. Qin Chen sighed, then took off his jacket and threw it onto the woman's body. Suddenly, he rang up something else in general, fished out a cell phone from his body and put it on the table. Just now when I was helping you, coughing, to help you heal, your roommate gave you a call, and I've already notified her to come over to pick you up. With your physical state, I suggest that you recuperate and rest for 2 days, and if you are in a position to do so, you can eat some mountain ginseng to make up for it. After saying that, Qin Chen turned towards the door of the private room, but right at this moment, with a thud, the door of the private room was kicked open by a slightly chubby woman. Hey Cherry, are you alright? As soon as the slightly fat woman entered, she rushed towards the sofa in panic. Hey Sakura? That's quite a nice name. Qin Chen laughed and left the private room. Inside the private room, the slightly chubby woman had a worried look on her face as she carefully asked, Hey Cherry, you weren't given by them too. Halfway through, she covered her mouth again, not daring to continue to ask. You say, is it that man just now? Zhang Yu, even if I fight with him, I have to take revenge for you. The slightly chubby woman gritted her teeth with a face of indignation. Hey Sakura just wanted to speak, but her head suddenly hurt. The memories from when she was drunk just now suddenly flooded into her head. Recalling what she had just done to Qin Chen, she instantly turned red. Zhang Yu, no, it's fine, it's nothing to do with that person just now, He Qing said in a small voice. Seeing He Sakura's appearance, Zhang Yu's face revealed a look of confusion. He Sakura, are you really fine? Zhang Yu said doubtfully. It's really fine, that man just saved me. I wasn't taken advantage of by those punks, He Sakura hurriedly explained. But you have, on you. Zhang Yu pointed at He Sakura's sweat-soaked clothes. At this moment, He Sakura's figure was hidden. Zhang Yu by no means believed that any man could withstand such temptation. I'll go back and explain it to you. The dormitory building will be locked soon. Let's hurry back. He Sakura stood up laboriously, then pulled Zhang Yu and left the bar. In Gu Yaming's villa, with a creak, the door of the villa was slowly pushed open, and Qin Chen tiptoed in. Suddenly, the lights in the living room lit up. Looking at Gu Yaming and Xiao Ningyue, who were sitting on the sofa, Qin Chuan was suddenly as petrified as if he had been petrified, frozen in place. Say, what did you go do? Why did you come back so late? Gu Yaming was dressed in a silk nightgown, her 2 jade legs folded over each other, her face cold. Qin Chen froze, then his gaze went to Xiao Ningyue. Xiao Ningyue hurriedly waved her hand secretly, signaling that she had not betrayed Qin Chen. Qin Dus secretly let out a sigh of relief. Then with a twinkle in his eye, he explained, it's nothing, didn't I not have a job? I was looking for a job on the street all day today, didn't pay attention to the time, and came back late. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Xiao Ningyue instantly rolled her eyes, a look of helplessness appearing on her face. What's wrong with this big asshole? Can't even lie? Looking for a job for most of the night, lying to the devil? Sure enough, Gu Yaming snorted coldly and slowly stood up. She walked to Qin Chen's side. Her agitated nose inhaled on Qin Chen's collar, and said faintly, "Looking for a job? That's not a very good reason. You're covered in the smell of alcohol and the smell of women's perfume. I think you've gone to a nightclub to fool around, right? I'm warning you, even though we're just an agreement couple, if someone catches you fooling around outside, it will have a serious impact on my reputation. The next time this happens, our agreement will be directly voided." Qin Chen froze and hurriedly said, "It's not like that. Listen to my explanation." But only halfway through Qin Chen's words, Gu Yaming snorted coldly and turned around to go upstairs. Xiao Ningyu sighed with hatred and whispered, "Big asshole. My sister can't rub sand in her eyes. You dare to lie in front of her. Don't want to live? You, ugh, you see for yourself." After saying that, Xiao Ningyu pointed at her face, then turned around and left. Qin Chen froze for half a day, then his eyes widened violently as he rushed to the restroom. Sure enough, on his face, there was a clear red lip print. This was what that woman called He Cherry had secretly kissed while he was off guard, and he had actually forgotten about it. Chapter 48 Late Night Visit of Xiao Ningyu. This was going to be troublesome. Although he and Gu Yaming were an agreement couple, they were after all a partnership. For himself to come back in the middle of the night with a lip print on his face, wasn't this provoking people? But then, Qin Chen was puzzled. It wasn't right. Why did Gu Yaming look a bit like she was jealous just now? Thinking of this, Qin Chen hastily shook his head. What was all this nonsense? How could Gu Yaming, such a high-strung female chairman with her eyes high above the ground, be jealous of herself? He would rather believe that the sun would rise from the west tomorrow than believe that Gu Yaming would look at himself. Qin Chen smiled to himself and washed his face, then returned to his guest bedroom. He just didn't expect that as soon as he entered. He saw Xiao Ningyu sitting on his bed, looking at him angrily. "What are you doing in my room in the middle of the night?" Qin Chen asked with a frown. This girl, spooky as hell, definitely didn't have anything good in mind when looking for herself. "Hey, big asshole. Wait, didn't you promise me that you wouldn't call me a big asshole from now on? You're not thinking of going back on your word, are you?" Before Xiao Ningyu could finish her words, she was interrupted by Qin Chen. "Humph, this agreement will only take effect from tomorrow. Tonight, you're still the big asshole." Xiao Ningyu's face flushed as if she had remembered something. "You big asshole, how dare you do that kind of thing with another woman while you're on a video call with me?" Xiao Ningyu gritted her teeth and indignantly accused. "Hey, don't slander me. That woman was drugged by someone from the Coyote gang. I was helping her to detoxify at the time. I didn't do anything to her," Qin Chen said in a hurry. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Xiao Ningyu looked Qin Chen up and down and said doubtfully, "How could that be? With your character as a big asshole? If that woman was really drugged, how could you possibly let that woman go? I saw from the video that woman's face value is not much worse than my sister's. So you're not moved?" Qin Chen snorted coldly. "Believe it or not." Xiao Ningyu also grunted unwillingly, saying, "Anyway, if you dare to fool around behind my sister's back, I definitely won't spare you." Qin Chen looked at Xiao Ningyu suspiciously and asked, "You came to my room in the middle of the night just to say this?" Xiao Ningyu froze, then said in annoyance, "It's all your fault. I almost forgot about the main event. I heard my sister say that you know medicine, and very good at it." When she was chatting with Gu Yaming had once unintentionally mentioned that Qin Chen had cured her years of menstrual cramps by simply prescribing a pair of medicines. She knew that Gu Yaming had once gone to the hospital to see this disease, and had even gone to the big hospitals in the imperial capital. However, the doctor had no good solution for this, and could only prescribe her some nourishing Chinese medicine, so that she could replenish her body more. Unexpectedly, this many years of persistent disease was cured by a pair of Qin Chen's medicines. "What? Are you sick too?" Qin Chuan looked Xiao Ningyu up and down and said suspiciously, "That's not right. You're quite healthy. There's nothing wrong with your body." Xiao Ningyu's face chilled as she gritted her teeth and said, "You're the one who's sick." "Who said I'm sick? It's my best friend's grandfather and my god-grandfather, called Lu Sanlong. The Lu family is also a big family in the imperial capital, and has a good relationship with our Chao family. It's considered a family friend. Last year, Grandpa Lu was diagnosed with acromegaly, and after searching for famous doctors all over the world, there was no cure, and he could only use conservative treatment to prolong his life. His hometown is Zhangcheng, so in the last moments of his life, he also chose to convalesce in Zhangcheng. What I want to ask is, can you treat this disease?" Xiao Ningyu looked at Qin Chen with a prayerful face. She and Lu Qingwan, the granddaughter of Lu Sanlong, were girlfriends who grew up together and often went to the Lu family to play. Later, under the default of the Chao and Lu families, Xiao Ningyu directly recognized Lu Sanlong as her god-grandfather. It was just that she didn't expect that the heavens wouldn't agree with her. While the Lu family was growing by leaps and bounds, the family head, Lu Sanlong, was diagnosed with a terminal illness. He could only grimly pass the family headship to his son, and secluded himself to Jiangcheng, preparing to spend the last days of his life here. Faced with Xiao Ningyue's question, Qin Chen thought for a moment, but eventually nodded and said, "This disease, I can cure it, it's just that it's a bit more troublesome and requires more things." Hearing Qin Chen's words, Xiao Ningyue's face immediately revealed a look of surprise. She had only come to Qin Chen with the idea of giving it a try, but she didn't expect that Qin Chen could really cure this disease. "Really? Then tomorrow, I'll take you to my god-grandfather and you'll help him diagnose his condition," Xiao Ningyue said excitedly. Qin Chen, however, shook his head and said, "No go." Xiao Ningyue was stunned. "Not going? Of course not going. I just said that curing this disease requires more medicines to be prepared on the one hand, and on the other hand, it's very consuming for me, so I'm too full to do this kind of self-inflicted damage." Qin Chen said with a straight face. You. Xiao Ningyue was so angry that she couldn't even speak properly. "I'll give you money, all right? Say it, how much do you want?" Xiao Ningyue huffed. "What do I need money for? I have plenty of money, I simply can't spend it all," Qin Chen said indifferently. He wasn't lying, there was still 2 billion in cash lying in the bank card in his pocket at the moment. Xiao Ningyue instantly deflated and said indignantly, "Then what conditions do you have? Hurry up and say it." Hearing Xiao Ningyue's words, Qin Chen's eyes immediately lit up, but when Xiao Ningyue looked at Qin Chen's eyes, she instantly shrank back and crossed her arms to cover her chest. You big asshole, what were you thinking? That kind of thing, I will never agree to you," Xiao Ningyue exclaimed. Qin Chen smiled helplessly. "Where were you thinking? If I want a woman, do I still need to go through this method? I am looking for your help with something else. You're a member of the imperial capital's Chao family. It shouldn't be too difficult to ask you to help me investigate someone, right?" Xiao Ningyue furrowed her brows and said suspiciously, "What exactly do you want? My grandfather and Grandpa Lu also have decades of friendship. If you can cure Grandpa Lu, I believe that my grandfather won't refuse your conditions, provided that you don't go too far." Qin Chen laughed. "Not too much, definitely not too much. 20 years ago, there was a family in Jiangcheng called the Su clan, which has now gone to another city to develop. I want specific information about everyone in this family. It's not difficult for the Chao family, right?" Xiao Ningyue nodded her head and said, "I haven't heard of this Su family. It shouldn't be a big family. If it's just this condition, I don't need my grandfather to step in. I can agree to it for the Chao family, but the prerequisite is that you have to cure Grandpa Lu's illness first." Qin Chen laughed. "Don't worry, tomorrow you'll take me to meet him, and after examining him once, you'll prescribe the right medicine. As long as I don't give the word, the king of hell wouldn't dare to come and hook the soul." Xiao Ningyue snorted coldly. "You just know how to brag. I'm warning you, if you dare to trick me, I'll make you suffer." After saying these words, the two people suddenly fell silent. When they had just spoken, both of them were suppressing their voices for fear of waking Gu Yamming up. Unconsciously, the distance between the two people was getting closer and closer. At this moment, the distance between the two was not even half a meter. Chapter 49. Is this your boyfriend? You. Xiao Ningyue blushed. She could even feel Qin Chen's warm breath on her body. Cough. "You've been out for quite a long time. Hurry back, or else your sister is going to come out to look for you in a while." Qin Chen coughed lightly, interrupting the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. This Xiao Ningyue didn't know what to think, wearing a nightgown in the middle of the night and running to her room, and this pajamas were so revealing. Wasn't she afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself and do something that she would regret? Xiao Ningyue instantly reacted and blushed. I'm leaving, see you tomorrow morning on time." After saying that, she covered her chest and hurriedly ran out of Qin Chen's room. Qin Chen laughed and then lay down on the bed. He had wanted to go find Dong Chen's boss, Zhou Hao, the chairman of Speed Ocean Shipping, to continue investigating the truth of the Qin family's extermination back then, but since Xiao Ningyue had sent him to the door, he grabbed the opportunity in passing. The Su family was a large family and had run away to another city to develop, so if he went to investigate alone, he might have spooked the snakes. The Chao family, as one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, would save a lot of trouble by letting them go out to investigate the Su family's bottom line. He had been carrying the blood revenge of his parents for 20 years. He didn't ask for immediate revenge, he only asked that no murderer be spared. "Su family, you won't be able to run away." Qin Chen clenched his fists and muttered. The next day, the 3 of them were eating breakfast at the dining table, and Xiao Ningyue cast glances at Qin Duan from time to time. "Ningyu, what are you always looking at him for? Hurry up and eat, and go to the company with me later." Gu Yamming frowned and urged, "Sis, can I take a vacation today? Grandpa Lu is convalescing in Jiangcheng. I haven't gone to pay him a visit since I arrived in Jiangcheng. I want to go over there today." Xiao Ningyue pouted. "Grandpa Lu? The one from the imperial capital's Lu family? Gu Yaming said doubtfully. Well, his hometown is Jiangcheng, and he's been convalescing in Jiangcheng since he got sick. I had been going to school before and didn't have time to come over, Xiao Ningyue explained. Gu Yaming nodded, then said, there are quite a few gifts in the villa's basement. Pick some and bring them with you. Don't go empty-handed. And by the way, bring me a good one. Xiao Ningyue jumped up and wrapped her arms around Gu Yaming's arm and pouted. Sister, I knew you were the best for me. Don't worry, I'll go to the company right after visiting Grandpa Lu. There's absolutely no delay in work. Gu Yaming gently pushed Xiao Ningyue away and said, how old are you? Steady focus. Xiao Ningyue pouted. There are no outsiders here anyway. Just halfway through her words, her afterglow suddenly saw Qin Chen sitting across from her, and she instantly closed her mouth. Right, Qin Chen, you and I will go to the company today. Aren't you looking for a job? I'll arrange a salesman job for you at the company to save you from going out and fooling around every day. Gu Yaming said indifferently. Qin Chen was stunned, not expecting Gu Yaming to take this matter to heart. But before he had a chance to speak, Xiao Ningyue on the side immediately interjected anxiously. No way. Gu Yaming slowly raised her head and looked at Qin Chen, then at Xiao Ningyue, a look of doubt in her eyes. Xiao Ningyue belonged to the group of people whose mouths were faster than their brains, and she regretted it just as soon as this sentence was said. Sister, I mean, Xiao Ningyue's eyes rolled, then said, I don't have a car, and I don't know how to drive, so I'll let Qin Chen be a driver for me today, and carry things for me on the side. Gu Yaming nodded. Alright, then you come to the company with him at that time. Hearing this, Xiao Ningyue let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry sis, I'll keep an eye on this big bastard for you, and definitely won't let him go out and mess around. Xiao Ningyue pledged with conviction. After eating, Gu Yaming left the villa to go to work. Xiao Ningyue patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. No, in the future, the two of us will have to be careful. We can't show our cracks in front of my sister. Xiao Ningyue said seriously to Qin Chen. Qin Chen froze and said, Xiao Ningyue, it's not like there's anything unseemly between me and you, so don't talk nonsense. Only then did Xiao Ningyue react to the ambiguity in her words. It made it seem like she was cheating on Qin Chen. She instantly turned red and pointed at Qin Chen and yelled, Qin Chen, you big asshole. Shut up. Qin Chen spread his hands and said helplessly, this is what you said. Why are you getting angry at me instead? Xiao Ningyue clenched her silver teeth, so angry that she wanted to bite Qin Chen to death. I still have important matters to attend to today. I don't have time to argue with you. Xiao Ningyue snorted coldly and then headed to the basement to get some tea and tonic. However, just as the two were about to leave, Xiao Ningyue froze. Bad. I forgot to ask my sister for the car keys. We don't have a car. How can we go? Xiao Ningyue was directly dumbfounded. Qin Chen pointed at the van in front of the villa, a gloating expression on his face. It seems that this is the only option? Qin Chen said with a smirk. Xiao Ningyue was so angry that she stomped her foot and took several deep breaths before she spoke. When this is done, I have to go buy a car. In this life, I will never take a van again. This van. She could barely accept anything else, but the shock absorption was really too bad. Every time it lurched, she felt like she was falling apart all over. After venting for a while, Xiao Ningyue eventually got into the van. Under her guidance, the two of them drove for more than half an hour before arriving at their destination. After stopping the car, what met their eyes was a huge villa. Counting the yard, this villa covered at least several acres of land. I'm afraid that with this size, it couldn't be called a villa, but should be called a private garden. As soon as they entered, the two saw an old man sitting in a wheelchair. Although this old man was withered and looked sickly, the aura on his body did not diminish at all, and it looked like he had been in a high position for a long time. Grandpa Lu. As soon as Xiao Ningyue saw this old man, she hurriedly trotted over and squatted in front of the other party. Little Yuer, how come you're free to come see an old man like me? Lu Changlong stroked Xiao Ningyue's hair and said with a loving face, Grandpa Lu, I was busy with graduation matters before. I didn't have time to come over. But then again, I'm working in Jiangcheng now, so I can come see you every weekend from now on. Xiao Ningyue said with a smile. Lu Changlong nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Qin Chen. What? Is the little girl in love? Is this something you want Grandpa to keep an eye on? Lu Changlong looked Qin Chen up and down and asked with a smile. Xiao Ningyue froze. She didn't expect that Lu Changlong was treating Qin Chen as her boyfriend. However, she immediately understood. She had brought an unfamiliar man along to visit Lu Changlong. Wasn't that an unusual relationship in people's eyes? Grandpa Lu, it's not. Xiao Ningyue just wanted to explain, but Lu Changlong waved his hand and laughed. Alright, no need to explain. You young people are free to fall in love. It's out of the hands of an old man like me. Qin Chen looked at the anxious Xiao Ningyue and smiled, then went forward to greet Lu Changlong. Hello Grandpa Lu, I'm Qin Chen. Chapter 50 Administering Needles to Cure the Disease. Seeing Qin Chen's unassuming appearance, Lu Tsanglong nodded in satisfaction. Since he was Qiao Ningyue's friend, he must know his own identity. In front of himself, not fawning or flattering, it was indeed rare. Little Yue, you have to grasp it well. This kind of man can't be found often. Lu Tsanglong laughed. Qiao Ningyue immediately turned red and said, Grandpa Lu, stop it. He's just a big asshole. I don't even look at him. Lu Tsanglong laughed. As the saying goes, if a man isn't bad, women don't love him. He's such an asshole and you still brought him to see me, showing that you still don't hate him in your heart. Qiao Ningyue's face turned even redder, and she said shyly and anxiously, Grandpa Lu, don't make fun of me. Lu Tsanglong and Qin Chen glanced at each other, and the two masters laughed at the same time. Afterwards, Lu Tsanglong pointed at the gift Qin Chen was carrying in his hand and said, put the stuff there first. Come on, let's go to the living room and chat. After saying that, as if he remembered something, he said to an aunt beside him, Little Li, prepare 2 more pairs of chopsticks for lunch today, so that little Yue and the 2 of them can eat here. Okay, family master. Auntie Li nodded. Lu Tsanglong shook his head. I'm no longer the family head. You're a generation younger than me. Call me Uncle Lu from now on. Family master. You will always be the Lu family's family master in my heart, Auntie Li said seriously, then turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Lu Tsanglong smiled helplessly and did not continue correcting. This Auntie Li, from a young age, was the nanny in Lu Tsanglong's home, and had been doing so for decades. This time, when Lu Tsanglong came to Jiangcheng, other than a few bodyguards, he only brought Auntie Li with him. Grandpa Lu, how is your health these days? After arriving at the living room, Qiao Ningyue finally remembered the business and carefully asked Lu Tsanglong. Lu Tsanglong laughed. You want to ask what's going on with my condition, right? Oh, no need to beat around the bush. Just ask directly. The doctor also checked me once 2 days ago and said that I have roughly 3 months of life left. Hearing this, Qiao Ningyue's eyes instantly reddened and tears began to well up in her eyes. Lu Tsanglong smiled and patted Qiao Ningyue, comforting her. Silly girl, why are you crying? To be honest, at first, I was quite afraid of death. After all, what human being is not afraid of death? But now, I've already looked away. After all, what human being cannot die? These 2 sentences amused Qiao Ningyue to the point that she broke into laughter. Qiao Ningyue hugged Lu Tsanglong's arm and was silent for a long time. However, as if she had remembered something, she suddenly raised her head. Right, Grandpa Lu, there's something I forgot to tell you. Qin Chen said that he can cure your gradual frostbite. Why don't you let him examine you? Lu Tsanglong froze, then looked Qin Chen up and down. Him? Lu Tsanglong shook his head. I've been to all the experts at home and abroad, and I've even tried quite a few partial prescriptions, and they have no effect at all. Besides, he doesn't have the equipment and instruments. How can he examine me? Hearing Lu Tsanglong's words, Qin Chen smiled and said, Grandpa Lu, I'm not quite like them. I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner. You only need to stretch out your wrist and I'll give you a pulse. Qiao Ningyue on the side pouted. Grandpa Lu, just let him take his pulse. There's nothing to lose anyway. Lu Tsanglong laughed. Alright, I'll just let him check it. Saying this, Lu Tsanglong stretched out his wrist with difficulty and placed it on the table. Qin Chen did not rush to take his pulse, but carefully observed Lu Tsanglong's physique before he put 3 fingers on Lu Tsanglong's wrist. A moment later, Qin Chen withdrew his hand with a frown. It is indeed difficult to do, Qin Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Qiao Ningyue's face immediately revealed a look of disappointment. Lu Tsanglong comfortingly patted Qiao Ningyue's back. It's fine, little Yue, I've already resigned myself to my fate. Why are you still sad with it? And right at this moment, Qin Chen said doubtfully, I only said it's difficult to do. I didn't say it can't be done. Find 100-year-old wild ginseng and prepare a set of pure silver needles, and I'll be able to cure Grandpa Lu's illness. Upon hearing Qin Chen's words, the living room fell silent. Qiao Ningyue and Lu Tsanglong froze in place as if they were petrified. After several seconds, Lu Tsanglong frowned and asked, Qin Chen, are you telling the truth about this? I have as many silver needles as I want, and I also have 100 years of wild ginseng here. But with these things alone, can you really cure me? Qiao Ningyue pouted. Grandpa Lu, just let him try. I've seen him cure others with my own eyes. He's very powerful. Lu Tsanglong stroked Qiao Ningyue's head and said dotingly, Good, then let's give it a try. I can trust the person my good granddaughter has her eye on. After saying that, he said to the kitchen, Little Li, go, have the hospital send over a pair of fine silver needles, and by the way, go to the storage room. I remember someone sent 200-year-old wild ginseng. Auntie Li hurriedly agreed. Half an hour later, both items were placed in front of Qin Chen. The things are ready. Next, it's up to you, Qiao Ningyue said with a nervous face. On the contrary, it was Lu Xianglong who seemed to have truly looked down on life and death with a calm face. Qin Chen picked up the wild ginseng and after carefully observing it, he nodded slightly. Not bad, it is indeed 100-year-old wild ginseng. At this, Qin Dust could not help but be secretly staggered. 100 years of wild mountain ginseng, wherever it was placed, was a treasure that could save a life. And here in Lu Xianglong's place, 100 years of wild ginseng only deserves to remain in the storage room, worthy of being a big family from the imperial capital. After that, Qin Chen sliced the wild ginseng into thin slices, put it together with the silver needle and boiled it in water. After taking the silver needle out, a layer of yellow ginseng juice was already wrapped around it. Grandpa Lu, there will be some pain next. You have to hold on, Qin Chen said with a straight face. Don't worry, since I've gotten acromegaly, not only are my muscles weak, but the pain has also decreased a lot. I can endure it, Lu Xianglong said indifferently, but the next moment, he regretted it. The first silver needle directly pierced into his neck, causing him to stifle a cry of shock. How is this possible? Lu Xianglong's eyes widened. His eyes filled with shock. He actually felt the stinging sensation clearly. Grandpa Lu, don't move. I have to continue applying the needles, Qin Chen said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Lu Xianglong hurriedly sat upright. After a few needles, Lu Xianglong's face twisted in pain, but his body did not dare to move. He suddenly had a premonition. There was a real possibility that his illness could be cured by this young man in front of him. But just as the needle application entered its end, another group of people came to the villa. Miss Lu, what brings you here? Wait a moment, the family head is healing. He can't be disturbed. Auntie Li stopped this line of people and said in a low voice. But when she heard this, the young girl at the head of the group immediately changed her face. Healing? How is that possible? Where did the doctor come from? After saying this, without waiting for Auntie Li to reply, she took the lead and barged into the living room. Chapter 51, Chinese medicine practitioners are all deceitful. Qingwan, what brings you here? Seeing this woman, Xiao Ningyue hurriedly greeted her. This person was none other than Lu Xianglong's granddaughter, Lu Qingwan, who was also Xiao Ningyue's bosom friend. Seeing Xiao Ningyue, Lu Qingwan was also surprised beyond measure. She was just about to greet her when she saw Lu Xianglong, who was covered in silver needles and had a face of pain. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Lu Qingwan immediately rushed over and pushed Qin Chen aside. What are you doing? I'm healing Grandpa Lu. Qin Chen looked at Lu Qingwan angrily and asked in a cold voice. What am I doing? I'd like to ask what you're doing. Where are you a charlatan from? Using needles to cure my grandfather? Isn't this harming people? Lu Qingwan roared angrily. Lu Xianglong comforted. Qingwan, it's fine. This young man Qin Chen has 2 brushes in his hand. He might really be able to cure me. Lu Qingwan wiped the tears on her face and said worriedly. Grandpa, I am afraid that you will be cheated. Using needles is a Chinese medicine technique, but we have seen many Chinese medicine practitioners with decades of experience, and all of them said that they have no way. Is he the only one who has a way to cure your illness? Qin Chuan snorted coldly and said indifferently. They can't, that's their waste. It doesn't mean that I can't either. The profoundness of Chinese medicine, can't it be understood by a group of people who are selling their reputation? Lu Qingwan ignored Qin Chen, but continued to Lu Xianglong. Grandpa, today I invited an international medical team. They have experience in successfully curing acromegaly. They might be able to cure you. After saying that, she waved to the few people behind her. Several foreigners in white coats came forward, placed several instruments in front of the crowd, and began to assemble them. A middle-aged man at the head looked at the silver needles on Lu Xianglong's body and frowned as he gabbled with Lu Qingwan. Grandpa, Professor James said that all of these silver needles are useless and will only delay the examination of the condition, so we need to take them all out now. As Lu Qingwan spoke, she also glared at Qin Chen. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ningyue hurriedly pulled Qin Chen to the side and whispered, Qin Chen, are you sure you can cure Grandpa Lu? That medical team looks quite professional, and has even cured acromegaly. Or, Qin Chen said indifferently, I can only say that I'm confident in curing Grandpa Lu, but whether you guys are confident or not, I don't know. Xiao Ningyue hesitated as she looked at Qin Chen's confident appearance. Although she knew that Qin Chen had cured her cousin's menstrual cramps, she couldn't guarantee that Qin Chen would be able to cure a world problem like gradual frostbite. As for Lu Qingwan, she was looking for an international medical team that had experience in treating the disease, so if she delayed Grandpa Lu's treatment because of herself, she could not bear the consequences. Right at this moment, Qin Chen's face suddenly sank. What are you guys doing? Qin Dus looked at the crowd, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect that while he was talking to Xiao Ningyue, the group of doctors had gone up and removed all the silver needles from Lu Xianglong's body. Professor James muttered a few words, then snorted disdainfully. On the side, Lu Qingwan translated. Professor James said, This treatment of yours is a complete fraud, and will not be effective at all. After a pause, Lu Qingwan continued, you're the person Ningyu invited. I'll give Ningyu a few points of face. You get out of my house now. I don't have the time to hold you accountable right now. Xiao Ningyue hurriedly persuaded. Qingwan, it's not like that. Qin Chen, he really knows medical skills. Hearing Xiao Ningyue's words, Lu Qingwan's face eased a bit and said, Ningyue, I believe you, but I don't believe him. To be honest, we've been to all the famous Chinese doctors in the country, and they don't have any cure at all. You were probably also in a hurry and were tricked by a liar. Don't take it to heart. Xiao Ningyue was so anxious that she didn't know how to explain. Her face anxious. Qin Chen, however, shook his head with a smile and said indifferently, summer bugs can't talk about ice. Since you don't believe in it, then please hire another master. I'm not in the habit of rushing up to cure people. In a moment, if your treatment is ineffective, you don't have to come begging for me either. After saying that, he looked towards Xiao Ningyue and said indifferently, I'll go wait for you in the car. You stay here with Grandpa Lu. Without giving anyone a chance to speak, Qin Chen directly turned around and walked towards the front door. Lu Qingwan snorted coldly and mocked at Qin Duan's back, running really fast. I'm afraid that he's been exposed by me for what he really is and doesn't have the face to continue staying. Hearing this, Xiao Ningyue didn't know what to say, while Lu Xanlong frowned. Qingwan, how can you talk? That's Xiao Yuer's boyfriend. Be polite to him. Besides, he cured me and it did have some effect. I am much more comfortable than before. Lu Qingwan squatted in front of Lu Xanlong and said, Grandpa, I am not also worried about you. You are feeling better. It must be because you are in a good mood lately. Your body's immunity has increased. What does it have to do with that crook? Lu Xanlong still wanted to speak, but the doctor came forward and put the testing equipment on him. Professor James, how is my grandfather's condition? Lu Qingwan hurriedly asked in English. The patient's situation is not optimistic. His condition has developed too seriously. We can only try our best. After saying that, Professor James signaled to the assistant behind him. The assistant immediately took out a tube of injection and injected Lu Xanlong into his arm. In the next moment, the testing machine suddenly sent out an electric current, instantly causing Lu Xanlong to cry out in pain. What is this? Lu Qingwan asked in panic. Don't worry, this is the latest therapy researched by our hospital. Through drug injection assisted by electric shock, it can effectively alleviate the symptoms of acromegaly. James was confident and full of confidence. My upper body seems to have recovered a lot, Lu Xanlong said in surprise. His disease was very serious, so he could feel every little subtle change in his body. Professor James, I've worked hard for you this time, Lu Qingwan said excitedly. Professor James nodded with an inscrutable look. Ningyu, look, I told you that man is a liar, right? You have to be careful in the future. Don't be fooled by those so-called Chinese medicine practitioners or whatever. You still have to trust people's Western medicine. Lu Qingwan advised Xiao Ningyue in a serious tone. Xiao Ningyue nodded, her heart puzzled beyond measure. Just now, Qin Chen had administered half a day's worth of needles to Lu Xanlong, and even used 100-year-old wild ginseng, which ultimately did not work. But this medical team had only started treating him for less than a few minutes, and Lu Xanlong's condition had improved. Could it be that Qin Chen was really lying to himself? However, right at this moment, Lu Xanlong suddenly struggled. His face was hideous and incomparable, and white foam came out of his mouth. After only a few seconds, before the crowd could react, Lu Xanlong's eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. This scene left everyone stunned. Quick, stop the apparatus, Professor James shouted loudly in panic. The doctors withdrew the instruments with their hands and feet, then carried Lu Xanlong to the bed in the bedroom. Chapter 52, Kneeling and Pleading. Professor James, how is my grandfather? Lu Qingwan asked with a worried face. Professor James, however, did not answer Lu Qingwan, but took out the instrument and began to inspect with a heavy face. A moment later, Professor James put down the instrument inside. Ms. Lu, unfortunately, our treatment has failed, Professor James said indifferently. Lu Qingwan froze for a moment, then directly rushed forward and grabbed James' collar. What did you say? The treatment failed? What did you promise me before coming here? You said that you guys are experienced and have a good hope of curing my grandfather's illness, and just now the treatment was already effective. How did it suddenly fail? Lu Qingwan roared angrily. She was so anxious that she had already cried out. Lu Xanlong would have had 3 months to live as long as he was treated conservatively, but if Lu Xanlong died prematurely because the medical team she had brought in had failed to treat him, then it would be tantamount to her killing her favorite grandfather with her own hands. At this moment, several doctors stepped forward, grabbed Lu Qingwan and pushed her aside. I'm sorry Ms. Lu, the treatment was meant to have a certain probability of failure, and I'm sorry for the result, but unfortunately, we are not responsible for the outcome of the treatment. After saying that, He waved his hand at the doctors, and the crowd immediately packed up the instruments. Lu Qingwan's eyes were dull, and she fell to her knees in front of the bed with a thud. "Grandpa, I'm sorry. It's me who caused you harm." Lu Qingwan sobbed, instantly crying into a tearful person. Xiao Ningyue wanted to go forward to comfort, but she simply didn't know what to say. Among all the people in the Lu family, Lu Qingwan's relationship with Lu Tsanglong was the best, even better than her relationship with her parents. It could be said that Lu Qingwan had completely grown up in Lu Tsanglong's favor. If Lu Tsanglong really passed away today because of this incident, I'm afraid that Lu Qingwan would spend the rest of her life wallowing in regret. But right at this moment, Xiao Ningyue's eyes froze as she suddenly remembered something. "Nope, Qingwan, Grandpa Lu is still saved." Xiao Ningyue shouted loudly. Lu Qingwan raised her head with teary eyes, her eyes filled with a confused look. How is this possible? The doctor said that Grandpa is hopeless." Lu Qingwan sobbed, making Xiao Ningyue look incomparably distressed. "No, there is still a chance. Think about it. Just now when Qin Chen left, he said something. He said that if our treatment doesn't work, don't go begging him either. So, he knew ahead of time that this treatment was ineffective." Xiao Ningyue said excitedly as if she had discovered some secret. Lu Qingwan shook her head and said, "No, just now the doctor's treatment had an effect. Grandpa said that his upper body felt better." Xiao Ningyue, however, grabbed Lu Qingwan's shoulders, stared at the other party's eyes, and said loudly, "Qingwan, could it be that you've forgotten? When you guys came in, Qin Chen was treating Grandpa Lu, and at that time, the silver needles only pierced the upper half of Grandpa Lu's body, and the rest of his body was interrupted by you guys before you had a chance to put the needles in. It just so happens that Grandpa Lu was also feeling a healing effect on the upper half of his body, so I guess, it was most likely brought about by Qin Chen's treatment." The more Xiao Ningyue spoke, the more excited she became. Then she directly pulled up Xiao Ningyue and rushed towards the door. Next to him, James shook his head as he packed up the instruments. He had seen this kind of patient many times, especially rich people. As long as there was still a chance of survival, even if they knew it was fake, they would still give it a try. Outside the door, Qin Chen was sitting in the van and swiping the video. Seeing Xiao Ningyue and Lu Qingwan come out, he rolled down the window and said indifferently, "Finished with things? Then get in the car and go." Xiao Ningyue directly pulled open the car door and dragged Qin Chen down. "Qin Chen, tell me the truth. Can you really cure Grandpa Lu's illness?" Xiao Ningyue asked seriously. Tell the truth? Didn't I already say it once just now? What? Still don't believe me?" Saying that, he looked at Lu Qingwan who was crying into tears and said indifferently, "The foreign devil's treatment didn't work, did it? I said it a long time ago, but unfortunately, you guys don't believe me." Xiao Ningyue hurriedly said, "Qin Chen, now that Grandpa Lu has fainted, only you can save Grandpa Lu's life. Please make a move." Seeing that Lu Qingwan still didn't say a word, Xiao Ningyue secretly pulled on the corner of Lu Qingwan's coat. Lu Qingwan glanced deeply at Qin Chen and suddenly fell directly to her knees. "Qin Chen, I know that I offended you just now, but this has nothing to do with my grandfather. 1,000 wrongs are all my fault. I'll kneel down and apologize to you, and I'll agree to whatever conditions you put forth. I only beg you to save my grandfather's life." Lu Qingwan was sobbing like a sob, and Xiao Ningyue couldn't bear to watch the scene in front of her. However, Xiao Ningyu did not stop Lu Qingwan from kneeling. Just now, Lu Qingwan had taunted Qin Chen so much, offending the other party, and now she wanted to ask for someone's help to save Grandpa Lu, so how could she not pay a price? Seeing a beauty whose face value was no less than Gu Yaming's kneeling on the ground to apologize to himself, Qin Chen's heart also softened. Killing someone was nothing but a headache. People were kneeling to themselves. If they were to hold on to this matter, it would appear that they had no pattern. More importantly, the old man had once said when he was teaching him the art of medicine that it was a taboo for a healer to see death. As the saying goes, a healer has a heart of compassion. If a healer didn't have a heart of compassion, then his medical skill, in his life, would not have any achievements. "Alright, get up and take me to see Elder Lu first," Qin Chen said indifferently. Hearing these words, Xiao Ningyue hurriedly stepped forward and helped Lu Qingwan up. After the three of them entered the house, James and the others had just finished packing up their instruments and were about to leave. "Ms. Lu, with all due respect, let the patient recuperate, and with any luck, she will still be able to live for half a month. But if we delay, I'm afraid we won't make it through today," James reminded. Hearing this, Lu Qingwan hesitated again. Seeing this, Qin Chen immediately frowned and asked, "What kind of bird language is this foreign devil speaking, coming to the country to earn money? Won't he speak domestic words?" Lu Qingwan let out a bitter smile. People's medical skills were superb and well known all over the world. It was too late for people to beg them to come and cure them. Who would dare to let them learn domestic words? Afterward, she translated James' words. When Qin Chen heard this, He stretched out a finger and shook it in front of James. If you can't do it, get the hell out of here and don't delay me from saving people here, Qin Dust said indifferently. Although James couldn't understand Qin Dust's words, this gesture was internationally common, and looking at it, he could see what Qin Dust meant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. James cursed angrily, looking furious. Ms. Lu, please tell this foreign devil. In their country, he can shoot me with a gun if he wants to, but if he dares to insult me again in our country, then he won't want to go back alive. Qin Chen sneered and said indifferently. Lu Qingwan was stunned, and then stumbled over the translation of Qin Chen's words. Of course, she appropriately made a little deletion, not daring to say anything like not letting the other party go back. After all, Grandpa was still lying in bed waiting for treatment, and she did not want to intensify the conflict between the two sides. Chapter 53, Lu Songlong Awakens. Upon hearing Lu Qingwan's translation, James immediately took 2 steps back without moving. However, when he saw the cold smile on Qin Chen's face, he became irritated again and ordered the doctors under him to put down the instruments. Today, I want to see how you, a Chinese medicine fraudster, can cure the world's difficult problem of acromegaly, James said angrily. In his impression, Chinese medicine could only do 3 things. One was cupping, one was tue na, and the last one was bone setting. If it came to curing diseases, Chinese medicine couldn't even cure a small cold, let alone a worldwide problem like acromegaly. He clasped his arms in front of his chest and stared at Qin Chen, waiting for him to fail before returning all the words Qin Chen had just mocked him with. At that time, let's see how he still talks tough. Qin Chen smiled disdainfully and said, if you want to see it, let him see it. There aren't many people like this who make a fool of themselves. After saying that, he took the silver needle and reboiled it together with the wild ginseng. After letting it cool, Qin Chen took out the silver needles and resumed applying needles on Lu Sanglong's body. Half an hour later, Lu Sanglong's body was covered in silver needles, looking terrifying to the extreme. James shook his head from the side and said to the doctor beside him, see, this is a Chinese medicine fraud, making some scenes that scare everyone, and then announcing that the treatment has failed. This is their common tactic now. Hearing this, and then looking at Lu Sanglong who was lying unresponsive on the bed, Lu Qingwan immediately revealed a disappointed look. She took out her cell phone and sent out a message, and after Qin Chen finished applying the needles, a fine layer of sweat oozed out from his forehead, looking like he had exerted a lot of effort. Xiaoning Yue hurriedly picked up a tissue and wiped the sweat off Qin Chen's face. Will this do? Xiaoning Yue asked carefully. Humph, Elder Lu's body is already weak. You guys are treating him indiscriminately without considering his physical condition. Can it not be bad? Originally, I was able to cure him in one go, but as a result, because of you guys, this time, I can only stabilize his condition first, and consolidate it once more in 3 days before I can completely cure this disease, Qin Chen said indifferently. Upon hearing Qin Chen's words, the crowd realized why the treatment had just failed. Elder Lu had been ill for a long time and his body had long been weak, plus the fact that he himself was very old. His physical condition was even worse. Under such circumstances, to use the treatment method of injection plus electric shock, could something not happen? Lu Qingwan looked at James angrily and rebuked loudly. James' complexion was stagnant, and it was obvious that he had just realized the reason why the treatment had failed. Subsequently, another half an hour passed, and Lu Sanglong still showed no signs of waking up. Lu Qingwan's complexion darkened. Sure enough, it still failed. If I had known, I shouldn't have believed Qin Chen's words. Just at this moment, a knock sounded on the door. Lu Qingwan opened the door under the puzzled gazes of the crowd and welcomed in several doctors in white coats. The middle-aged man leading the group looked like a leader, and as soon as he entered, he shook hands with Lu Qingwan. However, when he saw the situation in the room, he was dumbfounded. So many doctors? And foreigners as well? Dean Jiang, I've troubled you this time, Lu Qingwan said sadly. Dean Jiang sighed and said in a deep voice, Miss Lu, don't worry. Our Jiangcheng hospital will definitely take out the best medical resources and try to prolong Elder Lu's life, so that he won't feel any pain in the last part of his life. Hearing this, the crowd froze. Chang Wan, what are you doing? Xiaoning Yue asked in shock. Lu Qingwan pointed at President Jiang and explained, this is President Jiang Lianghui of Jiangcheng Hospital. Since the treatment has already failed, I can only send Grandpa to the hospital and try to prolong his life as much as possible. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid that Grandpa won't make it through today. As if he understood Lu Qingwan's words, James nodded his head and said approvingly, not bad, that's the best choice. And after Jiang Lianghui saw James, he instantly frowned as if he was pondering something. A moment later, he suddenly widened his eyes and hurriedly walked over towards James. Could it be that you are Professor James who specializes in researching acromegaly? Jiang Lianghui asked in shock. James nodded proudly. Hello. After receiving the other party's confirmation, Zhang Lianghui was so excited that he couldn't even speak properly. This was a globally renowned expert. Ordinary people who wanted to meet him didn't even have a chance. And the Lu family had even directly invited someone else's team to Elder Lu's residence. Worthy of being a big family in the imperial capital, it really has strength. Professor James, I don't know if you're in a hurry to leave after you're busy here. Could I have the honor of inviting you to hold a special lecture at our Jiancheng hospital? As you know, acromegaly, as a worldwide problem, has seen an explosive growth in cases over the past 2 years, and you, as an expert in this field, organizing a special lecture will definitely make this disease get more attention. Zhang Lianghui complimented. James heard these words, although he knew they were compliments. The corners of his mouth still couldn't help but raise. No problem. I'm on a plane ticket for the day after tomorrow, so I can go to your hospital tomorrow for an exchange. After saying that, James even glanced at Qin Chen with a smug look in his eyes. See, as soon as my name was revealed, people rushed to invite me to give lectures. And you, on the other hand? No one cares at all. Oh, the two people's statuses are simply worlds apart. Just then, Qin Chen sighed. If you don't trust me, why did you invite me in again? Qin Chen shook his head and then walked towards the door. You can't cure the disease, so you can only give yourself a leg up, right? James scoffed, although Qin Chen couldn't understand what James was saying, but looking at the other party's expression, he was definitely mocking himself. He raised his head to look at James and laughed. Ignorant arrogance is the easiest mistake for humans to make, even if you're some bull professor. After speaking, he simply ignored the stunned crowd and left the villa straight away. This time, he didn't wait for Qiao Ningyue and drove off in the van himself. Inside the bedroom, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Immediately, Lu Qingwan broke the silence amongst the crowd and spoke. President Jiang, let's send my grandfather to the hospital first. Zhang Lianghui nodded and said, good, let's take Elder Lu to the hospital first to convalesce. He waved his hand, and the few doctors he brought with him immediately came forward and removed all the silver needles from Lu Sanglong's body. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred, only to see the unconscious Lu Sanglong suddenly open his eyes, and a long sigh-like sound came out of his throat. Grandpa, you're awake? How are you feeling? Lu Qingwan jumped to the bed in surprise. Lu Sanglong felt his body, then a shocked look appeared on his face. Qingwan, the one you invited is worthy of being an internationally renowned doctor. I feel much better. I can even get up and walk a couple steps. Saying this, Lu Sanglong supported his body with great difficulty and stood up under the assistance of Lu Qingwan. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all dumbstruck and froze in place, especially the people from James' medical team. They had just checked Lu Sanglong's body. The results of the examination showed that after the failed treatment, Lu Sanglong, not to mention standing up, I'm afraid that even waking up from the coma is a miracle. How is this possible? James muttered, his eyes filled with shock. Grandpa, you can walk? Lu Qingwan cried with joy. Chapter 54, Lu Qingwan's decision. Several months ago, due to the deterioration of his condition, Lu Sanglong was confined to moving around in a wheelchair. Even though they had searched for famous doctors all over the world, they had not been able to make Lu Sanglong's condition better. Unexpectedly, today, Lu Sanglong was able to stand up with the help of bystanders, and was even able to walk a few steps. It seems that as long as I let Prof. James and the others treat me twice more, it is still possible for me to regain my health, Lu Sanglong said with a smile. He had thought that he was bound to die, and had even long been prepared to face death in his heart. But when hope was placed in front of him again, he realized that he was incomparably hoping that he could live. However, hearing Lu Sanglong's words, the crowd all fell silent. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Sanglong asked suspiciously, Qingwan, what happened? Aren't you happy that Grandpa has hope for a cure? He had fainted during James' medical team's treatment of him, and had no idea that Qin Chen had treated himself again later. Grandpa, I'm happy. Lu Qingwan wiped the tears on her face, but there's one thing that I don't dare to hide from you. The one who cured you was that friend that Ning you brought, Qin Chen. But just now, I mistakenly thought that his treatment was ineffective and pissed people off. Saying this, Lu Qingwan's tears ran out. She suddenly stretched out her hand and fiercely pumped it twice on her face. Grandpa, I'm sorry. He said that this treatment can only alleviate your condition, and that if you want to be completely cured, you'll have to apply the needles once more 3 days later. But I've already offended people twice. I'm afraid he won't come. Lu Qingwan wailed. Lu Sanglong sighed and patted on Lu Qingwan's shoulder. Alas, people have their own destinies. Qingwan, you don't have to be too hard on yourself. Grandpa, I'm an old bone. I've long been prepared to enter the ground, Lu Sanglong said. Right at this moment, Lu Qingwan suddenly raised her head and looked towards Qiao Ningyue. Ningyu, you know him, you must know where he lives, don't you? Please take me over to him. no matter what the cost. I will ask him to cure my grandfather. Lu Qingwan looked like she had grabbed the last straw and said with a prayerful face. Xiao Ningyue couldn't bear it in her heart and sighed. Although I know where he is, he's a stubborn person. You doubted him twice in a row. I'm afraid he won't come over. After saying that, Xiao Ningyue suddenly froze, thinking of the scene yesterday when she had a video call with Qin Chen. At that time, in the KTV, Qin Chen and a strange woman, Chang Wan. I do have a way to try, but I'm afraid you'll have to suffer some losses. Xiao Ningyue said hesitantly. That big asshole Qin Chen didn't want money, didn't want things, and what was left, I'm afraid, was only women. He lived inside the villa all day long, surrounded by two big beauties, himself and his sister Gu Yaming, but he could only look at them but not eat them, so he must be holding his fire. Otherwise, why would he go to the KTV to find a woman, and even go home with a lipstick on his face? Lu Qingwan's face value was no worse than his own and his sister. If she was allowed to step in, I'm afraid that she could really mesmerize Qin Chen. Only, this would require Lu Qingwan to make a sacrifice. When Lu Qingwan heard Xiao Ningyue's words, how could she care about anything else? And hurriedly said, don't say that it's a loss. Even if it's taking my life in exchange for grandpa's, I'm willing to do it. Xiao Ningyue sighed, then came to Lu Qingwan's ear and whispered about her plan. Hearing this plan, Lu Qingwan instantly turned red. Ningyue, are you telling the truth? Lu Qingwan said incredulously. I saw it with my own eyes, so how can it be fake? Think about it. Qin Chen is a man, and his needs are booming at this age right now. With your poise, as long as you step in, he will definitely fall. When the time comes for him to save Grandpa Lu, he definitely won't refuse. It's just that, there are only 3 days left, so I'm afraid you'll have to act quickly if you really want to save Grandpa Lu. Xiao Ningyue said seriously. Good, I'll go find him today. Lu Qingwan looked like she had made some difficult decision, her eyes filled with determination. Then, she looked towards the many doctors in the room, bowed, and said, I'm sorry everyone, my grandfather is still recuperating at home for the time being, letting you all make a trip for nothing. I'm here to apologize to you all, and later on, the Lu family will put the reward on the account. The crowd hurriedly returned their greetings and congratulated Lu Tsanglong on his improved condition. After Lu Yenran sent the crowd out of the villa, she instructed Auntie Li to take care of Lu Tsanglong and also left the villa with Xiao Ningyue. On the other side, in the ranks of Jiangcheng Hospital, many people complained to Jiang Lianghui. Dean, this Lu family is also too bullying, right? Right, you as the dean personally led the team, and were all directors of various departments, but as a result, it's a wasted trip. Humph, what do you take us for? To come when called? The crowd said in a chorus. Jiang Lianghui frowned and snapped. Enough, do you really think you're used to being a director and everyone has to flatter you? The Lu family is a big family in the imperial capital. If it wasn't for the fact that they are recuperating in Jiang City, how would we have the chance to meet them? However, compared to this matter, I care more about another thing. Just now, listening to the Lu family's conversation, Elder Lu's acromegaly was actually cured by a person named Qin Chen. After we go back, have someone look up this person's information. If there really is someone who can cure acromegaly, our Jiangcheng Hospital must be the first to make contact with him. Jiang Lianghui was worthy of being the dean. His thinking was very sharp and he directly grasped the key point of the matter. Acromegaly, in the world, was still an unsolvable problem. If Jiangcheng Hospital was the first to discover a cure for acromegaly, I'm afraid that it could become one of the top hospitals in the country and even the world overnight. On the other hand, Qin Chen drove his car and headed directly to the luxury car street in Jiangcheng. This van, he did drive it a bit enough. There were still $2 billion on his bank card, so he decided to get himself a new ride first. This street, the actual name is called Chaoyang Street, but the stores on the street, all of them were selling luxury cars, so gradually it was jokingly called a street of luxury cars. When Qin Chen drove a broken truck onto the street, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. In the luxury car street, if you drove a luxury car, no one would give you a second glance. After all, everyone who could come here drove a luxury car, but the one who drove a broken van to come here, Qin Chen was still the first one. This person came to the wrong place, right? Doesn't he look at the name of this street before he enters it? A native old man entering the city, he should regret it in a while. What I'm more curious about is, if he accidentally cuts off a luxury car and sells his broken car, can he afford to pay for people's damages? The crowd looked at the van and scoffed. Qin Chen simply ignored the crowd's gaze. He parked his car on the side of the road and directly entered a Land Rover specialty store. Hello sir, you. The receptionist lady was also dumbfounded when she looked at the van blocking the entrance of her store. Is this here to buy a car? Or to block the door and cause trouble? Qin Chen waved his hand, ignored the reception lady and walked straight into the store. Chapter 55, Rowing a Car. Qin Chen had roughly searched from the internet before. Among the many brands, he took a glance at the Land Rover. He didn't know anything about cars. What kind of engine? What kind of fuel consumption ratio? He didn't understand. As long as the car looks good, it will be fine. After all, he has plenty of money. Driving is not smooth, and then buy is. Rich life is so simple and unadorned. How much is this car? Qin Chen asked as soon as he entered, pointing at a car placed in the center of the hall. The receptionist lady let out a bitter smile. Although she was not happy in her heart, she still answered in accordance with the rules and regulations. This, sir, this is our Land Rover's newest model. There is only one in stock in the store, and the selling price is $3.5 million. Qin Dust nodded and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, quite cheap, have one." At this time it was noon. There were very few people looking at the car. The hall was quiet. The dozen or so reception ladies all heard Qin Duan's words. Many of them didn't hold back and laughed out directly. Isn't this person a bit brain dead? Is this here to buy a car? Oh, I just saw that this person drove a broken truck. How can this kind of person afford to buy a car from our store? Xiao Lu is really unlucky today. How did he receive a customer like this? The crowd whispered. Although this group of people did not speak loudly, Qin Chen heard them clearly. He smiled faintly and did not care. These people had been selling cars here for a long time, and their mentality had slowly changed. A group of reception ladies who earned a few thousand a month also began to despise others. Xiao Lu said with some difficulty, "Sir, are you sure? The price of this car is $3.5 million. Xiao Lu emphasized his voice on the word million. Qin Chen laughed. What? It's not $3.5 million. Is it $3.5? Saying that, he took out his bank card and threw it to Xiao Lu. You go brush it. Before Qin Chen finished speaking, an ear-piercing metallic friction sound suddenly came from outside the door. What followed was the voice of a woman cursing at the top of her lungs. Who is this ungrateful person who parked his car here? Hurry up and get the hell out. The woman cursed as she kicked twice at the van. Unfortunately, the van was too tall and her 2 kicks were useless. Seeing this, Qin Dust immediately walked out of the Land Rover store. What are you shouting about? What's wrong? Qin Dust frowned and asked. The woman in front of him, wearing a tight long dress and a face of heavy makeup. Her face value was not low, at least a small netizen level. The car she was driving, on the other hand, was parked on the side of the road, with a long mark scratched on its body. This broken van is yours? The woman looked Qin Chen up and down and asked coldly. What's up? Qin Dust nodded, his gaze lingering on the woman's car. The sports car was quite beautiful, but unfortunately, there was such a long mark scratched out on the car. One didn't know how this woman drove the car. Was she blind? Hey, what are you looking at, you dirtbag? Know what brand of car I have? Porsche. Bought for $2 million. The woman snorted coldly, condescending. Oh, then you're good. Alright, Qin Dust said indifferently. Hearing Qin Dust's words, the woman instantly exploded with anger. What kind of attitude was this? Mocking herself? Turtle, you've never seen such an expensive car in your life, right? I'm afraid you don't know what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself into. You just scratched my car. Pay up. Such a long trace. Surely the whole car needs to be repainted. Just compensate for $500,000. The woman coldly snorted. Qin Chen froze when he heard this. He was even a little skeptical that he had heard wrong. His own car was parked on the side of the road and didn't move. And this woman drove, accidentally scratched the car, and as a result, asked him to pay for it? What kind of reasoning is this? Is this aspect of your brain a little? A little problem? Qin Dust asked suspiciously. Hearing Qin Chuan's words, the woman's face instantly turned ugly. How the hell are you talking? Who has a problem with their brain? I think it's you who has a brain problem. The woman cursed profusely. If you don't have a brain problem, how did you say what you just said? My car was parked on the side of the road and didn't move at all. You crashed into it on your own and you still want me to pay for it? Qin Chen spread his hands and said helplessly. Many people were attracted by the quarrel between the two and watched the action. This woman has a problem in her head, right? What kind of money is she asking people to pay for? Isn't this nonsense? Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you know who this woman is? This is the lover of the chairman of the Dingsheng Group. Her greatest ability is to cause trouble. Quite famous. Dingsheng Group? Damn. No wonder this woman is so arrogant. She does have arrogant capital A. That man is finished today. Messing with that woman, wait for death. The crowd whispered. At this time, the woman had already taken out her cell phone and dialed out a call. Honey, I'm being bullied. Yes, right here where I bought the car. In front of the Land Rover store. A dead turd scratched my car and refused to pay for it. Okay, I'll give him my cell phone here. The woman looked at Qin Duan smugly and handed her cell phone out. It's for you. Humph, you're dead. The woman snorted coldly. Qin Dust had just received the phone when a threatening voice came from the other end of the phone. Kid, I'm Lu Ding, the chairman of the Ding Sheng Group. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to my woman in a moment, and then pay for the money to repair the car. And I'll spare you today." Qin Chen laughed. "Lu Ding? Never heard of it. Do you know who I am?" Hearing Qin Chen's words, Lu Ding froze for a moment. "Who are you?" Lu Ding asked in a deep voice. He had already registered himself with his name, and the other party even dared to speak like this. Could it be that the other party was also a member of some large group? "I'm your father." Qin Chen snorted coldly and directly hung up the phone. The crowd was dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in front of them. "I didn't hear it wrong just now, did I?" "I'm afraid not." He definitely cursed Lu Ding over the phone. Where did this kid come from? Hasn't he heard of Lu Ding's great name? He's a brother to the Wild Wolf Gang leader. Mess with him and you'll be dead in less than a day. The crowd looked at Qin Chen as if they were looking at a little cutie. They all shook their heads. The woman, on the other hand, froze as she looked at the cell phone Qin Duan handed over. You just cursed Lu Ding? I think you're tired of living." The woman cursed angrily. She just wanted to take the phone, but Qin Chen directly let go of her hand and directly threw the phone to the ground. Ka-ching! The screen of the cell phone instantly fell into pieces, and even the cell phone card directly flew away. The woman was so angry that she couldn't even speak, pointing at Qin Duan and gasping for air. "You dog, I see you." Snap! The woman's words were only half spoken when Qin Chen's slap had already struck her face. This slap, although Qin Chen did not use all of his strength, he did not hit lightly. The left side of the woman's face instantly swelled up high, and a clear red slap mark was extremely obvious. Chapter 56, Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. How dare you hit me? The woman was shocked and angry. Ever since she followed Lu Ding, the chairman of Ding Sheng Group, who wouldn't call out little sister-in-law when they saw her? When had she ever suffered such an offense? "It's fair for me to slap you when you curse me." Qin Chen faintly laughed. You bastard." Just after these words were said, Qin Chen directly slapped again. With a snap, the right side of the woman's face was also slapped. "Well, that's symmetrical." Qin Chen slapped the makeup stained on his hand and said with a smile. After the two slaps, the woman had been beaten into a pig's head. Both faces were swollen high, with a slap mark on one side. Comical and incomparable. The crowd laughed at this scene, and there were even people who took out their cell phones to take pictures. This was the lover of the chairman of Ding Sheng Group. In the street in front of so many people, being slapped twice. This kind of thing could definitely be used as a talking point at the drinking table when it was taken out. "All of you, stop filming. Stop filming." The woman roared loudly with her cloaked hair. "Look guys, this woman's nose must have gotten a facelift. Now it's all crooked. TSK, I wonder if Lu Ding will continue to want this woman in the future. It's just too humiliating, isn't it?" In the crowd, a voice of mockery was like a sharp sword, poking this woman straight in the heart. "You're finished. You're bound to die today." The woman looked resentfully at Qin Chen. If eyes could kill, I'm afraid Qin Chen would have already died 800 times. Right at this moment, two vans frantically honked their horns and came through the crowd. Immediately, the doors of the vehicles opened, and a dozen or so gangsters carrying baseball bats walked down from the vehicles. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly took a few steps back. This group of people appeared to be from the Coyote Gang. In broad daylight, daring to gather with arms in such a grand manner. I'm afraid that only the Coyote Gang would have the guts to do so. "Little sister-in-law, the gang leader said you're in trouble here, so he asked us to come and take a look. Tell me, who offended you? One word from you and we'll help you out." As soon as the leader of the gangsters got off the bus, he shouted loudly. However, when he saw the woman's appearance, he immediately froze. This mistress of Lu Ding, whom he had also seen several times, was indeed a rare beauty. Not only was she beautiful, but her every move was extremely seductive. But now, this woman was cloaked, her face was swollen high, and there were two slap marks. How could it still be seen that this was Lu Ding's woman? "Xiaoguo, it's that man. He hit me. You hurry up and bring someone to knock his legs off. I'm going to make him regret it for the rest of his life." The woman gritted her teeth and roared with hatred. The gangster in the lead snorted coldly in his heart. This woman had been a mistress and still really thought she was a bully? Is Xiaoguo also something she can call? But he didn't have time to care about this. He instantly picked up the baseball bat, pointed at Qin Chen, and coldly grunted. "Come on man, arrest him for me. Break both legs." As soon as the words fell, his men were about to strike, but the gangster in the lead was shaken. "Wait." The leading gangster hurriedly stopped the group of men. Looking at Qin Chen, who seemed to be smiling in front of him, he immediately swallowed a mouthful of water with a gulp of fear. "Xiaoguo, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and clean him up for me." The woman didn't notice the change of color on the punk's face in the slightest and urged from the sidelines. But she didn't expect that just after the sentence was finished, the punk directly turned around and slapped her directly in the face. With this slap, Not only was the woman dumbfounded, the people watching around her were also dumbfounded. Ha, what's going on here? Didn't the people from the Coyote gang come to help this woman? Humph, if it were me, I would have hit too. This woman is just too annoying. It's not quite right. Look at the gangster in the lead. Why do you feel he's afraid? The crowd looked at the gangsters of the Coyote gang with suspicion, all curious in their hearts. The passers-by were right. The gangster at the head was indeed afraid. Mr. Qin, you are also here, ah? The gangster in the lead said with a trembling voice. Qin Chen smiled. The punk in front of him, not only did he recognize him, he had just met him 2 days ago. This person was none other than the Coyote gang's hallmaster, Gua Hong, who had received money from Chen Fei Yang and wanted to cause trouble at the Gu Group's construction site. On Gua Hong's face, there were still quite a few unhealed wounds. Those were left behind when Qin Chen took a bottle and exploded his head. To this day, Gua Hong couldn't help but shiver in fear when he thought of that day's scene. That time, I'm afraid it was the closest he had come to death. Mr. Qin, misunderstanding, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Gua Hong compensated with a smile, his face filled with flattery. Misunderstanding? Why did I just hear that you wanted to break my legs? Qin Chen asked with a smirk. A layer of cold sweat broke out behind Gua Hong's back, and he hurriedly explained. Mr. Qin, it's definitely because you heard it wrong. Even if I were to break my own legs, I wouldn't dare to say that I broke your legs. Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. With that, he turned to look at the crowd of juniors behind him, and loudly commanded, everyone, hurry up and get in the car. This is none of our business. Hearing these words, the gangsters immediately looked at each other with confused faces. Wasn't their group of people sent by the gang leader to clean up that kid? How was it a misunderstanding again? Besides, there were so many of them, and they all had weapons in their hands. Was it hard to be afraid of that kid? Hall Master, today's mission is what the gang master explained. If we just leave, will it not be too good? Ah, a gangster said hesitantly. Who knows? Just as his words fell, Gua Hong kicked up. This kick didn't leave any force at all, directly sending that punk flying several meters. It's your turn to question what I say? I'll go and explain myself to the gang leader. You guys hurry back to the car now. Gua Hong gritted his teeth and roared. Seeing Gua Hong's fury, the gangsters were instantly abashed and hurriedly ran back to the van with their tails between their legs. Seeing this scene, Gua Hong was relieved. He had seen Qin Chen's strength with his own eyes. Last time in the KTV, the 10 or so of them hadn't even seen Qin Chen's movements before they were all knocked to the ground. This time, even though he had more people, he was afraid that he still had no chance of winning in front of Qin Dan. More importantly, after he went back last time, he inquired with his cousin. His cousin was the captain of the Gu Group's new building renovation team, Wang Chao. According to Wang Chao, the woman who went with Qin Chen to negotiate in the building that day was the vice chairman of the Gu Group. In other words, Qin Chen was not only high in force, he was also likely to be a high-ranking member of the Gu Group. The fact that the Gu Group had gotten the investment had already spread in Zhangcheng. Countless companies wanted to find the Gu Group to cooperate and get a piece of the pie. If we were to offend Gu's Group for Lu Ding's mistress, it would really be more trouble than it's worth. Gua Hong, as the leader of the Coyote gang, was not very educated, but he could still analyze this kind of thing. Chapter 57, Lu Ding personally. Mr. Qin, I assure you, this is definitely a misunderstanding. You can rest assured that the Coyote gang will definitely not look for trouble from you in the future. Please tell the chairman of the Gu Group that if there's an opportunity for cooperation, you can also consider our Coyote gang. He. Gua Hong smiled fawningly, then without hesitation, turned around and left. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would anger Qin Chen. The injuries he received last time were still fresh. He didn't want to be crippled. Qin Dust smiled faintly. This wild wolf gang, it's a bit interesting. However, Gua Hong wanted to leave, but the woman did not want him to leave. The woman directly stopped in front of Gua Hong and said loudly, Gua Hong, I think you've really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall today. Lu Ding and your gang leader are sworn brothers. You dare to disobey his orders. Aren't you afraid of death? Hearing these words, Gua Hong's face instantly turned gloomy. He was holding a bellyful of anger with no place to take it out, and this woman bumped into him by herself. With a bang, Gua Hong kicked the woman in front of him. Aren't you Lu Ding's mistress? Without Lu Ding, you're nothing. You also don't look in the mirror to see what the hell you are now. I don't believe Lu Ding would still want an ugly like you. Gua Hong opened his bow left and right, smacking the woman's face a dozen times before he spat and left with a cold snort. The woman was lying on the ground. Her eyes were lax, completely beaten silly. She did not expect that the helper who called ended up beating herself up. Cough cough, bah. The woman suddenly coughed, her face painfully spitting out a mouthful of bloody foam. but a few teeth were also spat out with it, rolling several times on the ground. Seeing this scene in front of her, the woman completely collapsed and fell on the ground and cried out. She finally felt scared. Guo Hong was right. Lu Ding had made her a lover for nothing more than her looks. If she broke her looks, Lu Ding would definitely abandon her mercilessly. But now, it was too late for regrets. Her plasticized nose had been knocked askew and several of her teeth had been knocked out. What was the difference between this and a broken face? Alas, this woman is truly miserable. She's been severely beaten several times in such a short while. She's miserable? Oh, you guys haven't seen her strutting around. I don't know what that man's background is, but he made the Coyote Gang's people afraid like that. This man is definitely pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, daring to come to a street of luxury cars in a broken van. I didn't expect that not only did he beat up Lu Ding's woman, but the Wild Wolf Gang wouldn't dare to mess with him. Che, I see. It's still this woman's own death. Can't blame others. The crowd talked about it. On the other hand, after Guo Hong got on the car, he immediately dialed the phone of Huang Yangda, the leader of the Coyote Gang, and recounted this matter in its entirety. Huang Yangda pondered for a moment and asked, "You mean to say that the kid called Qin Chen is someone from the Gu group, and a high-ranking one at that?" Guo Hong said with conviction. "Gang master, that's absolutely right. My cousin has personally seen that kid and the vice-chairman of the Gu group together, and they are very close. That's why I took it upon myself not to clash with that person. Otherwise our Wild Wolf Gang would have been moved." Huang Yangda nodded and said, "You did a good job. Recently the Gu group has just gotten an investment and is in full swing. I'm afraid that if we go and mess with them now, we'll be held in grudge. But then again, Lu Ding that I can't offend. You tell him about this matter as well." After hanging up the phone, Guo Hong made another call to Lu Ding and told him what happened. Only, he emphasized that Lu Ding's mistress was at fault first, and the other party had flashed the identity of the Gu group. He regretted that although he wanted to help Lu Ding out, but he was neither in the right and the other party had a strong background, so he could only retreat. But before he could finish his words, Lu Ding directly hung up the phone in anger. "Humph, this Lu Ding, sooner or later he will die on a woman," Guo Hong said disdainfully. On the other hand, after Lu Ding hung up the phone, he directly took his bodyguards to a street of luxury cars. Although that woman was only one of his many mistresses, she also represented his Lu Ding's face. Hitting his mistress was hitting his face. How could he bear it? At the same time, Qin Chen had already turned around and returned to the Land Rover store. This time, a dozen or so reception ladies all surrounded him with unrivaled enthusiasm. "Mr. Qin, which car do you want? Let me introduce it to you. Mr. Qin, which car do you have your eye on? Let's go for a test drive. We can test drive it all night long. Mr. Qin, I know the performance of every car like the back of my hand. Why don't I introduce it to you?" The reception ladies grabbed and shouted. The scene on the street just now was clearly seen by the crowd. Not only did he beat up Lu Ding's lover in public, but he also scared off the people from the Wild Wolf Gang. How could such a person not be able to afford a multi-million-dollar car? Whoever managed to take this order would at least get tens of thousands of dollars in commission. What's more, Qin Chen is quite handsome, so if he can climb onto his high branch, it's a straight-up pheasant to Phoenix. Quite a few women threw winks at him and said extremely explicit things. I'm afraid that Qin Chen would be able to take them away with a wave of his hand. However, Qin Dust smiled faintly and said, "No need for introductions, just the one just now." When the crowd heard this, they immediately cast envious gazes towards Xiaolu. Xiaolu was the one who received Qin Duan just now, and I'm afraid that the commission for this car is going to fall into her hands. Qin Dust bought the car, before and after adding up, but only 2 or 3 minutes. He didn't ask for anything and was ready to pay by credit card. Rich people, really enough luxury. Xiaolu was pleasantly surprised. This money can simply be said to have fallen from the sky. "Wait a moment, Mr. Qin, I'll go print the contract," Xiaolu said and hurriedly ran towards the manager's office. Such a big contract, the manager had to be told. And shortly after Xiaolu left, a group of bodyguards in suits pushed open the door and walked in. "Who is Qin Chen? Get the hell out of here." A middle-aged man slowly walked to the center of the hall and said in a cold voice. At this moment, the woman who had just been cleaned up by Qin Chen staggered over after him. After looking around the hall, she pointed at Qin Chen and said with hatred through clenched teeth, "Honey, it's him. He's the one who hit me just now." Everyone's gazes looked at Qin Chen. Qin Dust's face was bland, seemingly unconcerned about the scene in front of him. "Honey, you have to take the heat for me." The woman aggressively tried to grab Lu Ding's arm, but was pushed away by Lu Ding. "Get the hell away. Disgraceful thing. I'll give you 1 day to move out of the villa I gave you. In the future, if you dare to make trouble outside under my name again, I'll be the first to get you killed," Lu Ding said in a cold voice. Chapter 58. Double the money. Hearing Lu Ding's words, the woman was dumbfounded. "Honey, what do you mean by this? I listen to you so much. I do whatever you say I should do. How can you not want me anymore? The woman was in a hurry. She had spent a lot of money in the past few years, and hadn't saved any of the money Lu Ding had given her, and she was also used to this extravagant life. If she was kicked out of the villa by Lu Ding now, I'm afraid she would have to live on the streets. Dear. The woman still wanted to be pampered and salvage Lu Ding's heart, but before she could touch Lu Ding, she was pushed away with a hand. You've embarrassed me so much, and you still have the face to continue following me? Look at this face of yours. It's already broken. Even looking at you affects my mood. Hurry up and get lost. Within 3 seconds. If you don't roll, then don't blame me for being ruthless, Lu Ding said with a gloomy face. The woman froze, then turned around and stumbled towards the door. She had followed Lu Ding for so long that she naturally knew Lu Ding's methods. This man was a smiling tiger. On the surface he was kind to everyone, but his methods were extremely vicious. If she didn't leave, I'm afraid Lu Ding would really go after her. The crowd couldn't help but sigh when they saw the woman flee. I have the impression that this woman has been with Lu Ding for several years, and I didn't expect Lu Ding to drive her away in the end with such ruthlessness. Oh, which of those who run the company are good people? For this kind of person, not killing is doing good. Lu Ding is so cruel to his own woman, let alone an outsider. I'm afraid that youngster is going to be out of luck. The crowd immediately sympathized with Qin Chen. Lu Ding's Ding Sheng group was considered famous in Zhangchang. Not only that, it was rumored that he and the Wild Wolf Gang's gang leader, Huang Yangda, were also sworn brothers. Even if the young man in front of him had a bit of a background, could he still be harder than Lu Ding's background? Kid, you can now think about how you're going to die. Messing with me? I don't care what your background is. You won't live through today. Lu Ding stared at Qin Chen and said indifferently. Qin Dust laughed. You are Lu Ding? Lu Ding hummed coldly. What? You don't recognize me? It seems that not only do you have a lot of guts, but you also have a problem with your brain. Since you know my name, why don't you hurry up and kneel down for me? Qin Chen, however, disdainfully said. Kneel? You're also worthy? I'll give you a chance. Get lost within a minute and I'll let you off. Hearing this, the crowd froze. Even Lu Ding was dumbfounded. What did you say? Let me get lost? Lu Ding laughed as if he had heard some funny joke. Suddenly, his laughter gradually stopped and his face was gloomy. Kid, congratulations, you've successfully angered me. I will make you regret what you just said for the rest of your life. Lu Ding waved his hand, and the 2 bodyguards behind him immediately stepped forward. Break his legs. I'm going to make him kneel in front of me and talk, Lu Ding commanded. Just as the 2 bodyguards were about to make their move, a cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Qin Chen took out his cell phone and directly answered the call. Hey, Qin Chen, where are you? I have something to find you. Xiaoning Yue's voice came from the other end of the phone. What's so urgent? Qin Chen was puzzled. Don't worry about it. It's good for you anyway. Hurry up and say, where are you? Xiaoning Yue urged. This seems to be called some luxury car street. I'm at the Land Rover's store. Qin Chen replied. Good, I'll be there in a while. After saying that, Xiaoning Yue directly hung up the phone. Qin Chen frowned, not knowing what this girl was up to. When Lu Ding saw this, he laughed coldly. Kid, you even invited help? Unfortunately, even if the Heavenly King came today, he couldn't save you. After saying that, he then instructed the 2 bodyguards in a stern voice. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and do it. But as soon as his words fell, before the 2 bodyguards could react, Qin Chen moved first, only to see Qin Dust turn into a residual shadow, rushing towards the 2 bodyguards. After 2 muffled thuds, the 2 bodyguards flew up at the same time. The 2 of them traced an arc in the air, and with a thud, they fell hard to the ground. As the crowd watched the scene, they all stayed in place. The 2 bodyguards just flew out at least a dozen meters. How much power must this be? Is this still a human being? What did you say just now? Break my legs? I didn't hear you. Why don't you say it again? Qin Chen looked at Lu Ding and said smilingly. Rampant. There was only one thought in the hearts of the crowd, and that was that the young man in front of them was simply too rampant, daring to taunt Lu Ding in front of him. I'm afraid that the entire Jiangqing couldn't find a few people to come. You. Lu Ding looked at the bodyguards lying on the ground not far away. His heart shook beyond measure. These 2 bodyguards of his were professional bodyguards who had spent a lot of money to hire them, proficient in various skills such as fighting, first aid, driving, etc. They were far from being comparable to ordinary bodyguards, but he didn't expect that these 2 bodyguards and others only met and were knocked down before they had a chance to strike. You're 2 lapdogs. They're no good either. Qin Chen mocked. Lu Ding's face turned green with anger. He had never been taunted like this after so many years of reigning over the world. Just then, a short, fat man in a suit ran over. Gentlemen, everyone calm down first. I'm the general manager of this store. Zhao Tang, everyone has problems, sit down and talk. Zhao Tang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead while persuading. Just now, Xiao Lu went to him and said that there was a customer who wanted to buy the latest model Land Rover in the store, and he immediately rushed out in excitement. To know, the latest Land Rover, just the commission alone, was higher than his 1 month's salary. However, when he arrived at the lobby, he happened to see the scene where Qin Chen kicked 2 bodyguards. This directly scared him out of his wits. Everything else was fine, but in case the fight touched the store's car, who would be responsible for the damage? At that time, I'm afraid that not only would he have to compensate for the company's losses, he wouldn't even be able to keep his position as general manager. That's why he went up to persuade the fight against the pressure. Mr. Qin, the car purchase contract has been prepared. If it's convenient for you, we can sign it now. After saying that, Zhao Tang looked at Lu Ding again and said, Mr. Lu, I just got a batch of fine da hong pao here. Let's go to my office to sip tea. He wanted to divert the attention of the two men and hurriedly drag this matter over, but he didn't expect that after hearing his words, Lu Ding immediately snorted coldly. Buying a car? Which car is for sale? I'll pay double. Sell me the car. After saying that, Lu Ding coldly glanced at Qin Chen. Since I can't beat you, I'll use money to smash you to death. The crowd also instantly understood Lu Ding's mind. Lu Ding had the Ding Sheng Group in his hands, and his funds were incomparably strong. If he used money to hit Qin Duan's face, Qin Duan would not have a chance to fight back at all. Manager Zhao, right. Reprint the contract. Just double the price. I'll transfer the money right away, Lu Ding said with a cold smile. Chapter 59, Don't come out and pretend if you don't have money. This, Zhao Tang instantly hesitated. His commission was tied to the selling price of the car. If he sold the car at twice the price, the commission wouldn't be as simple as doubling it. After all that extra money was pure profit. Maybe, he could get hundreds of thousands of dollars in bonuses. This money was equivalent to his salary for more than a year. Thinking of this, Zhao Tong looked at Qin Chen with a smile. Mr. Qin, what do you think? After all, our contract hasn't been signed yet, and now that Mr. Lu is offering twice the price for this car, it's hard for us to do it. Zhao Tang pretended to say with a difficult face. If you don't have the money, get lost, don't disgrace yourself here. Lu Ding had a mocking face, his eyes full of disdain. Then rich? He himself could casually crush the other party to death with a single finger. Qin Dus smiled faintly. Manager Zhao, it seems like you're determined to sell the car to that punk? Hearing Qin Chen's words, Zhao Tang snorted disdainfully. Since this kid couldn't afford the money, why bother talking? I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, we are all completely following the rules and regulations. Since you haven't signed a purchase contract with us yet, we can always sell the car to someone else. After all, what about the fact that Mr. Lu is paying more money and is more sincere? If you can come up with 3 times the price, that's also negotiable, Zhao Tang said indifferently. As the saying goes, having milk is like having a mother. Since Lu Ding was willing to give money, he wasn't afraid of offending Qin Chen. Seeing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but whisper, alas, it's true, it's still only with money that you can do whatever you want. Indeed, if it's more than force, Lu Ding doesn't have the slightest chance of winning. Who would have thought that people would just start smashing with money? I'm afraid this young man is going to suffer. It's best if he leaves now. He can still save a little face. The crowd had some sympathy for Qin Chen, but there was nothing they could do about it. After all, although they were considered rich, they were still no different from ordinary people in front of Lu Ding. Mr. Lu, why don't we sign the contract now? Zhao Tang said with a flattering face. Lu Ding sneered. Fine, bring out the contract. I want to sign it here. His meaning was obvious. Killing people, but also executing their hearts. Not only did he want to rob Qin Chen's car, he also wanted to sign the contract in front of him. Mr. Lu, wait a moment, I'll let my staff reprint the contract, Zhao Tang said with a compensating smile. But right at this moment, a clear voice rang out. Wait! The crowd immediately made a pathway and looked towards the source of the voice, only to see 2 women with gorgeous postures hurriedly walk into the store, heading straight towards Qin Chen. Many people looked straight in the eyes. This group of rich people had all seen many beautiful women, but it was the first time they had this kind of stunning feeling. The 2 women, one wearing a long skirt, one wearing a professional OL set, one wearing boots, one wearing high heels, had their own styles. The 2 people were not dressed in a revealing manner, but their sexy and flirtatious posture was still not reduced in the slightest. These 2, picking out one at random, were qualified to be international models. However, seeing these 2, Qin Chen revealed a bitter smile. How did you guys chase them here? Qin Chen asked helplessly. These 2 people were none other than Xiaoning Yue and Lu Qingwan. Xiaoning Yue came to Qin Duan's ear and explained. Qingwan came to apologize to you. She wants to beg you to continue treating Grandpa Lu The conditions, they're all negotiable. On the side, Lu Qingwan looked like she thought of something, her face flushed and lowered her head. What conditions or not? I've already said it. Since you don't believe in me, there's no need to look for me, Qin Chen said indifferently. When he was treating Lu Tsanglong, he was ridiculed and doubted 3 times. He had tried his best to heal Lu Tsanglong and could be said to have a clear conscience. If Lu Tsanglong couldn't keep his life in the end, it had nothing to do with him. Lu Qingwan just wanted to speak. Lu Ding on the side grabbed the first joke and said, "He, what do the 2 beauties have to ask of this loser? My humble self is the chairman of Ding Sheng Group. Lu Ding, you 2 can talk to me if you have any trouble. I can solve it for you too." He was very interested in women, especially beautiful women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken 10 or so lovers. But even though he had seen so many beautiful women, he had never seen ones at this level like Xiao Ningyue and Lu Qingwan. These 2 women, whether it was in terms of temperament or face value, were all completely superior to those of his lovers. So as soon as he saw the 2, Lu Ding was moved. With his condition, it was easy for him to lay his hands on these 2 women. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as his words fell, Xiao Ningyue frowned and said with a look of disgust, "Old man, where did you come from? We didn't speak to you. You yourself had to stick up. So shameless?" Lu Ding immediately froze, pointing at Xiao Ningyue, his face ugly. You, get out of the way. There's no room for you to speak here," Lu Qingwan said impatiently. She was about to beg Qin Chen to save her grandfather, only to be interrupted by this person. It was truly disgusting. When the crowd saw this scene, they all looked helpless. Just now, that young lad had been mocking madly in front of Lu Ding, and then 2 little girls came and said even more vicious things. Lu Ding probably didn't read the yellow calendar when he went out today. Today is really unlucky. What did you just say? Lu Ding looked at Lu Qingwan, his face gloomy. Did this group of people eat bear heart and leopard gall? How dare they all talk to themselves like this? I said for you to get the hell off to the side. Don't bother us talking, Lu Qingwan said loudly. Seeing that the crowd was about to quarrel again, the manager Zhao Tang hurriedly advised, "Gentlemen, please calm down. Mr. Lu, why don't we sign the contract first and then talk about other things?" He was afraid that if this group of people fought, his bonus would go down the drain. Lu Ding smiled smugly and in front of the crowd, picked up a pen and signed his name on the contract. "Kid, sorry, this car belongs to me. What about in the future? If you don't have money, don't come out and pretend. Otherwise it will be too embarrassing. I've only spent $7 million on this, and you don't dare to follow it. Alas, boring," Lu Ding mocked. Hearing Lu Ding's words, Lu Qingwan immediately brightened up. "Mr. Qin, you want to buy a car, right? My family has some connections in the imperial capital. What kind of car do you want? Just say the word and I'll immediately have it flown over," Lu Qingwan said in a hurry. Qin Chen shook his head and said indifferently, "No need. I don't want to owe you a favor." Qin Chen's words were blunt and clear, and Lu Qingwan's face instantly became disappointed. But right at this moment, Xiao Ningyue secretly pulled the corner of Lu Qingwan's coat, then came to her ear and whispered a few words. After hearing Xiao Ningyue's suggestion, Lu Qingwan immediately took out her cell phone in surprise and dialed a call out. Chapter 60, a call from the imperial capital. Within a few minutes, Zhao Tang came over with the car keys. Mr. Lu, you are the first car owner in Jiangcheng to purchase this model. Why don't we take a picture? Zhao Tang fawned. Good. Lu Ding glanced at Qin Chen proudly and directly agreed. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Lu Ding stood next to that latest Land Rover and took a picture. Alas, it's worthy of being the chairman of Ding Sheng Group. Spending twice as much money to buy a car, taking a few million out is just like playing. Indeed, money is not spent like this. $7 million to buy a car. Many people present can do it, but because of the anger with others, spend twice the price to buy. I'm afraid that only Lu Ding, this kind of rich and powerful people, can do so. The crowd murmured more than a few words, admiring Lu Ding's bravado. Turtle, see? Lu Ding shook his car keys in front of Qin Duan. Smug as hell. What's the use of being able to fight when you come out? You need to have money and a background. You will never have the qualifications to go against me, because from the beginning, we are not from the same world. In this lifetime, you can only be an inferior person, and I'm afraid that clamoring in front of me today is the most glorious moment of your life. Lu Ding's face was filled with mockery. In his eyes, Qin Chen was covered in ground floor goods, and at a glance, he was not a rich man, especially when buying the car. When he offered twice the price, Qin Chen didn't even dare to resist, showing that Qin Chen didn't have a few dollars in his hand. I'm afraid, wasn't it just that he could fight a little? So what? In this world, there were many things that were more capable of fighting than fists. For example, money was one of them. As long as he gave enough price, He could even make Qin Chen completely disappear from Jiangcheng tonight. And right at this moment, Zhao Tang's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller, Zhao Tang's expression was instantly respectful. "Good day, Mr. Li," Zhao Tang hurriedly greeted him. "Good, your mom. You still have the ing face to talk? Let me ask you, did you just sell a latest model Land Rover?" A burst of angry curses instantly came from the other end of the phone, making Zhao Tang directly cursed silly. With a trembling voice, he replied in a small voice, "Mr. Li, I did just sell a new car." Only, before Zhao Tang could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted. "You want to die? Don't bring me along. I don't care who you sold the car to, and I don't care what method you used. Immediately, right away, give the car to someone named Qin Chen. Got it? A big shot in the imperial capital has sent word. If you don't get the job done right, hang yourself." After saying that, without even giving Zhao Tang a chance to plead for an explanation, he directly hung up the phone. Zhao Tang stood still, as if he had lost his mind. Suddenly, his body shook violently and rushed towards Lu Ding. In the eyes of the stunned crowd, Zhao Tang grabbed the car keys from Lu Ding's hands. "Manager Zhao, what are you doing?" Lu Ding asked grimly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, this car, our store is not for sale." Saying this, Zhao Tang picked up the contract and directly tore it to shreds. Seeing this scene, the entire room was in an uproar. Is this Zhao Tang crazy? The contract was signed, and then he said he won't sell it? Right, Lu Ding has offered double the price. Could someone have offered a higher price? You guys, could it have something to do with that young man? Che, how could it be? That lad doesn't have much of a background at first glance. Otherwise how could he not even dare to refute a word when he was just taunted so much by Lu Ding? The crowd whispered. And right at this moment, Zhao Tang carefully walked to Qin Chen's front and held the key up. "Mr. Qin, I was the one who offended much before. I'm sorry, since you were the one who said you wanted to buy the car first. Then according to the first come first served principle, this car is yours." Zhao Tang swallowed a mouthful of water, a few hints of fear in his tone. The one who had just called him was no other than the vice president in charge of sales at the headquarters. Although he was scolded by his head at the beginning, he didn't react for a moment, but after hanging up the phone, he came back to his senses. The caller said that a big shot in the imperial capital had sent a message. The meaning of this was obvious. Qin Chen's background was in the imperial capital. What does it mean? Qin Dust was also slightly puzzled, but Zhao Tang thought that Qin Duan was still angry with him and hurriedly said, "Mr. Qin, I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. This car," the headquarters side said that in order to show their apology to Mr. Qin, they won't accept a penny. Qin Chen froze. Headquarters? Not accepting a cent? At this moment, Xiaoning Yue hurriedly came up and explained in a low voice. It turned out that the call Lu Qingwan had just made was to the family side. The Lu family had stepped in and put pressure on the Land Rover's headquarters. After all, it was about elder Lu's life and death. The Lu family didn't dare to be negligent, and when they exerted pressure, their words were a bit heavier. As a result, the Land Rover sales vice president was shocked and scolded Zhao Tang once he called over. After realizing this, Qin Chen smiled helplessly. Things had come to this favor. It seemed like he couldn't help but accept it. Lu Qingwan bit her lip and suddenly went forward and swept Qin Chen's arm in an intimate gesture. "Mr. Qin, this is a little bit of sincerity from my Lu family, so just accept it. As for other conditions, as long as you raise them, we can fulfill them all, even if you want me to accompany you. I promise," Lu Qingwan said in a small voice. With these words, the posture could be described as low as it could be. One must know that Lu Qingwan was the personal granddaughter of the Lu family head. If these words were to spread out, it would be a serious blow to the prestige of the Lu family. But at this moment, in order to save her grandfather's life, Lu Qingwan could no longer care about that much. "Want you to accompany me? When will I?" Saying this, Qin Chen suddenly turned his gaze to Xiaoning Yue on the side. "Xiaoning Yue, when we go back, let's see how I'll clean you up." With things having come to this, how could he not understand? These sayings of Lu Qingwan were probably all taught by Xiaoning Yue. Xiaoning Yue spat out her tongue, a look of emboldened fear. Seeing this scene, Lu Ding couldn't help himself at once. Robbing his car and flirting with a woman in front of him, wasn't this provocation? "Manager Zhao, what price did he offer that made you dare to violate the contract and sell the car to him? How about this? No matter how much he offers, I'll beat him by $1 million. How's that?" Lu Ding said through gritted teeth. Today, even if he spends more money, he has to save face. But after hearing Lu Ding's words, Zhao Tang immediately revealed a bitter smile. "Mr. Lu, this car, it's absolutely impossible to sell it to you, so don't make it difficult for me. As for the liquidated damages, I will let the finance call your bank card in a moment," Zhao Tang said helplessly. "Zhao Tang, I call you Manager Zhao. do you really consider yourself an onion? The store manager of your store has to nod his head when he sees me. Who the hell do you think you are? Go, call your store manager out and let him say who this car belongs to. Lu Ding roared. Chapter 61 Entry. Salesman. The other party is just a small sales manager only. How dare he say such words to himself? Really looking for death. But Zhao Tang let out a bitter smile and said in a difficult manner, Mr. Lu, our store manager is away on a business trip. I am now in charge of the store. This matter, why don't we forget about it? After all, it is also Mr. Qin who ordered the car first. Although Zhao Tang didn't dare to offend Lu Ding, but even more so, he didn't dare to offend the big shots of the imperial capital. If Lu Ding was angry, he could at most find someone to beat himself up. But if the big shots of the imperial capital got angry, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to save his life. Let me just let it go? Is your brain kicked by a donkey? I'm telling you, this matter is not over. Dare to rob my car, none of you will be able to leave today. Lu Ding cursed angrily. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tang hurriedly came to Lu Ding's ear and quietly said 2 words. He was afraid that Lu Ding would continue to make a scene and make Mr. Qin unhappy. What did you say? After hearing Zhao Tang's words, Lu Ding was violently startled. Shoo, Mr. Lu, keep your voice down, Zhao Tang hurriedly reminded. Only then did Lu Ding slow down and asked Zhao Tang in a low voice. You said that a big shot in the imperial capital sent word to sell the car to that kid? Zhao Tang said. Mr. Lu, even if I had 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. Just now the vice president of sales from the headquarters personally called me. Absolutely no lies. Lu Ding was directly dumbfounded. The news from the headquarters would never be wrong. But this Qin Chen looked ordinary. How could he have a background in the imperial capital? Lu Ding, are you still buying a car? If not, I can drive away? Qin Chen said indifferently. At those words, Lu Ding was shaken. No, cough, not buying it. Since Mr. Qin likes this car so much, I'll surrender it. Right, the money for this car, put it on my account. Lu Ding said in a hurry. When the crowd saw this scene, they all looked at each other. Just a few seconds before and after, this Lu Ding's attitude had changed so much. Last second, he was threatening not to let Qin Chen leave, but now he took the initiative to give up his luxury car, and even wanted to pay for Qin Chen's bill. However, at this time, Lu Ding had no time to care about his own face. Seeing that Qin just ignored him, he carefully said again, Mr. Qin, today it was my dog's eyes that offended you. Be generous and don't bother with me in general. I swear, when I see you in the future, I'll walk around you. Lu Ding's attitude was humble, and as he spoke, a layer of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. After all, that was a big family in the imperial capital, an existence that could overthrow the Ding Sheng group with a single word. Get lost. I don't want to see this face of yours again. Know what I mean? Qin Chen said indifferently. Lu Ding froze, then bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I'll get lost right now, and I'll absolutely never appear in front of you again. After saying that, Lu Ding jogged all the way and escaped. The people present were all silent. The conversation between Zhao Tang and Lu Ding just now was extremely low, and none of them heard it. Until Lu Ding escaped, none of them knew the reason. Mr. Qin, look, I've already helped you out. My grandfather's matter. Lu Qingwan couldn't help but ask again. The money for the car. I will let Xiao Ningyue transfer it to you at that time. Your grandfather's matter. Exempt from discussion. Qin Chen directly refused. You, Lu Qingwan didn't expect Qin Duan to be so heartless. Her face turned pale. How can you be like this? My grandfather's life is in danger. No one can save him except you. Lu Qingwan was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. I'm sorry, I've already given you guys a chance. It's you guys, who have given up the chance over and over again, and now you turn around and blame me? He, where in the world is there such a thing? Qin Chen snorted coldly, not paying any attention to Lu Qingwan at all, took the car keys and sped out of the store in his car. The crowd looked at the roaring departing Land Rover and couldn't help but let out a dark sigh. Such a beautiful woman's bitter pleas were useless. This man's heart, so hard. Chang Wan, don't cry first. There are still 2 more days until Grandpa Lu receives his next treatment. We still have a chance. You can't be discouraged. Grandpa Lu's life. We can only rely on you. Xiao Ningyue advised in a small voice. Hearing Xiao Ningyue's words, Lu Qingwan suddenly raised her head. That's right. Grandpa's illness can only be treated by Qin Chen. As long as I beg Qin Chen to change his mind, I can save Grandpa's life. Even if I set aside my dignity, I have to let Qin Chen save my grandfather. I'll arrange for someone to send my grandpa to the hospital for convalescence right now, and in the remaining 2 days, I'll use every means to make Qin Chen change his mind. Lu Qingwan's eyes were red and tearful, causing Xiao Ningyue's heart to ache. Don't worry, I will definitely help you too. Xiaoning Yue grabbed Lu Qingwan's hand and said seriously, "Do you know where Qin Chen is going? I want to go ahead and talk to him." Lu Qingwan asked. "Well," Xiaoning Yue frowned and suddenly raised her head. "I know. Before, my sister said for him to go to the company after he's done with his work and then arrange a job for him. If I'm not wrong, he's definitely going to my sister's company now, but I suggest you press on. After all, he just rejected you. I'll help you to get some information first." Lu Qingwan was touched. "Ning Yu, thank you, Qingwan, the two of us have been bosom friends for 20 years, and Grandpa Lu is also my god-grandfather. I can't turn a blind eye to this as a matter of course. Don't worry, as soon as there's a situation, I'll inform you immediately," Xiaoning Yue said seriously. On the other side, Qin Chen drove his car and had already arrived at the Gu Group's building. "Why did you come so late? Where's Ning Yu? Didn't you take her to visit Grandpa Lu?" After seeing Qin Duan, Gu Yaming frowned and asked. "Oh, she met a friend, seems to be called Lu Qingwan, and had to come over later," Qin Chen casually explained. Gu Yaming nodded, then took out an acceptance contract. "This is the contract for an ordinary staff member in the business department. You'll go to the front line to exercise for a while, and I'll promote you later when you're familiar with the work." Saying this, Gu Yaming pushed the contract in front of Qin Chen. Qin Chen did not hesitate and directly signed the contract. After all, he still needed Gu Yaming's cooperation on his master's side, and he didn't want to quarrel with Gu Yaming over this kind of thing. "Gu Yaming, I've promised you to come to work, my master's side, don't you also have to?" Before Qin Xuan finished his words, he was directly interrupted by Gu Yaming. "Qin Xuan, I promised you something, I won't go back on my word, but the company is very busy these days. I don't have the heart to deal with this kind of thing. Understand?" After saying that, she picked up the phone and called her secretary in. "Secretary Li, this is the company's new salesman, Qin Chen. Take him to the business department and familiarize yourself with the environment," Gu Yaming said indifferently. Chapter 62 Zhengcheng Hotel Renovation Project. Secretary Li glanced at Qin Chen with some surprise. She had just met Qin Duan once in the conference room yesterday, when Qin Duan was with Xiaoning Yue. Unexpectedly, it had only been a day since Qin Dust had been on board. But what puzzled her was that the labor contract signed by the chairman himself had only given the other party a job as a salesman? Strange. It was really too strange. After all, only the acceptance of an employee at the level of business department manager would be signed by the chairman of the board. This man, what exactly is his identity? But of course, Secretary Li wouldn't directly ask such a stupid question. She made a pleased gesture and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin, please follow me." Qin Chen sighed. "Gu Yaming, I hope you won't forget your promise." After saying that, he followed Secretary Li and left the chairman's office. Operations Department. Secretary Li clapped her hands, and instantly, everyone's gazes gathered over. "This is the company's new employee, Qin Chen. Everyone welcome," Secretary Li introduced with a smile. Inside the business department's office, a sparse applause immediately rang out. "Manager Wu Xing of the business department has gone out to talk about business. I'll say hello to him when the time comes. Just report to him later," Secretary Li instructed. "Okay, thank you Secretary Li," Qin Chen said. Afterwards, Qin Dust was led to a workstation, even if it was the start of the official work. "Dude, what's your background?" Just as Secretary Li left, a small fat man next to him came up and asked mysteriously. "Me? What background can I have? Just an ordinary employee," Qin Chen laughed. The little fatty snorted and said, "Dude, don't lie to me. That Secretary Li is the chairman's exclusive secretary? Usually even Manager Wu has to bow down when he sees people. As a result, today she personally sent you to report for duty. If you don't have a background, who would believe it?" Qin Chen smiled helplessly. Secretary Li treated him respectfully because of Gu Yaming. However, he and Gu Yaming could only be considered as a cooperative relationship. There was no way to talk about background. Seeing that Qin Dust did not say anything, the little fat man also stopped pursuing the matter and changed the topic. "Buddy, my name is Chang Liangkai. Get to know each other." Qin Dust nodded and said back. "Qin Dust, Chang Liangkai hemmed and hawed. Brother Qin, I've just graduated. You're definitely older than me, so I'll call you Brother Dust." "That what? I have something I want to ask you to help. I don't know if you are free." Chang Liangkai was a little embarrassed, and his voice became smaller and smaller. "What is it? Say it." Qin Chen laughed. This little fatty looks like he just graduated not long ago. Childish, doesn't look like he has any bad intentions, so it's good to say something to help. Didn't our company take a large amount of investment funds recently? The tasks of the business department have suddenly increased. I have to go to the Jiangcheng Hotel today to negotiate the project of hotel renovation and decoration. But I am an intern. There is nothing bottom, or not. Chang Liangkai revealed a begging look. Qin Chen nodded. After getting the investment from Radiant Jewelry Group, The business department, I'm afraid, became the busiest department. Even the interns had to go and talk about projects alone, so it was obvious how short of people the business department was. No wonder Gu Yaming assigned him to the project department. I'm afraid he also saw his ability. After all, the trouble at the construction site a few days ago, he was the one who gave the solution. Alright, anyway, I haven't been assigned a job yet, so I'll accompany you. Qin Chen laughed. Chang Liangcai's lifted heart was finally put down, and he breathed a deep sigh of relief. He had only just graduated and had been employed for less than a week, but as a result, he suddenly had to go to the largest hotel in Jiangcheng to negotiate business, and was instantly flustered. Thank you, Brother Qin, Chang Liangcai said gratefully. The two of them took the information and left the company. Brother Qin, I just looked at the map. Taking the subway on line 2 will save the most time, Chang Liangcai said. Qin Chen, on the other hand, directly took out his car keys and started the Land Rover SUV he had just bought. Boom! A powerful roar sounded, startling Chang Liangcai. Qin, this is your car? Chang Liangcai's eyes widened, his eyes filled with shock. Although he didn't have much money, he was very fond of cars, especially all kinds of luxury cars. He had just seen this model of Land Rover at the launch 2 days ago. However, according to the official news, the production of this model of Land Rover was extremely low, belonging to the limited edition, and there was only one in the whole Jiangcheng. Could it be that this only one new Land Rover was bought by Qin Dust? Oh, it's not mine. Is it still my rental? Qin Chen laughed, pulled open the door and sat in the driver's seat. Chang Liangcai carefully observed a whole circle around the car before he carefully sat on the passenger side. Whoa, it's worthy of being a top-class luxury car. It's so cool. As soon as he got into the car, Chang Liangcai let out an exclamation. If you like it so much, you drive it on the way back, Qin Chen said with a smile. Really? Thank you, Brother Qin. Thank you, Brother Qin. Chang Liangcai was thrilled, his eyes filled with excitement. This car, it was worth several millions, not to mention driving it, even touching the steering wheel, he was satisfied. However, right at this moment, Chang Liangcai suddenly remembered something. Qin Chen looked just a little bit older than himself, and he was also a salesman. Where did he get the money to buy a luxury car? More importantly, this kind of limited edition luxury car could not be bought with money alone. Could it be that Qin Chen was a rich second generation who came to experience life? Although Chang Liangcai was puzzled in his heart, he did not directly open his mouth to ask. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the Jiangcheng Hotel. Times were different today. Just a day ago, the Gu Group was still a small group that was precarious and on the verge of closing down. But now, the Gu Group had gotten a $20 billion investment, and had jumped to become the hottest meat and potatoes in Jiangcheng. Qin Chen and Chang Liangcai didn't encounter any obstacles at all before meeting the Jiangcheng Hotel's boss, Wei Ankong. Both of you are trainee salesmen? Upon seeing Qin Chuan and the two of them, Wei Ankong immediately frowned. Jiangcheng Grand Hotel was the premier hotel in Jiangcheng. He, the boss, although his assets only amounted to a mere tens of millions of dollars, had a good relationship with various big bosses due to the fact that he owned the hotel. Plus, he was about the same age as Gu Yaming's deceased parents, so even if Gu Yaming was here, she would have to respectfully call him Uncle Wei. But now, when the Gu Group came to talk business, they even sent only 2 tiny salesmen, or interns, which was simply a slap in his face. Seeing Wei Ankong's impatient attitude, Chang Liangcai instantly became nervous. It was the first time he had seen a big boss with such a high status. Boss Wei, this. As soon as Chang Liangcai was nervous, he immediately stuttered and forgot all the words he had thought of in advance. Boss Wei, the contract we brought is also evaluated by the company's business department. You can rest assured. Qin Dust took over the conversation and took out the contract without being humble. Chapter 63, Small Businessman. Seeing this scene, Wei Ankong glanced at Qin Chen with some surprise. After all, there weren't many ordinary businessmen who could still talk eloquently in front of him. He picked up the contract and carefully read it over. Not bad. Wei Ankong nodded while reading it. Seeing this scene, Chang Liangcai instantly became excited. This project, the contract amount was not small. It was $8 million. If it was negotiated, according to the company's rules, he could get at least $200,000 in commission. $200,000, for a fresh graduate, can be considered a huge fortune. But right at this moment, Wei Ankong's words turned and said, as for the contract, I've finished reading it. Gu Group is a big company after all, and the conditions given are very suitable. But as far as I know, Gu's Group has just taken an investment and is in a hurry to get that money flowing. That's why they are so anxious to find a project. If you want to get the contract for the decoration and renovation of the Jiangcheng Hotel, it's not difficult. Change the contract amount to $6 million and I'll sign it right away. Wei Ankong picked up the teacup on the table and leisurely drank the tea. Oh yeah, several construction companies have contacted me recently, wanting to take this project. You don't have a lot of time to think about it. Hurry up and call your supervisor, Wei Ankong added. Although the Gu Group had gotten the investment, the money, however, had to flow in order to generate benefits. Putting all the money in the account would only be a bunch of useless numbers. Right now, what Gu Group lacked was not money, but projects. Wei Ankong was precisely looking at this point, and only then did he dare to ask for a large sum of money, lowering the contract amount by $2 million in one go. Chang Liangsai's face immediately turned ugly. $6 million. Even if everything went well with the project, there was no profit, and there was even the possibility of losing money. Mr. Wei, can this be discussed again? After all, before Chang Liangkai finished his words, Wei Ankong waved his hand and said, "You two small businessmen are also qualified to discuss with me? Hurry up and make the call. It's out of date." Wei Ankong was arrogant, not putting Qin Chen and the two of them in his eyes at all. In his mind, being willing to say a few words to these two salesmen was already a great honor for them, and it was also for the sake of the Gu Group. However, these two small salesmen still wanted to bargain with himself. That was stomping on his nose. Chang Liangkai shut his mouth at once, his face ugly to the extreme, but in front of Wei Ankong, he didn't dare to snap in the slightest. After all, the other party is the big boss of the hotel. He is just a small salesman. The two people's identities were worlds apart, not to mention getting angry. Even if he said a wrong word, Wei Ankong could make him lose his job. Mr. Wei, talking about business is talking about business. Insulting people is going too far, isn't it? Qin Dust said indifferently. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Wei Ankong froze. Are you talking to me? Wei Ankong's tone was filled with disbelief. What else? Who else could it be? Qin Dust snorted coldly. Bang! Wei Ankong slammed the table, his face gloomy. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? One word from me can make you lose your job. I'll give you 3 seconds to kneel down and apologize, or I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Wei Ankong said with a cold face. Chang Liangkai instantly panicked. He didn't expect Qin Chen, who looked incredibly gentle, to have such a violent temper. Disliking Wei Ankong right off the bat. Wasn't this looking for death? Brother Qin, stop it now. Chang Liangkai hurriedly pulled Qin Chen's corner and anxiously advised. Qin Dust was just about to speak when a knock came from outside the door. Boss, the Chen Group said that they want to find you to talk about the hotel renovation business, and are now in the reception room. Wei Ankong's secretary said. Let them in. Wei Ankong snorted coldly. After a moment, a group of people pushed their way in. Boss Wei, long time no see. At the head of the Chen Group was none other than the incomparably familiar Qian Fei Yang. As soon as he came up, he warmly shook Wei Ankong's hand. Yo, Boss Wei, you have a guest here? When Chen Feiyang saw Chang Liangkai, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, in an instant, he recognized Qin Chen, who was sitting next to Chang Liangkai. It's really a narrow escape. You kid is even here. Chen Feiyang stared at Qin Chen, his eyes filled with a teasing look. Young Qian knows this kid? Wei Ankong asked in surprise. Chen Feiyang was the only son of the chairman of the Chen Group, while Qin Chen was a tiny salesman of the Gu Group. How did these two people have the chance to know each other? And it looked like the two had a beef? Boss Wei, it's a long story, but it's still our business that's the most important. The account between me and this kid will be settled later, Qian Fei Yang said. Wei Ankong warmly greeted Qian Fei Yang and the others and sat down. Then said, as for these two people, they are businessmen from Gu Group. They came today. They also want to talk about the renovation contract of Jiangcheng Hotel. Their offer is 8 million. I think the price is too high. I want to offer 6 million. I didn't realize that these two salesmen dared to give me a face. Gu Group recently took a large amount of investment. It seems to be drifting. Even the two tiny salesmen dared to ride on my head. Hearing Wei Ankong's words, Chang Liangsai's face instantly turned ugly. It was just fine for Wei Ankong to scold him, but he didn't expect that he would even give out Gu Group's offer as well. As expected, upon hearing this, Qian Fei Yang immediately made a wink towards the few people behind him. Boss Wei, calm down, calm down. This Gu Group has indeed gone a bit overboard. For such a big business, they only sent over 2 small salesmen. But then, our Qian's group is sincere. This time I've brought all the business department managers over. One bite price, $6 million. If you are satisfied, we can sign the contract now, Qian Fei Yang said with a smile, and while saying so, he also looked at Qin Chen, the corner of his mouth revealing a look of disdain. It's true that it's still the Chen Group that's generous. Alright, $6 million. Let's sign the contract now, Wei Ankong said with a big smile. He had originally quoted this price to leave room for a counteroffer. In the end, if he could talk about 7 million, he would be satisfied. He didn't expect that halfway through the process, Qian's group took over the project at $6 million. You too, what are you still doing here? There's nothing more for you here. Get lost. Wei Ankon looked at Qin Chen and the two of them and snorted coldly. Since Gu Group didn't give him face, then don't blame him for not giving Gu Group face. Boss Wei, for $6 million, there is no profit at all on this project, and you even have to pour money into it. Are you really not afraid that the Qin Group will cut corners? Qin Chen said indifferently. Chapter 64 Acute Cerebral Infarction. Before Wei Ankon had time to reply, he only saw Chen Feiyang slamming the table with a bang and standing up angrily. Kid, I've endured you for a long time. $6 million. To me, it's just the money for a luxury car. Even if I lose money, I can afford to lose it. Unlike you, a bottom-feeding scumbag. I thought you had some kind of background, but it turns out you're just a salesman. Shucks. To tell you the truth, I just want to lose money to rob the Gu Group's project today. How's that? You don't even dare to fart, right? I advise you to get lost now. Don't embarrass yourself here, Qian Feiyang said with a sneer. He had suffered several losses at Qin Chen's hands before, and thought that the other party had some background if he dared to mess with him. Unexpectedly, it was just a small businessman of the Gu Group. Incompetent rage. Qian's group. The only way to steal projects from Gu's group is to lose money. Pathetic, Qin Chen said indifferently. The words were not very lethal, but extremely insulting. Qian Feiyang's face was so furious that it was gloomy, gasping for air, but he knew that Qin Chen could fight, so he didn't dare to make a move from the beginning to the end. Just at the stage where the atmosphere was at a standstill, Wei Ankon's assistant, however, pushed open the door in a panic and ran in. Boss Wei, it's bad. Something big has happened. Just now the director of Jiangcheng Hospital invited people for dinner. As a result, someone suddenly fainted. It's life-threatening. The assistant couldn't catch his breath and said it several times before the crowd could understand. Quickly take me there. Wei Ankon's face changed drastically, following the assistant and rushing straight out of the room. The matter of the contract could be discussed later, but if someone died in the hotel, or even someone who died because of bad food, then this hotel of his could be considered open to the end. After all, rich people didn't want to come and eat at an obscure hotel. Brother Qin, why don't we take advantage of this and hurry up? Chang Liangkai suggested in a low voice. Qin Chen nodded and the two of them stood up. Not bad. You're still a bit self-aware. If you roll away now, you'll still lose fewer people in a while. Seeing the two trying to leave, Qian Feiyang sneered and mocked. Qin Chen, on the other hand, made an internationally accepted gesture of contempt, and then said indifferently, there are some diseases that have to be cured urgently, or else in the end, you won't even be a man, a 3-second man. After saying that, Qin Chen directly turned around and left. Qian Feiyang's face directly turned into a pig's liver color in anger. This matter was a thorn in his heart. Recently, he found that the time for that kind of thing was getting shorter and shorter, and the shortest time wasn't even 3 seconds. He also saw many doctors, but none of them had a good solution. They could only tell him to exercise more and take a good rest. When the crowd saw Qian Feiyang's face, they all lowered their heads for fear of not being able to hold back their laughter. On the other hand, Qin Chen and his duo had just arrived at the hotel's lobby, but they found several middle-aged men standing at the hotel's entrance, walking around anxiously. When one of them saw Qin Chen, he immediately lit up and rushed over. Master Qin, I'm the president of Jiangcheng Hospital, Jiang Lianghui. We met yesterday at Ms. Lu's house. Jiang Lianghui anxiously introduced himself. Well, hello, Dean Jiang. Qin Chen nodded and said, Master Qin, there's something I want to trouble you about. We just finished the lecture on acromegaly in the morning and wanted to feast on Professor James at noon. But just now, Professor James suddenly fainted. We can't check without equipment, but the emergency vehicles are stuck in traffic. If we don't get rescued, I'm afraid the hope of Professor James surviving is slim. Can you see if you can make a move? Jiang Lianghui knew that Qin Chen had excellent medical skills and could even treat world problems like acromegaly, but he wasn't sure if Qin Chen could treat Professor James' emergency. But the ambulance was stuck on the road and delayed in arriving, so he could only beat a dead horse at this point. Alright, take me to take a look. Qin Chen nodded. Saving the dead and helping the injured is the duty of a healer. I'm afraid that his future path of medicine would be exceptionally bumpy if he saw death. Alright, you come with me. A ray of hope appeared on Jiang Lianghui's face, and he hurriedly pulled Qin Chen into a private room. Inside the private room, Professor James was lying on the ground, his eyes tightly closed, although the windows had been opened, and the waiter had even gotten a fan to blow air at James. James was still showing symptoms of oxygen deprivation, acute cerebral infarction. If not dealt with in a hurry, it will be life-threatening. At the first sight of James, Qin Chen's expression became serious. This kind of disease had an extremely high mortality rate. and even if it was saved, many of them would be left with the aftereffects of paralysis. Hurry to find the silver needle. Quick! Qin Chen roared. Zhang Lianghui was shaken and roared at the crowd that was still frozen. Are you all deaf? Hurry up and find the silver needle. Quick! The crowd was immediately like birds of prey. All of them moved. Wei Ankong, who was standing in the corner, looked at the scene in front of him and was directly dumbfounded. Wasn't this person an ordinary small businessman? How come Zhang Lianghui was so respectful in front of him? While Wei Ankong was wondering, Zhang Lianghui directly stepped forward and kicked Wei Ankong in the waist. Agu! Wei Ankong let out a cry of surprise and almost fell. What the are you gawking at? Didn't you hear what I said? Hurry up and find the silver needle. Zhang Lianghui cursed. As a senior doctor, Zhang Lianghui certainly knew the seriousness of acute cerebral infarction. The slightest delay in this kind of disease, the person would be gone. James, on the other hand, had the status of an international medical expert. If he died in Zhongchang, or died because of untimely treatment, then Zhongchang's medical system would be all but finished. Hey, yes, I'll go look for it. Wei Ankong rolled and ran out of the room. He didn't dare to resist in the slightest to Zhang Lianghui's scolding. Don't look at the fact that he also had a bit of a small background. But in front of Zhang Lianghui, it was of no use at all. After all, even if one was a great person, one couldn't live without sickness and disease. As long as you will be sick, you will use the hospital. And the hospital's hospital Zhang Lianghui. Naturally, and all the big family groups maintain a good relationship. He is just a restaurant owner. How can he have the courage to say harsh words in front of others? Not long after, a doctor brought a set of silver needles from the car. Without saying a word, Qin Chen simply sterilized the needles before stabbing them all into James' head. Dozens of silver needles shook on James' head, looking very creepy. Zhang Lianghui, on the other hand, had a change in his eyes. He also knew quite a few old Chinese doctors, but he had never seen someone who could stab dozens of silver needles in just a few seconds. Could it be that this person's level of medical skill was still above those old Chinese doctors? But in this line of Chinese medicine, one must accumulate experience. How did Qin Chen learn the art of medicine when he was so young? Chapter 65. $8 million. Not a penny less. While Zhang Lianghui was wondering, James, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. Phew! James exhaled a long breath and his face finally returned to normal. Alright, the blood vessels are unblocked, there should be no after effects. But the silver needle on his head, don't remove it yet, keep it on for at least another 5 minutes. Also, there's still a potential lesion in his brain. If it's not dealt with in time, it's also a time bomb. I suggest you guys should bring him to the hospital and treat him with surgery. Qin Chen said indifferently. Thank you, Master Qin. Thank you, Master Qin. Zhang Lianghui was thrilled. He didn't expect that just a single attempt with no hope was actually saving Professor James' life. As long as this matter was not publicized, and Professor James' hidden disease was cured, he might even be able to get a favor from James. It's fine. Saving lives and helping people is originally the responsibility of a healer. There's no more business for me here. You guys go and get busy. Qin Chen said indifferently. Master Qin, I have an unkind request. Our hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department has recently been depleted of talent and demoralized. I wonder if Master Qin has the time to go and give them a lecture. Don't worry, we'll try to fulfill any conditions you have, Zhang Lianghui said sincerely. The vice president who was previously in charge of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine had retired, and the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine was suddenly leaderless. It was not easy for him to come across a Chinese medicine master, so he did not want to let it go. Moreover, he could also take this opportunity to get acquainted with Qin Chen. Qin Chen sized up Zhang Lianghui. Before this, he had always thought that Zhang Lianghui was a person who saw the wind at his back and was only interested in profit. Unexpectedly, he was still so concerned about the development of the hospital. He even said words that allowed him to make conditions despite himself. Alright, seeing as you're so sincere, I promise. But then, I originally came to Jiangcheng Hotel to talk about business, but it turns out that Boss Wei is not willing to talk. I have to go back to the company first and report to the leaders. So wait for me to hear from you when exactly I'm free to go to the hospital. Qin Dust said. Hearing this, Wei Ankong, who was standing in the corner, suddenly trembled. Boss Wei, you're quite good at putting up a front. Zhang Lianghui looked at Wei Ankong and said grimly, I don't dare to dare. Between Mr. Qin and I, there might be a bit of a misunderstanding. Wei Ankong shivered and replied, even if he was a little cutie, he should have seen it by now. Qin Chen was definitely not as simple as an ordinary businessman. Even Zhang Lianghui, in front of him, was so respectful. This person's identity, I'm afraid it was far beyond what he, Wei Ankong, could compare. Mr. Qin, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Actually, I have the contract ready, just need to sign it. Saying that, he gave a wink to his assistant, who hurriedly fetched the contract. Wei Ankang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead while signing his name on the contract. Mr. Qin, look, this contract amount is as you said, 8 million, not a penny less. Wei Ankang fawned and handed over the contract. Boss Wei, 8 million, would it be too expensive? How about I apply with the company and lower it to 6 million for you? Qin Chen said with a smile. No. Wei Ankang waved his hand repeatedly. 8 million is quite good, and this number is auspicious. Mr. Qin, don't worry, all matters, our hotel will cooperate extremely well. Wei Ankang was really subdued by the scene just now. Qin Chen came from a mysterious background, and even Zhang Lianghui had to flatter him. He would rather lose some people and spend an extra $2 million than offend Qin Chen. If you let the Qian group off the hook, at most you'd have to make amends and apologize. But if one offended some big shot, one's hotel might have to close down tomorrow. Alright, let's forget about this matter. But if you go back on your word, there will be consequences. Qin Chen looked at the contract and said indifferently. Wei Ankang was instantly relieved and hurriedly smiled. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for being magnanimous. If you don't mind, I'll set up a table at noon and personally apologize to you. Qin Chen waved his hand and said, no need, I still have things to do. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Lianghui. Dean Zhang, since that's the case, I'll go back to the company first to resume my duties, and take a vacation this afternoon to meet you at the hospital. Hearing this, Zhang Lianghui immediately revealed a smile. Alright Master Qin, then I'll be waiting for you at the hospital. Qin Chen picked up the contract and waved to Zhang Liangkai, who was looking dumbfounded at the side, before leaving the hospital. Looking at the backs of the two departing, Wei Ankang exhaled deeply, his entire body feeling as if his soul had been drained away. Dean Zhang, what exactly is this? Identity? Wei Ankang asked cautiously. You dare to offend Master Qin without knowing what his identity is? You're really drifting, living out of your mind. Zhang Lianghui said disdainfully. Wei Ankang let out a bitter smile. Dean Zhang, he claimed to be a businessman at first. I didn't expect the identity to be so prominent. Thanks to you today, I didn't cause a big trouble. In a moment I will order down. In the future, as long as it is you who come, all fees are free. Hearing this, Zhang Lianghui's expression eased a bit. Master Qin has a special status, so I can't discuss it behind my back. What I can reveal to you is that certain big families in the imperial capital are all respectful to Master Qin, begging for someone to save their lives. Get it? Zhang Lianghui said indifferently. At those words, Wei Ankang was shaken. The great families of the imperial capital. Wei Ankang muttered, his face turning white. He was incomparably fortunate that he had just thankfully hung back in time and apologized to Qin Chen. Otherwise, people had the background of the imperial capital, and a single word could make the Zhangcheng Hotel close down and go out of business. Zhang Lianghui didn't stay too long. As soon as the ambulance arrived, he left the hotel with Professor James, and just as Wei Ankang returned to his office, Qian Feiyang greeted him. Mr. Wei, you're finally done with your work. How about signing the contract now? Qian Feiyang smiled smugly. This time, he had dealt a blow to Qin Chen's arrogance and finally raised his eyebrows for once. Although this project would not earn any money and might even lose money, it was worth it. But right at this moment, Wei Ankang's face was gloomy. It was because of this Qian Feiyang that he almost offended a big shot. Damn, still want to sign a contract with himself? Door is not even there. Assistant, see off the guests, Wei Ankang said in a cold voice. The assistant reached out with one hand and pointed at the door. Everyone, please. Qian Feiyang froze, and his eyes widened. Boss Wei, what do you mean by this? Just now, we were talking about signing a contract. Now why did you suddenly change your mind? Could it be that punk, Qin Chen, has offered a price lower than $6 million? Chapter 66, Car Accident. Wei Ankang's face remained cold and indifferent. I've already signed a contract with Gu Group according to the contract amount of $8 million. I'm no longer considering the cooperation of the Qian Group. Please return. Young Qian, Wei Ankang said coldly. Qian Feiyang's face was ugly to the extreme. He cursed and then left with his people in a great hurry. Doing whatever you want just because you have a good old man. Sooner or later, Qian Group will have to be put out of business by this loser. Wei Ankang looked at Qian Feiyang's departing back and said disdainfully. On the other side, the two of them had just walked out of the hotel when Qin Chen took out his car keys and handed them to Chan Liangkai. Brother Qin, what do you mean? Chang Liangkai was filled with confusion. Didn't we say it when we came? You drive back, Qin Chen said with a smile. Really? Chang Liangkai looked at the domineering Land Rover in front of him and gulped. Men, who wouldn't like a tall and domineering Land Rover? If I say something, how can it be false? Don't worry and drive boldly, Qin Chen said with a smile. Chang Liangkai excitedly took the keys and sat in the driver's seat. It was probably the first time he drove such an expensive car. Chang Liangkai drove carefully, not daring to exceed 30 mph along the way, but at the intersection when waiting for the red light, beside a sports car but honked the horn, Chang Liangkai pressed the window button, and the other party immediately extended a middle finger. Ha ha, I've never seen an off-road vehicle run so slow. Rubbish, dare you race a car? Inside the sports car, several men and women laughed loudly and spoke obscenities at Qin Chen and the two of them. How had Chang Liangkai ever seen this kind of scene? He instantly panicked and looked at Qin Chen beside him. Brother Qin, what should we do? Chang Liangkai asked in a hurry. Don't bother with them, Qin Chen said indifferently. Chang Liangkai nodded and pressed the car window straight up. Seeing this scene, the other party thought that Qin Chen and his duo had gone soft, and they became even more arrogant. The young man sitting in the co-pilot threw out a bottle of uncapped mineral water, almost all of which spilled onto Qin Chen's car. Bah! Trash! This person spat in passing and gave a middle finger. Chang Liangkai's face turned pale, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. After a few moments, the red light turned green, and he stepped on the gas like he was fleeing and rushed out. Seeing from the rearview mirror that the sports car didn't catch up, he was relieved. But just after driving out a few hundred meters, there was suddenly an ear-piercing roar beside the car, only to see that the sports car just now suddenly accelerated, overtaking diagonally in front of Qin Chen's duo. Watch out! Qin Xuan had just uttered these words when the sports car in front of him suddenly slammed on the brakes, but Chang Liangkai was in a high level of nervousness and didn't react at all. The Land Rover crashed straight into it. Thud! After a shocking bang, the sports car in front tumbled and flew out, and the front end of the Land Rover was slightly dented. Only after parking the car, Chang Liang opened the car door and flopped down on his knees. He didn't expect that the other party would suddenly slow down, causing such a serious car accident. Brother Qin, did I get into trouble? Chang Liangkai's eyes were lifeless as he mumbled as he knelt on the ground. He was just an ordinary family, and although his parents were office workers, they both earned dead wages. Raising him to such a large age and buying him a suite has emptied all the family's savings. He knows the rules of the road. Tailgating, full responsibility. This car accident, just the repair cost of the car. He is afraid to sell the pot of iron cannot afford, not to mention the possibility of human life. The sports car in front of him rolled out at least a dozen times before coming to a stop. Fortunately, it is a high-grade sports car. The material is better. More than a dozen airbags will be stuffed full of sports car. Many passers-by had already rushed up to save people. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. They were maliciously aliasing the car. When the time comes, you'll just say that you were startled and didn't have time to step on the brakes. Even if there's a responsibility, I'll help you set it aside, Qin Chen said while observing the Land Rover's front end. Worthy of being a luxury car? Such a violent impact only dented the front end a little. Qin Dust praised. Chang Liangkai immediately let out a bitter laugh. What time was this? Qin Dust was still in no hurry and even had time to observe the damage to the car. A few minutes later, the passers-by rescued all of the several rich daughters in the car. Fortunately, one did not die. Unfortunately, all four were injured to varying degrees, with multiple fractures on their bodies. What the? How do you drive? You wait, I'm going to get you killed. Almost ran us over. You're dead. Just wait. You're finished. A few people cursed. Although they were covered in injuries, their aura was quite strong. Qin Chen walked over with Chang Liangkai, his face not panicking at all. He slowly squatted in front of a few people and said with a smile, "What do you want to do? I know it clearly. Don't you just want to don our car and act like a pussy? But I didn't think that my brother didn't react and hit you guys, right? My car recorder inside the video clearly. You are malicious, don't car. The main responsibility is yours." But who knows? After hearing Qin Chen's words, a young man with dyed gray hair sneered and said, "You're talking to us about responsibility? Amusing me to death. Do you know what our status is? One word from a few of us can leave you dead without a burial place." A girl with dirty braids and heavy makeup next to her chimed in. "Humph. Huang Xiao's father is Huang Yangda, the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang. You wouldn't have never heard of him, would you?" Qin Chen smiled playfully. "Wild Wolf Gang?" Huang Xiao said disdainfully. "Since you know the name of the Wild Wolf Gang, why don't you quickly kneel down and beg for forgiveness? I'm telling you, if my father knew that I was hit by you guys, he would sink you guys into the river and feed you to the fish tonight." Hearing the words of these few people, Chang Liangkai was completely dumbfounded. Who in Jiangcheng didn't know the name of the Coyote Gang? No one who offended the Wild Wolf Gang had a good ending. Not to mention, he hit the son of the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang. Now, I'm afraid I'm going to lose my life. But at this moment, Qin Chen slowly raised his foot. "What do you want to do? I'm warning you." Before Huang Xiao could finish his words, Qin Chen's foot stepped on his only intact leg. Ka-ching! A bone-cracking sound rang out. and Huang Xiao immediately widened his eyes and hissed in pain. My leg is broken. Huang Xiao was in cold sweat from the pain, and his face was suffocatingly red from the pain. Noisy, Qin Chen sneered and said disdainfully. Brother Qin, what are you doing? Chang Liangkai was completely dumbfounded. This is the son of the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang. Bumping into someone is just that, but also stomping on their legs? Originally, there was still a chance of survival if he begged for forgiveness, but now Qin Chen's kick had completely cut off the chance of survival. Chapter 67, Welcome Revenge. The few young men beside Huang Xiao's side were so frightened by the scene in front of them that their faces turned white. A few of them shrank to the side, and one of them took out his cell phone and dialed out. Coyote Gang, in my eyes, not even as good as an ant. You can tell your father that if you want to die, I'm welcome to come to me for revenge anytime. Qin Chen snorted coldly, then drove the car and left with Chang Liangkai. Huang Xiao, bear with me a little longer. I've already called the emergency services and have told the gang leader about this. A young man comforted. I'm going to kill him with my own hands. No, I can't let him go so cheaply. I'll make him taste all the tortures in the gang, make him kneel down and beg for forgiveness for me, and then I'll get him killed. Huang Xiao gritted his teeth and said with hatred. On the other side, Chang Liangkai slowed down for half a day before reacting. Brother Qin, just now you broke the legs of the son of the Coyote Gang's leader. The Coyote Gang, it's very powerful in Jiangcheng. Even our chairman doesn't want to mess with them. Why don't you buy a plane ticket now and go abroad to hide? Otherwise, with the Coyote Gang style of doing things, they will definitely retaliate against you and your family. Chang Liangkai advised with an anxious face. Just a bunch of reptiles in the gutter. Don't bother. If they don't come, even if it saves them trouble, if they really dare to come to trouble me, then I don't mind stomping on them. Qin Chen didn't seem to take this matter to heart at all and said indifferently. Chang Liangkai instantly became anxious. Brother Qin, I know, your identity should be extraordinary and you still have a lot of money, but the other party is the Coyote Gang. The leader of the Coyote Gang only has this one son, and now that you've beaten his only son to this state, he will definitely use every means to retaliate. Only when he said this did Chang Liang froze. Then he remembered that the car accident seemed to have been triggered by himself. It's over and done with. Brother Qin, I'm afraid I won't survive. Chang Liangkai leaned back on the seat as if his soul had been drained away, his eyes lifeless. Alright, don't be afraid. I told you, nothing will happen. Qin Chen patted Chang Liangkai's shoulder and comforted him. After returning to the company, Chang Liangkai returned to his workstation like a walking corpse. Qin Dust shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid that no matter what he says now, this kid won't believe it. But the Coyote Gang, in his eyes, was really nothing. Picking up the decoration and renovation contract that he signed with the Jiangcheng Hotel, Qin Duan came to the office of the business department manager. When he first reported for work, the manager, Wu Xing, was outside talking about business, and this was the first time he met with Wu Xing. Wu Xing was not tall, even less than 1.7 meters, wearing a black suit, looking rather funny. Hello Manager Wu, I'm the new businessman, Qin Duan. This contract was negotiated between Chang Liangkai and I. The Jiangcheng Hotel's decoration project, the contract amount is $8 million, Qin Dust said, handing out the contract, and Wu Xing, who was drinking tea, froze when he heard Qin Chen's words. What? That project you guys negotiated down, and it's $8 million? Wu Xing's eyes widened as he hurriedly snatched the contract and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, it's $8 million. Wu Xing was shocked. When he had called and talked to the boss of Jiangcheng Hotel, the other party had repeatedly asked for a lower contract amount, or else they would have to find another company to sign the contract. Feeling that the probability of this project being contracted successfully was too small, he had thrown the project to a newcomer. Unexpectedly, it was really negotiated by them. Alright, I know, you go back first, Wu Xing said indifferently as his eyes rolled. Mr. Wu, the bonus for this single project, just give it all to Chang Liangkai. I don't want a single cent, Qin Chen added. After all, it was because of him that the Wild Wolf Gang incident happened today. This incident had scared Chang Liangkai to death, so the extra money would be considered a spiritual compensation fee. Wu Xing nodded. Got it, you go out. After Qin Chen left the office, it happened to be mealtime. He forcefully dragged Chang Liangkai to eat. Unfortunately, even after telling Chang Liangkai about the bonus, Chang Liangkai still didn't have a trace of excitement. Qin Chen was unable to persuade him any further. So after finishing his meal and taking a half-day vacation on the company system, he headed straight to the Jiangcheng hospital. Jiang Lianghui, who had gotten the news, ran to the entrance of the hospital before he finished his meal to greet Qin Chen. Master Qin, welcome, it's really fluffy. Jiang Lianghui went forward and shook Qin Chen's hand tightly, saying with a smile, The people who came out with Zhang Lianghui to greet him looked directly dumbfounded. What exactly was this young man's background that could make the dean's attitude so respectful? What was even stranger was that the dean called this man a master. Just what kind of person could be worthy of the title of master? Dean Zhang, good work. Qin Chen nodded his head. It's due. Master Qin, I've already prepared a large conference room for you. Now I've sent someone to notify the people from the Chinese medicine department. 128 people. All of them will attend your lecture. Dean Zhang introduced. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he tapped his head and added, by the way, Master Qin, after our examination, Professor James does still have a lesion in his head that needs to be treated surgically. However, James felt that it was still their country's surgical level that was higher, so he booked the earliest flight and just left. When he was leaving, he asked me to convey his gratitude to you, and if he has the chance, he will definitely look for you to learn and exchange. Because of Professor James' words, Zhang Lianghui's evaluation of Qin Chen went up another level. One must know that was a top international medical expert. Even he only dared to say that he came to find Qin Chen to learn and exchange, indicating that Qin Chen was at least on par with his medical skills. The rarity of a master of this level was comparable to that of a giant panda. Aha! Qin Dust nodded. Although there had been a bit of unpleasantness between him and James in the beginning, this person was quite aware of his mistakes. Moreover, the fact that this person was willing to carry out a lecture on the topic of acromegaly at Jiangqing Hospital without any compensation also showed that this person also had a heart for healing the sick and saving people. If there was an opportunity in the future, he could indeed communicate with this person. Meanwhile, in the large conference room, what's wrong with Dean these 2 days? Why is he always organizing lectures? This time it's still some kind of Chinese medicine topic lecture. It's taking up all of our lunch break. How annoying. Don't complain. The person the dean invited here is definitely a master. If we can learn a little bit, then we'll make a lot of money. The crowd whispered, very curious about the upcoming lecturer. In the first row, 2 young female doctors were also secretly chatting. Chapter 68 Lecture. Yi Qingdai, do you think the dean will invite a big handsome man for us this time? Yesterday's Professor James was quite handsome, but he was too old. It's a pity. A slightly chubby girl pushed her eyes and said regretfully, Zhongli, what are you thinking? Is it possible for a Chinese medicine master to be a handsome man? I'm afraid it's even older than Professor James. Moreover, what's the use of being handsome? You still need to have real skills. I've already organized a dozen questions. If I have the chance, I'll definitely ask for some advice from the master. Yi Qingdai looked at the notes in her hand and said seriously. The two were chatting when the door of the conference room was violently pushed open. Zhang Lianghui was the first to enter, and the conference room fell silent. Today, I have the honor of inviting a master of Chinese medicine, Qin Duan, Master Qin, to give a lecture on Chinese medicine. This is a rare opportunity, so I hope everyone will listen carefully. Come, let's welcome Master Qin to the stage with a warm round of applause. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Lianghui took the lead in applauding. The crowd hurriedly followed suit, and with hundreds of people applauding at the same time, the sound was quite loud. But when Qin Chuan appeared in front of the crowd, the clapping all stopped. This is a Chinese medicine master? Are you kidding me? That's right. This young man hasn't even graduated from university, right? And he dares to call himself a master? Who gave him the courage? Oh, waste of time. I don't know where the dean found a liar. The crowd whispered, disdain flashing across their faces. Hey, Qin Dai, what a handsome guy. Let me guess right. Zhang Li said with some excitement. Something's not right. This person looks about the same age as us. Even if he grew up studying medicine, he can't reach the realm of a master. Yi Qingdai frowned and muttered, not taking Zhang Li's words to heart in the slightest. Amidst the crowd's skepticism, Qin Chen walked to the podium. Everyone should be curious as to why I am qualified to stand here and give a lecture at such a young age. As the old saying goes, there is a sequence of hearing the Tao, and there are specialties in the arts. I can stand here, so I naturally have my backbone, Qin Chen said with a smile. The crowd instantly quieted down. Almost everyone wanted to see what exactly Qin Dust was capable of. To be able to speak out in front of so many people. Seeing this scene, Zhang Lianghui was taken aback in his heart. Worthy of being a grandmaster, he had the situation under control in just 3 or 2 words. Before the lecture, I would like to ask, for everyone here, who has read through the Divine Farmer's Classic of 100 Herbs? As soon as Qin Chen said this, the entire audience was silent. But right at this moment, a person suddenly stood up and asked loudly, Master Qin, this book is extremely old, and the herbal medicines included are not comprehensive. What's the use of reading this kind of book? Hearing this, the crowd immediately followed suit. That's right, what's the use of reading something that has long been eliminated? Anyway, when we were in school, our teachers never asked us to read this book. Pretending. but Qin Dust didn't look flustered in the slightest. The corners of his mouth instead curled up into a smile. The young man who had first stood up to question Qin Dust was smug when he saw everyone so supportive of him, and looked provocatively at Qin Dust. You're right. This book is indeed a bit old. In the last 1,000 years, many Chinese medicines became extinct and many new ones appeared. So on the basis of the Shenong's classic of 100 herbs, in recent times, the whole country was mobilized, and the treatise on the medicinal properties of traditional Chinese medicine was written. And who has read through this book? Qin Chen asked with a smile. The crowd was instantly stumped by these words. The name of this book was not unfamiliar to the crowd. This book contained the names, forms and medicinal properties of all Chinese herbs, and could be called the Encyclopedia of Chinese Medicine. Every teacher would mention this book when teaching, but this book was thicker than a pillow and there were just too many of them, so the teachers just mentioned it so that everyone could study it more after class, and did not ask for anything else. Looking at the crow-silent crowd, Qin Chen laughed and said, "When I was 9 years old, I read through this book backwards and forwards. The moment these words came out, it was even more of an uproar in the room. You lie." Suddenly, Yi Qingdai stood up and said loudly. She stared at Qin Chen with a puff of anger and continued, "I come from a family of Chinese medicine practitioners. Even my grandfather, who studied all his life, didn't dare to say that he could recite the treatise on the medicinal properties of Chinese medicine backwards and forwards. I've been reading this book since I was a child, and now that I'm a graduate student, I've only read half of it." "You're definitely bragging," Zhang Li helped out at the side. "That's right. Qingdai is the hardest working, most diligent medical student I've ever seen. Even she can't memorize it. How can you?" Qin Chen laughed. "Qingdai? Good name. Qingdai is cold and salty in nature. Functions to clear heat and diarrhea, cool the blood and detoxify the toxin. Main treatment for feverish hair spots, vomiting blood, etc. External treatment for sores, mumps." I don't know if I'm right or wrong. At this statement, everyone froze. Qingdai is a Chinese medicine? How come I haven't even heard of it? Yeah, I thought it was the name of a pigment. This kid has something. He can even come up with this off the top of his head, the crowd whispered. As for Yi Qingdai, when she heard this, she was also slightly stunned. She was from a Chinese medicine family. Her father, grandfather, were all famous Chinese medicine practitioners. So when she was given a name, she was given the name of Chinese medicine, Qingdai. Ever since she was a child, she had known the properties of this Chinese medicine, which was renamed after herself, like the back of her hand. The medicinal properties that Qin Chen said were word for word the same as what she remembered. "Now, do you believe it?" Qin Chen said with a smile. Yi Qingdai let out a cold snort and directly sat back on the stool. Although she didn't reply to Qin Chen, but from her actions, she had admitted defeat to the exchange just now. Qin Dust did not capitalize on his victory, but instead glanced curiously at the girl in front of him, smiled faintly, and continued speaking. After that farce just now, everyone quieted down and no one dared to continue questioning, and the more they listened to Qin Chen's lecture, the more shocked they became in their hearts. There were many theories that they had never even heard of, let alone understood. This group of people listened as if they were mesmerized, and the crowd still hadn't reacted until the end of the lecture. Alright, today's lecture by Master Qin will end here. Master Qin lives in Jiangcheng, and in the future, if there's an opportunity, I'll ask Master Qin to come back and hold a lecture for everyone. Zhang Lianghui went on stage and said to the crowd, "Holy, 3 hours? The lecture actually went on for so long. Yeah, I didn't even expect time to pass so quickly. Alas, if only I had met a teacher like Master Qin when I was in school." Many people regretfully murmured. Chapter 69, Promise You Anything. The hospital didn't have a break, and they still had to receive patients in the afternoon. Being able to scrape together 3 hours for the lecture was already Zhang Lianghui's best effort. After the crowd left the conference room somewhat reluctantly, Qin Chen was about to leave when he realized that the two girls who had just antagonized him stopped in front of him. "Is there anything else?" Qin Chen asked with a smile. Yi Qingdai somewhat squirmed as she took out her cell phone and said, "Can I ask you for a contact information?" After saying that, she instantly and then hurriedly explained in a panic. "You, don't think too much. I just want to ask you a few questions at your convenience. Nothing else." Zhang Li on the side also urged. "My family Qingdai is one of the 4 major school flowers of Jiangcheng University." She took the initiative to add your contact information. "You won't be heartless to refuse, right?" Qin Chen smiled helplessly, then took out his cell phone and added Yi Qingdai's friend. After seeing the message that her friend had passed, Yi Qingdai immediately blushed, put away her cell phone and turned around to leave. Qin Chen didn't care too much about it either, putting away his cell phone and preparing to leave. "Master Qin, your lecture today was very effective. Even I was mesmerized by it, worthy of being a master. It's a pity that the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine of Jiangcheng Hospital lacks elites. In the future, if you have the opportunity, I still hope that you can come more often to conduct lectures. Jiang Lianghui accompanied Qin Chen and said as he walked, well, spreading medicine is a duty incumbent on medical practitioners. I will come over if I have the chance. Qin Chen nodded and said. Hearing this, Jiang Lianghui's face straightened, and his heart became respectful to Qin Chen. Master Qin, in my heart, there aren't many people who can be called masters, and you are definitely one of them, Jiang Lianghui said seriously. If before, he only admired Qin Chen's level of medical skills, then now, he was considered to have truly recognized Qin Chen as a person. The two of them were in the corridor, talking and walking at the same time, but a soft figure happened to walk on their way. Seeing Qin Chen, the girl was immediately startled, and even the lunchbox in her hand fell to the ground. The girl hurriedly picked up the lunchbox and ran out as if fleeing. Ha! Qin thus looked at the girl's back with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Master Qin, recognize this girl? Dean Zhang asked from the side. Seems like I've met. Qin Chen said with a frown. This girl's name is He Cherry. She's a student at Zhangchang University. Her mother has a heart condition and is dying, but their family is penniless. They simply can't get the money for the operation, so they can only drag it out. This little girl came to me to plead several times. I was able to reduce the fees are reduced, but her family still has no money. Alas. Speaking of this, Jiang Lianghui also sighed. After all, the hospital was not a charity, and to be able to do this, he had already done his best. Seeing Qin Duan's expression, Jiang Lianghui tentatively asked, Master Qin, why don't we go to her mother's hospital room to take a look? Qin thus nodded and sort of agreed. He himself was considered to have a bit of fate with this girl, and even this girl had even given him a kiss on the cheek. Now that he thought about it, this was the first time she was kissed by a girl. Therefore, he had a special sentiment in his heart towards He Cherry. Under Jiang Lianghui's leadership, Qin Chen arrived at the ward where Hisakura's mother was. The ward was just an ordinary ward, shared by 3 patients. At this moment, Hisakura was sitting by the bedside, feeding the woman on the bed one bite at a time. The woman on the bed's face was pale, her breath was weak, and it was clear that her body was weak to the extreme. Mom, eat more, don't worry about me. I'm not hungry, Hisakura said with a smile. Her mind was fully focused on her mother's body at the moment, and she didn't even notice the arrival of Qin Chen's duo. It wasn't until her mother's eyes looked straight behind her that she realized the duo. Dean. He Cherry immediately stood up, like a little girl who had done something wrong and was caught in the act. Frightened. Sit down. No need to be formal. Jiang Lianghui pointed to Qin Chen beside him. This is Master Qin. He happened to be passing by and stopped by for a visit. Hearing Jiang Lianghui's introduction, He Cherry was instantly startled. She had met Qin Chen before, only that the meeting place was at a KTV. In her vague impression, she had been poured white wine with drugs by gangsters and was drunk. Luckily, she was saved by Qin Chen at that time, or else she was afraid that the consequences would be unimaginable. But she also remembered that she had actually forcibly kissed the other party despite their resistance. You come out with me. I have something to say to you. He Cherry looked at Qin Chen, then took the lead and walked out of the room. Jiang Lianghui's vision was so venomous that he had already seen something fishy. Otherwise, why would he have offered to come to the wards to take a look? Master Qin, go ahead. Don't worry, the ward will be in my care. Jiang Lianghui laughed. Qin Chen nodded and followed him out. After bringing Qin Chen to the stairwell, He Cherry suddenly didn't know what to say. Do you have some special purpose for coming to me? After half a day, He Cherry suddenly opened her mouth. Qin Chen froze, clearly not expecting the other party to ask such a question. There isn't. I just came to the hospital to give a lecture and ran into you by chance, Qin Chen explained. But how could Hisakura believe Qin Duan's words? The other party clearly looked almost the same age. How could he come to the hospital to give a lecture? Moreover, looking at the dean's respectful attitude towards him, she was afraid that Qin Chen's real identity was that of a rich second generation. Thinking of her mother's illness again, she suddenly made up her mind in general, raised her head, stared at Qin Chen and said, Men, they are all of one mind. I understand. As long as you pay the money and cure my mother's illness, I can agree to any conditions you want. These words were as if they had exhausted all of He Cherry's courage. As soon as the words fell, tears streaked down her face. At this moment, Qin Chen suddenly understood why Hisakura had appeared at the KTV. I'm afraid it was to raise money for her mother's operation. Unfortunately, she almost met a bad guy and had her innocence tarnished. I don't need you to agree to any conditions, Qin Chen said slowly. Hearing this, He Cherry suddenly panicked. Are you thinking that I'm dirty because I've been to a KTV? It's my first time. You can check. As long as I can cure my mother's illness, I'll do whatever you want me to do. He Cherry grabbed Qin Chen's arm and begged bitterly. Qin Chen shook his head. The thing of taking advantage of someone's danger, he would not do. This kind of thing would not only make his conscience go away, I'm afraid that if his master knew about it, he would also be the first to step in and clean up the mess. I can give you the money without you having to pay anything. I just think that any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem with me, Qin Dust said. Looking at Qin Dust's sincere eyes, Hisakura was finally sure that the other party was not teasing her. Thank you. Hisakura suddenly stepped forward and hugged Qin Chen, crying bitterly. Chapter 70 Director Huang. Qin Chen comforted Hicheri, and it was with great difficulty that he managed to calm her down. However, Hicheri's reddened eyes were still clearly visible, making people want to love and pity her. Just after coming out from the stairwell, a doctor wearing a white coat walked right up to him. This person had a hospital badge on his chest. His name was Huang Gong, and his position was actually the head of the cardiology department. To know, this is called Huang Gong, looks just over 30 years old. To be able to become the director at this age, in addition to excellent medical skills, I'm afraid that it also needs an extremely strong background. Hicheri, why are you crying? Still worried about your mother's condition? Huang Gong seemed to be familiar with Hisakura and asked directly. Hisakura shook her head and said, my mother's trouble. It's been solved. Brother Qin is going to lend me the money to let my mother have the surgery first, and then return it to him when I earn the money. For the next surgery, I still hope that Director Huang will be more attentive and work hard for you. Hearing this, Huang Gong froze, and then looked at Qin Chen beside Hicheri. Little brother, by the looks of it, you're still in school, right? Do you know how much it costs for Hicheri's mother to have the surgery? Huang Gong asked. However, the flash of mockery in his eyes was clearly caught by Qin Chen. The cost of the surgery? I don't know, but I should be able to afford it, Qin Dust said indifferently. Huang Gong coldly grunted in disdain. The cost of the surgery alone is $800,000, plus the cost of convalescence and medication in the later stages. It's at least $1 million. If I remember correctly, Hicheri's family even sold their house in order to cure the disease. This $1 million, I'm afraid I'll have to pay it back for decades. Hearing these words, Hisakura's face suddenly changed. She had already made plans a long time ago. After graduation, she would immediately go to work, and even if she worked 2 jobs, she would still try to earn money and pay back Qin Chen's money at the first opportunity. But in case Qin Chen was affected by these 2 words from Huang Gong and didn't lend himself any more money, what about her mother's surgery? Qin Chen, I'll work hard to earn money, Hicheri watered and said carefully. At this time, Huang Gong smiled smugly and said, I've already said that I'm the top cardiologist in Jiangcheng Hospital, and usually when I casually go out of town to do 2 surgeries, earning $100,000 a month is not a problem. The cost of your mother's surgery is not a problem for me at all. As long as you agree to marry me, I'll get you the money right away, and take out all my strength to operate on your mother. Absolutely no accidents. However, you'd better give me a reply today, or else in your mother's state, she won't last more than a few days. Huang Gong had been eyeing Hisakura for a long time, and he had mentioned this condition many times. Unfortunately, Hicheri had never agreed. However, he had long regarded Hisakura as his favorite. Hisakura's filial piety is famous throughout the hospital. In order to save some money, she would beat meals from the school cafeteria and send them to the hospital every day, and even often skipped meals, leaving money for meals. At first, Zhang Lianghui had even organized a fundraising campaign for her within the hospital, but unfortunately, a few tens of thousands of dollars was far from enough for Hicheri. That was why Huang Gong was so confident. For the sake of her mother, Hisakura would definitely agree to herself. However, the next moment, Hisakura firmly shook her head. I'm sorry, Director Huang, I have no desire to marry you. Hisakura refused. She had long heard the nurses discuss Huang Gong's reputation. The man was a heavy drinker, a gambler, and a frequent domestic abuser. His last wife was unbearable and was beaten away. If she married him, the rest of her life would be over. You dare to refuse? Huang Gong frowned and asked in a deep voice. Just then, Qin Chen laughed and said, $1 million? It's not enough to put the rest of your life as a bet on you, right? With that, Qin Chen took out a bank card and handed it to Hicheri, saying, there's quite a bit of money in this bank card, so take it and use it first. This card was the money he had won when he went to the gambling house. During that time, he had charged $10 million from the card into his cell phone, and there should still be more than 20 billion left inside. With this amount of money, I'm afraid that even a hospital could be bought, not to mention an operation. Brother Qin, don't worry, I'll return the bank card to you after I pay for the surgery. Hicheri took the bank card and said in a hurry, there's no rush. There's a lot of places to use the money after the surgery, so take it and use it first. Qin Chen laughed, listening to the words of the 2 men in front of him that looked like they were flirting. Huang Gong instantly frowned, a hint of anger flashing across his face. He didn't expect that the man in front of him was still a rich second generation. $1 million, taken out so easily. However, he still had a killer. He Cherry, don't forget, your mother's surgery is vicious and abnormal, and in the entire Jiangcheng, I'm afraid that only I'm qualified to do the surgery. If you're so unintelligent, then for your mother's surgery, hire someone else, Huang Gong said smugly. He Cherry's mother's condition was very complicated, and he had studied it for a long time before settling on a surgical plan. With this, he didn't even dare to say that he could guarantee that the surgery would be 100% successful. Without himself, even if he Sakura had the money, no one would dare to do the surgery. Hearing Huang Gong's threat, he Sakura instantly froze and looked at Qin Chen as if seeking help. Qin Chen was about to speak when the door to the ward suddenly opened and Zhang Lianghui walked out with a frown. Dean, why are you here? Seeing Zhang Lianghui, Huang Gong was stunned and then hurriedly greeted him. However, Zhang Lianghui's face was incomparably gloomy as he let out a cold snort and didn't pay any attention to him. Master Qin, I was negligent in this matter. Don't worry, I will deal with this matter seriously, Zhang Lianghui assured Qin Chen respectfully. He had heard almost all of those words from Huang Gong just now. This Huang Gong, indeed, had a bit of a background, but to steal a woman from Master Qin, wasn't this looking for death? Dean, what are you? Huang Gong's eyes widened, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had known Zhang Lianghui for several years, and it was the first time he had seen such a respectful attitude from the other party. Shut the hell up, don't you think you've lost enough face? Zhang Lianghui chided loudly. There were also quite a few patients in the hallway breathing, and when they heard Zhang Lianghui's chiding, they immediately looked over. Being scolded in front of so many people, Huang Gong's face turned green for a while. He raised his head and said loudly, Dean Zhang, I usually respect you, so my attitude has always been good. But that doesn't mean I have a good temper. I usually go in and out of high-class occasions with my uncle. I've seen a lot of rich second generation and powerful second generation, but I've never seen this character before. This person was usually arrogant and domineering, and when he was rebuked by Zhang Lianghui in public, he couldn't help himself and tore his face off. He thought that with his background, even Zhang Lianghui, there was nothing he could do to him. Chapter 71, Divine Dr. Qin, is there a marriage? Who knows? Zhang Lianghui didn't give him any face, but instead mocked disdainfully. Your uncle, master of the coyote gang? He, in Jiangcheng, your uncle has some status. Hearing Zhang Lianghui's words, Huang Gong instantly let out a cold laugh, but before he had time to speak, Zhang Lianghui added, unfortunately, out of Jiangcheng, I'm afraid people haven't even heard of Huang Yangda's name. Any random punk in the imperial capital can crush him. Huang Gong instantly asked in disbelief, Zhang Lianghui, what do you mean? Zhang Lianghui said disdainfully, don't you understand what I mean? I mean, Huang Yangda doesn't even count as a fart in front of Master Qin. These words were like thunder, causing Huang Gong to freeze in place. Scram! Zhang Lianghui snapped. As soon as the words fell, a pleasant female voice sounded not far away. No need, I'll ask him to leave. The crowd turned around to look, only to see a beautiful woman in a cheongsam standing in the corridor, glistening, beautiful as if she didn't belong to this world at all. Lu Qingwan? Qin Chen was slightly surprised, but then he was relieved. After all, Elder Lu was being hospitalized. She should have come to visit Elder Lu. As soon as Lu Qingwan's words fell, two bodyguards in suits directly stepped forward and grabbed Huang Gong, directly dragging him out towards the outside. What are you guys doing? My uncle is Huang Yangda, the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang. You guys dare to touch me? I'm warning you guys. Huang Gong was just in the middle of his sentence when he received a punch on his mouth, and was instantly quiet. Alright, this is clean. Lu Qingwan laughed. Zhang Lianghui nervously swallowed a mouthful of water. Huang Gong really stabbed the sky. But the imperial capital Lu family's eldest lady. What Wild Wolf Gang leader? In front of this one, he didn't even count as a fart. I'm afraid that the Wild Wolf Gang's leader, Huang Yangda, doesn't even know that he's already hanging around in front of the Ghost Gate, daring to threaten Lu Qingwan with the Wild Wolf Gang. If Lu Qingwan was in a bad mood, within a day, I'm afraid that the entire Wild Wolf Gang would be razed to the ground. Ahem, Miss He, come to my office. Let's study your mother's condition, Zhang Lianghui said to Hisakura. Hisakura nodded her head. Although she wasn't old, she wasn't stupid. She could naturally tell that Lu Qingwan and Qin Chen knew each other and had something to say. Good. Cherry hurriedly followed Zhang Lianghui and prepared to leave. And at this moment, Lu Qingwan suddenly spoke. Miss Hisakura, right? Don't worry. I'll contact the experts from the Imperial Capital's cardiology department and come over at the fastest speed to operate on your mother. Hisakura froze, clearly not expecting Lu Qingwan to speak to her. However, she immediately reacted. Thank you, Ms. Lu, Hisakura said gratefully. This Lu Qingwan, she had also heard the nurses in the hospital talk about it. She didn't know the specifics, but only knew that she was a big shot from the imperial capital, and every time she came in and out, the dean personally accompanied her. If she could bring in an expert from the imperial capital, then there would be no surprises in her mother's surgery. You're welcome. After all, for the next few days, that director just now won't be able to operate on your mother. I'm responsible for this matter, Lu Qingwan said with a smile. After Jiang Lianghui left with Hisakura, Lu Qingwan walked to Qin Chen. Mr. Qin, my grandfather's ward is on this floor. Can you spare some time to go there? I can agree to any request you have. I only ask that you save my grandfather's life. Lu Qingwan's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head and pleaded bitterly. She understood in her heart that this was almost her last chance. According to what Qin Chen had said at that time, Lu Tsanglong only had 1 day of life left now. If she missed this time, she would not have another chance. I can go and treat Elder Lu, but before that, I have to tell you something, Qin Chen said indifferently. Hearing this, Lu Qingwan instantly tensed up. Qin Chen should be about to make a condition, even though she had already prepared herself to agree to whatever excessive conditions Qin Chen would put forward. But when it really came to this moment, she was also nervous beyond measure. You said, Lu Qingwan's voice was a little hoarse. It should be that girl Qiaoning US said something to you, so that's why you keep using yourself as a condition to beg me. But then, that was just a misunderstanding. Cherry and I, innocent, the situation at that time, alas, it's hard to explain. Qin Chen sighed, realizing that this matter was very troublesome to explain. Anyway, just remember, I don't have any intentions towards you is all, Qin Chen said. Hearing this, Lu Qingwan immediately stared blankly and froze in place. Don't have any intentions towards me. Lu Qingwan had mixed feelings in her heart, not knowing if it was because of the relief of having escaped, or the loss of the other party not being able to see herself. What are you still waiting for? Lead the way. Qin Chen frowned at Lu Qingwan and said, okay. Lu Qingwan reacted and hurriedly led Qin Duan towards the ward where Lu Tsanglong was. What Lu Tsanglong was staying in was the largest and most luxurious ward in Jiangcheng Hospital, using the best medical equipment. But despite using the best medicine, Lu Tsanglong's physical condition was getting worse and worse. Every time Lu Qingwan came, she would cry sadly. Qingwan, you're here again? Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lu Tsanglong was about to struggle to sit up from the bed. His life was getting shorter and shorter, and this granddaughter, too, was seeing less and less. But right at this moment, Lu Qingwan suddenly smiled and pointed towards the door, saying, Grandpa, look who's here. As soon as the words fell, Qin Chen slowly walked in. Divine Dr. Qin? Lu Tsanglong was startled, his face glowing with excitement. Elder Lu and I don't need to meet each other. Lie down. You shouldn't be overly excited in your current state, Qin Chen said with a smile. Lu Tsanglong obediently lay back on the bed. Qin Chen grabbed Lu Tsanglong's wrist and took his pulse, then nodded his head and said, Not bad. You've taken good care of yourself in the past 2 days. Have the doctor prepare the silver needles. I'll administer the needles to Elder Lu now. Hearing this, Lu Qingwan instantly became excited. As long as Qin Chen opened his mouth, then there would be absolutely no surprises. Good. I'll go now. Lu Qingwan hurriedly rushed out of the ward. Divine Dr. Qin. Thanks to you this time. This old life of mine, it's not enough to die. But the situation in the imperial capital is changing. The Lu family is in turmoil. I can't die yet. Lu Tsanglong gave a bitter smile and explained. Qin Chen nodded. Elder Lu, I understand. This kind of family head-level figure was the C-pin of a family. As long as he did not die, the family could be guaranteed to prosper. Therefore, as long as there was a glimmer of life, for the sake of the family, he wouldn't give up. By the way, Divine Dr. Qin, is there a marriage? Lu Tsanglong suddenly changed the topic and asked Qin Chen. Qin Dust was directly confused. He was chatting nicely in the last sentence. Now why did he suddenly ask about this kind of thing? Ahem, not yet, Qin Dust said. Chapter 72, What's your impression of my granddaughter? Although Qin Chen had flash married Gu Yaming and received a license, in his heart, he and Gu Yaming were just playing along. More importantly, not only was there no affection between the two, but he even felt that Gu Yaming was a bit bored with him and had a very bad attitude. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted Gu Yaming to pretend to be his wife to fool his master, I'm afraid he would have filed for divorce long ago. Since Mr. Qin is still unmarried, I wonder what his impression of my family's Qingwan is, Elder Lu asked smilingly. Hearing this, Qin Chen was immediately startled. This old master, when did he become a matchmaker? Elder Lu, I'm still young and don't want to step into the grave of love so early. Qin Dust politely refused. To be honest, among so many women Qin Chen had seen, Lu Qingwan could be ranked in the top 5. Put in any school, it would be at the level of a school beauty. However, he and Lu Qingwan did not have any interactions. and even had a bit of a falling out in the beginning. To put it bluntly, even if he shamelessly let Elder Lu set them up, I'm afraid that Lu Qingwan would not agree. As for Lu Qingwan's previous statement that she could pay any price, begging Qin Chen to save Lu Sanlong's life, it was only to save her life, and she couldn't talk about her feelings at all. But just at this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open, and Lu Qingwan walked in with a pack of silver needles in her hands. Here you go, these are silver needles that have been decontaminated, Lu Qingwan said with her head lowered. Her face was slightly red, and her gaze did not dare to meet Qin Chen's. Qingwan, just now I was chatting with Divine Dr. Qin. Lu Sanglong just wanted to speak, but Lu Qingwan suddenly stood up and interrupted Lu Sanglong. Grandpa, let's talk about this matter later. People are not in a hurry. Saying that, Lu Qingwan even stole a glance at Qin Chen. Ah, you just heard what the two of us said? Lu Sanglong asked with a stunned expression. Only then did Lu Qingwan react. Lu Sanglong hadn't even asked the question yet, and she herself returned to it first. The next moment, her face turned even redder. Grandpa, I've investigated it all. Mr. Qin is already married. His wife, but the chairman of the Gu clan group, who is now the most popular in Jiangchang. Gu Yaming. People they have a golden house to hide their daughters. Where would they look at an ordinary woman like me? Lu Qingwan said quietly. In the words, there was actually a faint flavor of jealousy. Lu Sanglong immediately frowned and looked at Qin Chen. This kid, who had just said that he was not married, but in the end, he secretly got a license with the famous and beautiful president of Jiangchang? Could it be that he was still a master of love affairs? I did get a marriage license with Gu Yaming, but it was just to deal with the elders in my family. Gu Yaming and I are innocent. Although we live in the same villa, we don't sleep in the same room and have never had any other relationship, Qin Chen explained. Hearing this, Lu Sanglong's frowning brows instantly stretched. He had seen many such agreement couples. In the imperial capital, this kind of situation was even more extremely common. Many couples married just for the sake of their family's interests, and each even had families outside, without interfering with each other. Therefore, he was still kind of accepting of this kind of thing. As for Lu Qingwan on the side, her eyes also lit up. What you said is true, Lu Qingwan asked in a hurry. In order to get Qin Chen to step in and save her grandfather, she had used all her connections to investigate Qin Chen's background. However, she did not expect that she would find out about Qin Chen's marriage. It was then that she realized why Qin Chen and Xiao Ningyue were so familiar with each other. After all, in terms of kinship, Qin Chen was Xiao Ningyue's cousin's husband. After learning about this matter, she suddenly developed an inexplicable sense of loss. But it was only just now, after learning the truth, that this sense of loss, which had lasted for a few days, dissipated. Mr. Qin, then will you divorce Gu Yaming? Lu Qingwan followed up with another question. Ahem. Lu Sanlong, who was on the side, hurriedly coughed twice. This granddaughter of his own was usually very reserved, and quite a few sons of the world wanted to socialize with her, but they were all ruthlessly rejected. But this time, after meeting Qin Chen, she suddenly took such initiative. It couldn't be that it was really like Qin Chen. However, it was understandable. After all, he had seen so many young people, and there was not a single one that could compare to Qin Chen. But he was more worried that his granddaughter was not a moth to the flame. Unrequited love. After Lu Sanglong's coughing prompt, Lu Qingwan also reacted. Just now suddenly heard that Qin Chen and Gu Yaming were a fake couple. It was really too out of character. Cough cough, it's better to cure grandpa first. Lu Qingwan hastily changed the topic. Qin Chen nodded, then drew out the silver needles, and after making Lu Sanglong lie down, he directly began to apply the needles. Looking at the densely packed silver needles all over Lu Sanglong's body, Lu Qingwan felt a tingle in her scalp. In just a few seconds, Lu Sanglong's body was filled with hundreds of silver needles. It was just too terrifying. Qin Chen took a deep breath, and his eyes were a little dizzy. With his strength, he was a bit exhausted even after continuously applying needles hundreds of times. Mr. Qin, are you alright? Lu Qingwan hurriedly assisted Qin Chen. Qin Chen only felt as if his arm had touched something, causing Lu Qingwan to take a step back in fear. However, after hesitating for a moment, Lu Qingwan still came up and used all her strength to help Qin Chen sit on the chair. Thank you, Miss Lu. Qin Chen nodded his head, seeing that Qin Duan's face was as usual and there were no other small movements. Lu Qingwan then softly answered. She had just thought that Qin Chen had intentionally taken advantage of herself, but now it seemed that it should just be an unintentional mistake. It should be me who thanks you. If Grandpa's illness can be cured, the entire Lu family will owe you a big favor, Lu Qingwan said. If properly tempered, Elder Lu can still live for at least 20 years, and if he wants to prolong his life, I'm afraid that he can only eat heavenly herbs and earthly treasures, Qin Chen said. Hearing this, Lu Sanglong's grandparents and grandchildren immediately widened their eyes. What did you say? 20 years? Although Lu Sanglong was covered in silver needles and could not move, his tone at this moment appeared that he was not in a calm mood. What? Very little? Qin Chen frowned. Quite a lot. Quite a lot. Lu Qingwan hurriedly explained. Before he got the disease, the experts that the Lu family hired said that my grandfather only had 5 years of life left, and since he got acromegaly, his lifespan was even more compressed to only 3 months. Now that you suddenly said that grandpa can still live for 20 years, we're just a bit excited. Qin Chen laughed. Elder Lu is old and strong, and he usually doesn't take a lot of tonic medicines, so after pulling out the foci of the disease, living for 20 more years is definitely not a problem. Lu Qingwan immediately exchanged a glance with Lu Sanglong. If Lu Sanglong could live for another 20 years, I'm afraid that the Lu family would still be able to rise to another level. Chapter 73, Robbing the Husband. Mr. Qin, your great kindness will not be forgotten by our Lu family. Lu Qingwan stood up, looking serious as she prepared to bow to Qin Chen. Qin Chen hastily extended his hand to help, but he did not expect that Lu Qingwan moved too fast, and this help almost pushed Lu Qingwan down. Lu Qingwan was unsteady on her feet and directly rushed forward into Qin Chen's arms. This scene was as awkward as it could be. Mr. Qin, can you let go of me first? Lu Qingwan said in a small voice. Ow, okay. Only then did Qin Chen react to the fact that he was still holding Lu Qingwan. He quickly let go of his hand, and only then did Lu Qingwan stand up. Sorry. Qin Chen directly apologized. It's fine, I should be the one to apologize to Mr. Qin. Lu Qingwan straightened her hair, and Qin Chen was stunned when he looked at the way Lu Qingwan ruffled her hair. He unexpectedly felt a youthful aura, and it was particularly strong. No wonder no matter how old a man was, he liked 18-year-old women. This feeling of youthfulness was something that women of other ages couldn't fake no matter what. Mr. Qin, isn't it time to collect the needles? Lu Qingwan asked with a smile. Seeing the look in Qin Chen's eyes, she was immediately pleased. Sure enough, she still had some charm. In the imperial capital, countless men were attracted to her, so she didn't believe that she still couldn't charm a Qin Chen. Not bad, it's almost time. Qin Chen coughed lightly and shifted his sight to Lu Sanglong's body. After retrieving all the silver needles, Qin Chen carefully wrapped the needles up. There are toxins on these silver needles. Just tell the nurse to throw them away directly and don't reuse them again. Qin Chen instructed, then checked Lu Sanglong's body again. Alright, the foci of the disease have been removed. As long as you properly recuperate, you'll be able to walk on the ground in 7 days, and after a month, you'll be able to regain the state you were in before you got the disease, Qin Chen said with a smile. Many thanks to divine Dr. Qin. Lu Sanglong was so excited that tears even flowed from the corners of his eyes. There's no harm in it. Elder Lu should rest more, and you can take some tonic medicines appropriately these days. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Feel free to contact me if you have any problems. After Qin Chen finished speaking, he stood up. Take care, divine Dr. Qin. Chang Wan, go see off divine Dr. Qin for me, Lu Sanglong said while giving a wink to Lu Qingwan. Creating more opportunities for these two young people to be alone was all he could do to help. Okay, Grandpa. Lu Qingwan also stood up and followed Qin Chen. Mr. Qin, for my postgraduate studies, I applied for the acting department of Jiangcheng University, and if there are no surprises, I should be accepted. In the corridor, Lu Qingwan suddenly spoke. Oh, congratulations then, Qin Duan said. Hearing Qin Chen's words, Lu Qingwan was stunned. Could it be that he didn't understand what he meant? The acting department of Jiangcheng University was not even ranked in the top 3 in the country, and with Lu Qingwan's family conditions, the top-ranked Imperial Film Academy could enter with her eyes closed. When she said she came to Jiangcheng to attend graduate school, wasn't her meaning obvious enough? I don't have many friends in Jiangcheng, other than Ningyu. You're the only one. If you have the chance, we'll meet more often in the future. I'll treat you to dinner. Lu Qingwan continued to hint. Yes, welcome, but I have to work during the weekdays. Let's make a date on the weekend if I have time. Qin Chen replied. Hearing Qin Chen's reply, Lu Qingwan immediately wilted like a deflated ball of leather. She could be certain now. Although Qin Chen had a bit of emotional intelligence, it was not much. The aspect of male-female love was even more sluggish. However, this also showed that Qin Chen was not a womanizer. What about Gu Yaming? Her own conditions were even above Gu Yaming. She was confident that she could take Qin Chen away from Gu Yaming. What are you thinking about? Qin Chen suddenly asked. Only then did Lu Qingwan realize that she had just been thinking about something and had fallen several meters behind Qin Chen. Nothing, Mr. Qin. You go first, I still have something to do. After saying that, Lu Qingwan turned around and ran. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, Qin Chen would be able to see her reddened face. What was she thinking just now? Snatching someone's husband over? It was also too scary, right? Although the other two didn't have any feelings for each other, but after all, they were a licensed legal couple. If she were to do something like interfering, and it was spread back to the imperial capital, I'm afraid that she would become the laughingstock of the entire imperial capital. Thinking of this, she took out her cell phone and made a call to Xiaoning Yue. Xiaoning Yue, Qin Chen is your cousin's husband. Why didn't you tell me? Lu Qingwan gritted her teeth and questioned. You didn't ask either? By the way, why do you care about this? Xiaoning Yue was sitting in front of her desk with a puzzled look on her face. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Lu Qingwan suddenly had a heartbeat and asked, your cousin, that is Gu Yaming. She and Qin Chen are an agreement couple and have no feelings, right? That's right. Xiaoning Yue had just uttered these 2 words when she suddenly reacted. Hey, Lu Qingwan, you're not hitting on Qin Chen, are you? I'm telling you, he's a big asshole, this person. He even did that kind of thing with a chaperone while he was videoing with me at the KTV. It's simply unforgivable. Don't throw yourself into the fire. Hello? Are you listening to what I'm saying? Xiaoning Yue shouted loudly, but the sound of hanging up came from her cell phone. This love brain, what's so good about that big asshole? Throwing her cell phone to the side, Xiaoning Yue complained. Just then, the door to the office was pushed open, and Gu Yaming walked in. What's wrong? Who pissed you off? Gu Yaming asked suspiciously. Nothing, there's a big asshole. I'm just cursing a few times when I think of it. Sis, is something wrong? Xiaoning Yue hastily changed the topic. Well, you did a good job last time with the new building's renovation contract. There's a project this time that I want to exercise you a bit and let you handle it. There is a piece of land to be transferred in the western city. I want you to do some research. If there is no problem, our company is ready to take it down and develop it. As you know, the company suddenly has an extra $20 billion, so we have to hurry up and get the money flowing, or else we'll be sorry for Mr. Jin's trust in us. Gu Yaming placed a stack of documents on the table in front of Xiaoning Yue. Sis, you know all about the last time the new building's renovation contract? Xiaoning Yue asked cautiously. Last time she dragged Qin Chen to the construction site of the new mansion to negotiate with the renovation team, and she was almost taken advantage of by that group of people. Luckily, Qin Chen was able to fight and subdued that group of people. She hadn't told Gu Yaming about this matter, not realizing that she hadn't been able to hide it in the end. Secretary Li mentioned it. You did a good job. You'll continue to be in charge of the research this time, Gu Yaming said. Hearing this, Xiaoning Yue breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that Qin Chen had not been exposed, otherwise if she knew that she had taken Qin Chen out alone, her sister would definitely criticize herself. Chapter 74. Leave the door open for me at night. Okay, I'll be right over. Xiaoning Yue agreed painfully. Only when Gu Yaming left the office, Xiaoning Yue immediately dialed Qin Chen. Qin Chen, where are you? Xiaoning Yue asked. On my way home. Why? Something's wrong? Qin Chen replied. After curing Lu Tsanglong, he had wanted to go back to the company. However, after looking at the time, it was already the point where he got off work, and he had taken the afternoon off, so he drove straight back home. Alright, I'm looking for you for something at night. Wait for me in your room. Remember, don't tell my sister. After saying that, Xiaoning Yue directly hung up the phone. For this research, she still wanted to pull Qin Chen to go with her. After all, what happened last time had left quite a shadow in her heart. Listening to the sound of disconnection coming from his cell phone, Qin Chen was puzzled. This little nymph, why is her speech so ambiguous? What did she mean by meeting in her room at night and not telling Gu Yaming, making it seem like he was cheating with Xiaoning Yue? During dinner, the atmosphere at the table was once again heavy. Xiaoning Yue was a person who couldn't hide anything in her heart, and when she ate a mouthful of rice, she glanced at Qin Chen, making him inexplicably nervous. Fortunately, Gu Yaming suddenly spoke up, breaking the odd atmosphere. Qin Chen, I heard that you signed a big order? Gu Yaming asked while eating. From start to finish, she didn't even look at Qin Chen. Oh, you mean the Jiangcheng Hotel's decoration contract? Qin Chen asked. That's right, I heard that the owner of the Jiangcheng Grand Hotel has been trying to suppress the price, and the head of the business department even greeted me, saying that this order would most likely not be able to be contracted. But I didn't expect that. As soon as you stepped in, you signed the contract after meeting the person only once. Speaking of this, Gu Yaming raised her head and looked at Qin Chen. As far as I know, the owner of Jiangcheng Hotel, Wei On Kong, has always been stingy, and this time, he even seized the juncture where we were in dire need of the project, and asked for the contract to be reduced in price. What exactly did you use to get Wei On Kong to sign the contract at the original price? Gu Yaming stared tightly at Qin Chen, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. This woman was worthy of being the company's chairman. Her aura was simply too strong. An ordinary person, being pressed like this, I'm afraid that their mental defenses would have collapsed long ago and they would have explained everything. Unfortunately, Gu Yaming ran into Qin Chen, Wei On Kong, quite a good talker. I moved him with emotion and reasoned with him, and in the end, he was begging me to sign. Qin Duan said. He really didn't lie. Wei On Kong was frightened by Jiang Lianghui's words at the time and cried out to sign at the original price. I'm afraid that if Qin Dust increased the contract amount by another $2 million, Wei On Kong would sign the contract without hesitation. Humph. Don't say it if you don't want to. There's no need to make up nonsense in front of me. Gu Yaming snorted coldly, then put down the bowl and walked towards the upstairs. Wei On Kong was at least a boss. Even if his strength wasn't as good as Gu's group, he was at least considered a party. How could he beg a salesman to sign a contract? Forget it if you don't believe me. Qin Chen didn't care. Hey, be honest, did Wei On Kong really beg you to sign the contract? Xiaoning Yue suddenly asked. That's for sure. At that time, he was on the verge of kneeling down for me. Qin Chen replied. Xiaoning Yue's eyes rolled and she was just about to continue speaking when Gu Yaming's voice came from the stairs. Hurry up and go upstairs when you're done eating. Aren't you the most annoyed with him? Why are you still chatting with him? Hearing Gu Yaming's words, Xiaoning Yue spat out her tongue and then put down her chopsticks. On her way out, she turned back to Qin Chen and whispered, I trust you. By the way, remember to leave the door open for me at night. She did believe that Qin Duan was capable of signing this contract. After all, she had seen Qin Duan's abilities with her own eyes. Not only could he fight, he could also practice medicine. After packing up the dishes, Qin Dust went back to the bedroom. However, after waiting for several hours, Xiaoning Yue did not come. Just as Qin Chen was so sleepy that he was about to fall asleep, the bedroom door quietly opened a crack. Qin Dust, are you asleep? The bedroom had no lights on and the curtains were still drawn, so Xiaoning Yue carefully walked in and gently closed the door again. Qin Chen suddenly had an urge to tease Xiaoning Yue and did not answer Xiaoning Yue. Xiaoning Yue whispered Qin Chen's name as she fumbled her way towards the bed. However, the light in the room was simply too dark, and Xiaoning Yue was unfamiliar with the furniture placement in the room, so suddenly her feet tripped and her body lost its center of gravity. With a bang, Xiaoning Yue directly fell onto the bed. Luckily, she didn't touch Qin Chen, otherwise Qin Chen wouldn't even be able to pretend. Qin Chen closed his eyes and breathed steadily. Xiaoning Yue was relieved when she felt Qin Chen's breathing. It was good that he didn't wake up, but right at this moment, Qin Chen's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Xiaoning Yue, what are you doing? I didn't expect that you would be such a person, barging into my room in the middle of the night, and intending to misbehave with me? Xiaoning Yue looked up to the side, only to see that Qin Chen had sat up at an unknown time, with his cell phone in his hand. Ka-ching, the flash lit up, and before Xiaoning Yue could react, she was snapped a picture by Qin Chen, and even the look of shock on her face hadn't shifted yet. Qin Chen, you big asshole, what are you doing? Xiaoning Yue almost screamed out in shock. Thinking that Gu Yaming was still sleeping, she immediately lowered her voice. Didn't you wrongly accuse me of doing bad things at the KTV? Then I'll let you have a taste of how it feels to be slandered as well. Early tomorrow morning, I'll send this photo to Gu Yaming and let her judge me. Qin Chen said triumphantly. Xiaoning Yue gritted her teeth and reached out to grab Qin Chen's cell phone several times, but all ended in failure. Qin Chen, how dare you? Xiaoning Yue threatened. In this world, there's still nothing that I, Qin Chen, wouldn't dare to do. Qin Chen laughed. Xiaoning Yue instantly deflated and surrendered. Alright, I'm convinced alright. You say, what are the conditions? Qin Chen laughed. Conditions? It's not difficult. It's just that you have to help me persuade Gu Yaming to make a video call to my master early. That's all. Hearing this, Xiaoning Yue immediately widened her eyes. It's that simple? You went through all this trouble to threaten me, but it's just to do such a small thing? Qin Chen was instantly enraged. A trivial matter? This concerns my life. How can it be a trivial matter? Gu Yaming is my nominal wife. If I always fail to call my master, my little life will be in jeopardy. But Gu Yaming, that workaholic, is so focused on her work that she turns a blind eye to such a small request. Qin Chen gritted his teeth in hatred at the mention of this topic. If he had known that Gu Yaming would ignore himself after getting the investment, then he should have negotiated the terms before asking Jin Huan to invest in her, and he wouldn't be so passive now. Chapter 75, The Car Parking Space Controversy. Alright, then I promise, Xiaoning Yue said. Then you swear? Qin Chen had a serious face. Xiaoning Yue gritted her teeth, so angry that she wanted to curse. I'm the daughter of the Qiao family, and I'll still be suspected of having no credibility? But the situation was stronger than others, so she can only honestly raise 3 fingers and whisper, I, Xiaoning Yue, swear that I will definitely persuade my sister to call Qin Chen's master as early as possible, or else. Saying this, Xiaoning Yue suddenly got stuck. It seemed that a poisonous oath should be made, such as going out and getting hit by a car if you can't finish? Right at this moment, Qin Chen suddenly picked up. Otherwise, you'll gain 30 pounds, and you won't be able to lose weight in this lifetime. Xiaoning Yue instantly widened her eyes. You're so cruel. Qin Chen snorted coldly and put away his cell phone. I'll save this photo for you first, in case you change your mind, Qin Chen said. Before Xiaoning Yue could object, Qin Chen continued. Tell me, what exactly are you looking for me tonight? You always come to my room at night like this. In case Gu Yaming finds out, I won't be able to explain it clearly even if I'm covered in mouths. Next time, if you really have something to do, find a safe place and don't let her find out. The more Qin Chen's words, the more Xiaoning Yue heard them, the more wrong they became. The two people were clearly innocent. How come in Qin Chen's mouth, it was similar to cheating? Even if her sister found out, so what? She and Qin Chen hadn't done anything. However, seeing herself in Qin Chen's posture, she was silent again. In the middle of the night, without turning on the lights, the two of them shared a room, and even climbed into Qin Chen's bed. If she said that nothing had happened between herself and Qin Chen, I'm afraid that even she wouldn't believe it. She silently climbed down from the bed, then spoke. I came to find you because I have something for you to help with. A piece of land has been passed out in the Western District. My sister asked me to go inspect it, and I want you to accompany me. Qin Chen frowned. Land? Examination? Speaking of work, Xiaoning Yue immediately came into the spirit. That's right, over in the Western District, there is now a 50 square kilometer piece of land ready for development. I'm going over there this time, firstly to see how the land is and what kind of development it's suitable for, and secondly to see if there's any competitors and how strong the opponents are. But it's definitely not safe for a little girl like me to go over by myself, so I wanted to drag you along. Xiaoning Yue didn't know why, but at that time, when Gu Yaming told her this news, the first thing she thought of was Qin Chen. Perhaps, it was because she was saved by Qin Chen the last time she was in danger, so her heart subconsciously relied on him. Western District, 50 square kilometers. Qin Chuan was a bit shocked. That's almost half the area of the Western District already. Is it that big? Xiaoning Yue smiled. The Western District is originally a newly developed urban area. It's normal to take out half of the land to accelerate development. To be honest, it's not a big deal to go there this time. After all, the group that can undertake the development of such a large area of the urban area, the whole of Jiangcheng can't find a few. Qin Chen bristled. Then what are you looking for me for? Don't forget, I'm now a salesman in the business department. I took a vacation in the afternoon on my first day yesterday. If I take another vacation tomorrow, I'm afraid the business department manager will have to fire me. How dare he? Xiaoning Yue sneered. The manager of the business department is called Wu Xing, right? Tomorrow I will personally go and talk to him. If he dares to not let go, I will directly fire him. It's settled. Leave the rest to me. Just remember to go to the West City with me. After saying that, Xiaoning Yue turned around and left, tiptoeing away from Qin Chen's room. Qin Chen smiled helplessly. This girl, worthy of being Gu Yaming's cousin, still had a bit of Gu Yaming's shadow on her. Lying back on the bed, Qin Chen froze. Just now, Xiaoning Yue had been lying on the bed for a while, and had even left behind a scent. Didn't they just take a shower? Did someone really have a body odor? He hurriedly opened the window to ventilate. After all, a woman's nose was more agile than a dog's. In case Gu Yaming found out anything, when the time came, he couldn't even wash himself by jumping into the Yellow River. The next day, Qin Chen drove his newly bought Land Rover to the company. This was the first time he came to the company's parking lot after buying the car. After casually finding an empty space and stopping the car, Qin Chen whistled and left towards the building. There were still 5 minutes before the clock-in deadline, so there was plenty of time. However, he hadn't gone out far before a burst of curses came from behind him. Whose ing Thai car is this? Daring to take up my parking space? No license plate, not even leaving a phone number. Is this deliberately provoking me? This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Qin Chuan looked back, just in time to see Wu Xing, the manager of the business department, kicking at his car's head, leaving an obvious footprint. Fortunately, the body material of this Land Rover was a special alloy that was not that fragile, so it was not dented by the kick. In exchange for an ordinary car, I'm afraid that it would have left a small crater by now. Hey, Wu Xing, what are you doing? Qin Chen frowned and walked back. Since the other party was so unreasonable, coming up and kicking the car, there was no need for him to address the other party's position, so he directly called out Wu Xing's name. Seeing Qin Chen, Wu Xing immediately sneered. This car is yours? Just now. Wu Xing's shout was not small. Coupled with kicking the car, it immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Next to at least 20 to 30 people gathered over to watch the fun, while in the office building picking at the window to look down. Even more. Not bad. The car is mine, Qin Dust said indifferently. Kid, okay, count on you to be sensible. Give you 3 minutes to drive the car away, and I won't bother with you about today's matter, Wu Xing said in a cold voice. Beside him, there was a Porsche that he had obviously driven over. Qin Chen frowned and pointed at a few empty parking spaces not far away and said, "There are still many parking spaces over there. Why don't you go?" He was a bit puzzled. Previously, he didn't know this Wu Xing person at all, and it was only when he went to Wu Xing's office yesterday that he met him, and nothing unpleasant happened between the two at all. What kind of wind did this Wu Xing draw? Looking for his own trouble early in the morning? And next to so many parking spaces, he had to park in his own here. This means, also too tie right? Do you know the rules? Let me go park next to it? Who gave you the courage? Wu Xing cursed and yelled. Why is this young man so unfamiliar? New here, right? I guess so. Otherwise why would he grab a parking space with Wu Xing? Alas, it should be that no one has taught him the rules, letting him bump into Wu Xing. Now he's going to have bad luck, the crowd murmured, all sympathizing with Qin Chen. Qin Chen, on the other hand, still didn't change his face and didn't seem to put Wu Xing in his eyes at all. Rules? Rules don't seem to be of much use to me, Qin Chen said indifferently. Chapter 76, Your rules are useless in front of me. Hearing Qin Chen's words, it took half a day before Wu Xing reacted. Kid, who gave you the courage to speak to me like that? Don't forget that I'm your immediate superior. If you don't want to hang around in this company, you can always talk to me and I'll fulfill you. Wu Xing gritted his teeth and roared low in anger. He did not expect that in front of so many people, Qin Chen would dare to give himself so little face, letting himself be embarrassed. Well then, prepare to pack up your roll and get out. Although he wasn't from the personnel department and didn't have the power to directly fire an employee, he was the manager of the business department, and it was as easy as a slap in the face to fire a freshly hired salesman. It doesn't seem to count if you say whether I work in this company or not, Qin Chen said indifferently. His position was set by Gu Yaming herself. As long as he didn't make a big mistake, he would never be fired. Does this person have some kind of background? How else would he dare to talk to Wu Xing like that? Che has a background? Can he have the background that Wu Xing has? He is the cousin of the chairman of the Wu Group. Messing with him is offending the Wu Group. What? He still has this relationship with Wu's group? Humph. Otherwise, on Wu Xing's ability, being a salesman is barely enough. Being a business department manager? Next life. The crowd whispered, and in their words, they were still more favorable to Wu Xing. I said it doesn't count? As if he had heard some funny joke. Wu Xing burst out laughing. Suddenly, his laughter stopped and his face turned cold. Kid, you just graduated, right? Know what is called rules? Qin Chen smiled faintly. I would like to hear about it. Wu Xing snorted coldly. See the parking space number on the ground? Number 1 is for the chairman. Number 2 is for the vice chairman. And this number 5. Wu Xing pointed to the spot where Qin Chen was parking. And it's mine. Hearing this, Qin Chen froze. He completely did not expect that the company had this kind of hidden rule. However, when he swept a glance, he instantly confirmed Wu Xing's words. He didn't recognize other people's cars, but he could still recognize Gu Yaming's car. At this moment, Gu Yaming's small sports car was parked in the number 1 parking space. Got it? Idiot. I don't even know how you grew up if you don't understand this bit of human decency. Now, I'm going to give you one last chance. Drive the car away, then bow and apologize to me in front of everyone, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, get ready to pack up your things and get lost, Wu Xing said in a cold voice, with an air of superiority. But just when everyone thought that Qin Chen would give in, a shocking scene appeared before their eyes. Only Qin Chen walked to Wu Xing's side, then stepped on the front hood of the sports car in front of everyone. Thud! After a loud bang, the front hood was directly dented, followed by a plume of black smoke. Holy, how much power does this have to be? A foot to step on the car to scrap estimated that the engine has been stepped on the bad. This time that kid is in trouble. Just repair costs are estimated to be millions. It is not just to let the parking space out, and then apologize. Endure a past. How to be so impulsive. The crowd froze in place and reacted only after several seconds. Many people took out their cell phones and took pictures of the trampled sports car. After all, this kind of thing was a rare occurrence. Are you crazy? Wu Xing looked at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. I just want to tell you that those rules of yours, in my case, don't work at all. Qin Chen laughed. You. Wu Xing pointed at Qin Chen, trembling, unable to even speak clearly. Qin Chen, however, didn't care and took out his phone, calling Gu Yaming. I'm now in the company's parking lot. I'll give you 3 minutes to come down and solve the problem, or I'll let Jin Huan withdraw the $20 billion. After saying that, he didn't even wait for Gu Yaming to speak before hanging up directly. Chairman's office. Gu Yaming was holding her cell phone in her hand, frozen in place, and on the phone, there was a drip 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 sound of disconnection. Sister, are you alright? Xiao Ningyue secretly swallowed her saliva. She didn't expect that Qin Chen would dare to say such words to her sister. Was this an order? Or a threat? And was that $20 billion of investment something he could decide? A single word to make the general manager Jean of the Radiant Jewelry Group withdraw his investment. Wasn't this a joke? I'm fine. Gu Yaming stared at the two figures downstairs, her gaze deep. Although she said she was fine, the icy aura on her body made Xiao Ningyue, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but shiver. Something so big had happened in the parking lot that it had long since reached the ears of Gu Yaming and Xiao Ningyue. Xiao Ningyue had wanted to go down to help Qin Chen. After all, the two had secretly agreed to go over to the research together. If Qin Chen was fired before he could go to the research center, Xiao Ningyue was afraid that she would cry to death. However, Gu Yaming stopped Xiao Ningyue. Her reasoning was that Qin Chen had been shouting for her to call Qin Chen's master whenever he met her recently, which annoyed her, so she let Qin Chen suffer a little bit first, and then went to relieve him after she had lost her temper. Just didn't expect. Qin Dust even a little aggravation are not subject to. Come up to a foot to kick Wu Xing's sports car to break. Now, things were a bit troublesome. Wu Xing's own ability was average, and his means were also average, but he had a good cousin that even Gu Yaming was afraid of. This person Qin Duan also happened to know, was the chairman of the Wu Group, Wu Dong, Qin Duan's master, Daoist Dustless, had initially arranged a blind date for Qin Duan with Wu Dong's daughter, Wu Min. Unfortunately, by mistake, Qin Chen got a marriage license with Gu Yaming. Otherwise, at Wu Dong's insistence, it was possible that Qin Dust would have married Wu Min and be considered family with Wu Xing. Forget it, I won't step in for this kind of matter. You go and take a look. Remember, try to make a big deal out of it and make a small deal out of it. Gu Yaming said. Oh, good. Xiao Ningyue answered and then went downstairs. Seeing Xiao Ningyue, the crowd immediately glanced at Qin Chen in surprise. Although the one who came down wasn't Gu Yaming, everyone knew the relationship between Xiao Ningyue and Gu Yaming, and Xiao Ningyue was originally the vice president of the company, almost the spokesperson for Gu Yaming. Could it be that the phone call Qin Chen had just made was really for Gu Yaming? Where is Gu Yaming? Why did they let you come over? Qin Chen frowned. Humph, Qin Chen, you look down on me? I'm the vice president of the company. I have the right to mobilize personnel. Be careful, I'll fire you directly. Xiao Ningyue coldly snorted. Hearing this, Wu Xing, who was on the side, hurriedly chimed in. That's right, Vice President Xiao. This person has no respect for the inferiority or superiority. In front of so many people, he not only insulted me, but also damaged my car. This kind of person should be directly fired.